Chapter 1. The Hundredfold Consumption Reward System. Shin City. In front of a milk tea shop in an industrial park. Xiaoping. Hi. There's something I want to say to you. Chen Fong handed his milk tea to Lin Xiaoping, stammering slightly. Just say it then. Lin Xiaoping took the drink with an indifferent tone. I like you. I want to. Before Chen Fong could finish, Lin Xiaoping coldly interrupted. Do you have a car, a house, and savings? Chen Fong froze for a moment, then couldn't help blushing. Even though he had been working for several years, he hadn't managed to save much money. In fact, he'd spent quite a bit on Lin Xiaoping these past few months. Beep. At that moment, a loud car horn blared from not far away, quickly drawing attention from passersby. Chen Fong, we're not right for each other. Sorry. After saying this with obvious disdain, Lin Xiaoping turned and walked toward the car. Soon, the vehicle sped off into the distance. Staring after the disappearing car, Chen Fong stood rooted to the spot, utterly stunned and disbelieving. Holy crap, was that a BMW X6? Supervisor Liao is seriously rich. No kidding, that car must cost hundreds of thousands at least. So envious. If only I could be Supervisor Liao's girlfriend. Yeah right. Wait till you're as pretty as Lin Xiaoping. TSK. Poor Chen Fong. He chased her for months and still got dumped. Looks like he never stood a chance. Oh well, what can you do when you don't have as much money as Supervisor Liao? These days good looks don't pay the bills. Hearing his co-workers chatter, Chen Fong snapped back to reality, desperately wishing he could vanish into a crack in the ground. He never imagined the girl he'd pursued so earnestly for months would turn out to be so materialistic. Taking a deep breath, he turned to leave this painful scene. Today had truly been humiliating. Young man, you haven't paid for your milk tea yet. Just as Chen Fong was about to walk away, an auntie blocked his path. Oh sorry, I'll pay right now. Seeing the stern look in her eyes, Chen Fong awkwardly pulled out his phone and scanned the code to complete the payment. But the very instant the transaction succeeded, a cold, mechanical voice suddenly echoed inside his mind. Ding. Congratulations, host. You've successfully activated the hundredfold consumption reward system. Ding. You've spent 13 yuan this time. Successfully rewarded with 1,300 yuan. Funds have been deposited into your Hua bank account. Please check accordingly. Mid-step as he was about to leave, Chen Fong instantly froze upon hearing the sound. A hundredfold consumption reward system? Rewarded 1,300 yuan. No way was this real or fake. As disbelief washed over him, his phone suddenly beeped with a text message. Snapping to attention, he quickly grabbed his phone and looked. Dear Mr. Chen Fong, your Hua bank account ending in 5987 has successfully received a deposit of 1,300 yuan on July 1st at 1831. Your new balance is 34,789 yuan. Reading the message, Chen Fong nearly bit his own tongue in shock. Holy crap, it's actually true. I'm fucking rich now. A wild surge of excitement shot through Chen Feng's heart. Honestly, if there weren't so many people around, he would have jumped for joy already. Lin Xiaoping, just wait until you regret this. After his excitement settled slightly, Chen Fong turned to the auntie and said, Boss lady, one more cup of grass jelly milk tea. No, make it 10. As an ordinary worker, he'd never dared indulge in such things before, usually buying just one cup, and only ever for Lin Xiaoping. But now, with such an incredible system, how could he not live lavishly? And much? 10. The auntie blinked in surprise. She didn't doubt whether Chen Fong could afford it. She simply couldn't believe anyone could drink that much. Are you sure you want 10 cups? Yes, 10 cups. Chen Fong perfectly understood her hesitation, but now wasn't the time to care. Alright, please wait a moment. Seeing Chen Fong wasn't joking, the auntie nodded and went to prepare. Damn, has Chen Fong lost his mind, ordering so much milk tea? He must have been devastated by Lin Xiaoping. Poor guy. Their conversation was loud enough for others nearby to hear. To these onlookers, Chen Fong clearly looked like someone giving up on himself. Yet Chen Fong paid no attention to their whispers, completely immersed in the euphoria of his system's reward. After all, 10 cups meant a total of 130 yuan. That meant, as long as this consumption rebate system didn't glitch, he just earned a 13,000 yuan reward. Just thinking about it was thrilling. Fortunately, the system didn't let Chen Fong down. The very second he scanned the code to pay, a crisp notification chimed inside his mind. Ding. This transaction totaled 130 yuan. Successfully rewarded with 13,000 yuan. Funds have been deposited into your Hua bank account. Please check accordingly. Seconds after the system's alert, a particularly noticeable text message popped up on his phone. Dear Mr. Chen Fong, your Hua bank account ending in 5987 has successfully received a deposit of 13,000 yuan on July 1st at 1833. Your new balance is 47,789 yuan. Haha, looks like I'm really going to get rich this time. Staring at the balance in his bank account, there was no way Chen Fong could stay calm now. No way, thinking small amounts like this won't do. What if the system suddenly disappears? I'd be screwed. With that thought, he stood up and began walking toward the exit. Young man, you haven't picked up your milk tea yet, the auntie called out in haste. Don't want it. You guys deal with it. A few cups of milk tea? He had no time for that now. Waving her off, he turned and walked away, leaving the onlookers utterly bewildered. Now that I've got over 40,000 in my card, what should I buy? Walking down the road, Chen Fong quietly mused to himself. Maybe I should just go buy a phone. I heard Huawei recently released a new Mate 50 RS Porsche Design Edition. Might as well go take a look. The reason Chen Fong knew so much about this Huawei phone was entirely because of its price. If he remembered correctly, the official price for this model was 39,999 yuan, an astronomical figure for a domestic phone. Never mind how powerful the phone actually was, it would definitely turn heads just by holding it. Besides, if it weren't so expensive, Chen Fong probably wouldn't even be interested. He glanced carefully around and noticed a Huawei flagship store not far ahead. Without hesitation, Chen Fong strode straight inside. New author, new book. Daily updates of 4,000 characters this month. Starting August, daily updates will exceed 8,000 characters. Hope you all can give me some support. Thank you. Chapter 2. Nothing else. Just bye. Hello, sir. Are you looking to buy a phone? The moment Chen Fong stepped through the door, a cheerful salesgirl approached him. After all, Huawei specialized in mid to high-end products. Even though Chen Fong was wearing a worker's uniform, the girl still greeted him with a bright smile. Chen Fong nodded briefly before glancing around the store. Since this shop was located near their factory, quite a few of his co-workers were already browsing inside. When they spotted Chen Fong entering, they couldn't help but start whispering among themselves. Hey, isn't that Chen Fong? No way, it really is him. I heard he just got dumped by Lin Xiaoping. Is that true? Poor guy. A woman like Lin Xiaoping? She's way out of reach for someone like us working stiffs. You think he came here today to buy an expensive phone and win her back? Now that's possible. Damn, he's such a pushover. Naturally, Chen Fong overheard their gossip, but he simply chose to ignore it. He turned to the salesgirl and handed her his phone. Do you have this model in stock? On the screen was a picture of the Mate 50 RS Porsche Design Edition, one he had saved from Baidu earlier. Isn't this the Mate 50 RS Porsche Design? Seeing the image on Chen Feng's phone, the salesgirl blurted out in surprise. What? Am I hallucinating? The Mate 50 RS Porsche Design? Isn't that phone brand new? Yeah, that thing costs 39,999 yuan. Do you seriously think Chen Fong can afford it? He can't afford a damn thing. That's 40,000 bucks. Does he think it's 4,000? The salesgirl's loud exclamation quickly drew the attention of others nearby. To them, Chen Fong was just another factory worker. There was no way he could afford such a high-end phone. Yes, exactly. So do you have it in stock? Like everyone else, the salesgirl doubted Chen Fong could actually afford the phone. After all, that price tag was astronomical for an ordinary worker. Still, she only paused for a second before politely replying. Yes, we do. Would you like to try it out? We happen to have a demo unit over there. She assumed Chen Fong merely wanted to test it out. No need. Just bring me a brand new one. I'm buying it. Chen Fong cut straight to the point. Did you say what? The girl thought she must have misheard. She stared at Chen Fong in disbelief. Everyone else gasped as well, wearing stunned expressions. I said I'm buying it. What? Is there a problem? And no problem at all. Snapping back to reality, the girl flushed slightly. I'll go get it for you right away. Please wait a moment. Truth be told, like everyone else, she never expected Chen Fong would actually spend so much money on a phone, especially for a woman. After all, judging by his worker's uniform, he looked no different from the rest of them. The salesgirl moved quickly and returned less than 2 minutes later. She carefully handed Chen Fong a brand new Mate 50 RS Porsche Design phone. Chen Fong, however, scanned the payment code with WeChat the instant he received it, transferring the full 39,999 yuan. Beep. Your recent purchase totaled 39,999 yuan. Cashback reward. 3,999,900 yuan has been credited to your Huawei bank account. Please check for details. Hearing the system notification in his mind, Chen Fong couldn't suppress a slight upward curve of his lips. With this single transaction, he had just become a millionaire. Without wasting time, he turned back to the salesgirl and smiled. By the way, how many more units of this phone do you have in stock? I'll take them all. What? The salesgirl nearly dropped her jaw in shock. After recovering, she replied eagerly. We have 9 more units in the warehouse. If you'd like them, I'll go fetch them right now. She never imagined she'd encounter such a big customer today. Selling all 9 remaining phones would earn her enough commission to live comfortably for months. Go get them. Got it, please wait. About 4 or 5 minutes later, the salesgirl returned, carrying 9 boxed Mate 50 RS Porsche Design phones. Seeing this, Chen Fong immediately scanned the payment code again and completed the transaction. Beep. Your recent purchase totaled 359,991 yuan. Successful cashback of 35,999,100 yuan has been credited to your Huawei bank account. Please check for details. Dear Mr. Chen Fong, your Huawei bank account ending in 5987 has successfully received 35,999,100 yuan at 1858 on July 1st. Balance after transaction, 36,046,889 yuan. Holy crap, I'm a millionaire now? Chen Fong stared at the text message on his phone, feeling somewhat dazed. He truly hadn't expected that he would one day possess such an enormous sum of money. After all, 90% of people in China couldn't earn this much in their entire lives. Haha, this is so exciting. Overcome with joy, Chen Fong couldn't help but think excitedly. Should I buy even more? The thought lingered in his mind for only a moment before he quickly dismissed it. After all, dressed in his worker's uniform, he didn't look like someone wealthy at all. If he went on splurging recklessly, it would inevitably raise suspicion. Without lingering inside the store any longer, Chen Fong walked out smoothly amid everyone's shock and amazement. No sooner had he left the phone shop than he headed straight for Yida Plaza. He planned to change his current outfit first, otherwise, large-scale shopping sprees would surely bring trouble later. A 20,000 yuan Versace coat? Buy. A 100,000 yuan Hermes belt? Buy. A Patek Philippe worth over 7 million? Buy. In short, just one word, buy? By the time Chen Fong stepped out of Yida Mall, his appearance had completely transformed. The humble laborer's vibe was long gone, replaced by an extravagant new image after spending nearly 10 million. Now, there was no denying it. He looked every inch a rich, handsome, and sophisticated man. If you had no money, would you still love me? A simple question. If you had no money, would you still? Just as Chen Fong was about to find a restaurant for dinner, his phone rang. Hey, fatty, what's up? On the other end was a close buddy Chen Fong had made at the factory. What else could it be? Let's go out for drinks. I've already booked a private room. Fatty had heard about the incident in front of the milk tea shop. As a good friend, he naturally wanted to comfort Chen Fong. Chapter 3. How about I treat you all, so go ahead and order anything. Hee. Chen Fong naturally understood the big guy's kindness and chuckled. I haven't eaten yet. Perfect. Give me the address. I'll be right over. Room 403 at Haidong Hotel. I'm here with glasses and the others. We're just waiting for you. Haidong Hotel. Chen Fong was momentarily taken aback before laughing teasingly. Dude, did you hit the lottery or something? As far as he remembered, Haidong Hotel was the best one around. The kind of place where a single meal would easily cost several thousand. Let's talk. I'm treating everyone. Now hurry up. Without waiting for Chen Fong to reply, the call ended abruptly. Half an hour later, Chen Fong was quickly led by a waiter into room 403 of Haidong Hotel. The moment he stepped in, he saw the three, Fatso and the others, chatting loudly inside. Fong, you made it quick. Come on, take a seat. The dishes are all served. We were just about to start eating. Seeing Chen Fong arrive, the three greeted him warmly. Chen Fong smiled and noticed that quite a few dishes were already laid out on the table. Judging from the food itself, though, the price probably wasn't too high. Which made sense. They were all ordinary working stiffs after all. Just dining here was already a huge splurge. Hey Fong, your outfit looks pretty sharp. Where'd you get it? Yeah, actually looks kinda classy. Wait, what's that you're carrying? No sooner had Chen Fong sat down than Fatso and the others noticed something off and stared at him in surprise. Haha, just a few Mate 50 RS phones. Each of you gets one. Chen Fong grinned, casually handing each of them a phone. Whoa, seriously. Fatso took it hesitantly, utterly stunned. Fong, this isn't chocolate, is it? It's gotta be chocolate. If they were real, each one would cost tens of thousands at least. Glasses scoffed. Yeah, makes sense. With Feng's salary, how could he afford such expensive phones? Just like Chen Fong expected, these three didn't believe for a second that the phones were genuine. But of course, Chen Fong didn't explain further. They'd know the truth once they got home and opened the boxes. Smiling slightly, he said, Alright, let's eat. Without waiting for their response, he picked up his chopsticks and prepared to dig in. Gentlemen, please enjoy your meal. I'll leave you to it. The waiter gave a polite nod and turned to leave, seeing that they were ready to dine. But just then, a mocking voice came from outside the door. Well, isn't it Chen Fong and Fatso? TSK, actually dining at a fancy hotel like this? Did you strike gold or something? At the sound, Chen Fong and the trio couldn't help but frown, turning toward the doorway. Two people walked in, a man and a woman. The woman was very familiar to Chen Fong, Lin Xiaoping, whom he had been pursuing desperately for months. The man was none other than Supervisor Liao, who had just spoken. Noticing Chen Fong and the others looking, Supervisor Liao strode in with Lin Xiaoping at his side. As he walked, he eyed the dishes on the table, clicking his tongue derisively. Teske, what lousy food. Is this even fit for humans? Guys, he said with a smirk, how about I treat you this round? Order whatever you want. Of course, Supervisor Liao only said this to mock Chen Fong and his friends. You? Fatso's face darkened, about to say something, but glasses quickly held him back. After all, they all worked under Supervisor Liao. Offending this guy might cost them their jobs. Just as the atmosphere grew tense, Chen Fong finally spoke up. Sure thing. Since Supervisor Liao is so generous, we won't hold back then. With that, Chen Fong waved to the waiter. Bring me the menu. I'll order a few more dishes. The waiter, not suspecting anything, handed over the menu without hesitation. Give me 4 Australian triple-head abalones. 4 servings of premium blood swiftlet's nest. Oh, and bring 4 portions of caviar. Also 4 servings each of foie gras and Australian lobster, and a bottle of 82 Lafite, please. Taking the menu, Chen Fong ordered 4 portions of every most expensive dish the hotel offered. The waiter standing nearby was left utterly stunned. Meanwhile, Supervisor Liao and Lin Xiaoping's faces had darkened to the color of a burnt pot. Chen Fong, do you even know how much all this will cost? Lin Xiaoping snapped, unable to contain herself, glaring furiously at him. What? Chen Fong shot back coolly. Didn't you just brag about treating us a minute ago? Chen Fong sneered, disdain evident in his voice. If you can't afford the bill, don't come here trying to show off. Go back where you came from. He was a man with a system now. There was no way he'd tolerate this despicable couple. What did you say? Supervisor Liao snapped at Chen Fong. I can't afford it, can you? Although he noticed Chen Feng's outfit looked unusually high-end, he still assumed they were cheap knockoffs. Exactly, we can't afford it. So how could a lowly worker like you possibly pay? Lin Xiaoping quickly chimed in. Based on her observations of Chen Fong over the past few months, she shared Supervisor Liao's opinion. Heh. Chen Fong let out a cold chuckle and said with a smirk, whether I can afford it or not, you'll find out soon enough. With that, without waiting for either Supervisor Liao or Lin Xiaoping to respond, he turned to the waiter. We'll start with these. Go prepare them. This. The waiter hesitated, clearly unsure what to do. Honestly, he shared their skepticism. He didn't believe Chen Fong and his friends could actually pay for such an expensive order. What Chen Fong had just ordered alone would cost at least several $100,000. Come on, Chen Fong, maybe let's just forget it. We, Fatso and the others stood up, ready to stop him. But Chen Fong ignored them, fixing the waiter with a cold stare. What? Do you also think I can't afford the bill? The waiter wanted to say yes, but feared offending Chen Fong. He froze, caught between a rock and a hard place. Alright, Chen Fong, I know exactly how much money you have. You're clearly planning to dine and dash. Lin Xiaoping cut in again, mocking him. As soon as she finished, Supervisor Liao added sarcastically. Looks like he's just desperate to save face. Lucky you refused his advances, Xiaoping, or you'd be utterly humiliated. 2 idiots. What did you just say? I said you 2 are idiots. Whether I can afford the bill or not. What the hell is it to you? Chapter 4. Clearly hit a brick wall. You? Supervisor Liao was furious, struggling to catch his breath. After finally gasping for air, he pointed at Chen Fong and snapped venomously. You brat. Don't bother coming to work tomorrow. You're fired by me. Then he turned sharply toward the three fat guys. And you three, none of you are allowed to eat with him today. If you do, all of you can pack up and leave tomorrow too. After saying this, Supervisor Liao felt much better. In his mind, after such a warning, the three fat guys would certainly dare not stay here any longer and have dinner with Chen Fong. But what he never expected was that in the next moment, the trio flew into a rage. Not working? Fine then. Like I give a damn about this job anyway. Yeah, who needs your lousy supervisor position? Think you're the boss or something? Pig sticking a chive up its nose. Trying to play elephant, huh? It had to be said, though Chen Fong had misjudged Lin Xiaoping, these few brothers weren't friends wasted on him. You. Supervisor Liao's anger flared again. He pointed at the three men, so furious he couldn't even speak. At that moment, standing aside, Lin Xiaoping suddenly thought of something. Her eyes narrowed slightly as she turned to the waiter. Young man, it seems to me they're here just to dine and dash. You'd better call over your manager right away. Exactly. If they finish eating and can't pay, you'll be held responsible. Hearing Lin Xiaoping's words, Supervisor Liao immediately chimed in. This. The waiter hesitated only briefly before turning to Chen Fong. Sir, may I please check your bank balance? What right do you have? Fatso exploded instantly. That's right. Since when did your restaurant require customers to show their bank statements before dining? Glasses wore an equally indignant expression. No special reason. The waiter shot back defiantly, smirking. But I suspect none of you can actually afford this bill. You? Clearly, those words enraged the trio deeply. Watching from the side, Supervisor Liao and Lin Xiaoping exchanged smug smiles, clearly pleased with their scheme unfolding perfectly. Call your manager over. Just then, Chen Fong calmly cut in, interrupting everyone. Heh. The waiter sneered, pulled out his phone, and walked away. In his mind, calling the manager wouldn't make any difference. He believed Chen Fong was just stalling like a typical deadbeat. Less than 5 minutes later, the lobby manager of Haidong Hotel arrived, let in by the waiter. On the phone, the waiter had thoroughly briefed the situation. From the manager's end, he saw nothing wrong with the waiter's actions. Based on the description, Chen Fong and his companions were all blue-collar workers, absolutely incapable of paying for dishes worth hundreds of thousands. Thus, the moment he stepped through the door, the manager bellowed loudly. This society really has all sorts nowadays. Daring to come to our Haidong Hotel to dine and dash. Do you people have no fear of going to jail? Having said this, he immediately glared at the three fat guys. Just as described over the phone, the three wore cheap work uniforms from head to toe, clearly just a bunch of penniless losers. Yet, when his eyes swept toward Chen Fong standing nearby, the manager froze stiff. Fendi coat. Hermes belt. Patek Philippe watch. Holy crap, did Xiao Tang just screw with me? Did he seriously think someone like this couldn't pay a 100,000 yuan bill? The manager involuntarily sucked in a sharp breath. He whirled around and glared furiously at the waiter. Are you telling me they're the ones? As lobby manager of Haidong Hotel, he met rich people every day. Just judging from Chen Feng's outfit alone, it must have cost tens of millions total. Now this idiot was telling him these people couldn't pay? Was he trying to ruin him on purpose? Yes, it's them. Before the waiter could open his mouth, Lin Xiaoping quickly spoke up. Manager, I suggest you kick them out now. These folks are definitely here to eat without paying. Not missing such a golden opportunity, Supervisor Liao readily jumped in agreement. Hearing this, the three fat guys abruptly stood up from their seats, faces burning with humiliation. As for Chen Fong, he remained seated calmly, making no move to defend himself. Who are you two? The manager frowned, turning to question Supervisor Liao and Lin Xiaoping. Sir, these two are supervisors of those laborers. The waiter piped in, unaware that the manager's anger wasn't directed at Chen Feng's group, and smiling as he introduced them. Did I ask you? The manager's expression changed instantly, and he began yelling at the waiter. How could our hotel possibly hire someone as stupid as you? Then he turned to Supervisor Liao and Lin Xiaoping. As for you two, get out of this hotel immediately. We don't welcome people like you here. Between Chen Fong and Supervisor Liao, the hotel manager didn't hesitate for a second. He chose Chen Fong. Hearing the manager's words, both Supervisor Liao and Lin Xiaoping wore looks as if they'd seen a ghost. They never expected that the manager would actually tell them to leave. As for the waiter standing aside, he wasn't an idiot either. His own manager shouting at him like this clearly meant he had messed up big time. Realizing this, cold sweat immediately soaked through his back. Just as he was about to speak up, he saw the hotel manager already walking toward Chen Fong with an obsequious smile. Sir, I sincerely apologize to you and your friends for everything that happened today. Please forgive us. Heh. Chen Fong sneered coldly and smirked. Should I show you my bank balance just in case we really are trying to dine and dash? No. Absolutely not necessary. The hotel manager kept saying a no, his demeanor growing even more fawning. Please rest assured, sir, I'll fire that man right away. Hearing this, the waiter immediately collapsed to the ground, his face filled with instant regret. Fine, now hurry up and serve the food, Chen Fong said, glancing at the waiter without a shred of sympathy. And as for them, don't let them ruin our dinner mood. Yes, of course, please rest assured. Wiping sweat from his forehead, the hotel manager quickly guaranteed, I'll have them removed immediately, and they'll never be allowed back in again. With that, he turned to Supervisor Liao and Lin Xiaoping, who were still dazed. Well, do you want me to call security to escort you out? Hearing this, Supervisor Liao and Lin Xiaoping snapped back to reality, their faces turning deathly pale. Chapter 5, where do we check out? Humph. Both of them snorted. Lin Xiaoping said indignantly, they're just a bunch of penniless nobodies. Your hotel will regret this. After delivering her final threat, she grabbed the assistant manager Liao, who still wanted to say something, and hastily stormed out. Seeing them leave, the hotel manager nodded politely to Chen Fong before walking off with a dejected-looking waiter. Whoa, what just happened? No idea. I actually thought we were going to get kicked out for real. The way the hotel manager looked at Madman just now, like a sycophantic eunuch in the imperial court. At that moment, the other three, including Fatso, finally snapped out of their shock. They stared at Chen Fong in utter disbelief. But quickly remembering something, they anxiously turned to him and said, "Madman, you're not seriously going to spend hundreds of thousands on one meal, right? What if?" Chen Fong perfectly understood their concern and immediately chuckled. "Just relax and eat. I can afford a few $100,000 without breaking a sweat." Half an hour later, the hotel manager personally led a team of staff members, serving up dish after dish of exquisite delicacies. Bird's nest, shark fin, abalone, high-end specialties filled the entire dining table. "All right, let's make a toast first." Chen Fong poured each person a glass of 1982 Lafite, then smiled and said, though still somewhat uneasy, the other three raised their glasses anyway. After a whirlwind feast, nearly all the food on the table was devoured. "Let's go. That's enough for today." Seeing everyone was full, Chen Fong announced as they stood up. As soon as they stepped out of the private room, the hotel manager was already waiting by the door. "Gentlemen, how was your experience with our cuisine?" "Not bad." Chen Fong smacked his lips and asked casually, "Where do we check out?" "Just head to the front desk." The hotel manager smiled obsequiously. "Allow me to escort you there." Soon, under the manager's guidance, Chen Fong and his group arrived at the front counter. "Yes sir, hello. Your total comes to 713 for 58 yuan. Truly, their meal was no ordinary expensive feast. Even the receptionist, upon seeing the figure on the computer screen, momentarily froze in shock. What? How much? Upon hearing the amount, Fatso and the others nearly bit their tongues in astonishment. They knew the meal would be pricey, but never imagined it would exceed 700,000. Honestly, they were starting to panic. What if Chen Fong couldn't pay? The mere thought made their hearts pound. Yet at that moment, Chen Fong calmly pulled out a bank card and handed it to the front desk. "Swipe it." "Oh, okay." Snapping back to attention, the clerk took the card, ready to process the payment. But just then, the hotel manager beside her stepped forward and interrupted. "Drop the change. Charge this gentleman exactly 700,000. "Why, yes, understood." The clerk immediately adjusted the amount accordingly. Chen Fong didn't object. After all, whether he gained or lost 100,000 here or there meant nothing to him. Meanwhile, Fatso and the others stood frozen, eyes glued to Chen Feng's bank card and the computer screen. Truthfully, they were terrified. What if the balance showed insufficient funds? But as it turned out, their fears were completely unfounded. After a few quick keystrokes, the screen promptly displayed, "Payment successful." Only then did they exhale in relief, though now even more curious about how Chen Fong had actually managed to pay. Chen Fong, however, paid them no mind, because the instant the system confirmed the payment, a familiar voice echoed inside his head. "Ding! You have successfully spent 700,000 yuan. Reward, 70 million yuan has been credited to your Hua bank account. Please check your balance. Dear Mr. Chen Fong, your Hua bank account ending in 5987 has received a deposit of 70 million yuan at 1927 on July 1st. Your new balance is 106,046,889 yuan. Staring at the text message on his phone, Chen Fong couldn't help swallowing hard. To earn 100 million in just a few hours, who in the world would believe such a thing? Nearby, the hotel manager silently thanked his lucky stars for his earlier decision. A client like this must never, ever be offended. With that thought, he promptly handed Chen Fong a sleek black card. Then, bowing slightly with utmost respect, he said, "Mr. Chen, this is our Black Diamond VIP membership card. With it, you'll enjoy a 30% discount on all future visits. This is our compensation for the earlier incident. We sincerely hope you'll accept it." To be honest, Chen Fong wasn't particularly interested in the 30% discount. However, since it was offered with good intentions, he didn't refuse. He simply nodded and accepted the card. Soon after, the hotel manager personally escorted Chen Fong and his group out of the hotel. "My dear lord, we just spent 700,000 on one meal. Wow. This was fucking intense. When Fong made that payment, I nearly pissed myself. Look at you, such a wimp. Hey, Fong, where the hell did you get all that money anyway?" The moment they stepped out of the hotel, Fatso and the other two couldn't hold back and immediately grilled Chen Fong. But for Chen Fong, the system was a secret he could never reveal to anyone. After some casual banter, he simply claimed he'd won the lottery, easily brushing off their curiosity. By the time Chen Fong took a taxi back to his rental apartment, it was already 8:30 p.m. The instant he walked in, he instinctively pulled out his phone. Staring at the bank message on the screen, he counted the balance over and over again, still hardly believing it. "I should transfer some money to my sister and parents first." With that thought, Chen Fong immediately opened WeChat on his phone. He found the contact labeled sister, and directly transferred 20,000 yuan. This wasn't because Chen Fong was being stingy. His sister was still in university, and sending too much money might distract her from her studies. "No money, would you still love me?" Just one simple question, no money, would you? Just as Chen Fong was about to log into online banking to send 10 million yuan to his parents, his sister called. "Holy crap, brother, did you strike gold or something?" The moment he answered, Chen Yu's astonished voice came blasting through the phone. Cough cough. Chen Fong cleared his throat twice. Fortunately, he had already prepared an excuse before the transfer, so he chuckled and said, "Didn't strike gold, but I did win a huge lottery jackpot." "Really? No way." Chen Yu clearly didn't believe him and whispered hesitantly, "Brother, don't lie to me. You're not involved in anything illegal, are you?" Chapter 6. I've already broken up with her. Get lost. You don't know your brother's character? True. Chen Yu thought for a moment and felt that Chen Fong wasn't wrong. But I have food and shelter at school, and mom and dad give me pocket money every month. You're dating someone and need money. How about I transfer some to you? Hearing this, Chen Fong couldn't help but feel touched. He smiled and said, "No need. Your brother right now isn't short on cash. And if you ever run out of money, just tell me. As long as you don't waste it, it's fine." Hee. Thanks, big bro. Chen Yu giggled happily, then suddenly remembered something and said to Chen Fong, "By the way, big bro, are you free the day after tomorrow?" "Yeah, I'm free. What?" With no plans to return to work anytime soon, Chen Fong naturally had plenty of time. "Good. Snowy Jia wants to invite us to go play at OCT the day after tomorrow. What do you think? Sure. Chen Fong nodded with a smile. I'll come pick you both up from your school. Chen Yu murmured in agreement. But shortly after, she remembered something and quickly added, you're not allowed to bring Lin Xiaoping. You know I don't like her. Don't worry, I won't bring her. I've already broken up with her. Really? Chen Yu was momentarily stunned, then couldn't help whispering under her breath. That's great. Now Snowy Jia finally has a chance. What chance? Chen Yu's whisper was too soft. Chen Fong didn't catch it clearly. Nothing. Chen Yu pouted, thinking inwardly. Asterisk, my dear older brother, you really are clueless. Don't you know Snowy has been secretly crushing on you all along? Asterisk. Just then, she suddenly remembered something else and turned to Chen Fong. Oh, by the way, big bro, do you know Snowy is now a streamer on Douyin? Yeah, she messaged me about it last night. Do you know there's a wealthy guy recently showering her with gifts and trying hard to win her over? No, I didn't know that. What? No reason. After hearing this, Chen Yu couldn't help but get slightly annoyed. Such a fool. Anyway, that's it. Without waiting for Chen Fong to respond, she hung up the call. Chen Fong listened to the busy tone on the other end, completely baffled. Whatever, let the girl be. First things first, let me transfer money to mom and dad. Since his parents didn't have WeChat, Chen Fong decided to use online banking to send them the money. However, when he entered an amount of 10 million yuan, the app displayed a notice stating the daily transfer limit was only 50,000. Guess I'll have to go to the bank tomorrow to raise the limit first. It wasn't urgent anyway, so Chen Fong promptly closed the banking app. For some reason, the thought of that rich guy chasing after Zhao Shuer on Douyin made him feel uneasy. Since I've got nothing better to do right now, maybe I should check out Shuer's live stream. Almost unconsciously, he opened Douyin on his phone. Zhao Shuer happened to be live streaming. Without delay, Chen Fong tapped in. Soon, a sweetly beautiful girl appeared on his phone screen. With long hair reaching her waist and dressed in a light blue dress, she was singing for her fans. Perhaps because she was still a new streamer, the viewership wasn't strong and the chat messages were few and far between. The moment Chen Feng's ID showed up in the room, Zhao Shuer immediately noticed. She turned off the music and excitedly shouted at the screen, wow, welcome to my stream, brother Feng. Chen Feng smiled and typed into the chat, hey Snowy, good evening. Hehe, good evening, brother Feng. Seeing Chen Feng reply, Zhao Shuer was instantly delighted. I'm so happy you came to watch my stream. Hey Snowy, who's this guy? At that moment, an inappropriate comment popped up in the chat, some low-level alt account showing up without even sending a gift. Why bother acknowledging him? When Zhao Shuer saw the message, she couldn't help but frown slightly. Before she could say anything, more comments flooded in. Whoa, is some bro getting jealous? Of course he is. She called that random noob, brother Feng, so affectionately. How could he not be jealous? Goat Song bro, Snowy belongs to you. Spam gifts and crush that dude. I'm with Song bro too, fireworks gala incoming. Seeing these comments, Zhao Shuer grew increasingly anxious and frustrated, afraid Chen Feng might misunderstand. Without hesitation, she immediately addressed the room. Everyone, please stop stirring drama. I have absolutely no relationship with Song bro. To be honest, Chen Feng had initially felt a bit annoyed upon seeing those comments. However, the moment he heard Zhao Shuer's words, a smile instantly spread across his face. Tianan, how dare you compete with me for a woman? Lin Sikong, watching the stream from a luxury villa in Shanghai, immediately turned cold-faced. Kid, now I'll show you the power of money. The next second, he sent a gift carnival worth over 4,000 yuan straight into the stream. Over the years, Lin Sikong had dated countless female streamers. He refused to believe there was any woman who couldn't be won over with gifts. In his mind, as long as he showered her with expensive gifts, Zhao Shuer would surely fall into his arms immediately. After all, no woman could resist money. Holy crap, Song bro is so badass, dropping a carnival like it's nothing. Respect, Song bro. Hey, do your thighs still need an ornament? Wow, it's a carnival. Song bro, do you still need a girlfriend? I'm so jealous of Snowy. Having such a generous top donor like Song bro, love at first sight. Case solved. Song bro definitely has feelings for Snowy. Looks like my Snowy is about to be taken. Song bro, are you sending carnivals to prove you want to date Snowy? Undeniably, a 4,000 yuan carnival carried some serious impact. With just one gesture, more than 1,000 new viewers flooded into Zhao Shuer's live room, all coming to witness the millionaire in action. Seeing these reactions on the screen, Lin Sikong couldn't help but smirk proudly, immediately typing into the comments. That's right, I want to date Snowy. Snowy, will you be my girlfriend? Whoa, what's happening? Is this a rich guy confessing? I'm new here. Can someone explain what just went down? Song bro, I support you. Get together. Watching Lin Sikong and the netizens' barrage of comments, Zhao Shuer sitting in front of her screen grew increasingly furious. In her eyes, Lin Sikong clearly regarded her as some gold-digging girl. Just because you sent one measly carnival, you think Snowy should become your girlfriend? Where's your sense of shame? Just as Zhao Shuer was about to say something, Chen Feng's comment suddenly popped up on the screen. Chapter 7, Asking for a Beating. Whoa, who the hell is this? So arrogant. Damn, a level 1 nobody actually dares to look down on a carnival big shot? Respect. Where did this dude get his courage from? Lin Jingru. Chen Feng's message was like a depth charge, instantly sending shockwaves through the entire chat. Lin Sikong, who had been secretly proud of himself, nearly passed out when he saw Chen Feng's comment. Taking a deep breath, his face immediately turned ashen as he shot back. Kid, looks like you're just all talk. You dare challenge me to a gift duel, right here right now. What's there to not dare? Chen Fong sneered dismissively. After all, he was now the man with a hundredfold spending reward system. Gifting counted as spending too. This guy actually dared to challenge him in gift spamming? This was nothing short of asking for a beating. Good. Hope you don't regret it. Seeing that Chen Fong accepted, Lin Sikong snapped out 3 goods, then growled. You just wait and see. Oh man, Song Go is pissed. The consequences will be severe. Sigh, why pick a fight with a carnival VIP? This guy's doomed. Holy shit, what's going on here? Did I just walk into a gift war? Guys, my little stool's ready. I'm here to watch Sung Gu humiliate someone. Judging from the barrage of comments, most people didn't believe Chen Fong stood a chance against Lin Sikong. After all, Chen Feng's Douyin account was painfully low level, just barely level 1. Lin Sikong, on the other hand, was a level 15 super account. In terms of gifting tier, that meant he'd spent at least over 1 million yuan on Douyin. Funga, you don't need to send gifts for me. Zhao Shuier quickly chimed in, trying to stop him. Don't worry, I don't like him at all. She knew Chen Fong all too well. How could his salary possibly compete with Lin Sikong? My heart. Damn, Shuier really stabbed deep there. I actually thought Song Gu had a shot with Shuier until I heard that. Haha, suddenly feeling sorry for Song Gu. Song Gu, little sis, did you have to be so direct? No doubt about it. Zhao Shuier's words were brutally honest. Even other netizens couldn't help but feel a pang of sympathy for Lin Sikong. Chen Fong found it rather amusing and chuckled, replying, "It's fine, I know. Consider it helping boost your stream traffic." Though Chen Fong rarely watched live streams, he knew full well that dropping a carnival gift would instantly attract swarms of viewers. If Lin Sikong wanted to do the boosting for free, Chen Fong certainly wouldn't hold back. Watching the exchange between Chen Fong and Zhao Shuier, along with the flood of audience comments, Lin Sikong felt like he might spit up blood any second. As a wealthy second-generation elite, when had he ever suffered such humiliation? They say a person lives by their pride, just as a Buddha values its incense. Today he absolutely had to prove in front of Zhao Shuier that he was better than Chen Fong. Without wasting another second, he immediately dropped 10 carnivals. Each carnival cost over 4,000 yuan, 10 of them totaled more than 40,000. In today's China, that amount equaled an entire year's income for most people. There was no way Lin Sikong believed Chen Fong would actually dare match that. Of course, everyone else thought the same, even Zhao Shuier. But reality often defied expectations. The slap came faster than a tornado. Just as everyone assumed Lin Sikong had already won, suddenly Chen Fong started spamming carnivals too. And even more shockingly, Chen Fong had sent exactly one more than Lin Sikong, one whole extra. No way, that move is so slick. One more than him exactly? Damn impressive. So this guy's actually loaded too? Fanboying hard now. At this point, Song Gu might not win after all. Chen Feng's bold move instantly shifted many viewers' opinions. Anyone who could casually drop 11 carnivals was clearly a top-tier player. At that very moment, the impact of the two men's gift drops became evident. Zhao Shuier's live stream viewership skyrocketed, from 1,000 to 30,000 in under 5 minutes. And the number kept climbing. 30,000, 50,000, 80,000. Within moments, the live room stabilized around 80,000 viewers. Seeing these numbers, Zhao Shuier didn't know whether to laugh or cry. At the same time, she was deeply moved by Chen Feng's actions. As for Lin Sikong, he was beginning to lose his composure. He'd originally thought Chen Fong was just a loudmouth, but how could he have imagined the guy actually had real power? Still, Lin Sikong wasn't the kind of person who gave up easily. Lin Sikong drops 10 carnivals, and Chen Fong responds with 11? Was this seriously meant to humiliate him? His head hot with anger, he immediately topped up another 100,000 yuan to his Douyin account. He simply refused to believe Chen Fong would dare keep up with him. Once the recharge went through, he dropped 10 more carnivals. He was fully committed now. It had become a matter of pride. This guy's pretty persistent. Lying on the sofa, Chen Fong merely smirked when he saw this, then instantly matched it with 11 carnivals of his own. Hi, I'm new here. Can someone tell me whose stream is this? Not sure, just got here myself. But these gifts are going overboard, right? Definitely too much. These wealthy guys are seriously scary. New friend, grab a little stool quickly. Let's all enjoy the battle between these two tycoons. Holy crap, haven't these two already dropped dozens of carnivals? The streamer must be making a fortune today. No kidding, at least over 100,000 for sure. TSK, being a streamer really pays well. So jealous. Up there, don't be bitter. If you were as beautiful as my Shuier, I'd shower you with carnivals too. Quick question, has this streamer named Shuier joined any agency? Our agency wants to sign her. To be fair, Chen Feng's plan was working perfectly. Just minutes ago, Zhao Shuier's live room viewership had stabilized at around 80,000. Now it doubled rapidly to 160,000, and the number kept climbing. 160,000, 200,000, 250,000. In no time, it blasted past 300,000 viewers. Keep in mind, even top-tier streamers on Douyin rarely reached such numbers during a broadcast. Zhao Shuier, as a complete newcomer, had hit this milestone within half an hour. It was nothing short of terrifying. The massive spike in traffic naturally attracted many other streamers. When they saw the sheer number of carnivals sent by Chen Fong and Lin Sikong, they were all envious beyond words. Within minutes, both Chen Fong and Lin Sikong received countless private messages, including from several well-known female streamers. Honestly, at this point, Lin Sikong was truly starting to regret his actions. Chapter 8. We don't care about customers like you. Lin Sikong had finally realized it. Zhao Shuier was completely different from the female internet celebrities he'd known before. Those gifts worth over 100,000 yuan, they might as well have been thrown into water. With that kind of money, he could have just enjoyed himself at a nightclub. After a moment of silence, glaring hatefully at Chen Feng's username, he shut down Douyin with one tap. Whoa, did Sung brother just go offline? Seriously? Damn, he actually ran away like a coward. Damn it, I thought he'd win for sure. What a disappointment. What a piece of trash. I was hoping for an epic showdown between two big spenders, but instead we got this pathetic letdown. I knew that Sung brother wouldn't last, just as I predicted. He sounded so tough earlier, but turned out to be such a pushover. Our Fong brother is the real MVP. He knocked that guy down in no time. I'm hooked, officially fan now. Hehe, from now on I'm only supporting Fong brother. Go Fong and Shuier, get together. Get together, get together. As the saying goes, when a wall starts falling, everyone rushes to kick it. Lin Sitsung's sudden exit triggered a wave of mockery and scorn from netizens. Watching all this unfold on her screen, Zhao Shuier couldn't help but quietly breathe a sigh of relief. Gifts didn't matter much to her. If Chen Fong kept clashing with Lin Sikong like that, she'd really start worrying about him. Taking a deep breath, she pulled out her phone and sent Chen Fong a WeChat message. Funga, thank you so much today. Send me your bank account number. I'll return the money to you. In her mind, Chen Fong must have spent all his savings on those gifts. She didn't want him living off instant noodles every day from now on. No need. Chen Fong perfectly understood what she meant. He smiled as he replied, keep it and buy yourself some clothes. I'm not short on money right now. And honestly, this wasn't Chen Fong showing off. In just the past few minutes alone, nearly 10 million yuan had already flowed into his bank account. Truthfully, he was still somewhat disappointed by Lin Sitsung's retreat. Seeing that Chen Fong refused to take the money back, Zhao Shuier eventually gave up. Alright then. But if you ever need money, you must tell me, okay? And so, Chen Fong stayed in Zhao Shuier's livestream for a little longer. Noticing how late it had gotten, he said goodbye to her, closed Douyin, and drifted into a deep sleep. Early the next morning, Chen Fong received a call from Fatso. From Fatso, he learned that the three of them had managed to keep their jobs thanks to the team leader's strong intervention. To be honest, Chen Fong still felt somewhat guilty about what had happened the night before toward the other three. After all, they had been targeted by Supervisor Liao purely because of him. Of course, if things ever got too tough for Fatso and the others later on, Chen Fong would never stand idly by. After hanging up, Chen Fong dozed off again for a while. When he woke up once more, it was already 10 in the morning. Has to be said, life without work is truly comfortable. After getting up, washing up, and eating breakfast, Chen Fong headed straight out. He had a lot planned for today. First, he needed to go to the bank and increase his transfer limit. Then naturally, it was shopping time. Huaxing Bank branch lobby. It being working hours, there weren't many customers in the lobby. After grabbing a number, Chen Fong only waited a few minutes before his turn came. What service would you like to process? Seeing Chen Fong sit down, the bank clerk asked. I'd like to raise the transfer limit on this card. As he spoke, Chen Fong passed his bank card and ID through the counter. A standard card? When the bank clerk saw the card Chen Fong handed over, she couldn't help but frown slightly. Then, with a hint of disdain, she asked, how high do you want it raised? She was a bank clerk, after all. She dealt with countless users every day. A mere standard card holder? She didn't think twice about him. Chen Fong, though slightly annoyed inside, still smiled and replied, what's the highest limit you can set? 100 million. Clearly, the bank clerk was already growing impatient. She said 100 million, purely to mock Chen Fong. But what she never expected was Chen Fong calmly replying, then set it to 100 million. Hearing this, the clerk immediately thought he was making fun of her. Just a standard card, and he wanted a transfer limit of 100 million? Was he kidding? Sneering, she gave Chen Fong a disdainful look and sarcastically asked, is 100 million enough? Want me to add a bit more? But to Chen Fong, those words rang painfully offensive. His temper flared instantly. He wasn't someone who'd let others bully him. Standing up abruptly, he snapped at the clerk. Enough with your grandma's leg. Didn't you say 100 million just now? F***ck, why are you insulting people? What's wrong with a little insult? She's just a bank clerk. What's she trying to act so high and mighty for? Chen Fong had been in a pretty good mood today, but now this woman had completely ruined it. Soon, the commotion caused by Chen Fong drew the attention of others. What's going on? At that moment, a middle-aged man in a suit walked over with a frown. This guy has a regular card and wants me to set his transfer limit to 100 million. He's clearly out of his mind, the bank clerk said before Chen Fong could even speak. Hearing this, the middle-aged man couldn't help but slightly furrow his brow. Ignoring the onlookers, he first glanced at Chen Feng's ordinary-looking card, then turned back and gave Chen Fong a fake, cold smile. Sir, this is a standard card. It doesn't qualify for an increased limit. In reality, he was lying through his teeth. Even standard cards were eligible for higher limits. But who was he supposed to favor? The clerk was one of his own. Of course, things might have been different if Chen Fong had pulled out a VIP or black card. Hearing the manager's words, the bank clerk smirked triumphantly and mocked Chen Fong. Hear that? It's not that I won't raise it for you. It's that you don't qualify. Damn, how arrogant can you get? Yeah, exactly. This is total nonsense. Standard cards can be upgraded, you know. Well, what can you do? It's a big bank. They think they're untouchable. This is bullying plain and simple. So infuriating. The surrounding onlookers couldn't help but mutter among themselves. Oh, is that so? Chen Fong sneered, his lips curling into a cold smile. If your big bank feels like throwing its weight around, then just withdraw all the money from my account. I'll switch banks instead. Heh. The bank clerk snorted contemptuously. You're just another regular card holder. We don't care about customers like you. With that, she picked up Chen Feng's bank card and began typing on her terminal. Ah. But the very next second, her eyes widened in shock. What? How is this possible? Chapter 9. It was all a misunderstanding. What's going on? Seeing the woman's expression, the middle-aged man standing nearby furrowed his brows and walked inside. The very next second he reached the computer, he froze in place, just like her. Standing there silently, Chen Fong naturally understood what had happened. He sneered coldly. What are you waiting for? Hurry up and transfer all the money out right now. After all, there was over 100 million yuan in this bank card of his. Even for a large bank like this, he was one of the rare top-tier VIP customers. Now that Chen Fong wanted to move such a huge sum to another bank, it would be a significant loss for them. And if headquarters found out about this incident, not only would the bank teller face serious consequences, even he, as the branch manager, would undoubtedly lose his job. At this thought, how could the middle-aged man remain calm any longer? Panicking, he quickly raised his head and flattered Chen Fong. And Mr. Chen, it was all a misunderstanding just now. Please forgive us. We didn't expect. Don't worry. I'll have her immediately increase your transfer limit to 100 million. Yes, I'll raise it right away. The bank teller snapped back into reality and hurriedly added. To be honest, they would never have imagined in their wildest dreams that an ordinary debit card could hold over 100 million yuan. If they'd known earlier, how dare they treat Chen Fong like that? All they could hope for now was that Chen Fong would let the matter slide. But how could Chen Fong possibly let them off so easily? Weren't you arrogant just moments ago? A misunderstanding? What exactly didn't you expect? Didn't expect my account to actually have over 100 million? Chen Fong curled his lip and mocked. Heh, forget it. Your temple is too grand. I'm not worthy of keeping my money in your bank. Hearing Chen Feng's words, the middle-aged man nearly burst into tears. It had taken him more than 10 years to reach his current position. If he really got fired, his entire family would suffer alongside him. Without wasting another second, he rushed out and bent deeply at the waist toward Chen Fong. Mr. Chen, everything before was our fault. Please, let it go. Great men don't bear grudges against small people. My goodness, what's happening here? No idea. A moment ago these two were acting so high and mighty. I think I heard something about over 100 million. Do you think that young man really has that kind of money in his card? It's very likely. Otherwise, why would they change their attitude faster than flipping a page? TSK. Looks like they've finally met their match. Hearing the onlookers' murmurs, the middle-aged man's face flushed red with shame. He kept his back bowed, unwilling to straighten up until Chen Fong granted him forgiveness. One had to admit, the man knew how to swallow his pride when necessary. After a moment of contemplation, Chen Fong decided to let it go. After all, he didn't want to waste more time here. Just then, however, the bank teller's muttered complaint drifted into everyone's ears. So what if you're rich? Do you think 100 million can be withdrawn easily without an appointment? Though her voice was low, the counter speaker amplified every word. Upon hearing this, Chen Feng's expression instantly darkened. He'd been ready to let it go, but clearly, they hadn't taken this seriously at all. Holy crap, is this trans woman seriously still that arrogant? God damn it, even I'm pissed just watching from the sidelines. Who the hell do they think they are? No way, I'm exposing these trash today. This is beyond infuriating. You're right, I'm tweeting this right now and tagging their headquarters. There's no way no one will deal with them. The bank teller's comment immediately ignited the fury of everyone present. Numerous bystanders pulled out their phones and began posting on Weibo. By the time the middle-aged man realized what was happening, he collapsed onto the floor in despair. He didn't need to think twice. He knew this situation would end badly. How could he have guessed that the bank teller would turn out to be such a deadweight teammate? Looking at her now, he wished he could devour her alive. As for the teller herself, she immediately realized she'd made a grave mistake. Sweat poured down her forehead. Truthfully, she'd completely forgotten about the speaker above the window. Meanwhile, the Weibo posts by the bystanders quickly gained traction. Shocking. Hawaii bank clerk mocks billionaire customer. Outrageous. Is this what big store bullies customers means? They must be exposed. People like this don't deserve to serve the public. Haha, I swear these two kicked a brick wall this time. Whoa, such a handsome billionaire. Love at first sight. Hawaii bank must stand up for this little brother, or else I'll never use their cards again. I wonder if this handsome young man still needs a girlfriend. Brothers and sisters, let's boost this post and expose these two scumbags. No sooner had these words been posted than a large number of people began sharing and commenting, tagging Hawaii headquarters as well. The number of shares quickly surged past 10,000, visible to everyone in real time. This was huge news. It was obvious, today's headline story was already locked in. And just at this moment, the headquarters of Hawaii Bank also noticed these Weibo posts and immediately recognized the severity of the situation. Within less than 10 minutes, a middle-aged man in a suit came rushing in at a sprint. Mr. Chen, I'm truly sorry. The moment he entered the lobby, he made a beeline for Chen Fong and bowed deeply. Who are you? Chen Fong frowned and asked. Hello, my name is Shuai Kai. The middle-aged man hurriedly introduced himself upon being asked. I'm the Shenzhen Regional Director of Hawaii Bank. I'm here to offer my deepest apologies for what happened today. Please forgive us. After saying this, Shuai Kai shot a furious glare at the branch manager and the bank teller. He had been in the middle of a business meeting when headquarters notified him about the incident, and he'd immediately cursed out both of their ancestors 10 times over. As the regional head of Shenzhen, if headquarters decided to hold someone accountable, he wouldn't escape punishment either. So right now, his only goal was to gain Chen Feng's forgiveness. Chen Fong hesitated slightly, not wanting to let it go so easily. Seeing this, Shuai Kai quickly understood Chen Feng's thoughts. Without hesitation, he immediately declared, Mr. Chen, please rest assured, we will fire both of them on the spot. And as compensation, our bank will issue you a complimentary diamond black card, at no cost. You see, before Shuai Kai arrived here, headquarters had already issued strict orders. Chapter 10, seriously? You can play it like this? These two who had offended Chen Fong must be fired immediately, never to be hired again. As for the diamond black card, someone like Chen Fong, a top-tier client, was absolutely eligible to have one. Chen Fong only paused in thought for a few seconds before nodding his head. Honestly, for him, it didn't really matter which bank he kept his money in. Since the bank had already apologized and admitted fault, he didn't feel like pursuing the matter further. Seeing Chen Fong agree, Shuai Kai instantly breathed a sigh of relief. He quickly arranged for staff to escort Chen Fong into a VIP private room. As for the branch manager and the customer service representative, they were dismissed on the spot. By the time Chen Fong finished handling his business, it was already noon. To express his apology, Shuai Kai took Chen Fong to a high-end restaurant. Over drinks and food, the two soon became as close as brothers. Since Shuai Kai had clients to meet in the afternoon, after exchanging farewells, they parted ways. So what should I buy next? Standing by the roadside, Chen Fong fell into contemplation. Maybe I should start by buying a car. With that thought, he immediately flagged down a taxi. Hello, where to? The driver politely asked as soon as Chen Fong got in. Are there any car dealerships around here? A car dealership? The driver blinked, then asked, what price range are you looking for? The more expensive, the better. Every man has a supercar dream, and Chen Fong was no exception. Besides, he certainly wasn't short on money now. How about I take you to East City? I heard there's a car show going on today. The driver thought for a moment and suggested. A car show? That's perfect. Hearing the word car show, Chen Fong immediately perked up. After all, car shows typically displayed nothing but luxury cars. Buying a car at a car show, what could be more fitting? About half an hour later, Chen Fong arrived at the East City Auto Show Hall. Indeed, this auto show in East City was impressively organized. Just from the venue alone, it covered at least 20,000 square meters. Luxury vehicles from various brands filled the entire exhibition hall. There were also many visitors present, all busy filming or taking photos with their phones and cameras. It was well known that besides the luxury cars, auto shows also featured numerous beautiful car models. After entering the hall, Chen Fong began glancing around. Well, these luxury cars here really were stunning. With just a quick scan, he'd already fallen for several. Of course, the reason he liked them wasn't just because they looked good, but mostly because they were so expensive. A faint smile tugged at the corner of Chen Feng's mouth as he walked straight toward the Lamborghini exhibit. Lamborghini belonged to the elite tier of luxury cars, so naturally, its exhibition area was significantly larger than the others. In the very center stood a fully upgraded Lamborghini Veneno. If Chen Fong remembered correctly, the official website price of this car was as high as 900 million. At that moment, many people were gathered there, filming and chatting excitedly. Even among them were several billionaires, yet none dared consider purchasing such an outrageously priced vehicle. They were merely standing here gawking, satisfying their curiosity. Are you selling this car? I'll take it. Chen Fong stepped forward, pointing at the Lamborghini and asking a staff member. 900 million. If he bought it, the rebate would be a staggering 9 billion. Yes, sir. Upon hearing Chen Feng's words, the staff member froze completely. You see, this car had only been placed here during the show to draw attention. A 900 million luxury car? Only someone worth tens of billions would even dare think about buying it. Yet now, Chen Fong claimed he wanted it. How could anyone not be shocked? What the hell is going on? Trying to buy this Lamborghini Veneno? Seriously? Such big talk. He probably doesn't even know how expensive this car is. Exactly. A 900 million supercar, without tens of billions in assets. Who dare say that? He's still too young. He has no idea what kind of beast the Lamborghini Veneno really is. The exchange between Chen Fong and the staff quickly drew the surrounding crowd, many of whom gave Chen Fong scornful looks. In their eyes, Chen Feng's statement was utterly laughable. Just then, the staff member finally snapped out of his daze. Having heard the crowd's whispers, he nevertheless maintained professional courtesy and smiled at Chen Fong, saying, Sir, here's the thing. Our company policy states that if you wish to purchase this Lamborghini Veneno, you must already own 3 Lamborghinis under your name. Oh, is that so? Upon hearing this, Chen Fong couldn't help but blink in surprise. Then, as if suddenly remembering something, he pointed at several Lamborghinis around and laughed. In that case, I'll just buy all these cars. There shouldn't be a problem with that, right? Holy crap, is this real? Can you even do it like this? You think he actually wants to buy that Lamborghini Veneno? I don't think so. He's probably just talking big. Same here. A kid like him. How could his family possibly give him so much money to buy cars? Clearly, no one believed Chen Feng's words. They all assumed he was just bluffing. Yet the staff member standing nearby caught a glimpse of unshakable confidence in Chen Feng's eyes. After a moment of contemplation, he cautiously asked, Sir, are you serious? More real than pure gold. Chen Fong chuckled and casually handed over a black card. Just swipe it. Then, suddenly recalling something, he added, Oh, follow your rules. Buy these first, and after payment, we'll get that Lamborghini Veneno. Of course, sir. Seeing Chen Fong hand over the bank card, the staff nodded and reached out to take it. My God, is that a black card? Damn, that's really Huaya Bank's black card. Could this young man be from some powerful family? This is terrifying. I just mocked him for not being able to afford the car. What if he comes after me later? This guy's the real deal. I'm outta here. Bro, wait for me. The moment they clearly saw Chen Feng's bank card, they immediately fled in panic. After all, someone holding a Huaya Bank black card was far beyond anyone they dared to provoke. Hearing the murmurs, the staff glanced at the card and nearly stumbled to the ground in shock. A black card holder. That was a legendary figure. There. Snapped back from his daze by 2 dry coughs from Chen Fong, he stammered, Alright, I'll process it right away. Coming to his senses, the staff quickly called for a POS machine and a laptop. After a flurry of operations, he respectfully said to Chen Fong, Sir, the total is 43 million. What do you think? Chapter 11. Just broke 100 billion. Swipe it. Chen Fong replied calmly. 43 million? It was nothing to him. Hearing Chen Fong say those 2 words as casually as buying vegetables at a market, the bank employee couldn't help but feel envious. Beep. Your transaction of 43 million yuan has been completed. Successfully earned 4,300 million yuan in rewards, which have now been deposited into your Hua Bank account. Please check for details. The moment the staff successfully swiped the card, the system's voice rang inside Chen Feng's mind. Soon after, a text message from the bank arrived. Dear Mr. Chen Fong, 4,300 million yuan has been successfully deposited into your Hua Bank account ending with 5987 on July 2nd at 1323. The new balance is 44,060,468,890 yuan. Spending 43 million and instantly receiving 43 billion in return. Could anyone believe such a thing? Now, Chen Fong had even more confidence to go all out on luxury cars. Suppressing his joy, he said to the employee, So now I can buy that Lamborghini Veneno, right? Hearing this, the employee quickly nodded. Of course, I'll arrange it for you right away. With that, 900 million was immediately deducted from Chen Feng's card. But then, the system transferred 90 billion back into his account. Combined with the previous 43 billion, the balance in Chen Feng's bank account soared past 100 billion. Beep. Since your bank balance has exceeded 100 billion yuan, the system will award an additional prize. Villa number 95 in Huaihai Courtyard. The property deed has been stored in the system warehouse and can be claimed at any time. Upon hearing the system's notification, Chen Feng's face lit up with delight. He had just been wondering where he would live after buying so many cars. Now, the system had solved his problem effortlessly. Mr. Chen, would you like us to deliver these vehicles to your residence? After returning the bank card, the staff asked respectfully, "Leave this veneno here. Deliver the rest later to Villa number 95 in Huaihai Courtyard." Chen Fong said it with such nonchalance, as if tossing off a trivial remark. But to the employee, it was utterly shocking. What kind of place was Huaihai Courtyard? It was Deep City's most exclusive wealthy district, where every single villa cost no less than 100 million. And now Chen Fong was casually ordering vehicle delivery there. How could he not be stunned? Yet, after the shock wore off, he quickly came to terms with it. A man who casually spends hundreds of millions on cars probably having a home in Huaihai Courtyard wasn't all that surprising. After giving instructions, Chen Fong walked straight toward other luxury car exhibition areas. He didn't visit often, so of course, he should buy more. After all, money wasn't an issue. A 6 million yuan Ferrari? No need to hesitate. Buy. Bugatti Veyron 16.4? Only 130 million? Damn cheap. Buy. Maserati. Buy. One rule, buy? Price simply wasn't a factor anymore. In one breath, he purchased over 20 luxury cars, spending well over 1 billion. His bank balance shot up past 1,000 billion yuan. If the Forbes ranking were updated now, Chen Fong would undoubtedly break into the top 10 in China. Meanwhile, everyone else at the exhibition hall was stunned. They'd seen wealthy people before, but someone like Chen Fong, who treated buying supercars like grocery shopping, never seen anything like it. At this moment, many beautiful women looked at Chen Fong like hungry wolves spotting a lamb. Had there been fewer people around, Chen Fong might have genuinely worried about being devoured by these women. He shivered involuntarily. After finalizing everything, he turned and prepared to leave. Beep. Since your bank balance has exceeded 1,000 billion yuan, the system will grant an additional reward, 51% shares of TX Technologies. The stock certificate has been stored in the system warehouse and can be claimed at any time. Just then, the system's voice echoed once again in Chen Feng's mind. After hearing the message, Chen Fong froze on the spot. TX Technologies, the undisputed giant of China's e-commerce industry. Its operations spanned numerous sectors and had entered the Fortune Global 500 back in 2014. If Chen Fong remembered correctly, TX's current market cap hovered around 3 trillion yuan. 51% of that meant over 1,500 billion, a staggering amount. Merely thinking about it made his heart pound wildly. Moreover, the value of this 51% stake went far beyond mere money. As a major publicly traded company, owning 51% of TX meant absolute controlling power. Until now, no matter how rich Chen Fong had become, to some people, he might still have been nothing more than a nouveau riche. But now, as the controlling shareholder of TX Technologies, Chen Fong had truly stepped into the upper echelons of society. Meanwhile, upon learning the news, TX Technologies headquarters immediately convened an emergency meeting. I never expected someone to pull off such a massive move, acquiring 51% of our company's shares. I wonder if this will bring fortune or disaster. Ma Yu, the former largest shareholder of TX with a 28% stake, wore an expression full of worry during the meeting. After all, TX Technologies was a company he had built entirely from scratch. Now, suddenly, a mysterious new major shareholder emerged, holding 51% of the company. No one in his position could possibly remain calm. It's truly unbelievable. This is the first time I've even heard of this QF Venture Capital. We have to admit, this venture firm is incredibly powerful. To think they managed to buy up all those shares from other investors within just one day. Exactly. They didn't even bother notifying us beforehand. Must have offered a price no one could refuse. Sigh? All we can hope for now is that their goal is profit. If they're aiming for control. The room was filled with TX's shareholders and top executives, all wearing similarly anxious expressions. After all, no one had any idea what kind of person this new shareholder was. What if the new boss decided to make sweeping changes right away and fired them all? They'd be left with nowhere to turn. As for giving the new shareholder a taste of resistance, they didn't even dare entertain the thought. Anyone capable of spending such an astronomical sum to acquire 51% of the company wasn't someone to be trifled with. Fine, I'll just call QF Venture Capital and try to gauge their intentions, Ma Yu said, seeing that the group's chaotic discussion led nowhere, and promptly took out his phone. A fiery red Lamborghini Veneno. Even in a metropolis like Shenzhen, it was an extremely rare sight on the streets. And on top of that, there were a handsome man and a beautiful woman riding inside. Chapter 12, Take Me to Huaihai Villa. When Chen Fong left the auto show earlier, he had asked the organizer to arrange a designated driver for him. He had no idea what the person was thinking, but they ended up assigning a beautiful car model as his driver. Chen Fong looked her up and down, inwardly amazed. He'd seen plenty of pretty women before, but someone with a figure as stunning as the one standing beside him. He couldn't recall ever meeting anyone quite like her. For a moment, he was genuinely stunned. Under Chen Feng's somewhat intense gaze, Shin Minghan appeared flustered. After an awkward pause, she finally whispered weakly, "And Mr. Chen, where are we headed?" She'd met many wealthy men before, and had no shortage of rich second-generation suitors fawning over her. In front of them, she always played the role of an untouchable swan. If anyone else dared look at her this way, she would never hesitate to show them a cold shoulder. But with Chen Fong, she felt nervous and uneasy. She feared that one wrong move might upset him. Ahem. Chen Fong cleared his throat twice and finally averted his eyes from Shin Minghan. Suppressing the urge to nosebleed with great effort, he said in a straight-faced manner, "Take me to Huaihai Villa." Honestly speaking, this girl's figure was incredibly tempting. If it weren't for the sturdy seatbelt on the Lamborghini, it probably would have snapped by now. Huaihai Villa? Upon hearing those words, Shin Minghan couldn't help but be startled. Her eyes instantly sparkled with excitement. At that moment, a thought firmly formed in her mind. I absolutely can't let go of a man like this. With that, she slammed her foot on the accelerator. Throughout the drive, Shin Minghan subtly probed Chen Fong, trying to learn more about him. When she learned that he had built everything from scratch through his own efforts, her resolve only grew stronger. About half an hour later, the car arrived at the entrance of Huaihai Villa. "Hello, may I help you?" The security guard, noticing a Lamborghini Veneno parked at the gate, quickly jogged over. I'm the owner of Villa number 95. Please open the gate. Chen Fong signaled Shin Minghan to roll down the window, then handed out his property deed. Villa number 95? The guard was taken aback, but took the document and began inspecting it. Huh, it's actually true. After verification, the guard couldn't help but suck in a sharp breath. Goodness, this man standing in front of me is really the big shot who bought the crown jewel villa. Mr. Chen, welcome to Huaihai Villa. Please don't hesitate to let us know if you need anything. The guard hurriedly returned the deed, and even gave Chen Fong a respectful salute. In his mind, this man was undoubtedly the most powerful resident in Huaihai Villa, one who must never be offended. After smoothly entering the community, both Chen Fong and Shin Minghan were thoroughly impressed by the sight before them. On either side of the wide asphalt road stood various rare green plants. Birds chirped, flowers bloomed, mountains rose and rivers flowed. Everything exuded a deep sense of comfort and tranquility. A short distance further ahead stood rows of European-style luxury villas. Thanks to clear road signs, Shin Minghan quickly drove the car to the very heart of the compound, the Crown Villa number 95. It was evident that this villa was significantly larger than the surrounding ones. Its high-ceilinged foyer and grand entrance, arched circular windows and stone masonry corners, radiated elegance and opulence. Possibly notified by the gate guard, a man in a suit was already waiting outside the villa. As soon as the Lamborghini came to a stop, he hurried over and stood respectfully to the side. Soon, Chen Fong and the others stepped out of the car. My God, how could Mr. Chen be so young? And he's so handsome. And the girl beside him, she's absolutely stunning. Wang Hao stared at Chen Fong and Shin Minghan stepping out of the vehicle, utterly astonished. Seeing this, Chen Fong slightly frowned and asked, Who are you? Hello, Mr. Chen. Startled by the question, Wang Hao immediately snapped back to reality, extended his hand, and introduced himself hastily. I'm Wang Hao, property manager here. We're truly honored to have you as a new resident of Huaihai Villa. Oh, Manager Wang. Nice to meet you. Chen Fong smiled and shook his hand. Is there something you need? Mr. Chen, actually, I came specially to deliver your keys. Saying this, Wang Hao handed Chen Fong a device resembling a remote control. Chen Fong took it and instantly understood its function. With a smile, he said, Thank you very much, Manager Wang. Not at all, not at all. Wang Hao felt flattered and quickly replied with reverence. It's our honor to serve you. Now that the keys are delivered, I won't disturb the two of you any longer. With those words, Wang Hao turned and tactfully left. Mr. Chen, Standing aside, Shin Minghan gazed at the villa before her, envy clearly written on her face. Just as she was about to say something, Chen Feng's phone suddenly rang. Chen Fong gestured for her to wait a moment, then answered the call. Hello, who is this? Hello, may I speak with Mr. Chen Fong? On the other end was the voice of a middle-aged man, sounding slightly surprised. That's me, Chen Fong speaking. Mr. Chen, hello? This is Mayu from TX Tech. I'd like to talk to you about something. Do you have a moment right now? To be honest, Mayu was quite doubtful whether he had dialed the correct number. After all, the voice on the other end sounded remarkably young, but the name matched. Surely he couldn't have called the wrong person. Mayu. Chen Fong was momentarily taken aback, but quickly realized what this was about and immediately said, What do you want to talk to me about? Mr. Chen, here's the thing. You recently acquired 51% of our company through QF Ventures, correct? I just wanted to ask, what are your plans for the future development of our company? As Mayu asked this, his heart pounded with nervousness. What plans could I possibly have? Just keep doing what you've always done. Chen Fong understood Mayu's concerns perfectly. The man was clearly afraid that he would seize control. As if Chen Fong had any intention of managing TX Tech himself, he didn't. Since the guy had already called, Chen Fong might as well put him at ease. Although I do hold 51% of TX Tech, I don't have the time to manage it. You handle things as you see fit. Having said that, Chen Fong added a subtle warning. Of course, any major decisions must still be discussed with me first, otherwise. You Fengshin, we know exactly how to proceed. The moment Mayu realized Chen Fong had no intention of interfering, his tension melted away, and he began assuring Chen Fong fervently. That's settled then. Chen Fong was fairly satisfied with Mayu's attitude. I'll drop by the company sometime. Just make sure you don't disappoint me. With those final words, he hung up the phone. Chapter 13. What does 51% ownership mean? Yet at this moment, Shin Mingyao, standing off to the side, was already gaping in shock. She had clearly heard every word Chen Fong just said. How could she not know what TX Tech represented? But she never expected that this man right before her eyes actually owned shares in TX Tech, let alone as much as 51%. What did owning 51% mean? That essentially made him to the true controlling figure of TX Tech. Goodness gracious, just what kind of person was this man in front of her? While Shin Mingyao stood utterly stunned, Chen Fong simply put away his phone. He turned toward her and asked, What were you trying to tell me earlier? I know, nothing. Shin Mingyao snapped back to reality, wanting to say something, but in the end swallowed her words. Truthfully, she really wanted to ask if Chen Fong currently had a girlfriend, but she feared that asking such a question might displease him. Chen Fong, naturally, had no clue about her little inner thoughts. Seeing she had nothing to say, he simply handed her the remote control. Come on, let's go inside and take a look. With that, he opened the door of the Lamborghini Veneno and got in. Goodness gracious, the godlike man is inviting me inside with him. Could it be he also has feelings for me? Taking the remote, Shin Mingyao's heart began fluttering wildly. Suppressing her joy as best she could, she pressed the button to open the gate, then skipped lightly over and settled into the driver's seat. A short while later, the Lamborghini parked neatly in the villa's private garage. As soon as they stepped out, both began looking around them. The swimming pool, greenery, lawn, pavilions, everything was arranged with exquisite taste, truly resembling a fairyland. When Chen Fong and Shin Mingyao opened the main door and entered the grand hall of the villa, they were even more profoundly shocked. Goodness gracious, this is way too luxurious. Shin Mingyao gasped, mouth agape, completely disbelief etched across her face. Shin Mingyao wasn't some girl who had never seen a villa before, but a place as extravagantly lavish as this? She'd never encountered anything like it in her entire life. Even the ground floor lobby soared to a height of no less than 10 meters. Adorned in pure European style, every piece, the sofa, lighting fixtures, potted plants, floor tiles, was from internationally renowned luxury brands. Just by looking, one could feel an overwhelming sense of prestige. Shin Mingyao guessed that this villa must undoubtedly be the most luxurious one in Huaihai Courtyard. And honestly, she wasn't wrong at all. Chen Feng's villa was twice as large in area compared to the others. Moreover, villa number 95 was the crown jewel of Huaihai Courtyard. Number 95, symbolizing the supreme sovereignty, derived from the ancient term 95. In olden times, such a title would have been reserved exclusively for royalty. As for the value of this property, it was naturally incomparable to any other villa. In Shenzhen, where every inch of land came at a premium, the conservative estimate placed it at no less than 1 billion RMB, likely over 10. After touring the entire place, both of them were thoroughly worn out. Lying back on the genuine leather sofa, Chen Fong couldn't help but marvel. This house is gorgeous, sure, but it's just way too big. And somehow, it feels like something's missing. Missing? What's missing? Shin Mingyao, massaging Chen Feng's shoulders as she spoke, asked curiously. In her opinion, a villa so luxuriously appointed should lack for nothing. What else could be missing? It's missing human presence. Chen Fong chuckled in reply. Living alone in such a massive house, I actually get a bit scared sometimes. And this wasn't Chen Fong exaggerating at all. His villa boasted well over 10 bedrooms. One could imagine how eerie it might feel at night. Shin Mingyao froze momentarily, suddenly realizing Chen Fong made perfect sense. After a brief silence, she spoke softly, cheeks turning slightly pink. Then, what if I move in to keep you company? Immediately after saying it, however, she regretted her words. After all, she'd only just met Chen Fong, uttering something so forward so soon. She was terribly afraid he might now think of her as an unprincipled woman. Wait, you're serious? Hearing this, Chen Fong instantly perked up. He quickly sat upright on the sofa, leaning his head close to hers. But aren't you afraid I might do certain things to you? It would be a lie to say he wasn't attracted to such a beautiful girl. I don't know. Meeting Chen Feng's slightly intense gaze, Shin Mingyao panicked immediately. Lowering her head, her eyes darted away nervously. She'd spoken purely on impulse, blurting out a fleeting thought from her heart. But then again, was it not natural? Faced with a rich, handsome, elite man like Chen Fong, how could a girl not develop feelings? Wasn't there a recent internet meme going around? Question, what kind of man is the most attractive? Answer, a man who drives a Ferrari with one hand. Given Chen Feng's status, it wasn't just about driving a Ferrari with one hand. He could easily drive a Lamborghini, a Bugatti Veyron, or a Rolls-Royce. What couldn't he drive? I'm currently in need of a driver. Would you be willing to help me out? Chen Feng's lips curled into a slight smirk as he asked Shin Mingyao. In his mind, he was now an almighty billionaire. Wasn't it too low-key for someone like him to drive himself? Besides, Shin Mingyao was not only beautiful but also had an amazing figure. Having her drive for him sounded quite appealing. A driver? Shin Mingyao couldn't help but feel a bit disappointed upon hearing those words. Just as she was about to say something, Chen Fong spoke again. I'll pay you 500,000 per month. 500,000. She had been about to refuse, but at those words, she nearly bit her own tongue in shock. What did 500,000 mean? Even in a first-tier city like Shenzhen, the average white-collar worker would be lucky to make 10 or 20,000 a month. As a car model at the auto show center, she earned just over 10,000. Now Chen Fong was offering 500,000 outright. Who wouldn't be stunned? Snapping back to reality, she immediately nodded eagerly. I'm in. A driver was still a job. Who knows? Maybe one day she'd be promoted to something more. Hee, that's a good girl. Chen Fong chuckled and reached out, gently pinching Shin Mingyao's cheek. Not bad. Her skin actually felt really nice. Goodness gracious. Is this what they call a domineering CEO from the romance novels? Feeling the warmth from Chen Feng's hand, Shin Mingyao's heart thumped wildly, nearly leaping out of her chest. Honestly, she didn't mind his teasing gesture at all. In fact, she found it strangely thrilling. Chapter 14, Be My Personal Butler. By the way, you're already working under me. As for what to call me, just address me as master. Yes, master. Don't you think we should find a servant for your villa? Shin Mingyao snapped back to reality and said to Chen Fong. You're right. We really do need to hire someone. Chen Fong looked around and fully agreed with Shin Mingyao's suggestion. But this house is quite large. Surely one servant won't be enough. That's right. We'll definitely need a high-quality butler too. With that thought, Chen Fong immediately picked up his phone and started browsing job recruitment websites. However, after searching extensively, he couldn't find anyone satisfactory. Some were too old, others were just plain unattractive. Seeing Chen Fong frowning, Shin Mingyao leaned in close, peering at his phone. Master, there seems to be a talent ranking list in the upper left corner. Why not check it out? Oh, you're right. Chen Fong murmured in surprise and tapped into it. Su Mayu, 24 years old, the website's only 9-star talent, holds a PhD in economic management from Harvard University in Milian State. Huang Chu, 23 years old, top-tier 8-star talent, holds a PhD in hotel management from Cambridge University in the Sunless Empire. Xiao Yuqing, 23 years old, top-tier 8-star talent, holds a PhD in traditional Chinese medicine from South China Medical University. Zhao Haidang, 24 years old, top-tier 7-star talent, graduated from New Oriental Culinary Academy, formerly head chef at a 6-star hotel in Magic City. Guan Feifei, 23 years old, top-tier 6-star talent, graduated from Imperial Capital Aviation College, previously worked at Eastern Airlines. These 10-odd people all seem pretty impressive. Looking at the profiles and photos on his phone, Chen Feng's eyes lit up instantly. Especially this girl Su Mayu, a PhD in economic management. She'd more than suffice as a butler. After careful consideration, Chen Fong made his decision immediately. He quickly found their contact information and dialed straight away. Hello, is this Su Moyu? Chen Feng's first call was directly to Su Moyu. This was a doctorate holder in economic management. Just the academic credential alone could intimidate most people. Not to mention she was also exceptionally beautiful. He absolutely had to secure her. This is she. Who is this? Su Moyu, who was shopping with her best friend, slightly furrowed her brow upon receiving Chen Feng's call. She didn't recall giving her number to any strange man. My name is Chen Fong. I just saw your resume on 58.com. Chen Fong didn't beat around the bush and got straight to the point. Oh, I see. Upon hearing this, Su Moyu suddenly remembered and smiled as she asked, Mr. Chen, are you calling about a job opportunity? Yes, exactly. I'd like you to become my personal butler. What do you think? My personal butler? Hearing these words, Su Moyu instantly felt offended and indignant. Crazy person. I'm not interested. With that, she prepared to hang up. She strongly suspected that Chen Fong on the other end might have ulterior motives toward her. Chen Fong had actually anticipated this reaction. Before Su Moyu could end the call, he quickly said, Don't rush to refuse. I can offer you a monthly salary of. I already said I'm not interested. Are you deaf? Su Moyu interrupted sharply. I suggest you save your breath. I, Su Moyu, am not that kind of person. Cough cough. Chen Fong hadn't expected this girl to be so firm. After clearing his throat twice, he calmly continued. I can give you 5 million per month. 5 million? Even if it were 50 million, I wouldn't. Just as Su Moyu was about to hang up, her finger froze midair. She couldn't believe what she'd heard and hesitantly asked. Why, you said how much? 5 million. A faint smile curved Chen Feng's lips as he casually replied. He guessed Su Moyu must have been swayed by his offered salary. 5 million. Hearing Chen Fong confirm it, Su Moyu gasped involuntarily. Moyu, what 5 million are you talking about? Her friend standing beside her, noticing Su Moyu's shocked expression, couldn't help but ask. Someone says they'll give me a 5 million monthly salary. What? 5 million? Oh my god, really? Are you serious? Upon hearing this, her friend also lost her composure instantly. Forget 5 million. Even 50,000 was more than she'd ever seen in her entire life. I don't know either. Shaking her head, Su Moyu pointed at her phone and asked, Should I ask him? Do I need to teach you that? Ask him now. Clearly, Su Moyu's friend seemed even more excited than Su Moyu herself. Mr. Chen, I'd like to ask, was what you just said about the 5 million monthly salary true? Su Moyu didn't waste any time and asked Chen Fong directly. Of course it's true. Chen Fong had clearly overheard their conversation and promptly replied with a smile. As long as your performance meets my expectations, your bonus might even exceed that number. Bonus 2. To be honest, Su Moyu was genuinely tempted. But then she remembered something and couldn't help frowning as she asked, Mr. Chen, if I may ask, if I agree to become your personal butler, what exactly would I need to do? This was the question Su Moyu cared about most. Though the salary Chen Fong offered was indeed tempting, she still had her own dishant. Hearing this, her best friend standing beside her immediately grew anxious. Come on, Moyu, we're talking about a 5 million monthly salary here. Why do you need to ask so many questions? In her mind, this was a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. Even if the other party did have ulterior motives, a 5 million salary would still make it worthwhile. But Su Moyu ignored her friend completely, silently waiting for Chen Feng's response. One thing was certain. If Chen Feng's answer didn't satisfy her, she would hang up without hesitation. Compared to money, she valued her principles far more. What do you need to do? Chen Feng paused in thought for a moment before saying, It's very simple. You'll just need to help me manage daily life affairs. That's all. Of course. What else did you expect? Cough cough. Su Moyu cleared her throat twice, finally letting out a breath of relief. Alright, if it's only that, then I accept. Now that she thought about it, perhaps he really didn't have any other intentions toward her. I'm good. Just report to Huaihai Villa number 95 the day after tomorrow morning. Since he still needed to go to overseas Chinese town with Qin Yu and the others over the next 2 days, he set the date for the day after. Having secured Su Moyu, Chen Fong wasted no time and immediately made another call. The process was somewhat bumpy, but the result left him extremely satisfied. In less than 3 minutes, Huang Chu-Chu, PhD in hotel management, was also secured. Actually, this was quite normal. After all, Chen Feng's offer was simply too hard to refuse. Following the same approach, within about half an hour, every single remaining candidate fell prey to Chen Feng's financial temptation. Chapter 15. Michelin 3-star restaurants don't accept takeout orders. With everything settled, Chen Feng couldn't help but feel a bit smug. The people he had hired were absolute goddesses in the eyes of ordinary folks. Yet here, they were merely his butlers and maids. What man wouldn't envy such a difference? Snapping back to reality, he turned to Shin Mingyao and asked, Hey, are you hungry? A little. Shin Mingyao replied shyly, nodding slightly. Alright then, what would you like to eat? Chen Fong opened a food delivery app and casually handed the phone to Shin Mingyao. However, much to his frustration, after waiting for a long while, she still hadn't placed an order. What's wrong? Can't find anything you want to eat? Shin Mingyao nodded again. I'm just not sure what I feel like eating. How about this? I'll order then. In the past, Chen Fong might have been just as clueless as Shin Mingyao about what to pick. But of course, it wasn't that he didn't know what he wanted. He simply couldn't afford it. The things he truly craved were just too expensive. Recalling how protagonists in novels always dined at Michelin 3-star restaurants, Chen Fong suddenly made up his mind. Yet after searching through the entire delivery app, he found no listings for any Michelin 3-star restaurants. What the hell? Why aren't there any Michelin 3-star options? Slightly annoyed, Chen Fong muttered under his breath. Hearing his whisper, Shin Mingyao chuckled and said, Michelin 3-star restaurants only accept reservations for dine-in. They don't do takeout. Oh really? Chen Fong finally understood, but he wasn't about to give up so easily. He looked at Shin Mingyao and said, Then do you want to try it? I'd love to, but, of course, Shin Mingyao wanted to go, yet with her modest salary, she'd never dared. True, quite a few wealthy young men had invited her before, but she had always refused them. Great, that's all that matters. Before Shin Mingyao could finish speaking, Chen Fong cut her off. No takeout. He refused to believe there was anything money couldn't solve. Without further ado, he quickly found the contact information for a Michelin 3-star restaurant online and dialed the number immediately. Hello, this is Deep City Michelin 3-star restaurant. How may I assist you? Soon, a pleasant female voice came through from the other end. Hi, I'd like to place a takeout order with you. Chen Fong didn't beat around the bush and got straight to the point. I'm sorry, sir, but we don't accept takeout orders. If you wish to dine with us. From her tone, one could sense a hint of disdain. Actually, this was perfectly understandable. Their Michelin 3-star establishment was a world-renowned high-end dining destination. Even in a first-tier city like Deep City, there were only 3 such restaurants. Those who came to eat here were typically either extremely wealthy or highly influential. Even those elite patrons still had to follow their rules and make reservations well in advance. And now, here was someone calling to request takeout. Wasn't that degrading the status of their restaurant? She already felt generous not hanging up on him right away. But Chen Fong paid no mind. He interrupted her directly. I might be ordering tens of thousands worth of food. Are you sure you want to turn me down? If he decided today to eat at a Michelin 3-star restaurant, he absolutely wouldn't back down. Reservations? What nonsense was that? Oh, how much? Hearing Chen Feng's words, the woman on the line was instantly startled. I said I'm ordering tens of thousands worth of food. If you can't deliver, fine, I'll just take my business elsewhere. No, wait. Let me get our manager right away. Please hold on a moment. Although they were the prestigious Michelin 3-star, their daily revenue was barely in the tens of thousands. Now this customer was casually talking about spending tens of thousands in a single order. If she messed this up, she'd definitely get fired. Not daring to waste another second. After giving Chen Fong a quick apology, she rushed off to fetch the manager. When the restaurant's manager learned of the situation, he hurried over at once. Hello, sir. This is Lu Wei, manager of Michelin 3-star restaurant. May I confirm, are you seriously planning to order tens of thousands worth of food? This was clearly a major client, so Lu Wei spoke with exceptional politeness. That's correct. Chen Fong nodded, then added with a smile. But I heard your restaurant doesn't offer takeout. Lu Wei coughed awkwardly twice, then quickly switched to a flattering smile. Well, technically, that rule does exist, but rules are rigid, while people are flexible. For ordinary customers, it's absolutely impossible. But for a distinguished guest like yourself, providing takeout service would be our greatest honor. It had to be said, for someone to reach the position of manager at a Michelin 3-star restaurant, Lu Wei's nerve really wasn't ordinary. Alright then, if that's the case, just bring me one of every signature dish your restaurant has. After hearing this, Chen Fong couldn't help but find it somewhat amusing. Even Shun Mingyao beside him, upon hearing Lu Wei's words, couldn't help but curl her lips slightly in disbelief. Really? That's wonderful. At these words, Lu Wei nearly jumped for joy. He also secretly gave himself credit for his quick thinking and adaptability. Of course, just have someone deliver it to Unit 95, Huaihai Villas. With that, Chen Fong hung up the phone. What he didn't know was that his final remark caused Lu Wei to suck in a sharp breath. As the manager of a Michelin 3-star restaurant, Lu Wei considered himself well-versed in the ways of the world. Whoever lived in Huaihai Villas was certainly no ordinary person, and especially the crown jewel of Huaihai Villas. Not daring to waste another second, the moment he put down the phone, he quickly instructed his staff to make the necessary arrangements. Half an hour passed, and finally, the doorbell to the villa rang. Chen Fong immediately checked the closed-circuit television and saw 2 foreigners standing outside, pushing a serving cart. A man and a woman, both dressed in the specially tailored uniforms of Michelin 3-star chefs. The man appeared older, and judging by the white hat on his head, he was undoubtedly the head chef. As for the woman standing beside him, blonde, blue-eyed, and strikingly beautiful. Though her chef's uniform was loose-fitting, it couldn't hide her exceptional figure. Even compared to Shun Mingyao, she seemed to lose nothing in appearance or charm. Chapter 16, this is basically slapping them in the face. Chef Charlie, I think Manager Lu has really gone too far. Alice, who had been waiting outside, complained with an annoyed expression. What do you mean? Asked Chef Charlie. Humph. Alice snorted coldly before continuing. We're Michelin 3-star chefs for heaven's sake, and now we're actually delivering takeout for some Chinese guy? Doesn't he know company policy? I think this is clearly meant to humiliate us. It's dragging down the entire restaurant's reputation. It wasn't hard to tell that Alice was deeply dissatisfied with Lu Wei's arrangement. Well, you're not entirely wrong. Chef Charlie replied with a sigh. Truthfully, he felt the same as Alice. This felt like Lu Wei was deliberately targeting them. After all, elite chefs like themselves carried immense pride. Delivering takeout? This was practically spitting in their faces. But then again, Lu Wei was the manager. What could they do but swallow their resentment for now? As they whispered among themselves, Chen Fong used the remote control to open the villa's main gate. Seeing the gate swing open, they instantly stopped talking. Led by Charlie, they pushed the serving cart inside. Phew, this place is way too luxurious. The moment they stepped into the courtyard, they were immediately awestruck by the surroundings. Though both were Michelin 3-star chefs living in high-end villas in the city, compared to this place, theirs might as well have been slums. Chef Charlie, how much must a villa like this cost? Alice gasped, turning to Charlie, whose jaw was equally dropped. No idea, but certainly no less than 100 million USD. 100 million. Alice knew she earned only $10,000 a month. Even if she lived without spending a cent, it would still take her 1,000 years to afford such a villa. Hearing Charlie's estimate, Alice nearly stumbled and fell over. It could even be more than that. Charlie said quietly, his inner shock no less than Alice's. They'd originally assumed this delivery was meant to humiliate them. But now, it seemed clear it wasn't anything like they imagined. Being entrusted to serve someone of such status was hardly an honor anyone could claim. Realizing this, Charlie instantly straightened his posture and demeanor. After a brief silence, he whispered sternly to Alice. Alice, listen carefully from now on. Don't say anything careless. Don't upset whoever's inside. Understood? Yes, I understand. Alice nodded vigorously, fully aware of the gravity of the situation. Soon, the two reached the entrance of the villa. Earlier, after pressing the button outside the yard, Chen Fong had also unlocked the main door. They knocked briefly and then wheeled the cart inside. Just as expected, the interior was even more extravagant than the exterior. If not for the cart anchoring them to reality, they might have fainted from sheer awe. Suppressing their astonishment as best they could, they lifted their eyes toward the sofa. There sat a strikingly handsome man and a beautiful woman, looking at them with warm and friendly expressions. "Hello, we're Michelin 3-star chefs. You can just call me Charlie." Charlie introduced himself, then gestured to Alice. "This is Alice, another head chef at our restaurant. Hello to you both. We're honored to serve you today." Though Alice's Chinese wasn't perfect, she managed to convey her meaning clearly. Hello to you too." Chen Fong nodded, standing up from the sofa while gently pulling Shun Mingyao up beside him. He smiled at Alice and said, "Well then, we'll be relying on you two today." "Not at all. It's our pleasure." Alice quickly replied before Charlie could speak, adding with slight embarrassment. As she spoke, a faint blush crept across her cheeks. Even Charlie, standing nearby, couldn't help but glance at her several times. In his memory, Alice had always been a proud little princess. For her to say something so humble, it truly surprised him. Otherwise, he wouldn't have bothered warning her earlier not to speak recklessly. But how could he possibly know? No matter how proud Alice was, at the end of the day, she was still just a young woman. For her to respond coherently in front of someone as stunningly handsome as Chen Fong, that was already impressive enough. Snapping back to focus, Chef Charlie guided Alice over to the dining table nearby. Despite its size, the large table was completely filled with dishes. Once Chen Fong and Shin Mingyao took their seats, Charlie began introducing each dish one by one. Oyster shards, chilled oysters, lemon crystal ice, caviar on iced ray fish, and so on. One had to admit, the Michelin 3-star reputation was truly well-deserved. The dishes were so exquisite they nearly made Chen Fong and Shin Mingyao drool. Standing nearby, Alice stared intently at Chen Fong without blinking. She'd seen plenty of Chinese men before, and many had pursued her. But a man as strikingly handsome as Chen Fong? This was her first time encountering someone like him. Without even realizing it, she found herself completely captivated. Seeing this, Chef Charlie felt utterly speechless. Cough cough. He cleared his throat twice, then immediately interrupted. "Alice, why haven't you poured wine for our esteemed guests yet?" Oh right. She couldn't believe she'd let herself be mesmerized by a Chinese man like this. Flustered, she quickly picked up a bottle of 1982 Lafite. First, she decanted it properly, then carefully poured a glass each for Chen Fong and Shin Mingyao. Sitting quietly to the side, Shin Mingyao had naturally noticed Alice's awkward behavior. Truthfully, she felt an intense sense of pressure emanating from Alice. At this moment, she couldn't help but worry whether Chen Fong might develop some feelings toward her. As for Chen Fong himself, the center of attention, he remained remarkably calm. The moment the dishes arrived, he started eating without hesitation. By the time they were almost finished, half an hour had passed. During that time, Alice had been exceptionally attentive toward Chen Fong. Even Charlie, who had known her for years, felt as though Alice had become a completely different person. In his mind, Alice would never stoop to serving another man like this. Yet her actions now completely shattered his understanding of her. Chapter 17. My God, billionaires are simply terrifying. Esteemed guests, we are truly honored to have served you today. After collecting the trays, Charlie bowed deeply alongside Alice before Chen Fong and his companion. "Hee, the dishes at your restaurant are indeed excellent," said Chen Fong with a pleased smile, smacking his lips. "And I'm also very satisfied with your service." "We're glad you're satisfied." With that, Charlie handed Chen Fong a bill. "Here is the invoice for your meal. Please take a look. 660,000 in total." After glancing at the bill, Chen Fong couldn't help but inwardly marvel. Michelin 3-star restaurants really aren't just ordinarily expensive. Back when he was poor, such an amount would have been unimaginable. Of course, Chen Fong only thought this fleetingly. He certainly wasn't short of money now. Casually pulling out his black card, he handed it to Chef Charlie. "Charge it all. Make it 700,000. The extra 40,000 can be your tip." He was quite pleased with Charlie and Alice's performance today. "Really? That's incredibly generous of you." Upon hearing Chen Feng's words, Charlie's face instantly lit up with joy. 40,000 yuan. That was no small sum. Even as a 9-star chef, he couldn't help but feel excited. He had seen wealthy guests before, but someone as extravagantly generous as Chen Fong? This was truly his first time. Any lingering resentment he'd felt earlier had long since vanished. Inwardly, he even gave a silent thumbs up to Lu Wei's decision. As for Alice standing beside him, she stood frozen in place. It wasn't Chen Feng's generosity that stunned her, it was the credit card in Charlie's hand. After what seemed like an eternity, she finally pointed at it shakily and stammered. "Tia, is that the Huaya Bank Black Card?" Oh my god, though not quite on par with the American Express Centurion Black Card, the Huaya Bank Black Card was still a powerful status symbol abroad. She had only ever heard legends about this card. She never imagined she'd actually see one with her own eyes. Hearing Alice's exclamation, Chef Charlie took a closer look at the card himself. One glance was enough to nearly make his hands tremble so badly he might drop the card. Oh my god, it really is. Unavoidable. This was his first time seeing it too. Ahem ahem. Noticing their reactions, Chen Fong coughed twice lightly. Internally, he couldn't help thinking, asterisk, what's the big deal? It's just a black card. Why are they making such a fuss? Asterisk. These foreigners. Why do they seem so much like country bumpkins? Hearing Chen Feng's cough, Charlie quickly regained his composure. He flashed an apologetic smile toward Chen Fong, then began swiping the card with trembling hands. The way he handled it so carefully, you'd think he feared breaking the card with too much pressure. Beep. Your transaction of 700,000 yuan has been processed successfully. Reward of 70 million yuan has been credited to your Huaya bank account. Please check your balance. Right after the payment went through, the system's voice rang inside Chen Feng's mind. The next second, a bank notification SMS arrived. Dear Mr. Chen Fong, on July 2nd at 16:23, 70 million yuan was successfully deposited into your Huaya bank account ending in 5987. Current balance, 13,780,604,688.9 yuan. Truth be told, Chen Fong had already become numb to such numbers. Even though 70 million yuan had just landed in his account moments ago, not a single ripple stirred in his heart. Yet, to Alice and the others, his reaction was nothing short of shocking. To them, someone who could casually spend 700,000 on a single meal without blinking an eye, such a person must be one in a million. After completing the transaction, Chef Charlie respectfully returned the card. At that moment, Chen Feng's phone rang. It was from the auto show. The luxury cars he had purchased had just been delivered to the gate of his villa. After hanging up, Chen Fong stood up and walked out. Seeing this, Alice and the others followed despite being puzzled. But the moment they saw row after row of brand new supercars driving into Chen Feng's garage, their jaws dropped in shock. Oh my god, this is absolutely unbelievable. Charlie felt dizzy, unable to believe what he was seeing. Could it be that Chen Fong had bought the entire auto exhibition? Standing beside him, Alice wasn't faring any better. Her cherry red lips were gaping wide open, looking as if they could fit an egg. No, they had seen rich car enthusiasts before. But someone buying luxury vehicles in bulk like this? They had never even heard of such a thing. Honestly speaking, this scene completely shattered their understanding of what it meant to be wealthy. By now, time had quietly advanced to around 6 o'clock in the afternoon. I have something to attend to tonight. Are you heading home or what? Me? I still need to stop by the auto show to collect my paycheck. Alright then, you stay and watch the house. Chen Fong nodded with a smile. You can take any car you want later. I'll head out first. With that, he stepped out of the villa. Chen Fong wasn't the least bit worried that Shin Mingyao might steal one of his cars and run off. After all, in his mind, any intelligent woman would know better than to commit such a foolish act, giving up a huge fortune for a petty gain. Chapter 18, The Ultimate Show-Off, Chen Xiaoguan. After leaving the villa, Chen Fong first wandered around the garage. To be honest, he was momentarily overwhelmed with choice. After all, there were simply too many luxury cars. Rolls-Royce Phantom? No way, that's far too flashy. Ferrari LaFerrari? Nope, that one feels too ostentatious. It had to be said, having too many options could really give you a headache. After considerable deliberation, Chen Fong finally settled on the fiery red Lamborghini. He sped off in a rush, driving straight out of Huaihai residence. Half an hour later, Chen Fong arrived at an industrial park. This was where he used to rent a place, a location near his former factory, only a few hundred meters away. Due to the surrounding industrial zone, rents here were significantly lower than in other parts of the city. Chen Fong planned to return to his old rental apartment for now. After all, quite a few of his personal belongings were still there. As the sky began to darken, Chen Fong casually parked the car in an available spot. He had rented a room in an old-style apartment building. Although somewhat run down, the place had decent geographical advantages. For convenience and maximum profit, the landlord rented out the entire floor. Given Chen Feng's previous income, renting an entire floor by himself would have been impossible. There had been 5 tenants total, 3 men and 2 women, all employees from nearby factories. Apart from sharing the living room and bathroom, each person had their own private bedroom. Splitting costs this way, each paid only 600 yuan per month. Compared to elsewhere in Shenzhen, the rent here was already very affordable. When Chen Fong opened the front door and walked into the living room, he found that 3 of the 4 roommates had already returned, 2 men and 1 woman. The woman was cooking in the kitchen, while the other 2 men sat on the sofa watching TV. Hey Fong, you're back. Why didn't I see you at work today? The speaker was Chen Xiaoguan, who, even at home, still wore his white dress shirt, always striving to look presentable and proper. He worked at the same factory as Chen Fong, though they held different positions. Because of his status as a technician, Chen carried an unearned sense of superiority and rarely bothered speaking to someone like Chen Fong, a regular laborer. Everyone in the factory already knew how Chen Fong had been publicly humiliated by Lin Xiaoping yesterday. Chen's question clearly wasn't genuine. It reeked of ill intent. In the past, such blatant sarcasm would have earned an instant, sharp retort from Chen Fong. But now, he couldn't even be bothered. Talking to someone like this felt beneath him. Without a word, he grabbed a stool and sat down, turning his attention to the TV. Whoa Fong, what the hell is this attitude? Seeing that Chen Fong dared to ignore him, Chen immediately flared up. I was actually thinking about recommending you for our technical department, but with this kind of attitude, guess my kindness is just wasted on dogs. In his mind, Chen Fong was nothing more than a lowly laborer. What right did he have to act so arrogant? Heh. Upon hearing this, Chen Fong let out a cold, sarcastic laugh. Show off never changes. Chen Xiaoguan often spouted these exact lines just to flaunt his perceived superiority in front of the other roommates. At first, Chen Fong had actually believed him, buying Chen water and cigarettes multiple times. Later, he realized, this guy was only pretending to help so he could feed his own ego. If Chen Fong still fell for this nonsense now, he'd truly be a fool. What are you laughing at? Chen's pride was immediately wounded by Chen Feng's mocking chuckle. Nothing. Chen Fong replied indifferently, shrugging slightly. My current job is great. No need for your concern. Job's great. How could that be? Weren't you just? Chen suddenly cut himself off. He had meant to mock Chen Fong, revealing that he already knew Chen had been fired would make him look bad in front of the others. Just then, Han Su, sitting nearby, chimed in. Chen Fong, I think Xiaoguan has a point. If he got you into the technical department, you'd be making close to 10,000 a month. He's genuinely trying to help you, and yet your attitude is downright disheartening. Han Su was from the same hometown as Chen Xiaoguan and naturally sided with him. After speaking, he shot Chen Fong a disdainful look. In his eyes, someone like Chen Fong, with his limited education and background, would never earn 10,000 a month in his entire life. Yeah, who says otherwise? Hearing Han Su's support, Chen Xiaoguan smugly smirked. If he doesn't appreciate it, fine by me. His loss. By the way, tomorrow I'm getting my bonus, about 30,000. How about I treat everyone to dinner? Holy shit, Xiaoguan, you're awesome. Hearing Chen Xiaoguan's words, Han Su immediately stood up from the sofa, his face brimming with envy as he said, You're actually getting a 30,000 bonus? Man, if I don't take full advantage of this dinner, I'd be robbing myself. Heh. Chen Xiaoguan chuckled. Go ahead, knock yourselves out. It's just 30,000, pocket change for me. You guys can pick whatever place you want. Ah, no way we're deciding. Let's wait for each to come back and choose. Just then, Wang Yin stepped out of the kitchen, laughing teasingly. They all knew perfectly well that Chen Xiaoquan had been desperately chasing after their roommate Xia Yiqing lately. So smitten, he practically lost his appetite. Wang Yan's remark was clearly loaded with implication. Come on, stop making fun of me already. Chen Xiaoquan blushed slightly, quickly changing the subject. By the way, Yinzi, how's that black chicken soup you were supposed to stew for Yiqing turning out? Relax, it'll definitely satisfy Yiqing. After saying this, Wang Yin winked playfully at Chen Xiaoquan. How about I stew some tiger testicle soup for you too, little Cohen? Might come in handy later. Get out of here. Me and Yiqing haven't even gotten started yet. Chen Xiaoquan retorted, then quickly added. Besides, my body's in perfect shape. I can definitely satisfy her without any problem. Though he said it aloud with confidence, deep down, the thought had indeed crossed his mind. After all, considering Xia Yiqing's stunning figure and beauty, if he actually managed to win her over, he wasn't entirely sure he could deliver. Clang. Just then, the front door suddenly burst open. A mature woman walked in, around 23 or 24 years old, tall and shapely in a sky blue dress, her exquisite features radiating an almost otherworldly grace. Honestly, she was by far the most breathtaking woman Chen Fong had ever seen. The moment Xia Yiqing stepped inside, she glared furiously at Chen Xiaoquan and snapped. Chen Xiaoquan, I suggest you watch your mouth from now on. Clearly, she had overheard that last comment of his. Chapter 19. Is a broken-down Audi A6 really that impressive? Yiqing? I. Chen Xiaoquan was caught off guard, stammering and completely flustered. All that arrogance he had shown earlier in front of Chen Fong had completely vanished. What, Yiqing? How many times have I told you not to call me that? Xia Yiqing snapped angrily, shooting him a look of clear disdain. With her figure and looks, she could have any man she wanted. Why would she ever settle for someone like Chen Xiaoquan? If you counted all the men who had chased after her over the years, they'd probably stretch for dozens of miles. Of course she'd be furious at him saying something like that. Chen Xiaoquan grew even more awkward, suddenly unsure how to address her. Then remembering something, he quickly changed the subject with a fawning tone. I've already stewed some black chicken soup for you. Want to try some? Without waiting for Xia Yiqing's reply, he dashed into the kitchen. Clattering pots and pans later, he emerged holding a steaming bowl full of soup. He blew gently around the rim of the bowl, then cheerfully offered it to Xia Yiqing. Drink slowly, it's hot. At this moment, he looked exactly like an obsequious lapdog. Not only did Chen Fong think so, but both Chen Su and Wang Yin shared the same opinion. A short while later, Chen Xiaoquan reappeared carrying a plate of sliced apples, walking over while still smiling ingratiatingly. Yiqing, these are the ones I picked this morning. I'm not in the mood. You eat them yourself. Xia Yiqing coldly interrupted before he could finish. She turned without another word and walked straight toward her room, glancing, almost imperceptibly, in Chen Feng's direction as she passed. Honestly speaking, if she had to choose between Chen Xiaoquan and Chen Fong, she would pick Chen Fong without hesitation. Not for any deep reason, simply because Chen Fong was far better looking than Chen Xiaoquan. Of course, this was assuming she didn't consider anything else. Based on what she knew about Chen Fong, aside from his appearance, every other factor made a relationship between them impossible. Things like cars, houses, money. If Chen Fong had those things, maybe. Xia Yiqing shook her head, immediately pushing such unrealistic thoughts out of her mind. What she didn't realize, however, was that her brief glance toward Chen Fong just now had sparked something in him. Chen Fong understood clearly that women like Xia Yiqing were extremely rational in everything they did. The fact that she'd remained single all these years proved that beyond a doubt. In the past, Chen Fong would never have considered pursuing her, because he knew it was hopeless. But now, he was 100% confident he could win Xia Yiqing over. Seeing her disappear into her room, Chen Xiaoquan rushed after her with the plate in hand. But before he could get close, the door to her room slammed shut with a loud bang. Though they all lived under the same roof, getting inside Xia Yiqing's room was harder than making the sun rise in the west. Receiving such a public rejection, Chen Xiaoquan's face darkened. Trying to save face, he forced a smile onto his face and called toward the closed door. Yiqing, it's okay. If you're tired, just rest early. If you get hungry later, just call me. I'll cook something fresh right away. After shouting this, he immediately turned the TV volume to mute, as if afraid of disturbing her. Truly, a lapdog like him had reached a level few could match. Seeing there was no more drama to watch, Chen Fong stood up and prepared to return to his room to pack. But just then, Chen Xiaoquan stepped in front of him, eyes blazing with anger. Fengzi, I'm warning you, stay away from Yiqing from now on, or I won't go easy on you. Obviously, he had noticed Xia Yiqing's glance toward Chen Fong earlier. Even though he didn't believe she'd actually developed feelings for Chen Fong, it still irritated him. And after being humiliated moments ago, he unleashed his fury directly at Chen Fong. Chen Fong sneered lightly, regarding him with an amused expression. What if I say no? You dare? Hearing Chen Fong talk back like that, Chen Xiaoquan exploded. His eyes bloodshot, he pointed at Chen Fong and roared. You jobless trash, you dare challenge me? Want me to have someone beat you to a pulp in minutes? Yet Chen Fong remained incredibly calm. Anytime, I'm ready. After uttering these 4 words indifferently, he shoved Chen Xiaoquan aside and walked toward his room. To be honest, someone like Chen Xiaoquan wasn't even worth Chen Feng's attention now, given his current status. But if Chen Xiaoquan really had no idea of his own limitations and dared to provoke him, then Chen Fong would definitely show him exactly why the flowers are so red. Damn it. Staring at Chen Feng's retreating back, Chen Xiaoquan slammed his fist onto the coffee table. Did he actually want to beat Chen Fong up right now? Well, he wouldn't even dare say it out loud. It'd just make him a laughingstock. He simply didn't have the courage. What could he do? Chen Fong was at least half a head taller than him. There was no way he could win in a fight. All he could do now was silently swear to himself that he'd find time to teach Chen Fong a lesson. As for Chen Fong, he didn't give Chen Xiaoquan a second thought. Originally, he had planned to pack up and leave tonight, but now he had other ideas. So Chen Xiaoquan wanted to play the desperate lapdog? Fine. Chen Fong would show him what lapdog ends up with nothing truly meant. With a mocking snort, he lay down on his bed and fell straight asleep. The next morning, after washing up, Chen Fong strolled downstairs. He hadn't forgotten. he still needed to pick up Qin Yu and the others from Shenzhen University today. Whether by coincidence or not, he spotted Xia Yuqing waiting by the roadside nearby, hailing a taxi. It was Sunday. After all, Xia Yuqing had already made plans with her girlfriends to go out. Just then, a brand new Audi A6 pulled up right in front of her. Chen Fong knew perfectly well. This car belonged to Chen Xiaoquan. Sure enough, the next second, Chen Xiaoquan stuck his head out of the window. Yuqing, where are you headed? Want a ride? As he spoke, Chen Xiaoquan deliberately glanced over at Chen Fong, as if taunting. You loser, want to challenge me? You got a fancy car like this. Little did he know, to Chen Fong, that smug, Taotian look was nothing more than the act of a complete fool. A broken-down Audi A6, really that impressive? Chapter 20. His car is definitely rented. Idiot. Chen Fong sneered, flipping Chen Xiaoquan the middle finger. Without waiting for Chen Xiaoquan to react, he turned and walked straight toward where he had parked his car. Chen Xiaoquan felt annoyed, but this wasn't the time to argue with Chen Fong. He opened the passenger door and waited for Xia Yuqing to get in. Virum, virum, virum. Suddenly, a deep roaring sound echoed through the air. Moments later, a fiery red supercar pulled up behind the Audi. Drawn by the noise, everyone immediately turned to look. Holy crap, that car. It's absolutely stunning. When Chen Xiaoquan got a clear view of the vehicle behind them, his mouth dropped open in shock. At the same time, envy surged within him. Compared to that car, his old Audi was simply incomparable. It really is beautiful. Isn't that a supercar? Asked Han Su from the back seat, agreeing wholeheartedly with Chen Xiaoquan. TSK, this thing must cost several million at least. So jealous. Wang Yin said with admiration, wishing she could be sitting inside that car instead. Several million? Good heavens, that's way too expensive. How many years would I have to work just to afford one? Hearing Wang Yin mention several million, Han Su nearly bit his own tongue in shock. After all, he only earned 8,000 yuan per month. Even if he saved every penny without spending on food or drink, it would still take decades. Several million? Chen Xiaoquan snorted disdainfully, speaking like an expert. Guys, don't say I didn't warn you. This is a Lamborghini Veneno, market price no less than 80 or 90 million. And even in our city of Shenzhen, there are definitely fewer than 10 in circulation. Although the car wasn't his, he couldn't resist showing off his knowledge in front of his friends. As expected, upon hearing Chen Xiaoquan's explanation, both Han Su and Wang Yin immediately wore expressions of awe. What could they do? They just didn't know as much as Chen Xiaoquan did. To be precise, there are only 3 such cars in all of Shenzhen. At that moment, Xia Yuqing, who hadn't spoken until now, finally chimed in. Clearly, her eyes were also filled with longing and admiration. My God, really? That powerful? A car worth 80 or 90 million being driven around so casually. Aren't they afraid of damaging it? You don't get it. Someone who can afford a car like this wouldn't care about repair costs. That's true. I'm so envious. Xiaoquan, maybe we should move aside for them? If we accidentally hit it. Han Su suddenly thought of something and quickly urged Chen Xiaoquan. Han Su's right. If we did scratch it, wouldn't we end up bankrupt paying for damages? Wang Yin quickly added. Yeah, I'll pull forward a bit then. Chen Xiaoquan nodded, agreeing their reasoning made sense. Just as he was about to start moving the car forward, he noticed Xia Yuqing walking directly toward the Lamborghini Veneno. Yuqing. Seeing this, Chen Xiaoquan looked utterly bewildered, unsure what she intended to do. But soon enough, he watched Xia Yuqing take out her phone and begin striking poses around the supercar. Her exquisite face, shapely figure, and seductive movements. From a short distance away, Chen Xiaoquan and the others were completely mesmerized. No doubt about it, beauty and luxury, the perfect match. Inside the supercar, Chen Fong watched even more intently. He hadn't expected Xia Yuqing to come over and take selfies. Suppressing the stirrings in his heart, Chen Fong casually swung open the car door. Hey, miss, done taking pictures? I'm in a hurry. Why you're Chen Fong? Taking photos. Xia Yuqing instinctively lowered her phone upon hearing the voice. But when she recognized who it was, her cherry-red lips parted into a perfect O. And she wasn't alone. Chen Xiaoquan and the others standing nearby wore the same ghost-stricken expressions. Honestly, not even in their wildest dreams would they have imagined Chen Fong stepping out of such a luxury vehicle. In their minds, Chen Fong was nothing more than an ordinary blue-collar worker. Who else would it be? Chen Fong smirked faintly at Xia Yuqing, half smiling. Why you this? Alright, I've got things to do. Talk another time. With that, Chen Fong slammed the door shut and climbed back inside. Unlike Chen Xiaoquan, he wasn't some desperate admirer. Though Xia Yuqing was indeed a rare beauty, he'd never lower himself to chase after anyone. Unless, vroom, a thunderous engine roar exploded through the air as the supercar sped away. Standing there, Xia Yuqing remained dazed for a long while before finally snapping back to reality. Truth be told, this was the first time she'd ever been ignored by a man. While she felt annoyed that Chen Fong had no appreciation for beauty, she also developed a strong curiosity about him. As for Chen Xiaoquan and the others standing not far away, they simply refused to believe what they had just witnessed. Rented. It's definitely rented. Chen Xiaoquan shouted loudly, staring in the direction Chen Fong had left, utterly convinced. Before this, he'd always felt superior in front of Chen Fong. Just last night, he'd looked down on Chen Fong. Now, being overshadowed in front of Xia Yuqing like this, how could he possibly accept it? Yeah, I think Xiaoquan is right. How could someone like Chen Fong afford such an expensive car? Just a lowly factory worker, renting a car this pricey just to show off? Doesn't he fear going bankrupt paying for damages? I bet he saw that Xiaoquan owns a car, and he couldn't stand it. Exactly. I hope he crashes the moment he drives out. Let's see how arrogant he'll be then. It had to be said, that brief scene had deeply shocked Han Su and Wang Yin as well. After hearing Chen Xiaoquan's explanation, they immediately found it extremely reasonable. Right now, probably only Xia Yuqing held a different opinion from theirs. In her view, Chen Feng's car must have cost at least 80 or 90 million. How could an ordinary person even afford to rent such a vehicle? Moreover, with such an expensive car, would any rental company casually lend it out? Though these thoughts crossed her mind, she chose not to speak them aloud. At this moment, she felt genuinely upset. Chen Fong hadn't invited her into the car. To her, regardless of whether Chen Fong had bought or rented the car, wouldn't it have been natural for him to invite a beautiful woman like her to ride along? Actually, her thinking was quite normal. After all, she had never once been ignored by a man. Men like Chen Xiaoquan, who groveled and flattered her, were common enough. Otherwise, how could she remain so arrogant? Today, Chen Feng's move truly made her question her own charm, just slightly. Humph, so you think you can act all cool and aloof, Chen Fong? Xia Yuqing couldn't help but sneer coldly, secretly making a vow inside her heart. Just you wait. One day, I'll make you realize exactly how captivating I really am. Chapter 21. The Confessions of Two Toads. Regardless of what Xia Yuqing and the others thought, Chen Fong had no way of knowing. Speeding all the way, Chen Fong soon drove his car to the entrance of Shun City University. Since it was the weekend, many students were coming and going through the school gate. According to school rules, private vehicles weren't allowed inside campus. Chen Fong looked around before finally parking his car on the roadside nearby. Wow, look, a supercar. Uffed, so what if it's a supercar? Big deal. How many luxury cars do we see parked here every day? You don't know anything. Compared to this car, those other clunkers are complete trash. No way, are you serious? Seriously, don't you recognize it? That's a Lamborghini Veneno, worth at least 80 or 90 million. Minimum. My god, really? That's insanely expensive. TSK, someone driving here clearly has bad intentions. Probably here to take one of our female students as a kept woman. Hey, didn't you hear? 2 out of the 4 campus beauties have already been taken in by rich old men. Now only Zhao Shuer and Qin Yu remain. Tell me about it. I just hope these last 2 can resist temptation. As soon as Chen Fong parked, he instantly drew the attention of passing students. No wonder, it was impossible not to notice a car this flashy. After parking, Chen Fong stepped out of the vehicle. My goodness, this young man is too handsome. He's so hot. Our campus heartthrob is nothing compared to him. Total garbage. Wah, I want his contact info so badly. I wonder if he has a girlfriend. Get real. A guy like that would never look at an average girl like you. Exactly. I think only our 2 beauties, Zhao Shuer and Qin Yu, are worthy of him. I'm crushing hard. A man who's both rich and gorgeous. Love at first sight. Undeniably, Chen Feng's appearance immediately sent the female students into fits of infatuation. Even male students couldn't help feeling gloomy upon seeing him step out from such a luxurious car. As for Chen Fong himself, he paid them no mind. He took out his phone and made a call right away. Hey bro, did you arrive yet? The moment the call connected, Qin Yu's voice came from the other end. Yeah, I'm already at your school gate, Chen Fong confirmed. Got it. I'll come out with Shuer right away. Shortly after, 2 stunning figures emerged from within Shun City University. Wow, is that Zhao Shuer and Qin Yu? My god, they look absolutely stunning today. Look how dressed up they are. They must be going on a date. Oh my god, Senior Shuer actually smiled at me just now. Bullshit. With your looks? No way Senior Shuer would even glance at you. Fine, keep Shuer for yourselves. I'm claiming Junior Qin Yu then. The arrival of Zhao Shuer and Qin Yu was like dropping a pebble into a pond, immediately causing a splash. Even boys who were there with their girlfriends found their eyes drifting toward the pair from time to time. Of course, such behavior quickly sparked complaints from their irritated partners. Puffed. So they're pretty, but sooner or later they'll end up being kept too. Exactly. Look at Xin Xin and Xiao Qing, both already taken by old men. These 2 won't last much longer either. Indeed, there will always be sour grapes in this world. Don't you know that senior brothers Zhou Ruoheo and Zhou Ruochuan are currently pursuing them? No way. Why would senior Zhou Ruoheo and the others be interested in them? It's true. Yesterday, I saw senior Zhou Ruochuan go to the girls' dormitory building to confess to Qin Yu. Oh my god, senior Zhou is my ultimate crush. This can't be happening. Though Zhao Shuer and Qin Yu were generally low-key, as public figures on campus their names were never absent from gossip. As for the mentioned seniors Zhou Ruoheo and Zhou Ruochuan, they were also well-known celebrities within the university. Besides having powerful family backgrounds and good looks, they were also recognized as top academic achievers. While the campus had plenty of second-generation rich kids, none could truly rival these 2. Thus, the brother duo became idols worshipped by countless female students. Now hearing this devastating news, their jealousy toward Qin Yu and Zhao Shuer intensified even further. Xiao Yu, did Zhou Ruochuan really confess to you? Though the murmurs weren't loud, Zhao Shuer and Qin Yu still overheard. Yeah, seriously, so annoying. Qin Yu pouted, clearly annoyed. Whatever, let's not talk about him. He gives me zero vibes anyway. I don't even know who started calling them the campus heartthrobs. They're not half as handsome as my brother. I think so too. Hearing this, Zhao Shuer nodded in complete agreement. Hey, look at you, Miss Lovestruck, Qin Yu teased with a chuckle. Anyway, big sis Shuer, I went out of my way to get this chance for you. Don't mess it up, okay? Don't worry, just wait for me to make you call me sister-in-law. Laughing and chatting, the 2 quickly arrived at the school gate. But just as they were scanning for Chen Fong, 2 Ferrari convertibles suddenly pulled up right in front of them, blocking their path. Because the cars were open-top, they immediately recognized the arrivals, none other than the Zhou brothers, Zhou Ruoheo and Zhou Ruochuan. Inside their sports cars were layers upon layers of red roses. No way, are they going to confess? How romantic, supercars, handsome guys, roses. I'm so jealous. Oh mine, this is just heartbreaking. Senior Shuer, please hold strong. The scene instantly drew attention from students passing by. Anyone could see it. The Zhou brothers were about to make their confessions to Qin Yu and Zhao Shuer. Just as everyone expected, the next moment, Zhou Ruoheo and Zhou Ruochuan stepped out of their Ferraris, each holding a bouquet of roses. Shuer, I like you. Will you be my girlfriend? Xiao Yu, I like you. Will you be my girlfriend? Each raised his bouquet toward the girls, gazing at them with deep affection. In their minds, such a romantic gesture was guaranteed to win the girls' hearts. The onlookers immediately caught on, chanting in unison, say yes, say yes, say yes. Admittedly, this turn of events had taken Qin Yu and Zhao Shuer completely by surprise. They were both flustered and embarrassed. Yeah right, say yes? 2 damn toads like them thinking they can snag girlfriends like Shuer. Just as Zhao Shuer and Qin Yu stood there at a loss, a loud, mocking voice suddenly cut through the air, shattering the mood. Chapter 22. Want to be the hero who saves the beauty? Whoa, who's this? Trying to play hero and save the damsel in distress. TSK TSK TSK. Someone actually dares to talk to Zhou Yuan and his gang like that. As this voice rang out, everyone turned to look. They were all curious to see who would dare show such disrespect to Zhou Yuan and his group. Huh, this guy doesn't seem to be from our school. You're right, he is a stranger. But damn, he's so hot. He is good looking, no doubt, but what? Don't tell me you're going to say he's not as handsome as you. Do I look that shallow? I was just thinking, this handsome guy dares to talk back to the Zhou brothers like this. Doesn't he fear getting himself into serious trouble? Exactly. This brother gets it. You guys need to understand. Zhou Yuan's family runs a real estate company. They've got plenty of hired thugs. So, you know what that means. Good grief, is this guy completely done for? The moment everyone laid eyes on Chen Fong, they were instantly captivated by his striking looks. But quickly after, their admiration turned into concern for him. After all, the Zhou brothers weren't people anyone could just provoke. Fong Gij. Brother. At that very moment, Zhao Shuer and Qin Yu immediately recognized the newcomer and hurried over to Chen Fong, jogging up to him. Seeing the slightly disheveled expressions on the two girls, Chen Fong immediately felt a surge of anger rising within him. He had naturally heard the students' chatter moments earlier, but in his eyes, these were just a couple of rich second-generation brats, hardly someone he needed to fear. He gently ruffled both girls' hair first. Then, he slowly turned, fixing Zhou Yuan and his brother with a cold, icy stare. One piece of advice, stay away from Shuer and the others from now on. Otherwise, don't blame me for being ruthless. This wasn't Chen Fong trying to show off. If these two dared to step out of line, he would make good on his word, no hesitation. Whoa, this dude's way too arrogant. So full of himself. I wonder where he gets the nerve to speak to the Zhou brothers like that. What else could it be? He's obviously trying to show off in front of the pretty girls. Haha, I bet he has no idea who the Zhou brothers really are. They're untouchable. Man, showing off will get you struck by lightning. When the crowd heard Chen Feng's threatening words, they all wore expressions of utter disdain. It was understandable. Among them, the Zhou brothers were regarded as absolute figures you never messed with. And now here was someone openly throwing down the gauntlet? Clearly, he was signing his own death warrant. Fong Gij, let's go quickly. Realizing the danger, Zhao Shuer panicked and pulled at Chen Feng's arm, trying to drag him away. Honestly, she didn't believe Chen Fong could possibly stand up to the Zhou brothers. From what she knew, Chen Fong was just an ordinary working-class guy. How could he possibly take on wealthy heirs like them? Yeah, brother, let's leave now. Beside her, Qin Yu quickly chimed in. Fine. Seeing the anxious looks on the two girls' faces, Chen Fong decided not to escalate things, for their sake, and began turning to leave. But just as they were about to walk away, Zhou Yuan suddenly spoke up. Kid, did I ever say you could leave? With that, he casually pulled a cigarette from his pocket, lit it, took a deep drag, and blew out a perfect smoke ring. That's right. You've disrespected us brothers today. You're not walking away that easily. Beside him, Zhou face was dark with fury. The affectionate way Zhao Shuer had called Chen Fong Gij moments ago had driven him into a jealous rage. If they just let Chen Fong leave like this, where would that leave their pride? Humph. Chen Fong scoffed, then slowly turned around, locking them with a single piercing glance. So what do you want? Though his tone was casual, those present couldn't help but shiver at the underlying chill in his voice. Especially the Zhou brothers. The instant their eyes met Chen Feng's gaze, they staggered backward, nearly falling to the ground. For some inexplicable reason, they felt like prey caught in a predator's sights, heart-pounding, breath-catching. What they didn't realize was that this was the legendary aura of dominance, the overwhelming presence of someone born to command. Wow, so cool. That was the shared thought running through every girl's mind at that moment. Why you? The Zhou brothers stammered, utterly flustered, unable to string together a complete sentence for several long seconds. What you? If nothing else, I'm leaving. Chen Fong shrugged, then took hold of Zhao Shuer and Qin Yu's hands, calmly leading them away. Whoa, is he seriously this powerful? In love. I'm absolutely stunned. He's so cool. I'm officially his fan from now on. Zhou Yuan, step aside, both of you. You're right. Zhou and his brother are just pathetic. No kidding. I actually thought they were tough, but look at them. Can't even say a word when it matters. Not that they can't speak. It's obvious they were terrified by that guy's aura. Hey, don't even talk about it. I swear I almost pissed myself just now. That senior brother's eyes were seriously terrifying. Hearing the murmurs around them, the faces of the Zhou brothers had turned as dark as the bottom of a pot. Brother, we've got to teach that bastard a serious lesson. I'm so damn angry. Zhou Yuan glared at Chen Feng's retreating figure and growled through clenched teeth at Zhou. Yeah, I'll call brother about right away. Zhou nodded. As rich second-generation heirs, when had they ever suffered such humiliation? He immediately pulled out his phone to call someone to deal with Chen Fong. Brother, wait a second. But at that moment, Zhou Yuan spoke up, stopping him. What? Wait for what? Zhou was confused, not understanding what Zhou Yuan meant. Just look over there. Zhou Yuan didn't explain. Instead, he pointed in the direction Chen Fong and the others had walked off. GHH. Is that a Lamborghini Veneno? When Zhou clearly saw what lay in that direction, he sucked in a sharp breath. Brother, I think we should just drop this. That guy? We're nowhere near strong enough to mess with him. Seeing his older brother's shocked expression, Zhou Yuan sighed bitterly. Damn, never thought we'd end up kicking a solid iron block. Zhou snapped back to reality and could only sigh in resignation. What was a Lamborghini Veneno? It was a supercar worth nearly 100 million yuan. Who in their right mind would buy one unless their family was worth tens or even hundreds of billions? Sure, both of their families ran real estate companies, but combined, their wealth was barely around 1 billion yuan, and none of it was technically under their names yet. Was it really worth risking everything over two girls, picking a fight with someone like Chen Fong, a man of such staggering wealth and power? They weren't stupid. If they couldn't win, it was better to back down. When compared to life and safety, pride was something they could still choose to let go. Chapter 23. Don't tell me you bought a rundown minivan? Wow, Is that a Lamborghini Veneno? My god, that guy must be crazy rich. No wonder he's so cocky. He's even richer than Zhou Ruoheo and them. So handsome and so wealthy. Does he even leave any hope for the rest of us? The scene not far away naturally caught the attention of the onlookers present. They never expected that Chen Fong actually had real grounds to stand up to someone like Zhou Ruoheo. You don't think Zhao Shuer and Qin Yu are both being kept by him, do you? How could that be? Didn't you just hear Qin Yu call him brother? What kind of brother? Lover brother. You might have a point there. A lover is still a brother, technically. Sigh. I'm so jealous of them. Being supported by such a good-looking young man. As usual with bystanders, nobody minded making things more dramatic, chattering endlessly with wild guesses. Brother, where are we going? Shouldn't we take a taxi? Qin Yu, being led by Chen Fong, asked in surprise. A taxi? What for? I drove here. Drove? Qin Yu froze, then asked curiously. Brother, did you buy a car? Yeah, yesterday. Chen Fong nodded. No way. Brother Fong, did you really win the lottery? Zhao Shuer couldn't help herself and chimed in. Of course. Otherwise, how could I have afforded those gifts for you the other night? Chen Fong had no intention of revealing the system. He could only use the lottery excuse for now. Goodness, brother, how much did you even win? Qin Yu stared at him, shocked, then teased playfully. You didn't buy some beat-up old minivan, did you? Of course not. Chen Fong rolled his eyes and pointed toward the red Lamborghini Veneno nearby, grinning. See that? The red one over there. Are you kidding me, brother? That's a supercar. Clearly, Qin Yu refused to believe him. And she wasn't alone. Zhao Shuer standing beside her felt the same. They knew Chen Fong too well. Even buying a single wheel from a sports car would probably have been beyond him. Plus, that vehicle clearly cost a fortune. Even if Chen Fong claimed he'd won big, they still wouldn't have bought it. Well, do you like it? Chen Fong didn't bother explaining further. He simply smiled at Qin Yu and asked, who wouldn't like a sports car? But, no buts. Chen Fong cut her off, pulling out a key and handing it to her. Here, that car's yours. What? Seriously? Qin Yu stared at the key in disbelief. Don't want it? Fine by me. Chen Fong moved to pull the key back. No, brother. I believe you, okay? Seeing her brother wasn't joking, Qin Yu immediately switched to hesitant belief. She snatched the key from his hand and pressed the button. The next second, the supercar actually beeped twice. Oh my god, brother. That car is really yours. Qin Yu nearly lost control of her emotions. Beside her, Zhao Shuer stood utterly dumbfounded, jaw practically hitting the floor. Seeing their reactions, Chen Fong couldn't help but smirk. Well, told you I wasn't lying. Brother, you're the best. Unable to contain herself, Qin Yu planted a quick kiss on Chen Feng's cheek before sprinting toward the supercar. This girl. Watching her excitement, Chen Fong shook his head with a smile. Grabbing the still-dazed Zhao Shuer, he quickly followed after. Hey, brother, this car only has 2 seats. How are we supposed to fit? After opening the door and inspecting the interior, Qin Yu frowned. Chen Fong coughed awkwardly, his face turning slightly red. Truth be told, if Qin Yu hadn't mentioned it, he wouldn't have thought about that either. After a moment's thought, he said, how about you and Shuer take this car, and I'll have another one delivered. What? Brother Fong, you have another car too? Zhao Shuer almost stumbled in shock. Goodness, brother, how much money did you even win? Are you buying cars in bulk now? Never mind that. Chen Fong sighed, exasperated. He didn't want to dwell on it. Just tell me, are you okay with it or not? If not, go ahead and take a taxi. As if I'd do that. This car is mine now. Qin Yu waved the keys proudly, pouting smugly. Chen Fong gave up arguing. Pulling out his phone, he immediately called Shen Mingyao. At that very moment, Zhou Ruoheo and his younger brother, who had been watching Chen Feng's group intently, immediately noticed what was happening over there. Brother, that guy seems to be making a call. Do you think he's calling for backup to deal with us? Zhou Ruochuan turned his head towards Zhou Ruoheo, asking nervously. I'm not sure, but it's very likely. Zhou Ruoheo's expression grew heavy as well. Should we call Brother Bao then? With someone so rich, do you really think mere Brother Bao can handle him? Then what should we do? In my opinion, there's only one solution now. Zhou Ruoheo paused dramatically before continuing. We go and apologize to him, admit our mistakes, and beg for his forgiveness. Brother, are you serious? Zhou Ruochuan looked utterly incredulous. In all his life, when had he ever apologized to anyone? If you want to go, go by yourself. I'd rather die than do it. Are you stupid? Hearing this, Zhou Ruoheo snapped in frustration, almost exasperated at his brother's stubbornness. If we don't go now and something happens later, even our family might not dare protect us. Is it really that serious? Then, okay, fine. After hearing those words, Zhou Ruochuan was instantly terrified into submission. Fine, whatever, so much for pride. Humiliation could wait. Meanwhile, Chen Fong, deep in conversation with Shen Mingyao, remained completely unaware of the unfolding drama. After finishing his instructions to Shen Mingyao, he hung up the phone. Xiaoyu, maybe you and Shuer should head off first. I can wait here alone. Concerned that the girls might get bored waiting, Chen Fong suggested gently. Keep in mind, Shen Mingyao was currently at Huaihai Villa. It would take at least half an hour for her to arrive. No, it's fine, Fingage, we'll wait with you. Zhao Shuer, finally getting some precious time with Chen Fong, absolutely refused to leave. Qin Yu understood Zhao Shuer's feelings perfectly and had no objections. Alright then, how about we go somewhere nearby? Chen Fong nodded and began preparing to lead them to a nearby milk tea shop to sit and wait. But before he could finish speaking, he spotted Zhou Ruoheo and his brother sprinting straight toward them. Chapter 24, Did I Cause Trouble? Where are Zhou Ruoheo and his brother off to? Judging by the direction they're running, it looks like they're heading toward Qin Yu's group. No way. Are they seriously going to beat up that guy? That's actually possible. After all, he just humiliated them in front of everyone. Looks like we're about to see a show. Rich people fighting in public. Sounds thrilling. The departure of Zhou Ruoheo and his brother instantly drew the attention of the onlookers. In their eyes, Chen Fong had already shown no mercy to the Zhous earlier, so naturally, they assumed the two were now rushing off to seek revenge. Such a spectacle was simply too good to miss. After much excited chatter, the crowd quickly followed in the direction of Chen Feng's group. Brother, what are they doing? Chen Yu asked nervously as she watched the scene unfold. Maybe we should call the police. Zhao Shueter panicked, pulling out her phone. But at that moment, Chen Fong stopped her, speaking with a faintly amused tone. No need to call the police. They're not here to cause trouble. Just then, Zhou Ruoheo and his brother arrived right before Chen Fong and the others. They bowed deeply to the three of them, then said sorry 3 times in succession. This sudden move completely stunned Zhao Shueter and Chen Yu. They'd expected these two to come looking for a fight, but this? Oh my god, what's happening here? Seriously? I just bought my sunflower seeds and peanuts, and this is what you give me. Have Zhou Ruoheo and his brother gone crazy? Actually apologizing? What the hell? I can't believe my eyes, this is insane. Damn, who exactly is this guy to make Zhou Ruoheo apologize like this? I'm done. This dude is definitely someone we shouldn't even think about messing with. The surrounding onlookers stood frozen, their expressions blank as if they'd seen a ghost. None of them had ever witnessed Zhou Ruoheo and his brother apologize to anyone. Today was truly an eye-opener. Only Chen Fong remained calm, watching the scene with mild indifference. Because he knew precisely what his Lamborghini Veneno meant to the likes of Zhou Ruoheo. Alright then, Chen Fong said casually, smirking slightly, I forgive you. But remember, stay away from Shueter and the others next time. Got it, got it. The Zhous didn't dare argue, nodding fervently. Get lost. Chen Fong waved his hand dismissively, as if shooing away flies. Though humiliated, the two brothers secretly breathed a sigh of relief. Without lingering any longer, they disappeared in a flash. Seeing that the drama had ended, the disappointed crowd slowly dispersed. Wow, brother, you were so cool just now. Chen Yu bounced right in front of Chen Fong, giving him a thumbs up. Haha, nothing special. Chen Fong laughed heartily. After his laughter subsided, he turned toward Zhao Shueter with a teasing tone. Shueter, tell me, was I cool just now? Huh? She froze, completely unprepared for the question. It took her a long while before she finally nodded shyly. Half an hour later. No way, a new Ferrari LaFerrari? Incredible. Did our school just become a parking lot for supercars? Look, it's a girl driving. She's stunning. If she enrolled here, she'd instantly be campus queen. Dear God, her figure is unreal. I'm about to start nosebleeding. Shen Mingyao's arrival immediately drew all the students' attention. They never imagined that after one hotshot arriving in a luxury car, another would follow. This time a breathtakingly beautiful woman in an equally expensive vehicle. Yet Shen Mingyao paid them no mind, glancing around until her eyes landed on Chen Fong waving at her from not far away. Brother, could the person you were waiting for be her? Chen Yu stared incredulously at Shen Mingyao as she drove closer, turning to Chen Fong in disbelief. Zhao Shueter, standing beside her, subtly leaned in to listen. Honestly, seeing such a gorgeous beauty made her heart sink with sudden pressure. She believed her own looks weren't inferior at all, but when it came to body proportions, she couldn't help but feel intimidated. Yeah, she's my newly hired driver from yesterday. Chen Fong replied with a nod, offering no further explanation. Oh my god, brother. That car of hers, is it yours too? Chen Yu wore a look of pure shock. She truly hadn't expected Shen Mingyao to be Chen Feng's driver. Suddenly recalling something, she turned to Chen Fong with a sly, half smile and said, Brother, you hired such a stunning beauty as your driver. Don't tell me you have some ulterior motive? What nonsense are you spouting? Do I seem like that kind of person? Chen Fong hadn't expected Chen Yu to ask such a question, and immediately shot back in defense. Standing nearby, Zhao Shueter breathed a quiet sigh of relief upon hearing Chen Feng's response. At that moment, Shen Mingyao had already driven up. The moment she stepped out, she went straight to Chen Fong and called him respectfully, Master. Master? When Zhao Shueter and Chen Yu heard this term of address, their mouths dropped open in astonishment. Admittedly, such a title was incredibly easy to misinterpret in their eyes. After regaining their senses, both girls turned their gazes toward Chen Fong. Cough cough. Chen Fong cleared his throat twice, then, chuckling awkwardly, quickly changed the subject. Alright, let's get going. We don't want to be late and end up waiting in line. Who's riding with me? Humph. Chen Yu gave a cold snort. Ignoring Chen Fong completely, she grabbed the still-dazed Zhao Shueter and climbed straight into the Lamborghini Veneno. Master, did I cause trouble? Shen Mingyao asked quietly, gazing at the retreating figures of Chen Yu and Zhao Shueter, her voice tinged with guilt. She hadn't done it on purpose. It had simply been an instinctive reaction. It's fine. Not your fault. Chen Fong replied, shaking his head gently and offering her reassurance. Truthfully, Chen Fong had anticipated something like this might happen in the future. Even if he himself had no intentions, others were bound to misunderstand. Then should I call you boss from now on? Shen Mingyao asked softly, lowering her head and biting her lip as she spoke. Clearly, she still felt troubled by her earlier slip-up. No need. Chen Fong waved it off, utterly unfazed. Chapter 25. My brother is Miss Shueter's husband. Eastern overseas Chinese town, located near Longshan in Shenzhen, covering an area of approximately 9 square kilometers. The scenic area consists of 5 sections: the Grand Canyon, Tea Valley, Cloud Sea Valley, themed hotels, and Tianlu mansions. It is also China's first world-class ecological tourism demonstration zone integrating leisure, sightseeing, outdoor sports, and vacation experiences into one destination. It could be said that every day, at the very least, several thousand tourists from home and abroad visit this place. Today's weather happened to be great, and since it was Sunday, the number of visitors was several times higher than usual. Chen Fong and the others sped along quickly and soon arrived near the overseas Chinese town. After parking the car, they walked over on foot. However, when they saw the dense crowd before them, they were immediately taken aback. They truly hadn't expected so many people to come to overseas Chinese town today. To be honest, they were seriously considering turning back. Brother, there are way too many people here. Chen Yu frowned slightly as she looked at the sea of people. Hee, not too bad. Chen Fong chuckled, reassuring her. Don't just look at how long the line seems outside. Once we're inside the scenic area, it won't feel so crowded. In his opinion, since they had already come all this way, leaving now would be such a shame. Fine then. Chen Yu pouted her pretty little lips, clearly unhappy. Come on, Xiao Yu, I think Fenggo is right. Seeing Qin Yu's expression, Zhao Shuer, as the future sister-in-law, naturally chimed in to comfort her. The scenic area is huge. The number of people inside won't feel overwhelming at all. Actually, Zhao Shuer shared Qin Feng's sentiment and thus agreed with his suggestion. As for Shen Mingyao, well, that went without saying. Wherever Qin Feng went, she would follow. On the way here, Qin Feng had already purchased tickets online. After giving the girls some instructions, he headed alone toward the ticketing office to collect them. Hey, you're Shen Mingyao, right? The moment Qin Feng left, Qin Yu turned to Shen Mingyao with a somewhat hostile tone. I suggest you keep your distance from my brother. He belongs to my Shuer sister. Qin Yu had long regarded Zhao Shuer as her future sister-in-law. Now that her older brother had suddenly brought another woman along, she felt compelled to stand up for Zhao Shuer. Zhao Shuer, upon hearing this, hurriedly tried to stop Qin Yu, her face reddening. Husband, Shen Mingyao blinked, then pursed her lips slightly. I never heard the master mention he was married. Besides, what does any of that have to do with me? I'm merely the master's driver, following his arrangements. If you have any issues, take them up with him. Shen Mingyao was no fresh-faced newcomer. How could she be intimidated by a mere student like Qin Yu? Her sharp reply left Qin Yu momentarily speechless. Oh, isn't that Mingyao? What a coincidence. Just as the atmosphere grew tense, a woman's voice suddenly rang out. Shen Mingyao and the others froze briefly, then turned in the direction of the voice. Soon, they saw a woman of average looks but dressed provocatively walking toward them. Guan shouting. Shen Mingyao's brows subtly furrowed. She hadn't expected to run into this woman here. Back when she worked as a car model, Guan shouting had bullied her more than once. Hee, Mingyao, you don't seem too happy to see me? Guan shouting smiled playfully. I heard you quit working at auto shows. Could it be that? Though she said it with a smile, anyone could detect the mockery in her tone. What's it to you? Can't I just decide not to be a car model anymore? Shen Mingyao shot back sharply, unwilling to show weakness. How can it not concern me? We used to be colleagues. Unexpectedly, instead of getting angry at the retort, Guan shouting remained cheerful and continued smiling. If you're currently unemployed, I could help introduce you to something suitable, she added, glancing at Qin Yu and Zhao Shuer. Of course, if your two friends need opportunities, I can help them too. For some reason, the three girls felt that Guan shouting's gaze toward them seemed a bit strange. No thanks, I've already found a job. Shen Mingyao rejected outright, without hesitation. And as for them, they're still students and don't need jobs, so there's no need for you to worry about it. Oh, so they're university students after all. Upon hearing Shen Mingyao mention that Qin Yu and Zhao Shuer were still enrolled students, Guan shouting's eyes lit up immediately. She cheerfully approached the two girls, wearing a wide smile as she said, Dear sisters, the job I'm offering is super easy, and you can earn at least this much every month. After saying that, Guan shouting proudly raised 5 fingers. How much? 5,000. Qin Yu curled her lips dismissively. She now owned a sports car. How could she possibly care about some mere 5,000 yuan a month job? At that rate, she'd probably earn less than what she'd spend on gas. Of course not. I meant 50,000. 50,000. Hearing that, Zhao Shuer instantly furrowed her brows. After pondering briefly, she cautiously asked Guan shouting, What kind of job are you talking about? 50,000 a month in Shunsheng was absolutely no small amount. Though still a student, she well understood that there was no such thing as a free lunch in this world. Beside them, Shen Mingyao's eyes subtly narrowed. She knew Guan shouting all too well. This woman was the type who wouldn't get out of bed unless there was profit involved. Now suddenly being so enthusiastic toward them, Shen Mingyao firmly believed there was a trick behind it. Hee, I can't say just yet, you'll find out soon enough. Guan shouting chuckled coyly, refusing to reveal more and instead playing mysterious. Just then, her phone rang. Hey, honey, did you get the tickets? The moment she answered, Guan shouting cooed sweetly into the phone. Standing nearby, Shen Mingyao and the others nearly broke out in goosebumps. Chapter 26. What exactly are they plotting? Shortly after Guan shouting hung up the phone, a middle-aged man approached them. He looked to be around 50 years old, with slick-back hair and dressed in an expensive suit. Clearly a successful man. Shouting, Who are these young ladies? When his eyes fell upon Shen Mingyao and the others, they immediately lit up. He stared at them up and down, as if he wanted to devour them alive. The girls instinctively frowned under his leering gaze. At that moment, Guan shouting pointed at Shen Mingyao and quickly introduced her to the man. This is my former colleague, Shen Mingyao. Then she gestured toward Qin Yu and Zhao Shuer. These two are Mengyao's friends. They're still in university. She emphasized the words still in university, making them especially clear. Still studying at university? That's wonderful. The middle-aged man's lustful gleam intensified the moment he heard those words. You beautiful ladies, how about we exchange WeChat? I'd love to take you out for a meal sometime. No thanks. Zhao Shuer and the others shook their heads outright, refusing politely but firmly. They weren't fools. This man clearly had ulterior motives. Though rejected, the middle-aged man didn't show any anger. Instead, he cast a quiet glance at Guan shouting, silent, yet loaded with meaning. As if saying, Asterisk your turn. Let's see what you can do, asterisk. Sure enough, Guan shouting understood the look perfectly. Hem. She cleared her throat twice before turning to Shen Mingyao and the others with a smile. Girls, do you know who this is? She was certain that once she revealed his identity, Qin Yu and the others would be shocked beyond words. Without waiting for their response, she proudly announced, This is Mr. Li Mingho, President Li, from TX Technologies. TX Technologies? Honestly, when Qin Yu and the others heard this name, they were genuinely stunned. TX Technologies was a household name across China. Many of their school's graduates currently work there, and Qin Yu herself had considered applying after graduation. After all, her major was software application and development. As for this President Li Mingho, however, none of them had ever heard of him. But that wasn't unusual. Even in large corporations like TX Technologies, most ordinary people could only recognize the names of top executives at best. Seeing the shocked expressions on the girls' faces, Li Mingho assumed it was due to his own fame, filling him with immense pride inside. Guan shouting seized the moment while the iron was hot. Didn't I say earlier I'd help you find jobs? So tell me, how does becoming President Li's companion sound as a position? With that, She smiled expectantly at Shun Mingyao and the others. Only now did Shun Mingyao and the rest finally understand exactly what this woman had been scheming. Agree to her offer? Absolutely not. Both Shun Mingyao and Zhao Shuer had already given their hearts to Chen Fong. To ask them to become mistresses to some old man like Li Mingho, only if the sun rose from the west. As for Qin Yu, the moment Guan Xiaoting turned her smiling face toward her, she exploded. Go to hell. You're freaking insane. Her sharp rebuke instantly wiped the confidence off both Guan Xiaoting's and Li Mingho's faces. They hadn't expected rejection, even after revealing Li Mingho's powerful identity. Darling this. Guan Xiaoting froze, bewildered by what had just happened. In her mind, weren't all women supposed to be just like her, willing to sacrifice everything for money? Beside her, Li Mingho's face had turned dark with fury. This was the first time anyone had dared reject him after learning who he was. He took a deep breath, then fixed his cold gaze back on Shun Mingyao and the others. His voice was icy. I'll give you one more chance. Think carefully before you speak again. You need to understand, I'm a senior executive at TX Technologies. Targeting a few college students like you wouldn't be difficult at all. There was no hiding the threat in his tone. To be honest, Qin Yu and Zhao Shuer were truly frightened now. Although they didn't know exactly what position Li Mingho held, they believed it. Yes, a high-ranking official at TX Technologies could easily make life miserable for a handful of undergraduates. Still, despite their fear, neither Qin Yu nor Zhao Shuer would back down. Their eyes locked onto Li Mingho defiantly. Though afraid, their voices remained firm. What you choose to do is your business, but we will never agree. After saying this, both girls wore expressions as if they were ready to face death. AI, why must you be like this? Seeing Li Mingho slapped in the face once again, Guan Xiaoting jumped out again. Such a good job. Where else are you going to find something like this? That's 50,000 yuan a month. Standing beside them, Shin Mingyao couldn't help but feel somewhat amused upon hearing that. She knew very well, Chen Fong was now the largest shareholder of TX Technologies. And here she was, shamelessly talking about 50,000 a month? Not to mention, Li Mingho had offended none other than her boss's younger sister and lover. At this rate, he'd be lucky not to end up in jail. Forget about keeping mistresses. Such a great job. Why don't you offer it to your own mother? Just then, Qin Feng's voice suddenly rang out. Hearing that voice, the girls instantly breathed a sigh of relief. Brother, you're finally back. In one swift leap, Qin Yu flung herself into Qin Feng's arms and began sobbing quietly. No wonder, what had just happened truly terrified her. Feeling Qin Yu tremble in his embrace, Qin Feng's handsome face instantly twisted with fury. His eyes narrowed as he roared at Li Mingho and Guan Xiaoting. Dare to bully my sister and my woman? You really have some nerve, doggone indeed. Hearing Qin Feng's ferocious roar, Li Mingho and the other involuntarily staggered backward several steps. Once they regained their composure, they immediately felt humiliated. Cough cough. Li Mingho cleared his throat twice, then immediately snapped at Chen Fong, trying to appear tough while inwardly shaken. You brat. I advise you to behave. I'm an executive at TX Technologies. You should know, crushing a nobody like you would take me less than a minute. As soon as Li Mingho finished speaking, Guan Xiaoting quickly chimed in. President Li is absolutely right. Kid, I suggest you shut up and make these girls accept President Li's offer. Who knows? If he's in a good mood, maybe he'll even throw you a few thousand yuan as a reward. In Guan Xiaoting's mind, Li Mingho was a high-ranking executive at TX Technologies. Crushing someone like Chen Fong using corporate power should be as easy as squashing an ant. Chapter 27. Are you teaching me how to do things? Whoa, what's going on over there? Why is everyone shouting so loudly? Not sure, but sounds like someone's about to start a fight. A fight here? Are they crazy? Don't they know they could get arrested and thrown in jail? Hey, you guys don't know the full story. Just now I vaguely heard that old man trying to forcibly keep those beautiful girls as his mistresses. What the hell? Seriously? How dare he be so brazen? No way, I've got to go check it out. Bro, wait up for me. Due to the commotion caused by Chen Fong and the others, a large crowd of onlookers quickly gathered. Whoa, so many pretty girls. No wonder that old bastard got dirty thoughts. They're absolutely stunning. Look at that guy over there too. He's so handsome. Looks like a movie star. You think this creep is trying to take his girlfriend away and make her his kept woman? That's totally possible. Look at how well dressed he is. Might be some big shot. Dude, if that's true, then both that young man and these beauties are screwed. When the onlookers finally got a clear look at Shun Mingyao and the other girls, their eyes lit up instantly. Seeing such a massive crowd closing in, Guan Xiaoting immediately panicked and tried to pull Li Mingho away. But at this moment, how could Li Mingho possibly care about anything else? As a high-ranking executive of TX Technologies, having just been publicly humiliated by a nobody like Chen Fong, how could he swallow such humiliation? He yanked his arm free from Guan Xiaoting, turned toward Chen Fong, and threatened coldly. Kid, have you thought it through yet? I'll ask you one last time. If you dare refuse, there will be consequences. In Li Mingho's eyes, Chen Fong and his group were already finished. Heh. But upon hearing this, Chen Fong couldn't help but sneer and casually remarked, just a mere executive from TX Technologies. Who gave you the guts to talk to me like that? Frankly speaking, Chen Fong didn't even consider this man worth noticing. So what if he was an executive at TX Technologies? Getting him fired would take nothing more than a minute. Holy crap. No wonder that old guy's acting so cocky. Turns out he's actually a TX Tech executive. This young man's got balls though. That guy's a big boss. Can't he just compromise a bit? Screw compromising. That bastard wants to turn his woman into a mistress. Who the hell can accept that? You dumbass. If he agreed, not only would those beauties become overnight celebrities, but even he'd live rich and easy. Sigh, it's such a shame. These girls are so gorgeous, but messing with a big shot from TX Tech? Not smart. Though Chen Fong sounded incredibly confident, most of the bystanders believed he was simply being reckless and hot-headed. The murmurs among the crowd weren't loud, but they still reached Li Mingho's ears. Listening in, Li Mingho felt a surge of pride. With a mocking smirk, he said to Chen Fong, "Oh really? You've got quite the mouth on you. Mere TX Tech executive, huh? Let me tell you. Believe me when I say that if you dare stay in Shenxing, crushing you will be easier than squashing an ant." "Oh really?" Chen Fong tilted his head with amusement and said sarcastically, Then let me ask you, do you believe that if I wanted you dead, it'd be even easier? Ha, have you lost your mind? Upon hearing this, Li Mingho froze for a second, then burst into laughter. Wanna kill me? Then go ahead and try. Seriously, he found Chen Feng's words utterly ridiculous. Who did he think he was? Li Mingho was no ordinary man. He was a top executive at TX Technologies, and Ma Yu's own brother-in-law. And now this nobody dared claim he could eliminate him effortlessly? Was he joking? As Li Mingho stared at Chen Fong like he was some lunatic, Chen Fong calmly pulled out his phone and dialed a number. Hello Ma, is this you? This is Chen Fong. Director Chen. It's an honor. What instructions do you have for me? Asked Ma Yu, who had been working in his office, now speaking with immediate respect upon recognizing the caller. Ma, I heard we have an executive at our company named Li Mingho. Is that correct? Chen Fong didn't beat around the bush and got straight to the point. Li Mingho. Ma Yu was momentarily stunned, unsure why Chen Fong was asking about him. After a brief pause, he hurriedly replied, yes, that's my brother-in-law. May I ask what business Director Chen has with him? Heh. Chen Fong chuckled coldly. So he's your brother-in-law, huh? No wonder he dares act so arrogantly. Director Chen, what exactly do you mean by that? Hearing Chen Feng's words, Ma Yu was instantly shocked and hastily asked over the phone. But Chen Fong had no intention of explaining. He simply said calmly, I'm giving you 1 day. You must have him fired and sent to jail by the end of today, otherwise. In Chen Feng's mind, merely firing Li Mingho would be letting him off too easily. Besides, this guy dared to openly keep mistresses. Who'd believe he wasn't embezzling? Director Chen, could there possibly be some misunderstanding? Ma Yu immediately panicked upon hearing this and tried pleading on Li Mingho's behalf. Why not let him go this once? Are you teaching me how to do things? Chen Fong narrowed his eyes and coldly replied, remember what I just said. Otherwise, you can pack your bags and get lost too. Got it? Why yes, got it. Ma Yu was thoroughly terrified now, quickly assuring into the phone. Don't worry, I'll handle everything exactly as you instructed. He wasn't stupid. Chen Fong was now the actual controller of TX Technologies, holding a massive 51% stake. Even himself, the company founder, was essentially just working for Chen Fong now. If Chen Fong really wanted him gone, there was absolutely nothing he could do about it. Moreover, Ma Yu knew all too well what kind of man his brother-in-law really was. Had Li Mingho offended an ordinary person, Ma Yu might have been able to use his position to suppress the issue. But this time, the one offended was Chen Fong. The fact that Chen Fong was willing to sacrifice Li Mingho instead of him already felt like a stroke of miraculous luck. Good. At least you know your place. With a cold chuckle, Chen Fong hung up the phone. Truthfully, Chen Fong didn't have any fondness for Ma Yu either. Countless games that poisoned youth, all created by that man. The only reason he hadn't fired Ma Yu along with Li Mingho earlier was because he still needed someone to take the fall later. Haha. Kid, you're really laying it on thick, aren't you? The moment Chen Fong hung up, Li Mingho burst into laughter. Ma General Manager? Did you just call Jack Ma from Alibaba or something? In Li Mingho's eyes, his brother-in-law held such a prestigious position, the chairman of TX Technologies. There was no way someone like Chen Fong, just a brash young punk, could order his brother-in-law around like a mere subordinate. He was saying it purely to mock Chen Fong. Chapter 28. You dare threaten me with your sister? Haha, this guy just cracked me up. I seriously doubt whether he graduated from the Central Academy of Drama. TSK. His acting is simply unbeatable. I almost believed him. I'm done. Like, how could anyone even get Ma Yu's phone number? That's not the point. The thing is, he lectured Ma Yu like scolding his own grandson. That's truly something. Hee. In China, there probably aren't many people who can lecture Ma Yu like that. Oh well, the world's a big forest, plenty of odd characters out there. Such a shame he's wasting such a good-looking face. Just as Li Mingho had thought, every onlooker around was convinced that Chen Feng's phone call had been nothing more than a performance. To be honest, even Zhao Shuer and Chen Yu standing beside him shared the same suspicion. But Chen Fong himself, the one at the center of it all, remained remarkably calm in the face of everyone's skepticism. He knew that soon enough, these people would have their doubts crushed by reality. Sure enough, the next second, Li Mingho's phone rang. Damn, could this brat have actually called my brother-in-law just now? When Li Mingho saw the caller ID, panic instantly flashed across his face. He murmured under his breath, no way, brother-in-law wouldn't call me unless it was something important. Thinking this, he quickly answered the call. Hey, brother-in-law, you looking for me? You damn idiot. What did you do to offend President Chen? You're nothing but a stupid pig. Before Li Mingho could finish speaking, a furious roar erupted from the other end. Brother-in-law, What? You're over 50 years old and still causing trouble everywhere. Ma Yu was already boiling mad the moment he heard Li Mingho's voice and started shouting again. Listen here, I'm firing you from the company right now. Fired. Hearing those words, Li Mingho completely lost his composure. Brother-in-law, you can't do this. If my sister finds out. What? You dare threaten me with your sister now? Ma Yu's tone turned icy cold, venom dripping from every word. Let me tell you this. I'm not only going to fire you, I'm sending you to prison. Don't think I don't know about all the dirty things you've done. No, brother-in-law. I'm your real brother-in-law. Honestly, Li Mingho was now truly terrified. He had worked so hard for this luxurious life. If he really ended up behind bars, everything would be ruined. Do you even realize who the hell you've offended this time? Ma Yu sneered coldly, utterly disgusted. Who? Li Mingho stammered, blurting out without thinking. Isn't he just some reckless kid? Reckless kid? You've got quite the nerve. Ma Yu let out a bitter laugh, full of disappointment. He's the new majority shareholder of our company, owns 51% of TX Tech. I'm literally working under him now. You idiot, don't blame me for being heartless. Just wait. Prison is coming your way. When Li Mingho heard Ma Yu's words, it was like a bolt of lightning striking his soul. His legs buckled, and he collapsed straight onto the ground. He never imagined, never even dreamed, that the young man standing before him was actually the new master of TX Technology. No, please, brother-in-law, don't abandon me. Brother-in-law. By the time he came to his senses and tried to plead further, Ma Yu had already hung up. Honey, what happened? Guan, shouting, standing nearby, became anxious at once and rushed over to help Li Mingho up. Get the hell away. Leave me alone. Li Mingho roared, turning violently on Guan, shouting, "You damn slut! If it weren't for you, I'd never have pissed off President Qin." President Qin? Guan shouting froze, utterly confused. Everything had been fine just moments ago. How did one phone call turn him into this wreck? The surrounding onlookers, witnessing this scene, were equally stunned and bewildered. And then, suddenly, everyone gasped in shock as they saw Li Mingho crawling, like a dog, toward Chen Fong and the others. What the hell is happening? Seriously? One phone call, and he turns into this. Guess he finally kicked a rock-hard iron plate. No way. Is he really that doomed? Isn't he an executive at TX Tech? So what if he's an executive? There are still people above him. If that's true, then doesn't that mean that young man's status is even more incredible? Good lord. I actually felt sorry for him earlier. Now I wonder, who exactly is he? No matter how we guess, one thing's certain. He's someone far beyond our reach. Ha ha ha. Now this is getting interesting. Looks like we're really in for a show. As the onlookers whispered among themselves, Li Mingho had already crawled over to Chen Fong and the others. Though the bystanders' comments were humiliating, this was his last chance. As for dignity, what was that worth anyway? Could it feed him? Bang, bang, bang. Without hesitation, he knocked his head against the ground 3 times right before Chen Fong and the others. Then, wearing a fake expression of deep remorse, he said, "President Qin, I was just being foolish earlier. Please, as a magnanimous man, don't hold my petty actions against me. Forgive me this once." In Li Mingho's mind, having gone this far, Chen Fong would surely forgive him. As for revenge later, he didn't even dare think about it. Not because of anything else, but because even his brother-in-law Ma Yu was now under Chen Feng's command. Yet, as it turned out, imagination was generous, but reality was brutally thin. Chen Fong slowly looked down at Li Mingho with an amused smirk. "Oh, weren't you just so arrogant a moment ago? What's going on now? You're an executive at TX Tech, the esteemed brother-in-law of Director Ma Yu himself. And I'm just an ordinary guy. How could I possibly have the standing to forgive you? Why not just crush me like an ant, like you said earlier? President Qin, I was wrong. I truly know I was wrong. Please forgive me." Hearing Chen Feng's words, Li Mingho nearly burst into tears. If Chen Fong was just an ordinary person, then what did that make him? "Brother, maybe we should just let it go?" Chen Yu whispered softly to Chen Fong. "Yeah, Fenga, I think we should just drop it." Zhao Shui'er quickly chimed in beside her. Honestly, even now, neither of them fully understood why Li Mingho, a high-ranking executive at TX Tech, had suddenly broken down like this. Worried that Chen Fong might get dragged into trouble, they hoped he would just back off. When Li Mingho heard the two girls' words, his eyes instantly lit up. In his mind, with their intervention, he was surely about to escape disaster. Chapter 29. This is seriously way too unfair. Is that so? Chen Fong narrowed his eyes and looked down at Li Mingho, studying him closely. After what seemed like an eternity, he said with a faint, almost mocking smile, "Since my sister and the others have already spoken, go ahead and slap yourself 10 times. At Chen Feng's words, Li Mingho nearly jumped for joy. "Yes, right away. I'll do it immediately." What was just 10 slaps? Compared to going to prison, it was nothing. "Master, 10 slaps is way too lenient for him. I think he should get at least 100. But just as Li Mingho excitedly raised his hand to begin, Shin Mingyao suddenly spoke up. Then, as if remembering something, she pointed toward Guan shouting nearby, adding with a mischievous smirk, "And her too. She should do it alongside him." Now this is what they meant by "a woman's heart can be venomous." Li Mingho, who had just been thrilled, instantly shivered in dread. "No way. Why should I have to slap myself?" Guan shouting shrieked indignantly the moment she heard that, pointing angrily at Shin Mingyao. "I won't do it. How dare you make me slap myself?" Back when they were in school, she had always been the one bullying Shin Mingyao. Now that Shin Mingyao was turning the tables on her, there was no way she could accept this. "Heh." Chen Fong sneered coldly and said carelessly, "Fine. If you're unwilling, then forget it." With that, he grabbed Shin Mingyao and the other girls, preparing to leave. What the hell? Is this really happening? Just ending like this? Weren't they supposed to slap themselves? Are we just leaving it here? Are you kidding me? I've got my pants down and all I get is this. Such a letdown. Let's go. Seeing Chen Fong about to walk away, the onlookers started grumbling loudly. They'd expected an entertaining spectacle of humiliation, but instead it ended so abruptly. But while they were disappointed, Li Mingho, the one directly involved, was actually panicking. He wasn't stupid. Could Chen Fong really let him off this easily? After only a moment's hesitation, he snapped at Guan shouting, "Bitch, what are you waiting for? Start slapping yourself now. Can't you see Boss Chen is already angry?" Aye. Guan shouting froze, completely at a loss. "You what?" Li Mingho glared viciously, his voice low and threatening. "If I can do it, why can't you?" "Okay." Intimidated by his glare, Guan shouting trembled helplessly. Tears welled in her eyes as she raised her hand and slapped herself hard across the face. Smack! A sharp sound echoed, and a red mark quickly swelled on her cheek. Seeing this, Li Mingho finally breathed a sigh of relief. Without wasting another second, he followed suit and began slapping himself furiously. Smack! 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 The sharp sounds of slaps rang out continuously. Before long, both Li Mingho and Guan shouting had faces swollen like bloated pigs. The surrounding onlookers couldn't bear to watch and instinctively covered their eyes. There was no denying it. These two looked absolutely pitiful. "Brother, isn't this too much?" Chen Yu watched with growing unease and hesitantly started to speak. But before she could finish, Chen Fong waved her off. "Xiaoya, having compassion isn't bad, but you need to understand. This is the price they must pay. If I were just an ordinary person today, have you ever thought about what might have happened?" In Chen Feng's view, kindness was good, but it needed to be directed at the right people. To sympathize with trash like them was no different from being a naive do-gooder. "Yeah, Xiaoya, I think Fenga is absolutely right." Zhao Shui'er gently pulled Chen Yu close and said softly, "Think back to how they treated us earlier. If Fenga hadn't been here today, wouldn't we all have been bullied by them?" Zhao Shui'er was several years older than Chen Yu, so her perspective on things was naturally more mature. Even Shin Mingyao, standing silently beside them, couldn't help but give her an approving glance. To her, showing mercy to your enemies was cruelty to yourself. 100 slaps? Even 1,000 wouldn't be excessive. Brother, I'm sorry. Qin Yu was naive, not foolish. After hearing Chen Fong and Zhao Xuan'er's words, she immediately realized her mistake. Just then, Li Mingho and Guan Shouting finally delivered their last slaps. Mr. Qin, I've finished. Now will you please forgive me? Li Mingho shook his head, his words slurred as he looked pleadingly at Chen Fong through his swollen eyes. His gaze was full of desperate hope. I forgive you. Chen Fong nodded solemnly. Yes, I forgive you. Oh really? That's amazing. At Chen Feng's words, Li Mingho almost did a backflip from sheer joy. Compared to going to prison, suddenly 100 slaps didn't seem like such a big deal after all. Yet before he could even savor his fleeting moment of relief, Qin Yu spoke up. Brother, are you really just going to let him off like this? What the hell? What was going on? Just moments ago, hadn't this girl been the typical saintly, innocent type? How could she turn so dark in the blink of an eye? Inside Li Mingho, it felt as if 10,000 llamas were rampaging through his mind. Damn, what a genius. Even Chen Fong and the others standing nearby were left gaping in shock. They had no idea whether Qin Yu's sudden change was a good thing or not. Chen Fong coughed twice, speaking somewhat awkwardly. Since I've already promised him forgiveness, of course I won't go back on my word. Hearing this, Li Mingho, who had just a second ago worn a miserable expression, immediately broke into a grin as wide as a blooming chrysanthemum. Kids will always be kids. Easy to fool, isn't it? In Li Mingho's mind, apart from losing some face today, there didn't seem to be any real consequences. Thinking about his wonderful future life ahead, he couldn't help feeling triumphant. And just then, Chen Fong casually took Shin Mingyao and the other girls by the arm and started walking toward the entrance of the Huajiao City complex. Li Mingho snapped back to reality and, seeing them leave, immediately panicked. He shouted loudly after Chen Fong, Mr. Chen, didn't you just say you forgave me? Yes, I did forgive you. Chen Fong turned his head back with an amused expression. Then, since you've forgiven me, could you please give my brother-in-law a call? For some reason, Li Mingho suddenly felt that things weren't as simple as he'd imagined. No way. Without hesitation, Chen Fong flatly refused. I said I'd forgive you, but I never said I'd make any calls for you. Mr. Chen, you can't do this. I've already slapped myself a full 100 times. Upon hearing this, Li Mingho nearly stumbled and fell flat on the ground. This was seriously way too unfair. Chapter 30. This place is way too beautiful? But Chen Fong didn't care about any of that, quickly leading Shin Mingyao and the others away without even looking back. He wasn't some soft-hearted savior. Did they really think he'd let Li Mingho off the hook? Not unless the sun rose from the west. Damn, that move was way too savage. The surrounding onlookers, witnessing this spectacle, were left utterly stunned and speechless in the wind. Bro, you're truly ruthless. Ha ha. Qin Yu couldn't hold back as she gave Chen Fong a big thumbs up just moments after they'd walked away. Beside her, Zhao Shuer and Shun Mingyao also struggled to suppress their laughter, nearly bursting out loud. Due to the massive commotion they had caused earlier, Qin Feng's impressive identity had already been exposed. No sooner had they begun lining up when staff from the scenic area arrived, personally escorting them inside. Truth be told, OCT had done an outstanding job with this resort. Beyond its stunning natural scenery, it offered various attractions, like the world-exclusive wooden roller coaster, and the glass skywalk perched atop the highest point, Cloud Walk. All in all, the ticket price was absolutely worth every penny. After spending hours exploring, Chen Fong and the girls were thoroughly satisfied. Still, OCT was just too vast. Even though they had stayed until 6 in the afternoon, they'd barely covered half the park. Funga, are we going back tonight? Zhao Shuer looked at the darkening sky and asked Chen Fong. No way, we've only seen half. Qin Yu pouted immediately. I heard the canyon side is even more fun. Hee, then let's follow Xiao Yu's suggestion. Chen Fong smiled, ruffling Qin Yu's hair gently before turning to the girls. We'll stay here tonight and continue tomorrow. Yay, really? That's awesome. Qin Yu jumped with excitement. I saw earlier. There's a hotel over the mountain that looks like a castle. She turned eagerly to Zhao Shuer, wrapping her arm around hers and swaying playfully. Shuer, let's stay there tonight. What do you think? Sounds good. Zhao Shuer had no intention of parting ways with Chen Fong either, so of course she agreed. Seeing that everyone approved, Chen Fong led the group toward Tianlishan Mountain. Roughly 15 minutes later, they arrived. Wow, this place is way too beautiful. Staring at the cascading hillside villas before them, like castles rising in tears, they couldn't help but gasp in awe. Indeed, the design of Tianlishan was nothing short of brilliant. Rolling hills and tranquil lakes seamlessly blended with European-style architecture, creating a scene that felt straight out of a fairy tale. The complex was divided into 7 zones, housing over 120 villas in various sizes, not including the 27 collector-grade standalone mansions. Welcome, hello. May I help you with anything? Their arrival quickly caught the attention of the Tianlishan staff. Hi, I was wondering, are there any rooms available for lodging? Chen Fong composed himself and asked the attendant with a polite smile. Yes, sir, please come with me. Hearing their request, the staff member promptly led Chen Fong and the girls into a spacious hall. After seating them comfortably, he had fruit platters and drinks brought over. Sir, may I ask what type of accommodation you're looking for? The staff made a courteous gesture before beginning his explanation. We have 120 villas in total. They can be rented either as entire units or by individual room. How would you prefer? Oh, that many. Chen Fong was momentarily surprised, but quickly recovered. We prefer to rent an entire villa. I'm just curious, what's the price? The pricing varies depending on the zone. The attendant paused briefly to consider. For Zone 1 or Zone 7, renting an entire villa costs about 30 to 40,000 yuan per night. But if you choose Zone 2, the price is roughly 10 times higher. Wah, so that's 3 to 400,000 yuan per night. Hearing this, Shin Mingyao and the girls couldn't help but inhale sharply. That's right, approximately that amount. The staff smiled calmly, then added, Zone 2 consists entirely of premium mountain and sea mansions. Of course their value can't compare to Zones 1 or 7. I see. Chen Fong mused for a moment, then asked curiously, are all your villas used solely for rentals? Not at all. If guests wish to purchase one, we also offer sales options. Then may I ask, what are the prices for your villas? To be honest, ever since arriving at Tianlishan, Chen Fong had already felt a strong urge to buy a villa here. The environment was simply too perfect. Coming here occasionally to relax would actually be quite nice. Besides, he certainly wasn't short on money now. Buying a villa was nothing more than pocket change. Of course, hearing this, the staff member immediately grew excited and hurriedly said to Chen Fong, "If you're interested in purchasing one, I'll go get our manager right away." Go ahead. Chen Fong nodded. Receiving Chen Feng's affirmative reply, the staff quickly left the scene. Gidge, surely you're not actually planning to buy a villa here, are you? Seeing the staff member leave, Chen Yu turned to Chen Fong with an astonished look. Of course I am. Chen Fong smiled, somewhat exasperated. Do you really think I'm joking? But, can you even afford it? These villas must be incredibly expensive. Chen Yu pouted slightly, her face full of doubt. Yeah, Fengge, maybe we should just rent one instead, Zhao Shuer chimed in, also feeling that what Chen Yu said made perfect sense. In their minds, if renting a villa here cost tens or even hundreds of thousands, then buying one outright would surely cost hundreds of millions. Hehe. Chen Fong chuckled softly and looked at the two girls. Then let me ask you both, do you like it here? We do like it, naturally, but there's no but about it. Before Zhao Shuer could finish, Chen Fong cut her off directly. Since we like it, then we'll buy one. This. The two girls wanted to say more, but when they saw the firm determination in Chen Feng's eyes, they ultimately swallowed back the words they had been about to speak. Less than 10 minutes later, the staff member returned with a middle-aged man. Director Wang, this is the guest I was telling you about earlier. The staff pointed at Chen Fong and introduced him to the middle-aged man. Chapter 31. Could it be that this guy is actually mocking me on purpose? The moment the middle-aged man saw Chen Fong and his companions, his eyes lit up instantly. There was no helping it. Chen Fong and his group were simply too good-looking. Good day, sir. I'm Wang Sihai, the manager here. Snapping back to reality, he extended his hand with a smile toward Chen Fong and asked, I heard from Xiao Lu that you're interested in buying one of our villas? That's right. Chen Fong smiled as well, reaching out to shake his hand. I'd like to buy your best villa. Could you recommend something suitable? What did you say? Wang Sihai thought he must have misheard and stared at Chen Fong incredulously. Sir, are you serious? Honestly, at this moment, Wang Sihai seriously doubted whether Chen Fong was telling the truth. As the manager of Tianlu Mountain, he could practically recognize every wealthy and influential figure in Shenzhen. After all, plenty of rich clients had bought villas through him, but these people standing before him, he had neither seen nor even heard of them. Still, although he held such thoughts, he didn't dare show them outright. What if he was mistaken? Wouldn't that risk offending someone important? Of course. Chen Fong nodded and promptly pulled out his bank card. He wasn't joking around. He wanted the finest villa they had, and he meant to get it. All right then, please follow me. Wang Sihai only paused briefly in surprise before quickly regaining his composure. A short while later, he led Chen Feng's group into another large hall. Inside, numerous staff members and residents from nearby villas were present. When they noticed manager Wang approaching, they quickly came over to greet him politely, and at the same time, cast astonished looks toward Chen Fong and his companions. At the very center of the hall stood an exceptionally large-scale model of the villa complex. Pointing to the top left corner of the model, Wang Sihai said with a smile, Sir, please look here. This is the Mountain and Sea Mansion in our Phase 2 district. It had to be said, even though this was just a model, it still radiated extreme luxury and elegance. As soon as Chen Fong saw the location Wang pointed to, he felt an immediate urge to purchase it. No wonder, the mere sight of the model had already deeply impressed him. Each villa followed a predominantly European architectural style. Situated among mountains and water, the entire layout exuded a majestic, commanding aura. Had it not been within a scenic area, it wouldn't be inferior to Huaihai Manor by even a bit. Very impressive. Chen Fong nodded, then turned to Wang Sihai with clear satisfaction. By the way, how many villas in your Phase 2 district are still unsold? Just this one left. Wang Sihai pointed directly at the largest building on the model and grinned. Oh, is that so? Chen Fong was momentarily taken aback, then asked curiously, this one seems to be the best looking. Why is it the last one remaining? Originally, Chen Fong had planned to buy them all if none were sold yet. Haha. Wang Sihai chuckled softly before explaining. Well, this one is also the most expensive. Ordinary people simply can't afford it. Otherwise, it wouldn't be the only one left. I see. Upon hearing this, Chen Fong suddenly understood. Then fine. If nobody else wants it, sell it to me. Having said that, he suddenly seemed to remember something and asked, by the way, if I pay the full amount now, when can I move in? What? You're actually going to buy it? Wang Sihai couldn't contain his emotions any longer, his voice instantly rising several decibels higher than before. Whoa, what's wrong with Manager Wang? Why is he shouting like that? Not sure. Wanna go check it out? Yeah, let's see what happened. Something must have really shocked Manager Wang. Wang Sihai's outburst immediately drew attention from everyone else. People got up and began gathering around. In the face of this sudden crowd, Chen Fong remained remarkably calm. He shrugged slightly, utterly unfazed. Of course, that's the one I want. In Chen Feng's mind, no matter how expensive this villa might be, how high could the price go? At most, it couldn't exceed tens of billions. If all the surrounding mountain and sea mansions hadn't already been sold out, he would have bought them all without hesitation. Just then, the onlookers learned roughly what was going on from the staff. Once they fully understood the situation, they all shot Chen Fong disdainful glances. Who were they? They were owners of this community, every single one a notable person in Shenzhen. Back in the day, each of them had dreamed of owning that particular mansion, but in the end, they had all come to accept reality. There was no way around it. Such a villa simply wasn't something anyone could afford. Now Chen Fong was boldly claiming he'd buy it. How could they possibly believe him? In Wang Sihai's mind, the only reason Chen Fong would speak so recklessly was because he had no idea about the actual price of this villa. Once he found out, wouldn't he be too humiliated to stay? With that thought, Wang Sihai immediately said with a smile, Sir, if you can pay the full 17 billion in one go, you can move in tonight. Wow, what did you say? 17 billion? No way. Hearing the price Wang Xihai quoted, Chen Fong froze on the spot. Not just him. Even Shun Mingyao and the other girls standing beside him gaped in utter shock. When Wang Xihai and the onlookers saw this reaction, they weren't particularly surprised. After all, a sum as huge as 17 billion wasn't something just anyone possessed. That's right, 17 billion. He smiled and said to Chen Fong, if that's not to your liking, shall we take a look at some other villas instead? In Wang Xihai's opinion, this was already being quite considerate and giving Chen Fong an easy way out. Yet at that moment, Chen Fong snapped back to his senses, slapped his thigh, and exclaimed, the hell? Only 17 billion? I actually thought it'd be at least 30 or 40 billion. This is actually kind of cheap. Then, looking earnestly at Wang Xihai, he declared, no questions asked. I'll take this villa. Holy shit, for real. Wang Xihai couldn't help but curse out loud. He had originally assumed Chen Fong would be scared off by the price of 17 billion. But now, clearly, things weren't going as expected. 17 billion is still cheap? Could this guy possibly be showing off? I'd say very likely. Showing off like that, doesn't he fear getting struck by lightning? Hick through and through. Saying 17 billion is too cheap. Bet he's never even seen 17 million in his life. TSK, such a waste of those beautiful girls. They'd be better off with me. Hearing the crowd's whispers, Wang Xihai suddenly began doubting his earlier assumption once again. Could it really be that this guy was deliberately mocking him? Chapter 32. Just who the hell is this guy? At that moment, Wang Xihai could no longer sit still. Taking a deep breath, he forced a smile at Chen Fong and said, well, if you really think 1700 million is cheap, what do you say? Wang Xihai asked this merely to test Chen Fong. He wanted to see whether Chen Fong truly thought it was cheap or was just playing games with him. If Chen Fong was indeed mocking him, then he certainly wouldn't hold back either. But Chen Fong understood his intentions perfectly. The corner of his mouth lifted slightly as he calmly said, just swipe the card. With that, he directly handed a bank card over to him. To Chen Fong, 1700 million really wasn't much at all. This. Wang Xihai was first stunned, then reached out to take the card. But when he got a clear look at Chen Feng's bank card, he froze in utter shock. My god, isn't that Huaya Bank's black card? Damn, it really is. How freaking amazing is this? Good lord, how many people in China even have a card like this? If I remember correctly, I only once saw Jack Ma use one at our hotel. Fuck, just who the hell is this guy? He actually owns such an insane black card. Could he possibly be some wealthy family's young master? Wang Xihai's stunned expression instantly drew everyone's attention. When they followed his gaze and saw the card clearly, every single person wore ghost-stricken looks. Black cards weren't something just anyone could own. Even among them, some of whom were billionaires, no one possessed such a thing. Holy shit, just how rich must someone be to own this card? In my opinion, his wealth can't be less than 10 billion yuan. Otherwise, why would he think 1700 million was cheap earlier? I think it's even more than that. Didn't you notice? He said 1700 million, like we'd say 17 bucks. Damn, now that you mention it, it does seem like he's buying vegetables at a market. Jesus Christ, by that logic, he's worth way more than 10 billion. TSK. Earlier we all thought he was just showing off. Now we've all been slapped in the face. Snapping back to reality, the crowd looked at Chen Fong differently now. There was admiration, envy, but mostly shock. Not a single person doubted the authenticity of Chen Feng's black card, because its dazzling brilliance, comparable to diamonds, was proof enough of its legitimacy. Come on, hurry up and swipe it. I'm waiting to see the house. Seeing Wang Xihai still frozen in place, Chen Fong grew impatient. Smirking slightly, he said, it's just a black card. Why do you all act like you've never seen one before? Hearing Chen Feng's teasing remark, Wang Xihai felt like crying. How incredibly rich must one be to casually say something so arrogant? And it wasn't just him. Everyone else present had the exact same thought. Yes sir, I'll process the payment right away. Wang Xihai didn't dare delay any further, and quickly mobilized all staff present into action. Since Chen Fong was paying in full, Wang Xihai made special arrangements. Within half an hour, all procedures including the purchase contract were finalized. All that remained was swiping the card and signing. Wang Xihai trembled slightly as he picked up the black card, then handed it to his secretary. Xiaoyu, please handle this for Mr. Chen. Yes, Director Wang. Xiaoyu nodded and reached out to take the card from him. She hadn't been particularly nervous at first, but when her hand accidentally brushed against Wang Xihai's trembling fingers, she suddenly began feeling tense too. Taking a deep breath, she tightly gripped the card. Then slowly, she moved it toward the POS machine. Wait! Suddenly, a startled shout rang out. Xiaoyu was so scared that she nearly dropped the card on the floor. After regaining her composure, she glared resentfully at Wang Xihai and asked, Director Wang, is there anything else? Wang Xihai felt somewhat embarrassed. Forcing a smile, he said, I'll do it myself. Without waiting for Xiaoyu's response, he snatched the card straight from her hand. He couldn't afford to be careless. What if Xiaoyu accidentally damaged the card during swiping? What then? Besides, this was a transaction of 1700 million yuan. One minor operational mistake, and he, as manager, would be jobless. Wang Xihai picked up the bank card and gently swiped it through the POS machine, then prepared to enter the transaction amount. But because the sum was simply too staggering, he actually counted to 10 on the keypad before finally pressing confirm. Truthfully, if Chen Fong hadn't already begun looking a bit impatient, he probably would have counted several more times. Just then, a system notification echoed in Chen Feng's mind. Ding! You have successfully spent 1,700 million yuan. A cashback reward of 17 billion yuan has been credited to your Huaya Bank account. Please check your balance. A moment later, a bank SMS alert arrived. Dear Mr. Chen Fong, on July 3rd at 1923, 17 billion yuan was successfully deposited into your Huaya Bank account ending in 5987. The remaining balance after this transaction is 307,806,045,933 yuan. Just as Chen Fong thought it was over, the system voice sounded again. Ding! As your bank balance has successfully exceeded 200 billion yuan, you are awarded an additional bonus, 51% shares in biotechnology. The share certificate has been stored in your system vault and can be claimed anytime. Ding! As your bank balance has successfully exceeded 300 billion yuan, you are awarded an additional bonus, 51% shares in Yida Real Estate. The share certificate has been stored in your system vault and can be claimed anytime. By technology, Yida Real Estate? Holy shit. This is just too insane. Chen Fong got so excited that he almost bit his own tongue. Honestly, money itself no longer interested him at all. But stakes in major corporations were entirely different. After all, these represented status. The companies the system had just rewarded him with were all leading enterprises across various industries in China. Each alone was valued at well over 1 trillion yuan. Now, 3 such colossal enterprises belonged under his name. If his identity ever became public, he'd undoubtedly become the most prominent figure in all of China. Chapter 33. Just how much money is in this card? Mr. Chen, your bank card. Wang Xihai, having finished swiping the card, respectfully prepared to hand it back to Chen Fong. Brother, your bank card is so awesome. How about you just give it to me? Just then, Chen Yu hooked her arm around Chen Feng's, leaning against him and playfully begging. She had clearly seen how everyone's faces lit up with envy the moment they saw her brother's card. Though she didn't understand what a black card was, she knew this card was definitely something incredibly powerful. Chen Fong hesitated. To be honest, he didn't really want to give the card to Chen Yu. It wasn't because he was stingy, it was because he didn't want his little sister, who was still in school, exposed to such vast amounts of money too early. After all, there were over 30 billion yuan in that card right now. Still, he quickly shrugged it off and nodded, saying, alright fine, I'll give it to you. In Chen Feng's mind, wasn't the whole point of having so much wealth to make sure his family lived well? If Chen Yu wanted it, giving it to her wouldn't hurt. So what if it was tens of billions? If he lost it all, he could always earn more. Really? Seriously? Hearing this, Chen Yu squealed with excitement and planted a kiss right on Chen Feng's cheek. Brother, you're the best. Without waiting for Wang Xihai to react, she snatched the card straight from his hand. Holy crap, he actually gave away a black card? That's insane. I'm jealous. I just want to ask, where can I find a brother like this? Damn it, this is a freaking black card. Can't the boss at least act reluctant? Man, now I'm dying to know just how much money is in that card. Well duh, the guy called 17 billion cheap, so this card must have at least hundreds of billions. Dear lord, he casually gives away hundreds of billions. We seriously underestimated this guy. You know what? You might be right. If that's the case, he must have at least 1,000 billion. Otherwise, how could he casually gift someone hundreds of billions? Can I just say it? I'm so jealous right now. I really want to ask the boss. Are you missing a younger sister? I can go to Thailand and fix that. The surrounding onlookers all wore expressions of sheer envy. Honestly, right now they all desperately wanted to ask Chen Fong, do you still need a little sister? If necessary, they were even willing to go to Thailand and make it happen. Chen Fong pretended to be disgusted as he wiped his cheek, then sternly told Chen Yu, Xiao Yu, I'm giving you the card, but you have to follow 3 rules. 3 rules again. Chen Yu, busy admiring the black card, immediately pouted upon hearing this. Of course, Chen Fong said dryly, rolling his eyes at his sister's overly cute expression. Do you even know how much money is in this card? How much could it be? Chen Yu blinked, then dismissed it with a shrug. To her, Chen Fong had just withdrawn 17 billion from his card. If he could so easily hand it over now, there probably couldn't be more than a few 100,000 left. Meanwhile, the other spectators quietly leaned in closer, ears perked. Truth be told, they were all dying to know the balance in Chen Feng's account. After all, this was a black card. If it didn't hold at least 100 billion, they'd feel downright embarrassed. Hehe. Chen Fong chuckled lightly, then calmly raised 3 fingers. Not much, only 300 billion or so. What? 300 billion? Hearing this, Chen Yu nearly jumped out of her skin. Oh my god, are you serious? Did you rob a bank or something? The crowd around them nearly stumbled backward in shock. In an instant, the entire hall fell into absolute silence. Quiet. A deathly stillness. Everyone stood frozen, their faces twisted in utter disbelief. If you listen closely, you could even hear their heartbeats pounding. This can't be real. Every single person here was a big shot in Shin City, each worth tens of billions. Yet when they heard Chen Fong casually mention 300 billion in his card, they all began questioning their very existence. Hehe. Chen Fong chuckled again, completely unfazed. 300 billion? It's nothing really. But you listen carefully, young lady. I'm giving you the card, but you better not go wild spending it, or else. He finished by making a fist-clenching gesture. Brother, maybe I should just give it back to you. To be honest, if there had only been a few 100,000 on the card, Chen Yu wouldn't have thought much of it. But now that she knew it held 300 billion, she suddenly felt intimidated. This was 300 billion. What if it got stolen by some criminal? How would she ever face Chen Fong then? No need. Chen Fong waved his hand. Once I've said I'm giving it to you, do you think I'd take it back? Having said that, he immediately turned serious and glared at everyone present. Let me make one thing crystal clear. Any of you who dare plot something against her had better think twice about whether you can afford to provoke me. Chen Fong. The reason Chen Fong said this was because he was genuinely worried someone might risk everything for the money. After all, wealth tempts the heart, doesn't it? In his mind, he'd definitely need to hire more bodyguards for his sister once they got home. But what he didn't realize was that, after learning he casually had 300 billion in just one card, everyone around was filled with nothing but awe and reverence. Frankly, they all now assumed Chen Fong must be the young master of some powerful, influential family. Why would anyone dare cross such a big shot? Wasn't that basically suicide? Unconcerned with what others were thinking, once Chen Fong had finished all the procedures, he had Wang Xihai personally escort them to the Shanghai estate. Rolling mountains stretching into the distance, calm and peaceful lakes, and lush green golf courses. Honestly speaking, compared to the model, reality was even more breathtaking. Uncle, why are you here? As soon as they arrived, a beautiful girl in uniform came walking over. She looked about 21 or 22, wearing her hair in a cute bun, with an adorable face. But what really stood out were her long, shapely legs, tempting enough to make anyone want to ride off into the sunset. Hee it's Xia. Wang Xihai chuckled, smiling at her. I'm here accompanying Mr. Chen. Come on, take us to Cloud Peak Palace. Cloud Peak Palace? He blinked in confusion, then gasped in shock. My goodness, uncle. Does that mean you actually sold Cloud Peak Palace? That's right. Wang Xihai nodded, pointing at Chen Fong. Just moments ago, Cloud Peak Palace was purchased by Mr. Chen. Chapter 34. Can you order food here? Wow, that's a 1.7 billion mansion. When Xia heard Wang Xihai's words, she couldn't help but suck in a sharp breath. She knew very well how exorbitantly expensive Cloud Peak Palace was. Even her own father didn't have the financial means to purchase it. Now Wang Xihai was telling her that this young man in front of her had actually bought Cloud Peak Palace. How could she not be shocked? Truth be told, when she first saw Chen Fong, his striking appearance had already amazed her. Now as she looked at Chen Fong again, her eyes sparkled even more brightly. In her mind, if she could have a boyfriend like Chen Fong, wouldn't all her girlfriends be insanely jealous? However, when she took a good look at Zhao Shuer and the other girl's stunning looks, she instantly felt somewhat disheartened. Xia, I still have something to attend to. As he's Xia's uncle, how could he fail to notice her subtle intentions? With a smile, he said, why don't you take Mr. Chen and his group there? In his opinion, if Xia could really secure someone as wealthy and extraordinary as Chen Fong, perhaps their entire family might benefit from the connection. Sure, I can do that. Hearing Wang Xihai's suggestion, Xia, who had just moments ago been feeling down, immediately brightened up. Seeing this, Shen Mingyao and the others frowned slightly. Being women themselves, how could they not see exactly what Xia was aiming for? They wanted to say something, but in the end, they held back. As for Chen Fong standing silently aside, he didn't object at all. Compared to an old man like Wang Xihai, he naturally preferred being escorted by Xia. In that case, alright then. Wang Xihai smiled and said to Chen Fong, Mr. Chen, if there's anything else you need, feel free to ask Xia. I'll take my leave now. Chen Fong nodded. Since Cloud Peak Palace was located halfway up the mountain, it was extremely easy to find. Within less than 10 minutes, Xia had already led Chen Fong and the others to a courtyard gate. Mr. Chen, look, this is the most luxurious villa at Tianlu Mountain, Cloud Peak Palace. Xia pointed toward the enormous estate before them and announced proudly to Chen Fong and the group. Gosh, this is way too big. Peeking inside the courtyard gate, Chen Yu couldn't help but gasp in awe. Standing beside her, Zhao Shuer and Shen Mingyao also wore expressions of utter astonishment. Just then, Xia stepped forward and pushed open the courtyard gate. Pavilions, rockeries, lush greenery, swimming pools. The layout was remarkably beautiful. That outdoor swimming pool alone was nearly half the size of a football field. The moment they stepped in, they instantly felt as though their minds and bodies were being cleansed by spiritual energy, incredibly refreshing and delightful. Honestly speaking, compared to Huaihai Villa, Chen Fong seemed to prefer the environment here even more. Following the path paved with rainflower stones, the group soon arrived at the main entrance of the villa. When Xia cheerfully opened the door, everyone froze in their tracks. Luxurious. Extremely luxurious. The grand hall before them must have spanned 200 to 300 square meters, furnished with the utmost opulence. Chairs and tables from Hongao Harris, handcrafted sofas from Fendi Casa, and various world-renowned paintings. All of it proudly displayed the immense prestige within the villa. One could say, just this single grand hall alone made Chen Feng's 1.7 billion yuan investment entirely worth it. Goodness, is this a European castle? Snapping out of her daze, Chen Yu exclaimed dramatically. TSK, absolutely gorgeous. Upon hearing this, the two girls, Shen Mingyao included, couldn't help but murmur in admiration. Not bad. Chen Fong nodded, appearing quite satisfied. How about I give you all a proper tour around? Seeing their reactions, Xia smiled and asked the group. As an employee of Tianlu Mountain, she couldn't help but feel a certain sense of pride inside. Hearing this, all the girls turned their eyes toward Chen Fong. Alright, Chen Fong nodded, then gestured politely for her to lead the way. After roughly half an hour, Chen Fong and the others finally completed their tour of the entire villa. No sooner had they returned to the grand hall than everyone collapsed onto the sofas. The overwhelming impression the entire villa left on them could be summed up in just one word: vast. Of course, apart from its sheer size, the interior decorations and facilities were also unbelievably luxurious. An indoor swimming pool, mahjong room, gym, karaoke room, underground wine cellar, virtually every imaginable entertainment facility was present. Brother, I'm hungry. Lying limply on the sofa, Chen Yu rubbed her little belly and pouted cutely at Chen Fong. Hungry? Chen Fong was momentarily taken aback, then suddenly remembered they hadn't had dinner yet. He turned to Xia and asked, Beautiful, can we order food here? Of course you can. Xia nodded and said to Chen Fong, We offer both Chinese and Western cuisine. What would you like? Let's have Western food. Before Chen Fong could respond, Chen Yu chimed in eagerly. Brother, I've never even eaten Western food before. Since Chen Yu wanted Western food, Chen Fong naturally wouldn't dampen her spirits. Nodding, he said to Xia, Then go ahead and order us Western food. Sure, I'll have the menu sent over right away. Saying this, Xia took out her phone and started operating it. A moment later, she received a long menu. Mr. Chen, take a look. What would you like to order? Xia handed her phone to Chen Fong. Xiaoyu, you girls pick whatever you want. Chen Fong glanced briefly at the menu before passing the phone to Chen Yu. Okay, Chen Yu happily took the phone, nodding with delight. But as soon as she saw the prices of the dishes listed, she froze in shock. She simply couldn't believe what she was seeing. Zhao Shuer and Shen Mingyao, noticing her reaction, leaned in curiously. Wow, this is way too expensive. They weren't much better off than Chen Yu. Both immediately gasped aloud in disbelief. A Kobe beef steak, 150,000 yuan per serving. Italian premium caviar, 300,000 yuan per jean. French mee, Chili goose liver, 75,000 yuan per portion. The three girls stared at the menu, completely unable to find a single dish priced under 10,000 yuan. Brother, maybe we should just forget about it? Snapping back to reality, Chen Yu exchanged helpless smiles with the others, then prepared to hand the phone back to Xia. Though she knew her brother now had more than enough money, spending so much made her feel uneasy. Chapter 35. Are you seriously planning to stay at my place? How can that work? Everyone hasn't even eaten yet. Chen Fong curled his lips, saying somewhat speechlessly, "You really don't know how to spend money despite being rich." Without waiting for Chen Yu's response, he directly took the phone from her. He didn't care about the prices of these dishes. No matter how much he spent, he'd get a hundredfold rebate anyway. Without hesitation, he began tapping on the menu. "There, we'll start with these. If it's not enough later, we can order more." Chen Fong handed the phone back to Hixia, speaking very casually. "Order more if it's not enough? Big brother, do you think we're feeding pigs?" After Hixia saw clearly what dishes Chen Fong had ordered, she couldn't help but internally tell. She carefully counted and realized that in just a short moment, Chen Fong had already ordered nearly 40 dishes. Yet there were only 5 people here in total. There was no way they could finish all this. Of course, what shocked Hixia even more was that every dish Chen Fong ordered cost no less than 100,000. That meant this single meal would cost at least 4 or 5 million. Even as a wealthy heiress, Hixia had never eaten such an expensive meal before. Thinking of this, Hixia silently made up her mind right then. Less than half an hour after sending out the order, waitstaff wheeled in the food. Wanting to impress Chen Fong, Hixia immediately dismissed the servers. First, she took 5 wine glasses from the villa's liquor cabinet, then poured each person a glass of Romanicani. One should know that just this tiny glass of red wine was probably worth no less than 200,000. Shin Mingyao and the others naturally had no idea about the price of this wine, so without thinking, they gently sipped a small mouthful. "Well, the taste isn't bad, right?" Hixia asked the girls with a smile. "Yeah, pretty good." Zhao Shuer nodded, then turned to Chen Fong and asked, "Fong Gij, this red wine must be very expensive, right?" Though she didn't recognize the brand, she had seen the menu earlier. The cheapest bottle listed there wasn't under 1 million. "Not bad. The bottle I ordered just now is apparently a 1991 Romanicani. Market price should be around 1.1 million per bottle." As Chen Fong spoke, his tone was extremely casual, as if he were talking about 100,000 instead. "What? A 1.1 million per bottle?" Upon hearing Chen Feng's words, Zhao Shuer and the others nearly spat out the wine they had just swallowed. They never expected the wine could be this expensive. That meant the tiny sip they just took might have cost tens of thousands. "Alright, relax, it's just 1 million. Let's eat quickly." Chen Fong was starving and had no time to chat. Picking up a piece of caviar chocolate randomly, he started eating. Earlier when ordering this dish, he noticed each piece cost around 20,000. Needless to say, with just one bite, Chen Fong essentially devoured half an apartment. Seeing this, Shin Mingyao and the others couldn't help but swallow hard. No longer wasting time, they immediately followed suit and started eating. After 3 rounds of drinks, except for Chen Fong and Hixia, the rest were basically drunk unconscious. Bear in mind, these 5 people alone had finished off 3 entire bottles of red wine. Red wine wasn't like baijiu. Once the alcohol kicked in, there was no resisting it. It took Chen Fong nearly 20 minutes to finally struggle to carry Shin Mingyao and the others into their respective rooms. Coming back to the living room, facing the already somewhat dazed Hixia, he said, "Miss, where do you live? Should I send you home?" "Home?" Hixia first looked puzzled, then mumbled unclearly, "Why go home? I'm not going back." Seriously? What does she mean? Could she actually plan to crash at my place? Although you're beautiful, that still doesn't justify freeloading meals, drinks, and lodging. Chen Fong was speechless, internally rolling his eyes. In the end, helplessly, Chen Fong forcibly escorted Hixia out. "Fong Gij, are you awake? Time to get up." The next morning, early dawn, Zhao Shuer knocked on the door. Rubbing his sleepy eyes, Chen Fong got up without thinking and opened the door. "Ah." When Zhao Shuer saw the scene inside the room, she screamed instantly. She never expected that inside. Chen Fong wasn't even properly dressed, bare-chested, revealing 8-pack abs straight into her view. Her scream immediately snapped Chen Fong awake. He quickly covered Zhao Shuer's little mouth with one hand and put a finger to his lips, gesturing her to be quiet. "What if we end up calling Chen Yu over later? Wouldn't that make things really awkward?" Zhao Shuer, her little mouth still covered, couldn't help but sneak a few more glances despite herself. She wanted to just leave, yet felt somehow reluctant to go. Chapter 36. That's really my brother, believe it or not. At that very moment, Shin Mingyao also woke up in her room. As soon as she stepped out, she saw exactly what was happening before her eyes. Though a hint of jealousy stirred in her heart, she didn't say anything. After all, she had absolutely nothing to do with Chen Fong. "Alright, let go of me now. Xiao Yu is waiting for us to have breakfast." Feeling Shin Mingyao's gaze upon her, Zhao Shuer blushed slightly, gently pushed Chen Fong away, and said to him, after everyone finished breakfast, Hixia personally took Chen Fong and the others to tour the parts of the place they hadn't seen yesterday. Chen Fong had originally planned to stay another night here, but considering that Chen Yu and the others still had school the next day, he decided against it. Thus, Chen Fong left OCT with the girls. Truth be told, this trip had been quite fruitful for him. Not only had he directly gained 170 billion in wealth, but he'd also acquired 51% ownership of Byte Technologies and Yida Real Estate. "Fong Gij, can I ride with you? Please." Just as they arrived at the parking lot, Zhao Shueter stopped Chen Fong, who was about to get into the passenger seat, and asked, Sure." Chen Fong blinked in surprise, then turned to Shin Mingyao and said, "Mingyao, you go with Xiao Yu in the other car." "Okay, master." Shin Mingyao replied obediently, although inwardly disappointed. Still, she quietly stepped down from the driver's seat. This was Chen Feng's order, and as his driver, she couldn't possibly object. Racing swiftly down the road, the 2 luxury cars soon departed from Longshan. It was unclear whether Chen Yu was deliberately trying to give Zhao Shuer an opportunity, but her speed was astonishingly fast. In no time at all, their Lamborghini Veneno disappeared from Chen Feng's sight. At that moment, Zhao Shuer suddenly turned her head toward Chen Fong and asked very seriously, "Fong Gij, do you like me?" "Of course I do." Though confused by her question, Chen Fong answered affirmatively without hesitation. Hearing his definite reply, Zhao Shuer's heart swelled with joy. After a long pause, she stuttered on, "Do you want me?" "I." Chen Fong nearly swerved off the road in shock. "If you really wanna, then actually..." Cough cough. Chen Fong cleared his throat twice and said very seriously, "Shuer, the fact that I like you doesn't mean I have ulterior motives. You have to believe me. I believe you. Zhao Shuer nodded. Suddenly, as if having made up her mind, she leaned forward and lowered her head. Hiss, was she really going to be this bold? Chen Fong couldn't help but sharply inhale. The hands gripping the steering wheel began trembling uncontrollably. Honestly, Zhao Shuer's technique was still a bit too clumsy. Several times she nearly drove him crazy with pain. But not wanting to hurt her confidence, Chen Fong ultimately managed to complete the ordeal satisfactorily. Fong Gij, from now on, I'm truly yours. Will you always treat me well? Swallowing hard, Zhao Shuer looked at Chen Fong with flushed cheeks and asked. Of course. Chen Fong nodded firmly. Truthfully, among all his women, Zhao Shuer was probably his favorite. Fong Gij, you're so sweet. Upon hearing his response, Zhao Shuer immediately kissed him on the cheek. Silence. Dead silence. The blissful expression on Chen Feng's face instantly turned sour. Ha! Seeing this, Zhao Shuer burst into laughter. Then, looking slightly apologetic, she said, Sorry, Fong Gij, I forgot just now. Want me to wipe it off? Chen Fong twitched his lips, remaining speechless for a long while before finally replying. Never mind. It was part of his own body after all. He couldn't very well blame her for it. At the entrance of Xinjiang University. Holy crap, isn't that a Lamborghini? Damn, this car's official price must be tens of millions. Our school really has rich people everywhere. So envious. Wait, isn't this car owned by Qin Yu's boyfriend? I think we saw it the other day. No way, it really is him. I wonder what her boyfriend does for a living to afford something like this. I'm so jealous of Qin Yu. She actually found such a wealthy guy. Not just rich, he's also freaking good looking. Sigh? Looks like the two campus beauties are completely taken. There goes my goddess. As soon as Qin Yu parked the car at the school gate, she immediately attracted a large crowd of onlookers. Although many among them were second-generation wealthy, a Lamborghini Veneno was still something far beyond their reach. Qin Yu and Shin Mingyao didn't linger in the car. After parking securely, they stepped out. Good lord, isn't that Qin Yu? Holy crap, the girl beside her is stunning too. TSK. Just look at that figure. Absolutely huge. You think Qin Yu's big brother actually gifted her this car? No way. That'd be insane. No wonder Qin Yu and her friends look down on Zhou Ruoheo and his brother. Compared to him, those two are nothing but dog shit. As the crowd whispered amongst themselves, three girls approached Qin Yu. Coming right up to her, they grinned and teased. Xiao Yu, who'd have thought? You're actually driving a Lamborghini now. You've been hiding it so well. Seriously, I thought you wouldn't date in college, but turns out you secretly reeled in a golden goose. TSK. If your boyfriend hadn't come looking for you, we'd still be completely clueless, huh? Come on, spill the beans. How did you win him over? Let us learn from you. Hearing her roommate's relentless teasing, Qin Yu nearly lost her temper. She never expected everyone would assume Chen Fong was some romantic boyfriend of hers. Suppressing her irritation with effort, she snapped back. That really is my brother. Believe it or not. Chapter 37. Boss, are you even speaking human language? No way, you're kidding, right? My dear aunt and uncle, does that mean your family is super rich? Holy crap, so we've been living in the same dorm as a tycoon this whole time. TSK. If what you're saying is true, then this Lamborghini Veneno must be yours too, huh? The girls were utterly stunned upon hearing Qin Yu's words. They had originally assumed Qin Yu had hooked up with some wealthy sugar daddy, but now it seemed that wasn't the case at all. Qin Yu didn't pay attention to their shocked expressions. She simply smiled and said, I'm not too sure about whether my family is rich or not, but my brother? He's pretty loaded. By the way, this car was just gifted to me by my brother 2 days ago. As she spoke these words, her eyes sparkled with pure admiration. Dude, your brother treats you way too well. I'm so jealous. If I had a brother like that, I'd probably wake up laughing in my sleep. Hey, Xiao Yu, if what you're saying is true, then your brother must still be single, right? My god, does that mean I actually stand a chance? Quick, give me your brother's WeChat ID. Me too. Add me as well. Hearing this, the girls' eyes instantly lit up. Without hesitation, they pulled out their phones and eagerly asked Qin Yu for Chen Feng's WeChat. In their minds, if they could land someone like Chen Fong, a legendary millionaire, they might one day drive such luxury cars themselves. Cough cough. Seeing this, Qin Yu cleared her throat twice. Then, smiling gently, she said, Sorry guys, but my brother already has a girlfriend. He has a girlfriend? The girls froze in surprise, immediately asking curiously, Who is she? He. Qin Yu giggled, her lips curling upward playfully. Who else could it be? Naturally it's my snow elder sis. You girls have zero chance. Zhao Shuer. Oh damn, how could I forget about her? No wonder Zhao Shuer called him brother so affectionately at the school gate the other day. She was his girlfriend all along. Sigh? My prince, I'm heartbroken. Upon learning that Zhao Shuer was Chen Feng's girlfriend, the girls instantly felt their world collapsing. How on earth did someone like Zhao Shuer manage to snag such an amazing guy? Just then, one of the girls suddenly perked up, turning to Qin Yu and saying, Xiao Yu, even though your brother is currently dating Zhao Shuer, they aren't married yet, are they? The other two quickly chimed in. Exactly. I think there's still hope for us. Hee. Honestly speaking, if given the chance, I wouldn't mind sharing your brother with Shuergaji at all. As the saying goes, behind every successful man there's a group of women. Every single one of us would gladly become the woman behind your brother. Come on, Xiao Yu, have a little pity on us. Though clearly half joking, anyone could see from their eyes that part of them was dead serious. Hearing this, Qin Yu found herself caught in a difficult spot. On one side stood her beloved elder sister, on the other, her roommates. Truly a lose-lose situation. Yet just then, Shin Mingyao, who had stayed silent all this time, finally couldn't take it anymore. Heh. She let out a cold laugh and mocked the girls. You lot actually want to be the women behind my master? Why don't you go look in the mirror first? Do you even deserve to stand beside him? Honestly, Shin Mingyao's words were quite brutal. Of course, besides feeling slightly jealous, she mainly wanted to help Qin Yu out of this awkward position. She had clearly seen how torn Qin Yu looked moments earlier. Who the hell are you? Mind your own damn business. Yeah, we were talking to Xiao Yu. Talk about sticking your nose where it doesn't belong. What nonsense is this, my master? For all we know, you're doing some cosplay act. And who exactly do you think you are? Are you any better than us? Furious at being mocked, the girls weren't about to back down. Without hesitation, they unleashed a torrent of insults at Shen Mingyao, going full-on Zuan style. Standing nearby, Qin Yu saw the chaos unfolding and felt a massive headache coming on. She immediately tried to intervene. Everyone, listen to me. But before she could finish, another mocking voice cut through the air. I don't know if she deserves it or not, but one thing's for sure, she's definitely more worthy than you lot. What the hell? Who the F*** is this now? Hearing those words, the girls instantly bristled like angry cats. Their faces darkened as they turned sharply toward the source of the voice. But the moment they got a clear look at the speaker's face, they instantly deflated. Chen Fong hadn't expected that the moment he drove his car to the school gate, he'd run into such a ridiculous situation. Shen Mingyao was his woman. How could he possibly let others insult her like that? Whoa, now this is awkward. Ha. Seriously, these girls are just too unlucky. Uffed. They knew she belonged to a big shot, and still had the nerve to be rude. Serves them right. Now look at them, publicly humiliated by the guy himself. How embarrassing can you get? Hearing the quiet whispers of the onlookers, the three humiliated girls turned pale with shame. They desperately wished they could vanish into a crack in the ground. There was no doubt about it. They'd definitely become the talk of the school today. Exchanging a glance, they quickly slunk away in disgrace. Brother, what did you do that for? They're my roommates, you know. Once the girls were gone, Qin Yu immediately put on a pitiful expression. Now how am I supposed to live in the dorm peacefully? With that, she stepped forward, hooked her arm through Zhao Shuer's, and pouted cutely. Sister Shuer, aren't you going to discipline your husband? Ugh. Zhao Shuer blushed deeply at Qin Yu's teasing. What nonsense are you spouting? What dorm? We've got plenty of space at home. Chen Fong scoffed dismissively. And if you think the house is too far, fine, we'll just buy you and Shuer a villa near campus. The moment those words left his mouth, the crowd of onlookers erupted. No way, is this even human speech? Damn, absolutely legendary. When will I ever be half as cool as him? Just casually buying a villa, like it's nothing. Who does that for real? Rich God, I just want to ask, does your leg need an extra accessory? I'm done, completely done. Suddenly feel like I'm worth absolutely nothing. Though many among them were rich second-generation kids, or even rented off-campus apartments, compared to Chen Fong, they all instantly felt like dead broke nobodies. Chapter 38. I've already given the black card away. Brother, you can't possibly be serious? Qin Yu looked at Chen Fong, asking in disbelief. Of course I'm serious. Chen Fong smiled gently and said affectionately to Qin Yu, you're my only sister. I won't let you suffer any hardship. To Chen Fong, as long as Qin Yu and the others lived comfortably, money was never an issue. Hearing these words, Qin Yu couldn't help but feel deeply moved. She turned toward Zhao Shuer and whispered, Sister Shuer, what do you think? Me? Zhao Shuer was first taken aback, then blushed slightly, saying shyly, why don't we just go stay at your place instead? She had only recently grown much closer to Chen Fong, so naturally, she was willing to stay at his home. That works too. Qin Yu understood Zhao Shuer's feelings perfectly and nodded, replying, anyway, we have our car. It'll be convenient to go back. After a few more arrangements, Chen Fong and Shen Mingyao left Shinshin University. Master, where are we heading now? In the car, Shen Mingyao turned to ask Chen Fong. Chen Fong paused thoughtfully, then said, wait a moment, I need to make a call first. After all, he'd given his black card to Qin Yu. Without a bank card, purchasing items might become inconvenient. Since there was nothing urgent at the moment, Chen Fong decided to call Shuekai to see if he could get him to arrange one black card from every bank in Shinshin. After all, Shuekai was the city director for Huayi Bank in Shinshin. With his connections and Qin Feng's wealth, getting several black cards shouldn't be too difficult. Hey, brother Shue, what are you up to? As soon as the call connected, Chen Fong asked with a smile. Having already treated each other like brothers over drinks last time, their tone of address had naturally become more familiar. What else? The usual, meeting clients and all that junk. Shuekai chuckled and asked back. What's up, brother? You need something? Yeah, I was just wondering. Can you help me get a few more black cards? Chen Fong didn't beat around the bush and got straight to the point. Didn't I just get you one last time? I gave it away. What? Gave it away? Shuekai nearly dropped his phone in shock. Brother, that was a black card. You're way too generous. No choice. My little sister wanted it, so I gave it to her. Chen Fong shrugged helplessly. All right. Shuekai took a deep breath, then asked, where are you now? Why don't you come meet me at Huayi Bank? Sure. Chen Fong nodded, and then hung up. Within half an hour, they arrived at the entrance of Huayi Bank. As soon as they parked, Shuekai came out to greet them. After some casual greetings, he led Chen Fong and the others into the VIP lounge. Little brother, who's this? Shuekai pointed at Shen Mingyao and asked with a smile. Her? She's my driver. What? Driver? Shuekai blinked, stunned. Man, you really are something. Your driver is this beautiful? Stop teasing me, brother Shue. Chen Fong laughed, then turned serious. Brother Shue, about what I mentioned earlier, do you think you could help me out? Seeing Chen Fong was earnest, Shuekai stopped joking. After thinking for a moment, he said, look, if you just want another black card from Huayi Bank, I can authorize that personally. But for other banks, that'd be tough. After all, black cards aren't something anyone can get. In Shuekai's eyes, a black card was a symbol of status. Getting one was almost as hard as climbing to heaven. Even though Chen Fong had over 100 million yuan in his account, applying for black cards from other banks would still be practically impossible. After all, there were plenty of people in China with assets exceeding 1 billion yuan. Yet those who actually held black cards were extremely rare. Is that so? Chen Fong smiled faintly and murmured, then tell me, what exactly does it take to apply for black cards from other banks? He clearly understood what Shuekai implied, that he wasn't qualified. But for now, he didn't bother explaining himself. He'd first find out what the requirements were. Second, the applicant must be a well-known figure or have a certain family background. Third, the company under the applicant's name must be at least on the list of China's top 500 enterprises. He paused, then continued. As for the other minor requirements, I believe you'd meet those standards easily. However, Shuekai didn't spell it out, but he believed Chen Fong would understand what he meant. Yet, what Shuekai hadn't expected was, After hearing his words, Chen Fong didn't show the slightest trace of shock. Instead, he calmly said with a faint smile, "Then how about we go ahead and process the Huayi Bank black card first?" Sure. Shui Kai nodded, then made a phone call right away. In his mind, the reason Chen Fong said that must be because he had chosen to give up. Not long after, a staff member walked in. Following Shui Kai's signal, he immediately began processing Chen Feng's Huayi Bank black card application right inside the VIP lounge. Damn, this can't be real. How is this possible? The moment the staff member placed Chen Feng's ID card on the magnetic reader, the information displayed on the computer screen left him gasping in disbelief. After several long moments, he hurriedly called out to Shui Kai, "Hey Mr. Shui, you need to come see this." Shui Kai, who had been chatting with Chen Fong, frowned slightly upon hearing the cry. After a moment's thought, he approached with a darkened expression. As soon as he reached the staff member's side, he whispered sharply, "What's all this commotion? Can't you see Mr. Chen is still here?" Aye. The staff member tried to explain, yet found himself speechless. In the end, he could only point helplessly at the computer screen and said, "Just look for yourself." With that, he stepped aside. This can't be. The moment Shui Kai saw the contents on the screen, just like the staff member, he froze on the spot. He always believed he was good at judging people, and until now, reality had proven him right. But today, it seemed he had seriously misjudged. Frankly speaking, what appeared on the screen made him feel as if he'd just been slapped across the face. Chapter 39, The Terrifying Superpower. What can't do it? Seeing both Shui Kai and the other person frozen in place, Chen Fong couldn't help but frown slightly. And no, it's not that. Prompted by Chen Feng's question, Shui Kai snapped back to his senses. He rushed over to Chen Fong in 2 long strides and asked in shock, "Brother Chen, your bank account really has more than 300 billion? Yeah, that's right." Seeing Chen Fong nod, Shui Kai pressed further. "You're the largest shareholder of TX Tech?" "Exactly, and you're also the hidden owner behind Byte Technology and Yida Real Estate." Sounds about right," Chen Fong replied with a casual smile. "Man, you've really had me fooled all this time." Hearing Chen Feng's confirmation, Shui Kai could only chuckle bitterly. "If I'd known you were this powerful earlier, would I have dared to waste your time? Just now was all my fault." "Brother, you don't think I'm one of those people who look down on others just because they seem ordinary, do you?" "What are you talking about?" Chen Fong said with a slight smirk, his lips curling upward. "Do I look like someone petty to you?" Honestly, Chen Fong hadn't even held a grudge about what had just happened. Other people questioning his capabilities was perfectly understandable. Seeing that Chen Fong truly wasn't angry, Shui Kai finally felt the weight lift from his chest. Though he now called Chen Fong brother, in his heart, he knew it was best not to offend such a man if possible. After all, for a powerhouse like Chen Fong, crushing him would take nothing more than a snap of the fingers. Not wanting to waste another second, Shui Kai quickly greeted Chen Fong and hurried back to his computer screen. Chen Fong was a top-tier magnate. How could such an important task as issuing a card be left to anyone else? After dismissing the junior staff member, Shui Kai personally took charge of processing Chen Feng's black card. Within less than 5 minutes, he handed over a dazzling black card that sparkled like a diamond. "Brother Chen, do you still want to apply for black cards from the other banks?" "Of course," Chen Fong nodded. "Got it," Shui Kai said as he pulled out his phone. "I'll call the heads of the other banks right now and have them come here in person to serve you." "Hey Lovely, it's Shui Kai from Huayi Bank." The moment the call connected, Shui Kai greeted cheerfully. "I've got a big shot client here who wants to open a black card with your agricultural bank. Think you should come down in person?" "What? You actually say I'm making a fuss over nothing? Well then, let me ask you. Does someone with over 300 billion in their bank account qualify as a big shot? What about someone who owns 51% stakes in TX Technology, Byte Technology, and Yida Real Estate? Does that count as a big shot? Not 3 different people, just one single person. That's right, the guy I'm talking about owns all of these at once. I just want to know, are you coming or not? If you won't, just say so and forget I called." Knew you'd see reason. Hurry up and get here." Satisfied, Shui Kai hung up and immediately dialed another number. Same routine. He made 6 or 7 calls in under 10 minutes. At the same time, the WeChat group for senior banking executives across Shenzhen branches of major Chinese banks had already exploded with chatter. "Calling Lu, did you get a call from Shui Kai?" "I did. Damn, nearly gave me a heart attack." "Haha, I got one too. Heard there's some super tycoon wanting to open black cards at every single bank. Incredible, right? And apparently he's the biggest shareholder in TX Tech. You know nothing. He's got over 300 billion just sitting in his checking account." "That's right. I even heard this guy owns 51% of TX Tech, plus 51% of Byte Technology and Yida Real Estate, all at the same time. My godfather in heaven. Those are all Fortune 500 companies in China. How rich is this man exactly? You guys think Shui Kai might be messing with us? Could such a ridiculously powerful figure actually exist? Doubt it. Shui Kai isn't that kind of guy. Believe it or not. Why don't we just go see for ourselves? Holy hell, I'd love to see what this legendary figure actually looks like." "Good point. Well then, I'm heading over first." "Well, let's all go together." Truthfully, many of these top bank executives still harbored doubts about Shui Kai's claims. After all, someone this powerful, they'd only ever read about in novels. But curiosity overwhelmed skepticism, and one by one, they couldn't resist the urge to go see for themselves. If it turned out to be true, being able to personally assist such an ultra-powerful tycoon with their black cards would give them bragging rights for the rest of their lives. In less than 20 minutes, the top executives from each major bank had already arrived. Since they were all dressed in formal suits and ties, the moment they stepped into Huayi Bank's office hall, they immediately drew the attention of everyone present. "Whoa, what's going on here? That guy over there, isn't that Xia Zong from the agricultural bank? Why is he showing up at Huayi Bank?" "You're right. And the one beside him should be Lu Zong from the industrial and commercial bank. And that tall guy, isn't that Li Zong from China Merchants Bank?" TSK. These are people you'd only ever see in the Shenzhen Daily. What are they all doing gathered here today? Just look at how urgently they're heading toward the VIP lounge. My goodness, could there actually be some big shot waiting inside for them? You must be kidding. What kind of person could possibly command their presence like this? Now that you mention it, you're right. Though the whispers among the onlookers weren't loud, they still reached the ears of these executives. Upon hearing the crowd's speculations, each of them wore knowing smiles. Walking down a long corridor, they soon arrived at the door of the VIP room. For some reason, despite usually being full of confidence, the thought of meeting the super tycoon face to face suddenly made them oddly nervous. Knock knock knock. Taking a deep breath, one of them raised his hand and knocked on the door. Come in. The next second, Shuekai's voice came from inside. Not daring to hesitate, they pushed open the door and walked in. After quickly scanning the luxurious VIP room, their gazes all landed on Chen Fong. Good lord, could this young kid really be that legendary powerhouse? This guy is way too damn young. Frankly speaking, that was exactly what every single one of them was thinking at that very moment. Chapter 40. His name is Chen Fong, my classmate from high school. Wow, you're all here. Shuekai stood up from the sofa and smiled at the group arriving. Hee hee. When you, Director Shue, give the word, how could we possibly not come? Yeah, absolutely. The others quickly chimed in with laughter. Come on, let me introduce you all. Shuekai gestured them forward and pointed toward Chen Fong sitting on the sofa. This is that big shot I was telling you about, Mr. Chen Fong. Hello, Mr. Chen. Upon hearing this, everyone hastily bowed slightly to Chen Fong. In their minds, they couldn't afford to leave a bad impression on someone as powerful as Chen Fong. At this moment, Shuekai turned back to Chen Fong and continued. Mr. Chen, these are all the chief managers of major banks in Shenzhen. This is Director Liu from ICBC, this one is from. Shuekai was clever. He made sure to introduce every single person present to Chen Fong. Hello everyone. Chen Fong nodded and smiled at the group. I'll be counting on all of you for the black cards. Not at all. It's truly our honor to serve you, President Chen. That's right. We never expected Mr. Chen to be so young and accomplished indeed. Don't worry, sir. The black cards are completely under control. After showering Chen Fong with compliments, they couldn't help but glance at Shen Mingyao. Mr. Chen, this must be your wife? Your wife is incredibly beautiful, truly a perfect match, a brilliant man paired with a stunning beauty. Ahem. Shen Mingyao cleared her throat awkwardly and explained, sorry, everyone. I'm just Mr. Chen's driver. What? A driver? Hearing Shen Mingyao's words, the entire group was stunned. They had never imagined that such an exceptionally beautiful woman would merely be Chen Feng's driver. A true heavyweight among magnates. Indeed far more impressive than ordinary people. Even when hiring a driver, he picked someone this extraordinary. Alright, everyone. Shuekai chuckled, cutting off the conversation. Why don't you get started processing the cards for Mr. Chen right away? Hearing Shuekai's words, they didn't dare waste another second and immediately found spots to begin issuing the black cards for Chen Feng. Though they had already mentally prepared themselves, the moment they placed Chen Feng's ID card onto the magnetic reader, they couldn't help but gasp in amazement. Wow, Mr. Chen really is an ultimate tycoon. TSK. Look at these details. Goodness gracious, this is beyond impressive. I wonder if Mr. Chen has a girlfriend yet. My daughter just turned 18. She'd actually suit him quite well. Hey, oldly, do you even have any self-awareness? With your family background, do you think you're worthy of him? How dare you say that? My family's considered aristocracy too, you know. In my opinion, my Ming Ming would be a much better fit for Mr. Chen. You're dreaming. My Yuju would. Alright, enough. Seeing the discussion spiral out of control, Shuekai couldn't help but interrupt again. What's the point of arguing? Just hurry up and finish the job. At Shuekai's reminder, they suddenly felt embarrassed. Who were they, after all? They were the top bank executives in Shenzhen, each one a well-known figure with immense influence. If outsiders found out that all these powerful figures were eager to marry their daughters off to Chen Feng, they'd probably faint from shock. Half an hour later, they had successfully issued black cards from every major bank. Mr. Chen, here's our ICBC Supreme Black Card. It comes with an overdraft limit of up to 10 billion yuan. Does this meet your expectations? And here's ours, the China Merchants Bank Kirin Black Card, also allowing overdrafts up to 10 billion. I've got one too, our ABC Golden Dragon Black Card, same 10 billion yuan overdraft capability. And mine, our bank's black card also offers. Within minutes, Chen Feng held over a dozen different styles of black cards in his hand. All shared one remarkable feature. Each allowed an overdraft of up to 10 billion yuan. What did this mean? Even someone like Bill Gates, the world's richest man, probably never enjoyed such privileges. After collecting all the black cards, Chen Feng exchanged a few pleasantries with everyone before leaving Huayi Bank with Shen Mingyao. Master, where shall we go next? As soon as they got into the car, Shen Mingyao asked Chen Feng. Let's grab something to eat first, Chen Feng replied after a brief thought. Then after dinner, we'll go buy a car. Buy a car? Shen Mingyao was taken aback, blurting out. Didn't you just purchase dozens of luxury cars? Those were way too flashy. Chen Feng curled his lips slightly, a faint upward curve appearing at the corners of his mouth. More than an hour later, after finishing their meal, Chen Feng and Shen Mingyao walked into an Audi 4S store. They had originally intended to quietly browse around the showroom without drawing attention, but their striking appearances made that impossible. The moment they stepped inside, all eyes turned toward them. Hey, isn't that Chen Feng? Just then, a young woman in uniform immediately recognized him. A flash of surprise flickered across her eyes. After all, Chen Feng was her high school classmate, and back then, he'd even pursued her romantically. But at the time, she had rejected him, thinking his family too poor. Yin, who's that? Do you know him? Seeing Yu Wenwen staring at Chen Feng with visible shock, a man beside her in a suit couldn't help but ask. Him? His name is Chen Feng. He was my classmate in high school. Coming back to her senses, Yu Wenwen replied to the man in the suit. Humph, looks like one of those pretty boy rich kids from a nightclub. The suited man sneered, giving Chen Feng a disdainful glance. Though I must say, the girl by his side is quite something. As he spoke, his lecherous gaze kept roaming over Shen Mingyao's figure. Yu Wenwen, noticing this, couldn't resist retorting sarcastically. What's wrong, Boss Jean? Could it be you're actually interested in him? Babe, how can you say that? Hearing this, the man in the suit turned to Yu Wenwen with an expression of deep affection. Don't you already know how I feel about you? Yin, how about dinner tonight? If you agree, I'll buy that Audi A8 right now. Really? Yu Wenwen's eyes instantly lit up. The Audi A8 the man referred to was the top-of-the-line model, priced at around 2.64 million yuan on the market. If he truly bought it, her commission for the month would likely be no less than 70,000 to 80,000 yuan. Chapter 41. I'm just a jobless drifter. Of course, the man in the suit smirked, utterly dismissive. It's just an Audi A8. Only a couple million yuan after all. As long as it makes Wenwen happy, money's nothing to worry about. After all, this man owned a real estate company in Shenzhen with over 100 employees. He had just secured a 10 billion yuan deal from Yida Properties 2 days ago, so a mere 2 million yuan Audi A8 truly meant nothing to him. Wow, Boss Zhang, you're so good to me. Hearing his words, Yu Wenwen immediately looked on the verge of tears. But whether she was genuinely moved or just pretending, that remained unclear. Just then, Chen Fong, who had been wandering around idly, suddenly spotted Yu Wenwen not far away. He first signaled to Shen Mingyao, then walked over alone. Yu Wenwen, is that you? Yeah, it's me. Yu Wenwen smiled, feigning sentimentality. We haven't seen each other in such a long time. That's true. Chen Fong nodded. Are you working here now? Right after high school, I came to Shenzhen. Without much education, I eventually figured this job suited me best. Fair enough. Back in high school, you were our class monitor. Being a salesperson should be no challenge at all for you, right? Hee, just scraping by really. Yu Wenwen chuckled, unable to hide her pride. At least there's no need to work under sun or wind, and with salary plus commissions, I can make 1 or 200,000 a year. In Yu Wenwen's mind, Chen Fong probably wasn't doing well. He had neither the academic credentials nor the family background, so being able to show off in front of him felt pretty satisfying. 1 or 200,000. That's actually quite decent. Well, it's okay, I guess. Yu Wenwen pursed her lips, a subtle upward curve forming at the corner of her mouth. By the way, where are you working now? Me? I'm just a jobless drifter. Chen Fong wasn't lying, but his version of jobless drifter was rather special. With annual earnings easily reaching hundreds of billions, how special was that? Jobless drifter? Before Yu Wenwen could even speak, the man in the suit beside her sneered. Heh, young man. Excuse me for saying this, but a man without ambition doesn't stand much of a chance. Who's this? Chen Fong didn't get angry. Instead, he turned to Yu Wenwen and asked calmly. Oh, him? He's my friend. He works in property development. But before Yu Wenwen could finish, the suited man stepped in proudly. I'm Zhang Wenqing, owner of Dongxing Real Estate. Surely you've heard of our company. Young man, being unemployed isn't good. Why don't you come work as a laborer on my construction site? You'll earn 6 or 7,000 a month at least. As Zhang Wenqing spoke, disdain clearly flickered in his eyes. Heh. But Chen Fong simply laughed dryly and waved his hand. I'm not here looking for a job today. Chen Fong, I know your family situation. Seeing this, Yu Wenwen couldn't help but feign concern. I think Boss Zhang has a point. Working on a construction site wouldn't be so bad. You wouldn't starve, at least, right? Zhang Wenqing quickly chimed in. Since you're Wenwen's classmate, I'll pay you 50 yuan more per day than others. How's that sound? I say it sounds awful. Chen Fong sneered, suddenly finding these two people standing before him utterly ridiculous. Who did they think he was? He was the billionaire owner of 3 listed companies, with assets totaling 300 billion. Make him carry bricks on a construction site? Honestly, what nerve? Chen Fong, I think. Yu Wenwen tried to say more, but Chen Fong cut her off. Enough talking. I'm here to buy a car today. If you still consider me your classmate, recommend me a good one. This. Yu Wenwen froze, blurting out in surprise. You're here to buy a car? What else would I be here for? To eat dinner at your forest store? Ahem, ahem. Yu Wenwen coughed awkwardly twice, remaining silent for a long moment before finally asking. So, what's your budget? 20 to 30 million. That much. Honestly, Yu Wenwen hadn't expected Chen Fong to have 20 or 30 million saved up. Yeah, it's fine, I guess. Chen Fong gave a faint smile, too lazy to elaborate. In that case, Yu Wenwen thought for a second, then pointed toward the distant Audi A8, smiling at Chen Fong. How about that car? Wenwen, that's an Audi A8. Before Chen Fong could even respond, Zhang Wenqing beside her instantly couldn't hold back. In his mind, a nobody like Chen Fong. How could he possibly afford such an expensive car? I know that, yet Yu Wenwen simply smiled, completely nonchalant. Isn't there always car loans? Hearing this, Zhang Wenqing immediately caught on. So this woman was actually trying to scam her old classmate? Realizing this, he quickly put on an exaggerated look of sudden understanding. Yes, you're right. Pay a down payment of 2 or 300,000, get a car loan, and sure, you can own an Audi A8. Chen Fong wasn't stupid. These two clearly had no good intentions. Truthfully, Chen Fong felt deeply disappointed in Yu Wenwen. She used to be the girl he once chased after. Now she'd become this kind of person. Just then, Yu Wenwen spoke again. Chen Fong, what do you think? If you'd like, I can give you an insider price, and don't worry about the loan. I guarantee you'll be satisfied with the interest rate. No thanks. Chen Fong waved his hand dismissively, then pointed toward a nearby Audi A4. I think that car looks great. Honestly, if Yu Wenwen had still been the same person she was back then, Chen Fong would have bought the Audi A8 just to help her out. After all, commission was commission, and it didn't matter who earned it. Following the direction of Chen Feng's finger, both Yu Wenwen and Zhang Wenqing were momentarily speechless. Yu Wenwen curled her lips slightly and said to Chen Fong, Chen Fong, you've got 2 or 300,000, so why buy that outdated Audi A4? A car is just a means of transportation. Whether it's outdated or not doesn't really matter to me. But that's not how it works. You should know, a car is a man's face. If you drive around in an old Audi A4, won't you look utterly pathetic? After saying this, she couldn't help but sneer inwardly. In her eyes, someone like Chen Fong would always be just a poor kid from a low-income family. Even after years out in society, he still had zero vision or ambition. Chapter 42. Is it fun for you to mess with me like this? Is it beneath me? I don't think so. Chen Fong curled his lips slightly, shrugging dismissively. Besides, it's not like I don't have other good cars. Oh, Yu Wenwen immediately found Chen Feng's words somewhat amusing. You mean to say you actually own other cars? Honestly, she didn't believe him at all. It had only been 3 or 4 years since they graduated high school. If someone managed to save 2 or 300,000 yuan by now, that was already considered impressive. Now Chen Fong claimed he owned other cars, good ones, no less. How could Yu Wenwen possibly believe that? That's right. Chen Fong nodded and shrugged. I do own other vehicles. The reason I came here to buy an Audi today is simply to keep a low profile. Hehe. Yu Wenwen couldn't help but sneer, slightly contemptuous. Chen Fong, I never expected that after not seeing you for a few years, your ability to tell tall tales has improved so much. And what exactly do you mean by keeping a low profile? By that logic, are you saying the cars you own are even better than an Audi? In Yu Wenwen's mind, Chen Fong was clearly just saying this to save face. Something like that. What do you mean, something like that? Then let me ask you, what kind of car did you actually buy? All kinds really. Like, the Lamborghini Veneno, or the Ferrari LaFerrari, or the Rolls-Royce Phantom. There are too many. I can't even remember them all. Haha. Zhang Wenqing, standing nearby, burst into laughter as soon as he heard Chen Feng's words. Young man, exaggeration has its limits, you know? Do you even realize how much those cars you just mentioned cost? Yeah. Yu Wenwen quickly chimed in, nodding along. Chen Fong, we're old classmates. Is it really fun for you to play games with me like this? In their eyes, Chen Fong wasn't just poor, he was also an idiot. What? You don't believe me? Chen Fong sighed helplessly. He was telling the truth, yet no one believed him. Of course not. Yu Wenwen sneered again, looking at him with disdain. If you said you bought a Mercedes or BMW, maybe I'd mention believe you. But you're claiming you own things like a Lamborghini Veneno and a Ferrari LaFerrari? Come on, that's ridiculous. I'd like to ask you, do you even know how much those cars cost? In Yu Wenwen's opinion, she was already being quite generous with her words. Were it not for their shared history as classmates, she would have outright called Chen Fong an idiot. Fine. Chen Fong sighed, giving a helpless shrug. He turned around and called out towards Shen Mingyao, who stood a short distance away. Mingyao, come here. Hearing Chen Fong call her name, Shen Mingyao didn't hesitate. She quickly ran over. Yes, master. What is it? She bowed respectfully the moment she reached him. Master? Hearing Shen Mingyao address Chen Fong this way, Yu Wenwen and Zhang Wenqing froze in shock. Without paying them any attention, Chen Fong said calmly, give me the car keys. I need them. All right, of course, master. Shen Mingyao obediently nodded and handed the keys to Chen Fong. Well, are you convinced now? Chen Fong waved the keys in front of them with a smirk. Hehe, isn't that just a lighter? Not bad though. The Lamborghini logo on it looks pretty realistic. Zhang Wenqing was a true car enthusiast, familiar with every luxury brand's emblem. With just a casual glance at the logo on the key fob, he instantly recognized it. In his mind, the key Chen Fong held was surely just a novelty lighter. But what he didn't expect was that the very next second, Chen Fong casually handed the key fob directly to him. Whoa, could this actually be real? Seeing Chen Fong remain so calm, Zhang Wenqing secretly began to doubt himself. No way, he must be trying to bluff me. Just wait, you're going to get exposed, kid. Without hesitation, he pressed the unlock button. Beep, beep. Suddenly, several alert sounds came from outside. The sound wasn't loud, but it clearly reached everyone inside the showroom. Let's go take a look. Chen Fong snatched the keys back, then walked out with Shen Mingyao. Yu Wenwen and Zhang Wenqing exchanged glances, then reluctantly followed. This can't be real. When Zhang Wenqing and Yu Wenwen saw Chen Fong personally open the door of a Lamborghini Veneno, they froze in utter disbelief. Shock. Utter, unimaginable shock. They had never expected that everything Chen Fong said was actually true. Well, are you convinced now? Chen Fong hadn't intended to hold anything against them, but since they'd practically shoved their faces into it, he didn't mind slapping them a couple of times. Yu Wenwen snapped back to reality and was just about to nod when Zhang Wenqing abruptly cut her off. Uffed. So what if your key fob is real? Who knows? Maybe you rented that car. Hehe. Upon hearing this, Chen Fong couldn't help but chuckle. Have you ever seen someone rent a Lamborghini Veneno? By the way, what did you say you were earlier? Oh right, I remember now. The boss of Dongxing Properties, wasn't it? So what if I am? Zhang Wenqing sneered, unable to resist threatening him. Listen, kid, I suggest you stop acting so cocky. You think I can't have you finished in Xinjiang within minutes? Believe me, it'd take no time at all. In his mind, since things had already escalated, he might as well scare Chen Fong a little. Besides, he truly believed he had the power to do so. Oh really? Seems you're quite confident in your abilities. Chen Fong scoffed mockingly. You know what happened to the last person who said something like that to me? Without waiting for Zhang Wenqing's reaction, he pulled out his phone from his pocket. Then, he made a call. Mr. Chen, how may I assist you? The moment the call connected, a man's respectful voice came through immediately. Chen Fong grunted, then said, Su Director, I've reviewed the documents you sent me this morning. It seems there's a 10 billion yuan collaboration between Dongxing Properties and our Yida Group listed there. Yes, Mr. Chen. Is there any issue? Of course there's an issue. Chen Fong curled his lip, his tone suddenly turning stern. Who authorized Yida to cooperate with them? That was apparently a personal decision by President Wang. Hearing Chen Feng's tone, the man on the other end instantly froze in shock. Wang Yilin. Chen Fong paused briefly, then ordered coldly. Tell Wang Yilin to cancel the cooperation with Dongxing Properties within 10 minutes. If not, he won't need to be chairman anymore. With that, Chen Fong hung up the phone. Well, look at you kid, acting so convincing. The very second Chen Fong ended the call, Zhang Wenqing's mocking voice rang out, telling the president to step down from being chairman? Who the hell do you think you are? Chapter 43. Has Yida Realty already changed hands? Hehe. Chen Fong chuckled, a faint smirk rising at the corner of his lips. In no more than 10 minutes, you'll know exactly who I am. Alright then, I'll give you 10 minutes. Zhang Wenqing sneered, clearly unimpressed. In his eyes, Chen Fong was undoubtedly just showing off. Yida Realty, Imperial Capital Headquarters. Director Wang. Director Su says he urgently needs to see you. What does he want now? Wang Yilin frowned, slightly annoyed as he spoke to his secretary. Can't you see I'm in the middle of a meeting with Director Xiao? Tell him to wait until I'm free. But he said it's an emergency. What kind of emergency couldn't possibly wait? Is it more important than my meeting with Director Xiao? Wang Yilin sneered dismissively. Director Wang, maybe you should see Director Su. He might truly have something urgent. Interjected the man in a suit sitting across from Wang Yilan, unable to stay silent any longer. Yes, Director Wang, I think Director Xiao is right. If we end up delaying something critical for your company because of us, we feel terrible about it. Fine then, Wang Yilan relented, turning to his secretary. Go bring Director Su in. Yes, Director Wang. The secretary nodded and promptly left. Director Wang, should we step out for a moment? No sooner had the secretary stepped out than Director Xiao asked tentatively. No need. Wang Yilan waved his hand casually. There's nothing to hide. We're all old friends here. All right then. Seeing Wang Yilan's insistence, Director Xiao and the others remained seated calmly. A few moments later, the secretary returned, accompanied by a middle-aged man. Director Wang, this is bad. Something huge has happened. Su Shenjun had barely approached when he blurted out frantically toward Wang Yilan on the sofa. Calm down. What kind of composure is this? Where's the dignity of a department director? Frowning, Wang Yilan snapped at Su Shenjun. Sit down and tell me. Just what kind of huge matter could make our esteemed director Su lose his head like this? All right, Su Shenjun nodded hastily, quickly finding a seat. Director Wang, this is it. The Chairman Qin just called me. Chairman Qin. Wang Yilan was momentarily puzzled, then realization dawned, and he spoke slowly. You mean the new major shareholder, Chen Fong? At those words, Director Xiao and the others instantly froze. New major shareholder Chen Fong? Holy hell, has Yida Realty really changed hands? This was big news. But since it was Yida's internal matter, after regaining their composure, Director Xiao and the others stayed quiet. Yes, that's exactly him. Su Shenjun nodded, continuing. He said you must cancel the cooperation agreement with Dongxing Real Estate within 10 minutes, otherwise. Otherwise what? Is he threatening me? Upon hearing this, Wang Yilan immediately bristled with anger. He hadn't even registered the earlier part of Su's statement. He said, otherwise, you can stop being chairman. Su Shenjun clenched his teeth and reluctantly muttered out the words. Gasp. Seriously? Director Xiao and the others nearby couldn't help but sharply inhale at these words. Umph. What arrogance. Wang Yilan snorted coldly, full of disdain. What does some brat who hasn't even grown facial hair yet think he's doing, threatening me? Wang Yilan. Doesn't he realize what would happen to Yida Realty without me? In Wang Yilan's mind, he was the founder of Yida Realty. For Chen Fong to actually dare threaten him was pure ignorance. Moreover, there were other people present in the office right now. If he gave in so easily, wouldn't he lose face in front of him? Actually, Su Shenjun wanted to say that it wouldn't be hard at all for Chen Fong to get rid of Wang Yilan. After all, Chen Fong held 51% of Yida Realty shares. Even if Yida lost Wang Yilan, someone else, Li Yilan or Mai Yilan, could step in immediately. Such things weren't uncommon in other corporations. However, Wang Yilan wasn't stupid. His earlier words were merely meant to save face in front of Director Xiao and others. Now that his dignity was preserved, he didn't mind backing down a bit. Still, he couldn't let Chen Fong look down on him too easily. Cough, cough. He cleared his throat twice, then sneered lightly. All right then. Didn't he give me 10 minutes to cancel the deal with Dongxing Real Estate? Then I'll deliberately wait until the 11th minute to deal with it. Let's see what he can do to me. Outside the Audi 4S store. 3 minutes passed. 5 minutes passed. 7 minutes passed. 10 minutes passed. Ha ha ha. Kid, it's already been 10 minutes now. Zhang Wenqing burst into laughter, unable to resist mocking Chen Fong. Chen Fong frowned slightly and immediately wanted to call Su Shenjun to ask what exactly was going on. But just then, Zhang Wenqing's phone rang. Hearing the ringtone, Zhang Wenqing was startled badly. Damn it, could this possibly be real again? His heart sank, and with trembling hands, he pulled out his phone from his pocket. After seeing who was calling, he instantly relaxed. Noticing Chen Fong looking at him mockingly, Zhang Wenqing couldn't help but sneer. Kid, sorry about that. It's just my secretary calling. Without caring about Chen Feng's expression, he answered the call directly. What the hell? Could it be that Su Shenjun didn't take my words seriously? Upon hearing Zhang Wenqing's words, Chen Feng's face instantly turned ashen. He had originally thought the call was from Wang Yilan, but never expected. Honestly, Chen Fong was truly furious now. Wasn't this a slap in his face? Thinking this, how could Chen Fong hold back any longer? He pulled out his phone and called Su Shenjun immediately. Hello, Boss Chen, what do you need? As soon as the call connected, Su Shenjun's somewhat uneasy voice came through. Su Shenjun wasn't stupid. He naturally understood that Chen Fong must be calling to demand answers. Mr. Director Su, it seems you really don't have Chen Fong in your eyes at all. Sure enough, the next second, he heard Chen Feng's furious voice. No, Boss Chen, you've misunderstood. Su Shenjun tried to explain, but was immediately cut off by Chen Fong. Misunderstood? What have I misunderstood? Well, the thing is, seeing that Chen Fong was genuinely angry, Su Shenjun didn't dare delay and quickly explained everything that had happened earlier. Chapter 44. I'm such a damn pig. Oh, after hearing this, Chen Fong froze for a moment, then his eyes turned icy cold. So Wang Yilan is quite confident, huh? Without waiting for Su Shenjun to respond, he hung up the phone. At that very moment, Zhang Wenqing finally ended his call as well. Heh. With a mocking chuckle, Zhang Wenqing sneered at Chen Fong. Kid, my call's already. But before he could finish, his phone rang again. Who is it? This time, he didn't check the caller ID, he just answered. This is Wang Yilan. Manager Wang. Zhang Wenqing was stunned, nearly dropping his phone in shock. He never expected that Wang Yilan would actually call him personally. Taking a deep breath, he stammered. I didn't expect your call, Manager Wang. What can I do for you? It's nothing serious. Just letting you know that our cooperation between Yida Properties and your Dongxing company is officially cancelled as of now. After saying that, Wang Yilan added casually. Of course, if Dongxing wants to sue us for breach of contract, feel free to go ahead. What? Cancel the cooperation? The moment those words hit his ears, Zhang Wenqing felt as if struck by lightning. It took him a long while before he finally managed to ask anxiously. Manager Wang, why are we canceling the cooperation? Do you have some misunderstanding about Dongxing? If there's any misunderstanding, please tell me. I'll fix it immediately. Truth be told, Zhang Wenqing was genuinely panicked. Dongxing was essentially a shell company, and its finances had been in deep red for a long time. This collaboration with Yida Properties was a massive project worth over 1 billion yuan. If completed, it wouldn't only cover their past losses, it could even bring substantial profit. Otherwise, he would never have confidently told Yuan earlier that if she'd just have dinner with him tonight, he'd buy her that Audi A8. Something he thought was already guaranteed had suddenly been terminated by Yida. How could he not panic? Sue Yida for breach of contract? Don't make him laugh. What kind of entity was Yida Properties? It was the undisputed industry leader in China's real estate sector. Forget about Yida's untouchable status across the country. Their legal team was simply the best in all of China. Even if Yida were clearly in the wrong here, Zhang knew he'd have almost no chance of winning such a lawsuit. There's no misunderstanding, Wang Yilan said disdainfully, curling his lip. You simply offended someone you shouldn't have messed with. With that, he hung up without listening to Zhang Wenqing's desperate pleas. Oh, how could this happen? Staring blankly at the disconnected phone, Zhang Wenqing collapsed onto the floor, utterly defeated. Without this 10 billion yuan project from Yida, Dongxing would go bankrupt immediately. And as for Zhang Wenqing himself, he'd become a destitute wretch buried under mountains of debt. Then, suddenly it hit him. Wang Yilan had mentioned that he offended someone powerful, someone he shouldn't have crossed. Realization dawning, he quickly turned his gaze toward where Chen Fong stood. Damn it, I'm such a damn pig. Seeing Chen Fong looking back at him with an openly mocking smirk, Zhang wanted nothing more than to slap himself hard across the face. Struggling to his feet, he shuffled over to Chen Fong with a broken expression. When he reached him, he bowed deeply, then awkwardly said, Mr. Chen, I know who you are now. It was entirely my fault before. Please forgive me. And if possible, I sincerely hope you'll allow Yida to continue cooperating with us. After saying this, he bowed once more. In his mind, as the CEO of Dongxing, showing this much humility should surely be enough. Chen Fong couldn't possibly remain unreasonable after this. Besides, he didn't even think he was truly in the wrong. In fact, he felt Chen Fong was being childish, playing weak to gain advantage. Wasn't that just deliberately humiliating people? Meanwhile, Yuan Wen standing nearby had already gone completely speechless. She had assumed Chen Fong must be doing worse in life than her. But now, it seemed she'd made a huge mistake. Heh. Chen Fong let out a light chuckle, his tone laced with amusement. You know who I am now. Then I'd love to hear, just what exactly do you think you know? Zhang Wenqing froze, instantly flustered. How could he answer? After all, Wang Yilan had merely told him that Chen Fong was someone beyond his reach. He had no idea who Chen really was. With a bitter laugh, he quickly changed the subject. Mr. Chen, if you would agree to continue cooperating with Dongxing, I can offer you this much. As he spoke, he held up 5 fingers straight at Chen Fong. 5 million. That's right, 5 million. Zhang Wenqing nodded reluctantly, clearly in pain over the amount. Heh. Chen Fong let out a cold chuckle, his expression half mocking. Do I look like someone who needs 5 million? Only 5 million. Did he really think that was enough to make him back down? What a joke. Xiao Mingyao, let's go. Ignoring Zhang Wenqing's utterly defeated expression, Chen Fong turned and headed toward the car with Shen Mingyao. But just as they were about to leave, Yuan Wen, who had been silent all along, spoke up. And Mr. Chen, didn't you say you wanted to buy a car? Please, this way. I'll help you process everything right now. Not necessary. Chen Fong waved his hand, gently pulled Shen Mingyao into the car, and drove off. The moment she addressed him as Mr. Chen, their past friendship was already gone. Since that bond no longer existed, why should he bother with her? Mr. Chen, it was all my fault earlier. I was shallow and short-sighted you. Before Yuan Wen could finish, Shen Mingyao stomped on the accelerator. As the Lamborghini Veneno faded into the distance, Yuan Wen felt nothing but deep, gut-wrenching regret. In her mind, Chen Fong had once pursued her. Had she not mocked him earlier, maybe one day she could have been the woman riding in that luxury supercar. Letting out a heavy sigh, she suddenly remembered there was still another wealthy man beside her. Forcing a sweet smile onto her face, she turned to the dejected-looking Zhang Wenqing. Boss Zhang, let's forget about Chen Fong. What do you say? We figure out where we're going for dinner tonight. I heard the Welai Grand Hotel is great. They even have water beds there. Yuan Wen knew full well what Zhang Wenqing was after. It was nothing more than her body. But in her mind, if he really could afford that Audi A8, letting him have his fun wasn't entirely out of the question. Chapter 45. Are we here to be servants and butlers? Go eat shit, you bitch, get the hell out of here. Zhang Wenqing roared furiously and shoved Yuan Wen straight onto the ground. In his mind, if it weren't for this damn woman Yuan Wen, how could he have possibly offended someone as powerful as Chen Fong today? Thinking about the future, buried in debt, running and hiding every day, Zhang Wenqing couldn't help but tremble all over. Yuan Wen never expected Zhang Wenqing to treat her this way. She lay on the floor, stunned, unable to regain her senses for a long while. Master, aren't we buying a car anymore? In the car, Shen Mingyao asked Chen Fong. Of course we are. Who said we're not? Huh? Shen Mingyao was taken aback and curiously asked. Then why did we leave just now? That shop was too filthy. Chen Fong sneered with clear disdain. We should go to a Mercedes-Benz 4S store instead. Oh, okay then. Though slightly confused, Shen Mingyao nodded anyway. Just then, as if remembering something, Chen Fong turned to her and continued. By the way, when you have time, book 2 plane tickets online for the day after tomorrow, flying to the imperial capital. Book flight tickets. Yeah, exactly. Chen Fong nodded, his tone slightly playful. Someone in the imperial capital dared to disrespect me. I'm going to pay them a visit. He hadn't forgotten what Wang Yilan had done. Didn't Wang Yilan claim that if Yida left him, there would be serious consequences? Fine. Chen Fong would give him that chance. Hearing these words, Shen Mingyao couldn't help but silently mourn for Wang Yilan. In her opinion, anyone who dared oppose Chen Fong had never ended well. The case of Li Mingho 2 days ago was like this. Today's Zhang Wenqing was the same. Following the navigation, the two quickly found a Mercedes-Benz 4S store. Without hesitation, Chen Fong directly purchased a Mercedes-Benz S65 AMG worth 3.298 million yuan. After all, this Mercedes S65 AMG was the top-tier product in the entire S-Class lineup. Ding! Friendly reminder. since you currently own 12 China bank cards, would you like to redistribute your rebate balance? Right after Chen Fong successfully swiped his card, the system notification instantly rang inside his mind. Unlike before, this time the system didn't directly issue the rebate. Instead, a friendly reminder popped up. Redistribute. Chen Fong didn't waste any time, immediately replying in his mind. Ding, congratulations. Redistribution successful. The system will now provide rebates to your bank cards in rotation. Ding, you have spent a total of 3,298,000 yuan this time, successfully earning a rebate of 32,980,000 yuan, which has now been deposited into your agricultural bank account. Please check accordingly. Hardly had the system's voice finished echoing when a text message from the agricultural bank arrived. Dear Mr. Chen Fong, on July 4th at 1643, 32,980,000 yuan was successfully deposited into your agricultural bank account ending in 8427. Current balance after transaction, 32,980,000 yuan. To be honest, Chen Fong was quite satisfied with this new function of rotating rebates across his bank accounts. After all, he often casually gifted black cards to people. After leaving the Mercedes 4S store, the two drove straight back to Huaihai Villa. The next morning early, Chen Feng's phone rang. Who is it? Rubbing his sleepy eyes, Chen Fong answered irritably. Mr. Chen, this is Su Moyu. We spoke on the phone the day before yesterday. Soon, a sweet female voice came from the other end of the line. Oh, it's you? What do you need? Su Moyu clearly hesitated, then said somewhat speechlessly. Didn't you ask me to come work for you today? Oh, right. I almost forgot about that. Chen Fong slapped his forehead, suddenly remembering. Have you arrived already? I'm already at the entrance, but the security guards won't let me in. Well, that was understandable. Chen Fong lived in one of Xinjiang's most prestigious residential communities. Not just anyone could walk in. Alright, wait a moment. I'll call the property manager right now. With that, Chen Fong hung up the phone. A short while later, Wang Hao, who'd been sound asleep, was awakened by Chen Feng's call. He initially wanted to hang up immediately, but upon seeing the caller's name, he snapped wide awake instantly. Hello, Mr. Chen. How may I assist you? The moment the call connected, Wang Hao hurriedly asked respectfully. Here's the thing. Chen Fong didn't beat around the bush and got straight to the point. I've hired over a dozen maids and butlers online, and they should all be arriving today. I'll need your help to sort this out. Not a problem at all. Wang Hao wasn't stupid. He clearly understood what Chen Fong meant and immediately agreed with a smile. Don't worry, Mr. Chen. Consider it handled. I'll inform the security team right away to let them in. Good. I'll send you their photos now. Shortly after hanging up, Wang Hao received the photos Chen Fong had sent. When he saw the images clearly, he nearly bit his own tongue in shock. Holy shit. These were the maids and butlers Mr. Chen mentioned? They were way too damn gorgeous. At the entrance of Huaihai Villa, Uncle Security Guard, just let us in please. We're really here to work as maids and butlers. Yeah, we've been standing here for so long already. Can't you cut us some slack? Ugh, getting blocked outside first thing in the morning? Why is this fairy like me so unlucky? This is so infuriating. I don't know why our boss hasn't come out to pick us up. Outside the guardhouse, a large group of stunningly beautiful women surrounded two uniformed security guards, chattering noisily. This breathtaking sight quickly drew attention from passers-by. Whoa, what's going on today? Why are there so many beauties gathered here so early in the morning? Not sure. Probably guests invited by one of the residents. I overheard them telling the guards they're here to serve as maids and butlers for some homeowner. No way. Seriously, having such incredibly beautiful girls as servants. That's just damn enviable. Seeing this crowd of gorgeous women before them, the onlookers instantly wore expressions of intense envy. Just then, the walkie-talkie in the hand of one of the guards blocking Su Moyu and the others suddenly crackled to life. Chapter 46. Is this gateway seriously that big? Hey, is this Xiaolu? The moment the guard pressed the answer button, Wang Hao's voice came through clearly. Yes, speaking. Is there anything you need, Mr. Wang? Listen, are there more than 10 girls at the entrance right now? That's correct. The security guard nodded as he spoke. They showed up early this morning, saying they're here to work as maids for one of our homeowners. I was worried they might have other intentions, so I didn't let them in. Good job. Wang Hao first praised him, then continued. Actually, they really are here to serve as maids, for Mr. Chen, the owner of Building 95. In a moment, I'll send you photos on your phone. Just let them in after confirming their faces match the pictures. Understood, Mr. Wang. After that, the call ended immediately. Well, can you finally let us in now? Having clearly overheard the entire conversation, Su Moyu turned toward the guard and asked, Yes, please wait just a moment. As soon as the guard finished speaking, he pulled out his phone. Right then, more than 10 photos of beautiful women appeared in his inbox. After carefully matching each face, he respectfully ushered Su Moyu and the others through the gate. These were maids for Mr. Chen, the owner of Building 95, the crown jewel of the complex. How could a mere security guard dare offend them? Before they left, he even apologized several times. Whoa, was it really that easy to get in? Not even a form to fill out. Yeah, seriously. I've visited my sister here multiple times, and I always had to fill out paperwork. This is such unfair treatment. So frustrating. I bet they're only being nice because these women are attractive. That's why they're getting special treatment. You don't understand. Didn't you hear what they said just now? These are servants hired by the resident of Building 95. Who would dare make them fill out some stupid form? Is Building 95 really that impressive? What gives them the right to special privileges? Actually, yes, it is that impressive. Do you know how much that villa costs? The price might shock you to death. How much? Could it be 10 billion? 10 billion? Try tripling that. Wow, 30 billion. That's insane. If that's true, then isn't the homeowner some kind of super important figure? Holy crap, if you put it that way, maybe the preferential treatment makes sense after all. The bystanders weren't fools. This was someone who spent 30 billion to buy the crown villa. Their annual property fees alone must be astronomical. So asking management to allow a few maids inside didn't seem unreasonable at all. Sisters, seems like our boss is quite someone around here in Huaihai Manor. No kidding. You saw how that security guard changed his attitude completely. He did a full 180. Incredible. It's not easy to earn that level of respect from staff at Huaihai Manor. By the way, they mentioned our boss owns the Luang unit. What exactly is Luang? You don't even know what Luang is? Obviously, it means the king among all villas, literally the best one here. My god, seriously? Then how much would a Luang cost? Given Shin City's real estate prices, definitely no less than 30 billion. The moment those words were spoken, every woman present gasped audibly. What did 30 billion even mean? Even if they sold every single one of themselves, they wouldn't reach a fraction of that amount. None of them imagined their boss could be so unfathomably rich. Remember, just 3 days ago, they'd spoken with Chen Fong on the phone, and clearly, he was young. How could someone so young possess such immense wealth? No wonder they were stunned. At the same time, curiosity about Chen Fong grew stronger within them. They desperately wanted to see what their mysterious employer actually looked like. Wow, the environment here is absolutely amazing. I'm so jealous of the residents. I wonder when I'll ever own a mansion like this. Everyone, look at that lake over there, so crystal clear. And aren't those goldfish swimming in it? The area on the left must be a golf course. So luxurious. Oh my gosh, I love that pavilion. It's so beautiful. The women walked slowly along the path, constantly stopping to admire the scenery. The opulence of the surroundings kept shattering their expectations. Thanks to the road signs, they didn't take long to reach the entrance of Villa number 95. When they saw the enormous gateway before them, they froze in astonishment. My god, is this gate seriously that big? Yeah, it feels almost as tall as my apartment building. So impressive. Wow, wow, wow. Is this what a rich person's mansion looks like? Definitely top tier, luxurious, and classy. Though they were all top graduates from prestigious universities and certainly not naive, when it came to ultra-luxurious residences like this, they had only ever seen them on TV dramas. Without wasting time, one of them stepped forward and pressed the doorbell. Hearing the chime, Chen Fong asked Shen Mingyao to answer the door. Soon, the gate to the villa courtyard swung open. As soon as Su Moyu and the others stepped through, they were once again stunned by the sight before them. Thinking that they would be working in such an environment from now on, they suddenly felt that this job might actually be pretty great. Chapter 47. If not the boss's wife, then who? Walking along the pebble-paved path, the group of women soon arrived at the entrance of the villa. Chen Fong had already opened the front door as soon as they entered the courtyard, so they walked straight in. Wow, these two are unbelievably good-looking. Goodness, could that handsome guy actually be our boss? He's way too young. The moment they saw the two people on the sofa, they were instantly awestruck. But they didn't waste any time. Hurrying forward a few steps, they greeted together. Hello boss's wife. Chen Fong was momentarily stunned, but quickly recovered. He smiled and pointed at Shen Mingyao, saying, she's definitely not your boss's wife. Not the boss's wife. The women looked confused, unsure what to make of this. In their eyes, any woman sitting beside the boss, what else could she possibly be but the boss's wife? Just then, Shen Mingyao spoke up. I'm just like you. All of us are the master's servants. I mainly take care of driving for the master. Servants? Master? Hearing Shen Mingyao use such intimate terms, the women couldn't help but frown slightly. These ambiguous titles immediately made them wonder if this job might be a bit questionable. But Chen Fong didn't pay it much mind. He carefully observed the group. They were just as stunning as in the photos, every single one of breathtaking beauty. Everyone, please have a seat, Chen Fong said, gesturing toward the surrounding sofas. The women murmured their thanks and found seats. My name is Chen Fong. I'm the owner of this villa, Chen Fong declared directly, without beating around the bush. Now, let each of you introduce yourselves briefly. Hello boss, my name is Su Moyu. I'm 24 years old, graduated from Harvard University in Milan, with a PhD in economic management. I'll be counting on your kindness and guidance. Hello boss, my name is Huang Chuchu. I'm 23 years old, graduated from Cambridge University in the Sunless Empire, with a PhD in hotel management. I'll be relying on your support moving forward. Hello boss, my name is Xiao Yuqing. I'm 23 years old, graduated from. Hello boss, my name is Zhao Haiding. Within less than 5 minutes, all the women had introduced themselves. Their backgrounds matched what Chen Fong had seen online. Each a top graduate from prestigious universities, with solid relevant work experience. Good. All of you are excellent, Chen Fong said approvingly, then smiled at them. From this moment on, I am officially your boss. Of course, you may also call me master if you prefer. I won't mind. Yeah right, who'd want to call you master? Do you think being good-looking and rich gives you the right to demand whatever you want? Internally, every woman rolled their eyes at Chen Feng's words. Yet just then, Chen Fong continued. As for your salaries, they'll follow exactly what we discussed on the phone earlier. Does anyone have objections? No. All the women shook their heads in unison. With such high pay, how could they possibly object? Good. Since no one has objections, Chen Fong paused deliberately, waiting until everyone's attention focused on him before continuing. I'll now assign your duties. Su Moyu, present. From today onward, you will serve as my personal steward, Chen Fong said solemnly, looking at her. Your main responsibilities will include managing my daily schedule and overseeing all of them. Do you have any objections? Yes. Oh, Chen Fong blinked in surprise, then asked, what objection do you have? Speak freely. Boss, I'd like to know, what exactly do you mean by daily schedule? Su Moyu stood up, asking calmly and confidently. If Chen Feng's answer didn't satisfy her, she would walk out immediately. Seeing her stance, Chen Fong couldn't help but purse his lips, a faint smirk forming at the corners of his mouth. For example, today's appointments, who I need to meet, which transportation to use, what clothes to wear. These are all things you'll need to arrange. In my opinion, none of this should be too difficult for someone with a PhD, right? Upon hearing this, Su Moyu first exhaled in relief, but then quickly frowned. That's a lot of tasks, but am I supposed to handle everything alone? Of course not. Chen Fong waved dismissively, slightly exasperated. Didn't I just say? You're my personal steward. You only need to organize and delegate these tasks to them. Oh, I see. Hearing this, Su Moyu immediately felt it was acceptable and nodded. All right then, I have no objections. However, just then, Huang Chuchu beside her spoke up. Boss, I also have a question I'd like to ask you. Oh, go ahead then. It's like this. Huang Chuchu nodded and asked, if we're going to work for you, does that mean we must live here? Not necessarily. You can choose to stay here, or you may go home if you prefer. After saying this, Chen Fong added with emphasis, of course, whenever I need you, you must appear before me immediately. So, does that mean we'll be serving you 24 hours a day? Upon hearing this, Sumo Yu couldn't help but frown slightly. More or less, Chen Fong said with a nod, then smiled. I'm not asking you to serve me non-stop all day. As long as you're able to show up when I need you, that's all. In Chen Feng's mind, the salary he offered them wasn't low at all. In fact, throughout the entire Shenzhen, they probably wouldn't find another job paying so generously. Given that, how could everything possibly go exactly according to their preferences? By your logic, if you meet us in the middle of the night, should we still rush over right away? Naturally. All the women, upon hearing Chen Feng's response, immediately began entertaining thoughts of backing out. Yet Chen Fong could clearly see what they were thinking. He had obviously been mistaken for a pervert. Letting out a wry smile, he quickly laughed and explained, don't overthink it. The services I mentioned are only those I've already specified. They don't include sleeping with me. And I want to make one thing very clear. Compared to your appearances, I value your abilities far more. Having said this, Chen Fong thought better of it and added a preventive warning. Of course, if your abilities turn out to be extremely poor, I won't hesitate to fire you on the spot. Chapter 48. So what if there's no future? Boss, you're not lying to us, are you? Hearing Chen Feng's words, the women couldn't help but blurt out their question immediately. The thought of leaving just moments ago quickly faded away. In their minds, their abilities were certainly nothing to scoff at. As long as Chen Fong didn't have any ulterior motives, this job was actually quite good. Of course not. Chen Fong rolled his eyes and said wryly, do I look like someone who's short on women? The women froze for a second, then vigorously shook their heads all at once. Given Chen Feng's age, looks, and wealth, what woman couldn't he have if he wanted? When they first arrived, they had taken a good look around the courtyard. Those rows of luxury cars lined up like an auto show. Who would believe he lacked female company? Come on. Honestly, Chen Fong had made a pretty decent first impression on them. As top-tier beauties with elite educations, they'd been pursued by plenty of rich second-generation heirs. But those guys almost always reeked of spoiled arrogance. Here, however, they sensed none of that from Chen Fong. In fact, he seemed surprisingly down to earth. All right, I'll give you half a day to think it over. Chen Fong, tired of further explanations, told the group. Once you've decided, bring all your belongings here this afternoon. There are plenty of rooms available. You can pick any you want, except for the master bedrooms on the first and second floors. Seeing no objections from the women, Chen Fong instructed Shun Mingyao to escort them all out. After breakfast, Chen Fong went back to his bedroom and dozed off again. Would you love me if I had no money? Such a simple question. Would you still? Just as Chen Fong drifted into a hazy sleep, his phone suddenly rang. He stretched lazily before answering. Hello? Who is it? Your dear mother. The next second, his mother's voice came through the receiver. Mom, what's up? What? Can't I call my son without having a reason? Cough, cough. Chen Fong cleared his throat twice, replying weakly. Of course you can. You can call me anytime you want. Hee, that's better. Li Guifeng chuckled lightly, then asked quietly. Xiao Feng, tell me, what's going on with that 10 million in my bank account? Through the phone, Chen Fong could clearly sense his mother's nervousness. Ah, so you found out already? Chen Fong grinned carelessly. If I hadn't come to the county town today to pay the gas bill, I might never have noticed so easily. Li Guifeng snorted in anger. Tell me right now, where did this money come from? Have you done something illegal? I haven't even told your father yet. I'm afraid he'd start imagining all sorts of things. How could that be? Don't you know your own son? Chen Fong sighed, smiling bitterly. Don't worry, Mom. It's all clean money. If you or Dad want to eat something special or buy anything, just go ahead and get it. And if it's not enough, I've got more. You're sure you're not lying to me? Though Li Guifeng didn't want to pry into her son's private affairs, she still felt uneasy. Mom, trust me. I might lie to anyone else, but never to you. Helpless, Chen Fong had no choice but to keep explaining. I won it playing the lottery 2 years ago. I invested all of it in stocks. Just recently I needed some cash, so I withdrew part of it. He didn't want to lie to his mother, but he couldn't very well tell her about the system. With no other options, he had to make up some story to get her off his back. Alright then, I'll believe you for now. Even though Chen Feng's explanation sounded reasonable, Li Guifeng still found it hard to fully accept. How about this? I'll keep the money safe for you. If anything ever happens, I can pull it out whenever necessary. Mama, really, there's no need. Chen Fong felt helpless. Had he known this would happen, he definitely wouldn't have transferred such a large sum to his parents all at once. Now, his mom was already planning escape routes for him in case he got caught. Fine, I've got things to do. I won't talk much longer. Not wanting to drag the conversation, Li Guifeng gave one last reminder. Take care of yourself out there. Never do anything wrong, you hear me? Yeah, I hear you. After exchanging final words, they hung up. Sigh, maybe I should visit home sometime soon. Chen Fong shook his head, silently thinking to himself. In his mind, if he didn't return home in a grand manner, his parents might actually live frugally despite having a fortune at their disposal. Time flew quickly, and before long it was already 1 o'clock in the afternoon. Having finished lunch, Chen Fong and Shun Mingyao sat directly in front of the TV. Ring ring. Just then, the doorbell outside the villa courtyard suddenly rang. Chen Fong checked the surveillance and found that it was Su Moyu and the others. To be honest, this outcome had been exactly what Chen Fong expected. After all, the salary he offered wasn't something just anyone could easily turn down. Not bad. These dozen-odd girls really are quite attractive. Chen Fong smacked his lips slightly and immediately pressed the button to open the gate. A short while later, Su Moyu and the rest walked in, dragging their luggage. So, have you all made your decision? Chen Fong asked with a smile as soon as they entered. Yes, we've all thought it through. The women nodded firmly in unison. They weren't fools, so what if they were servants? What if there was no future? In China, who else could possibly offer a salary higher than Chen Feng's? Impossible. Not even Fortune 500 companies would casually offer such pay. In fact, after returning home to pack, some of them had still worried whether Chen Fong might suddenly change his mind and reject them. You've certainly made the right choice, Chen Fong said approvingly, then turned to Su Moyu and smiled. Send me your bank account. I'll transfer some money to you first. Transfer money? What money? Su Moyu blinked in surprise, asking curiously. Boss, are you going to pay us in advance? You're overthinking it, Chen Fong retorted dryly, giving her a look. From now on, if the house is missing anything, just use this money to buy it. Chapter 49. What the hell kind of question is that? Oh, I see. As soon as Su Moyu heard Chen Feng's words, her face instantly turned bright red. She could only blame herself for being too naive. Sure, Chen Feng was rich, but that didn't mean he was an idiot. How could she expect money without doing anything first? Was that even possible? Without wasting any time, she immediately sent her bank account number to Chen Feng. After receiving the account details, Chen Feng instantly transferred 10 million yuan to her. However, to Chen Feng's surprise, the system didn't provide any rebate this time. System, why didn't I get a rebate this time? Without hesitation, Chen Feng communicated with the system in his mind. Ding. Since your transfer this time was not a purchase, the system cannot provide you with a rebate. We apologize for the inconvenience. I see. Chen Feng couldn't help but frown slightly. But what if the recipient uses this money to make purchases? This was a matter Chen Feng deeply cared about. If he still couldn't get a rebate under those circumstances, things might become difficult. He certainly didn't want to personally buy household items in the future. Ding. If the recipient uses this money for purchases, the system will automatically deposit the rebate into your bank account. After hearing this from the system, Chen Feng finally breathed a sigh of relief. Just then, Su Moyu also quickly received a text message notification. Dear Ms. Su Moyu, your bank account ending in 6783 successfully received 10 million yuan on July 5th at 1323. The balance after this transaction is 10,146,527 yuan. After reading the message, she froze completely. It took her quite a while before she snapped out of it, staring at Chen Feng in utter shock. Boss, did you just transfer 10 million to me? What? 10 million? Seriously? Just like that? 10 million? Holy crap, this is way too crazy. Upon hearing Su Moyu's words, the other girls rushed over to look at her phone screen. Damn, it really is 10 million. My goodness. This is insane. He's absolutely terrifyingly rich. Staring at the numbers displayed on Su Moyu's phone screen, the girls counted them over and over again. Once they confirmed that it truly was 10 million, they instantly became dazed once more. What was a god-tier wealthy person? This, right here, was a god-tier wealthy person. Boss, didn't you send way too much? Coming back to her senses, Su Moyu looked at Chen Feng incredulously. Too much. Chen Feng smirked dismissively. From now on, I'll transfer you 10 million every month for household expenses. What? Every month, 10 million? Hearing this, Su Moyu nearly popped her eyes out. The girls, who had barely recovered their composure, instantly fell into another state of shock. Hee, look at all your expressions. Is it really that surprising? Chen Feng chuckled, casually crossing one leg over the other as he sat on the sofa. Surprising? What the hell kind of human language is that? Hearing Chen Feng's words, all the girls inwardly complained. 10 million per month added up to 120 million a year, used merely for daily household spending. Who else could possibly be richer than this? Alright, look at all of you. Do you really think 10 million is hard to spend? Chen Feng said with a shrug, utterly nonchalant. First, prepare at least 10 bottles of top-grade red wine each month, each worth over 300,000. Then get some premium tea and coffee. For the rest, Moyu, you decide what to do with it. One thing I demand is that everything in the house must be top tier. I won't settle for anything mediocre. After speaking, Chen Feng turned directly towards Su Moyu. Got it. G got it. Su Moyu replied with a ooh smile as she nodded. She wasn't someone unfamiliar with wealth, but Chen Feng's approach to spending was something she'd never seen before. While shocked, she couldn't help but feel drawn to such a lifestyle. And it wasn't just her. Every girl present felt exactly the same. A life without worrying about money. Tell anyone. Who wouldn't want that? Good. Chen Feng nodded in satisfaction. At that moment, suddenly recalling something, he opened the drawer on the coffee table. In the next second, a huge pile of keys belonging to various luxury cars appeared before everyone. Without even checking, Chen Feng grabbed the entire bunch and stuffed them into Su Moyu's hands. Huh? Su Moyu was stunned, not quite understanding what Chen Feng meant. You can take these cars anytime you want to go grocery shopping or pick up other things, Chen Feng explained with a smile, no longer keeping secrets. Using supercars to go grocery shopping? Holy crap, is there anything more extravagant than this? When they heard Chen Feng's words, every girl present almost staggered and fell to the ground. Boss, you've transferred money and handed over car keys. Don't you worry at all that we might just run away with them? Su Moyu couldn't help but ask after recovering from her shock. This was exactly what every girl there was thinking. Hee. Chen Feng chuckled lightly and said calmly, if any of you would run off just because of a few things like these, then you're simply too stupid. I believe that as long as you're truly working hard for me, what you'll eventually gain will be far greater than this. After saying that, Chen Feng added with a smile. Besides, even if I let you run away, do you dare? Dare? Of course not. Su Moyu and the others weren't fools. These things might mean nothing to Chen Feng, but if they dared to take them and flee, just the charge of theft alone could lock them up in prison for the rest of their lives. Not to mention, right now they were living in a villa, driving luxury cars. Was there any better life than this? With such comfort already within reach, why risk throwing it all away for a petty gain? The only reason Su Moyu had asked just now was out of curiosity. Talking so much has made my mouth dry, Chen Feng remarked, unconsciously licking his lips. Boss, I'll go pour you some tea right away. Su Moyu immediately responded, turning to head toward the water dispenser. But just then, two other girls rushed past her, beating her to it. Seeing this, Su Moyu inwardly cursed, moving so fast. Are you rushing to reincarnate or something? Since she couldn't compete, Su Moyu gave up on the idea. Then, noticing Chen Feng stretching lazily, she quickly trotted over. Boss, let me give you a shoulder massage. Fine. Chen Feng said with a smile, nodding approval. At that moment, several other girls also came forward eagerly. Doctorate holding beauties, top students? Heh, turns out they're no different after all. Feeling the gentle touch of Su Ma Yu and the other's hands on his shoulders, Chen Fong couldn't help but smirk inwardly. Chapter 50. In front of the boss, everyone is nothing. Alright, that's it for today. Having thoroughly enjoyed the service from the beautiful women, Chen Fong stood up directly from the sofa. He still had to go to the imperial capital tomorrow, a place full of danger and intrigue. Right now, apart from being rich, Chen Fong didn't seem to have any real leverage against Wang Yilin. If Wang Yilin decided to play dirty, he might end up never returning. For a moment, Chen Fong couldn't think of any other solution. After pondering for a while, he finally communicated with the system. System, could you please help me unlock the system mall? Chen Fong had read quite a few system-related novels before. Almost every system came with an incredibly powerful mall. Inside those malls, all sorts of items were sold. Pills, weapons, martial techniques, even divine beasts. He was just trying his luck now, wondering if his own system was equally amazing. Beep. Sorry, you currently do not have permission to access the system mall. We apologize for the inconvenience. However, much to Chen Feng's disappointment, although his system did indeed possess a mall, he lacked the authority to open it. Is that so? Chen Fong slightly furrowed his brow. After a brief pause, he continued asking, then what conditions must I fulfill to gain access? Beep. The system is unable to answer this question at present. We apologize for the inconvenience. System, aren't you supposed to be omnipotent? How come you can't even answer such a simple question? Beep. The system is not omnipotent. We apologize for the inconvenience. You apologize my ass. Unable to hold back, Chen Fong immediately cursed out loud. Then tell me this, how exactly can I boost my strength right now? Honestly speaking, when Chen Fong asked this, he wasn't expecting much. But surprisingly, the system actually provided him with a solution. Beep. You may use system rebate funds to activate a targeted additional reward option. Would you like to proceed with targeting? Upon hearing this, Chen Fong was momentarily stunned. Frankly, he didn't fully understand what the system meant by that. But with no other options available, he figured he might as well give it a shot. Without further hesitation, he mentally selected yes immediately. Beep. Congratulations. You have successfully initiated the targeted additional reward option. This operation deducts 100 billion yuan from your rebate balance. Please take note. The instant the system announcement finished, the notification sound of a text message buzzed from Chen Feng's phone. Dear Mr. Chen Fong, your Hua bank account ending in 5987 has successfully made a transaction of 100 billion yuan on July 5th at 1443. Your remaining balance after this transaction is 207,806,045,933 yuan. After reading the message, Chen Fong nearly passed out from shock. He never imagined the system's fee would be so ridiculously high. One single charge of 100 billion yuan. Even more infuriating was that after the notification, nothing else happened. What the hell? Did the system just scam me out of 100 billion? At this thought, Chen Fong could no longer contain himself. He instantly demanded through his mind, System, didn't you say I successfully activated the targeted additional reward? Then why hasn't anything happened yet? Beep. You must raise your system rebate amount to over 400 billion yuan to qualify for this service. Please take note. What the hell? What the hell? What the hell? Chen Fong cursed 3 times before barely managing to suppress his rising fury. Truthfully, raising his rebate balance beyond 400 billion wasn't an impossible task for Chen Fong. But the damn system's ridiculous mechanics left him extremely annoyed. Were it not for his lack of alternatives, he wouldn't even bother dealing with this broken system. I'm still short over 200 billion in rebate funds. What should I buy now? Chen Fong took a deep breath and began thinking hard. Suddenly recalling something, he called out to Guan Feifei, who was cleaning nearby. Feifei, come here for a moment. I've got something I need you to handle. Yes, boss. Guan Feifei put down her mop immediately and walked over. Here's the thing. Chen Fong didn't beat around the bush and got straight to the point. You used to work at Eastern Airlines, right? Now I'm giving you a task. By the end of today, purchase for me a private jet worth no less than 2 billion yuan. Any problem with that? You want to buy a plane? Guan Feifei couldn't help herself and blurted out in astonishment. The other women nearby, busy with their tasks, immediately turned to look upon hearing Guan Feifei's outcry. Holy shit, is the boss seriously this awesome? Is he actually going to buy a private jet? Exactly. Chen Fong didn't even glance at the stunned expressions around him. He simply nodded at Guan Feifei. Well, there's no real problem. Guan Feifei hesitated slightly, clearly troubled as she spoke, but the handling fees might be quite high. Don't worry about the fees. Chen Fong waved his hand dismissively, speaking with utter confidence. As long as you get this done for me today, I'll personally reward you with 1 million yuan. How does that sound? 1 million? At Chen Feng's words, Guan Feifei was so shocked, she nearly bit her own tongue. The women standing nearby, secretly listening in, instantly gaped in disbelief. No way, did I hear that right? Am I hallucinating? This can't be real. I clearly heard the boss say he'd give Guan Feifei a 1 million yuan reward. Damn, that's insane. That's a whole 1 million yuan. So damn envious. Guan Feifei really hit the jackpot this time. TSK. Our boss is incredibly generous. I'm falling for him more and more. In love, completely in love. From now on, I'm only loyal to our boss. Forget all those pop stars like Cohen or Jean, step aside. In an instant, every woman shot Guan Feifei looks filled with envy. They never imagined Chen Fong would be this unbelievably generous, just casually handing out 1 million yuan like it was nothing. What did 1 million yuan even mean? In a third-tier city, that could easily buy 2 apartments. Snapping back to reality, Guan Feifei didn't dare waste another second. She quickly reassured Chen Fong. Boss, don't worry, it's all on me. Good. Hearing this, Chen Fong nodded with great satisfaction. Chapter 51. You won't know until you try? Boss. Less than 10 minutes later, Guan Feifei found Chen Fong again. How did it go? Chen Fong grunted softly and asked with a smile. I've just contacted Mr. Li from Eagle Aviation, Guan Feifei said without beating around the bush. He said he can sell you a Boeing 747. As for airspace application procedures and approvals, he can handle everything for you. A Boeing 747. Chen Fong was momentarily taken aback. He didn't know much about aircraft. That's right. Guan Feifei nodded, then began explaining to Chen Fong. The Boeing 747 is currently the most cost-effective civilian passenger plane on the market. It can be used for cargo transport or carrying passengers. Its price is roughly 350 million US dollars. If converted into Chinese yuan, that's approximately 2.3 billion. Is that so? After listening, Chen Fong immediately decided. Then go ahead and buy it. But, what is it? Chen Fong frowned slightly, puzzled. Are they refusing to sell it for 2.3 billion? Not exactly. Guan Feifei replied with a bitter smile. It's just that he said he'll charge a 5% service fee. I haven't agreed to his terms yet. What do you think? Agree to it, Chen Fong said decisively without hesitation. He had no time to waste on such matters. He well understood that getting airspace clearance paperwork approved in China within a single day wasn't an easy feat. In fact, paying that 5% fee was actually worth it. Alright then, I'll get it done right away. Seeing Chen Feng's approval, Guan Feifei immediately made a phone call. Less than 5 minutes later, she returned once more. Boss, Mr. Li says he's already in Shenzhen and wants to meet you in person to discuss details. What should we do? Really? Chen Fong was slightly surprised and couldn't help but ask curiously. Did he mention where he'd like to meet? He said it's up to you. Fine then. Chen Fong thought for a moment before saying, just invite him here. The sun is pretty strong outside. I'd rather not go out. Keep in mind, Shenzhen's weather in July was scorching hot, enough to cause heat stroke almost instantly. Chen Fong figured staying in the villa with air conditioning was far more comfortable. As for whether this Mr. Li was hot or not his problem at all. Got it. I'll inform him right away. Guan Feifei nodded and quickly sent a text message from her phone. About 2 hours later, a black Mercedes-Benz S750 worth over 2 million yuan pulled up directly in front of Huaihai Manor's entrance. The moment the car stopped, a security guard approached. Hello, may I help you? The guard knocked gently on the window and spoke to the occupant inside. Hi. Li Yihong rolled down the window and stuck his head out, smiling. I'm here on business, specially invited by one of your residents. Could you please open the gate and let me in? Is that so? The guard hesitated briefly before replying. Then please come to our security office and fill out a form first. Isn't that a bit too troublesome? Li Yihong couldn't help frowning. There's nothing I can do about it. The guard shrugged dismissively. These are the rules. If you're unwilling to fill it out, I can't let you in. He was a security guard at Huaihai Manor. So what if the other guy drove a 2 million yuan Mercedes? He dealt with powerful people every day. This Li Yihong in front of him? Honestly, he didn't impress him much. Yet Li Yihong could clearly see the disdain in the guard's eyes. He wanted to get angry but forcibly suppressed it. Taking a deep breath, Hingxing nodded. Alright, fine. With that, he prepared to follow the guard to the security booth. But just then his phone rang. Li Yihong took out his phone and saw it was a call from Guan Feifei. Without delay, he answered. Hello, Mr. Li, aren't you here yet? The moment the call connected, Guan Feifei's urgent voice came through. She knew Chen Fong had promised her a 1 million yuan bonus as long as she finished this task today. With Li Yihong still not arriving after so long, naturally, she was getting anxious. Ahem. Li Yihong coughed twice, feeling somewhat embarrassed. I just arrived at the entrance of Huaihai Manor. I was about to finish filling out the form and go in. Fill out a form? Guan Feifei sounded stunned, almost exasperated. Is that really necessary? The guard won't let me in unless I do. Li Yihong replied awkwardly. The security guard who was leading the way ahead couldn't help but frown upon hearing Li Yihong's words. In his mind, this guy actually dared to report him directly. Later on, he'd make sure to give him extra trouble. Just tell him you're a guest invited by Mr. Chen Fong. Guan Feifei's voice came through the phone again shortly. Will that really work? Li Yihong asked skeptically, curling his lips. Hee. Guan Feifei let out a light chuckle, her mouth curving upward slightly. You won't know until you try, will you? Alright then. Li Yihong reluctantly nodded and hung up the phone. Truthfully, he was genuinely doubtful. Was Chen Feng's name really that powerful? With an experimental mindset, he immediately turned to the guard and said, I'm a guest invited by Mr. Chen Fong. Are you still insisting I fill out this form? Huh? What did you say? Upon hearing Li Yihong's words, the guard blurted out in shock before he could stop himself. Why, you're a guest invited by Mr. Chen? After all, just moments ago, he had been secretly plotting how to make things difficult for this man standing right before him. But who would have thought? This damn guy was actually invited by Chen Fong. He stumbled backward in such a hurry that he nearly fell flat on the ground. Seeing the guard's shocked expression, Li Yihong himself couldn't help but feel astonished. What the hell? Is this real? Could it be that Mr. Chen actually held that much influence here in Huaihai Manor? As these thoughts raced through his mind, the guard came scurrying over with a servile smile. Sir, I was completely in the wrong just now. I sincerely apologize to you. If I had known earlier you were a guest of Mr. Chen, there's no way I'd have dared ask you to fill out any form. Without waiting for Li Yihong to respond, he bowed deeply to him. This. Li Yihong was momentarily stunned, but quickly regained his composure. Smiling faintly, he calmly said to the guard, You were just doing your job. No need to apologize. Then suddenly, his tone shifted. However, don't ever look down on people from a crack in the door again. Understood? Understood, sir. You're absolutely right. Hearing Li Yihong's words, the guard immediately breathed a sigh of relief, straightened up, and nodded vigorously. Chapter 52. I'm afraid saying it might scare you to death. Just a moment, sir. I'll open the gate for you right away. Without wasting any time, the guard quickly jogged over and swung the main gate open. As Li Yihong drove in, the guard even gave him a cheerful salute. Just then, another security guard coming on shift arrived and saw the scene unfold before his eyes. Hey Santa, what are you doing? Who's inside that's so important? He walked up curiously and asked his fellow guard. But judging by that car, doesn't seem like it's anyone special. You don't know anything. Now, Santa, look at you getting bold, daring to talk to your brother Yang like that. The newly arrived guard laughed and scolded playfully, then quickly pressed on. Come on, tell me quick. Who exactly is in there? Heh. Santa let out a quiet chuckle, smirking slightly. I'm afraid saying it might scare you to death. No way. Seriously? This guy's that impressive? Of course. Sander's lips curled upward faintly as he said coolly. Have you heard of Chen Fong, the CO Chen? Heard of him? That's one big shot. At those words, the new guard immediately wore an expression of deep admiration. Wait, you mean the person in there is Boss Chen himself? Don't be ridiculous. Sandor scoffed dismissively. How could someone as powerful as Boss Chen drive such a beat-up piece of junk? Huh, good point. That actually makes sense. Hearing this, the new guard nodded in agreement. But just then, it hit him, and he snapped angrily at Sandor. Damn it. You little punk still haven't told me who's actually in there. Meanwhile, after being ushered in by the guard, Li Yihong followed the signs and drove smoothly down the road. Within less than 10 minutes, he parked his car outside Villa number 95. After stepping out and ringing the doorbell, the courtyard gate opened shortly. Presidently, you're finally here. The very instant the gate opened, Guan Feifei appeared directly in front of Li Yihong. Looking at her, Li Yihong was momentarily dazed. It took him a long pause before he hastily smiled and said, Feifei, you're getting more beautiful with each passing day. But Guan Feifei clearly had no time for pleasantries. She waved her hand impatiently. Presidently, my boss has been waiting for you for over 2 hours. Let's head inside quickly. Thanks for leading the way, Li Yihong replied awkwardly, nodding along. Walking through the pebble-paved corridor, the two soon reached the villa entrance. When Li Yihong casually glanced toward the massive garage nearby, he couldn't help but gasp inwardly. Hiss! Holy, there were far too many luxury cars here. Noticing Li Yihong's stunned expression, Guan Feifei simply gestured politely before stepping into the grand hall. Snapping back to reality, Li Yihong forcibly suppressed his amazement and quickly followed behind. Good lord, this place is unbelievably luxurious. Taking in the interior decor and furnishings of the villa, Li Yihong marveled silently in his heart. He wasn't some country bumpkin. He lived in a villa himself, after all. Yet compared to this one, his own residence was like dirt next to heaven. There was simply no comparison. As he couldn't help but glance around in awe, he soon realized that apart from one young man, every other person inside was an exceptionally attractive woman. His feelings were mixed, part envy, mostly shock. The envy was obvious enough. Who among men wouldn't envy living under the same roof with so many stunning women? But the shock came from Chen Feng's age. He'd originally assumed Chen Fong would be some middle-aged man in his 40s or 50s. Never had he imagined the man would be so young, barely over 20, at most. Someone this young owning everything he saw here. How could he not be utterly astonished? Presidently, let me introduce you, Guan Feifei said at that moment, pointing toward Chen Fong. This is my boss, CEO Chen Fong. He's the one interested in purchasing your company's private jet. President Chen, hello. Li Yihong said immediately, extending his hand. Hello, Presidently. Chen Fong replied without airs, standing up to shake his hand. President Chen, Feifei mentioned you're interested in buying our Boeing 747. Is that correct? Yes, that's right. Chen Fong answered with a simple nod. Here's the thing. Li Yihong didn't beat around the bush and got straight to the point. If you'd like to purchase and use it today, we'll need to charge a 5% service fee. How does that sound? No problem. All right, since you agree. As Li Yihong spoke, he pulled out a contract from his briefcase. Then please sign here. By the way, if possible, we'll also require a 20% deposit up front. A deposit? Chen Fong paused slightly, curling his lips dismissively. No need for a deposit. This. Hearing Chen Feng's words, Li Yihong couldn't help but frown. Mr. Chen, are you saying you don't want to pay the deposit? Of course not. A faint smirk curled at the corner of Chen Feng's mouth as he replied nonchalantly. I mean, pay in full, right now. In full. At Chen Feng's words, Li Yihong nearly stumbled and fell over. It took him a long moment before he could stammer in disbelief. Mr. Chen, aren't you afraid that after paying everything up front, we might not deliver the plane? Not at all. I'm not short on this kind of money. Chen Fong gave a sly smile. Of course, if you really dared not deliver it to me then. He didn't finish the sentence, but he was confident Li Yihong would understand what he meant. You rest assured, I guarantee the aircraft will be delivered to you within today. Li Yihong wasn't stupid. He clearly heard the underlying threat in Chen Feng's words. Truthfully, if anyone else had spoken to him this way, Li Yihong would have scoffed in their face. But when it came to Chen Fong, he simply didn't dare. Li Yihong was good at reading people, and he was certain Chen Fong was someone far beyond his ability to provoke. After both parties signed the contract, Chen Fong immediately transferred 2.45 billion yuan to Li Yihong. Ding! You have just spent 245 million yuan. Successfully earned cashback of 24,500 million yuan. The amount has been deposited into your Hua bank account. Please check for details. The instant the system notification sounded, an ICBC text message arrived right after. Dear Mr. Chen Fong, your ICBC account ending in 9528 has successfully received a deposit of 24,500 million yuan on July 5th at 1703. Your new balance is 24,500 million yuan. Chapter 53. Learn Chinese properly before calling me again. Ding! Since the balance in your bank account has successfully exceeded 400 billion, the system has activated the Dingdan Extra Reward Option service for you. Ding! The Dingdan Extra Reward options include technology companies, real estate companies, hotel companies, service industry companies, resource development companies, security companies, chemical companies, automotive retail companies, tourism service companies, retail, and food companies. Please make your selection. Hey system, why are all these options just companies? After hearing the system's list, Chen Fong couldn't help but frown and immediately questioned it. Can't you give something like pills or magic treasures instead? Ding! Sorry, your current permission level is insufficient. The system cannot provide such services. What the hell? Again with insufficient permissions? Honestly, every time Chen Fong heard that phrase now, he felt an overwhelming urge to punch someone. He forcibly suppressed his anger and began carefully considering his choices. Real estate companies, hotel companies, service industry companies, resource development companies, chemical companies, automotive retail companies, tourism service companies, retail, and food companies. Needless to say, none of these were particularly useful to Chen Fong at the moment. That left only technology companies and security companies. Truthfully, Chen Feng's first instinct leaned toward technology. After all, this might lead to additional rewards involving high-tech enterprises equipped with laser guns, laser cannons, cyborgs, and other advanced sci-fi tech. But after deep consideration, he ultimately chose security. System, I choose option, security company. Ding, you have selected option, security company. The system is now allocating your Dingdan extra reward. Ding, because you made a Dingdan selection, the system will grant you an additional bonus by increasing your equity stake to 100%. Ding, due to your bank balance exceeding 400 billion, you have been granted an extra reward, 100% shares of Blackwater Group, the world's largest security company. The share certificate has been deposited into the system warehouse and can be claimed at any time. Blackwater Group, the world's biggest security company? To be honest, Chen Fong was somewhat puzzled because he'd never even heard of this company before. Still, if the system labeled it as the largest in the world, then it must truly possess such capabilities. Undeniably, Chen Fong was quite satisfied with this latest reward from the system. Of course, what pleased him most was the 100% shareholding. He hadn't expected that spending 100 billion on a Dingdan extra reward would yield such a massive benefit. Although he already held a controlling 51% stake in various companies like Yida Real Estate, compared to full 100% ownership, there was still a world of difference. In short, if Chen Fong walked into Blackwater Group right now, it would be entirely his personal domain. No opposing voices could possibly exist. After having Li Yihong escorted away, Chen Fong asked Su Moyu to bring him his laptop. He intended to search online and see if he could find any information about the Blackwater Group. After all, he was now the sole 100% shareholder of this company. Even though he planned to be a hands-off owner, he couldn't remain completely ignorant about his own enterprise, could he? However, much to Chen Feng's disappointment, the website offered barely any details about the company. Looks like Blackwater Group really knows how to keep things under wraps. Just as Chen Fong was pondering this, a call came through from overseas. A call from the United States? Chen Fong blinked slightly in surprise, wondering, could this be from Blackwater Group? Without wasting time, he answered the phone immediately. Hello, boss. I'm Smith, general manager of Blackwater Group. What can I do for you? The instant Chen Fong picked up, a foreign male voice rang out from the other end. Chen Fong had only graduated high school, and during English class, he'd mostly been asleep. He didn't understand a single word from that entire sentence. It took him a long while before he finally responded, sounding rather annoyed. Since you're calling a Chinese number, have the courtesy to speak Chinese to me. Otherwise, write it down first, and then call back. What? Clearly, the man on the other side, just like Chen Fong, couldn't understand the other's language. Yet, he could clearly sense the irritation in Chen Feng's tone. Boss, just wait a moment. I'll be right over. After greeting Chen Fong, he quickly rushed off to seek help. But Chen Fong on this end hadn't understood a word of what he said. Too lazy to waste more words with that guy, he simply hung up the phone. To be honest, if Chen Fong had really wanted to communicate just now, he could have easily called Su Moyu or the others. They were all top doctoral graduates. Basic English wouldn't have been difficult for them at all. Yet Chen Fong didn't want to do that. Not only was he their boss, but the fact that this man had called China without speaking Chinese meant Chen Fong wasn't about to tolerate it. Would you love me without money? A simple sentence, without money. Just as Chen Fong was wondering whether he should ask Su Moyu to prepare dinner. His phone rang again. Chen Fong picked it up and saw it was the same number from earlier. Frowning slightly, he pressed the answer button. Hello, may I speak to Mr. Chen Fong? This time, when Chen Fong expected to hear the same man again, a woman's voice came through instead. She was speaking Mandarin, but from her accent, it was clearly another foreigner. That's me. Since he could understand her, Chen Fong naturally didn't hang up. Hello, boss. My name is Lucia Bryant, legal advisor for Blackwater Group. You can just call me Lucia. Lucia? Chen Fong blinked, curiosity stirring as he asked, what do you need? Boss, it's not exactly me who wants to speak with you. Lucia let out a bitter smile and quickly explained, it's General Manager Smith who needs to talk to you. He's right beside me. I'm here to translate for him. Oh, I see. Chen Fong pursed his lips, sounding slightly annoyed. Then go ahead and translate for him. Understood. Lucia nodded. After about 20 seconds, her voice returned. Hello, boss. This is Smith, General Manager of Blackwater Group. Is there anything you'd like to instruct me on? After hearing that, Chen Fong felt a bit strange. He remained silent for a long while before finally speaking. I'd like to know, does our Blackwater Group have any branch offices in China? In Chen Feng's mind, to effectively counter someone like Wang Yilin, it would be best to use locals. If Blackwater sent over a bunch of foreigners, they'd inevitably draw unwanted attention. Chapter 54, Senior Sister Lu Rubing. Huaxia. Lucia was momentarily taken aback and apologetically said to Chen Fong, Boss, I'm not quite sure about this. Should I ask Mr. Smith for you? Go ahead. Chen Fong nodded. Without hesitation, Lucia turned to Smith and asked, Mr. Smith, the boss wants me to ask you, does our Blackwater Group have a branch in Huaxia? Yes, we do. Oh, got it, I understand now. Turning back to the phone, she reported directly, Boss, Mr. Smith says we do have a branch operating in Huaxia. Is that so? Upon hearing this, Chen Fong couldn't help but feel pleased. Tell him I need several bodyguards sent over today, within 24 hours. Then, suddenly remembering something, he added, oh, and make sure they're all women. No men needed. After all, these were going to be personal bodyguards, required to protect him around the clock. And given that his household consisted entirely of women, the thought of being surrounded by male bodyguards. Ugh, just imagining the scenario made Chen Fong shudder involuntarily. Alright, I'll pass that along to Mr. Smith right away. Please hold on, boss. Though slightly curious about Chen Feng's request, Lucia obediently followed orders. Soon, Chen Fong heard a rapid exchange of muffled voices through the phone. Boss, I've relayed your instructions to Mr. Smith. He said there won't be any problem. Moments later, Lucia's voice returned. Good. Excellent. Chen Fong nodded in satisfaction. With Blackwater Group providing protection, someone like Wang Yilin was nothing more than a speck of dust. Understood. Are there any other instructions, boss? Let me think. After a brief pause, Chen Fong continued. Right. Compile all current company status reports into documents, and send them all to me. Okay, understood. Then, as if recalling something else, Chen Fong spoke up again. Also tell Smith. From today onward, every single employee of Blackwater Group must learn Chinese. And that includes him. If he can't manage it, then he's out, immediately. Without waiting for a response, Chen Fong hung up the phone. In his mind, Blackwater Group was now his company. And who was he? He was proudly a man of Huaxia. When choosing between learning English himself or requiring his employees to learn Chinese, he chose the latter without hesitation. Roughly 10 minutes later, Chen Fong received the documents Smith had sent. He first found a comfortable position on the sofa, then began reading with full attention. What he read seemed harmless enough, but soon left Chen Fong utterly stunned. Never had he imagined that the company rated by the system as the world's largest security enterprise would be this powerful. Blackwater Group was a massive conglomerate from Mi country, renowned for combining private military contracting with high-end security services. Under its umbrella were 5 subsidiary companies, protecting VIP clients ranging from government officials to billionaires across nations. Operating in 103 countries worldwide, the group employed over 300,000 personnel. Among them were not only regular security staff, but also professional bodyguards, special forces operatives, and seasoned mercenaries. After about 5 minutes of reading, Chen Fong finally reached information about the Huaxia branch. According to the report, Blackwater's subsidiary in Huaxia wasn't particularly prominent within the local security industry, holding less than 8% market share. The employees hired by this branch included some retired veterans, but the majority were ordinary security guards. This was only natural. After all, this was Huaxia. How could a foreign power be allowed to control national security affairs? Another 10 minutes passed before Chen Fong finished reviewing all the materials. Stretching lazily, he called out to Su Moyu nearby. Moyu, you can start preparing dinner now. Yes, boss. Su Moyu nodded and went off to arrange things. Feeling somewhat tired, Chen Fong headed to his room and lay down on the bed. Just as he drifted into a drowsy half-sleep, he suddenly noticed a woman standing beside his bed. The hell? Startled, Chen Fong shot upright from the bed. Taking a deep breath, he cautiously looked toward the figure. She appeared to be around 25 or 26 years old, draped in a flowing red traditional gown. Her long, jet-black hair cascaded down her shoulders like a waterfall. Examining her features closely, her face was sharply chiseled and strikingly three-dimensional, while her gaze remained cold and distant. Her sharply defined brows added an even stronger aura of queenly authority to her presence. In ancient times, she would undoubtedly have been a legendary female knight-errant. Just as Chen Fong began wondering whether the woman before him was real or some kind of ghost, the bedroom door suddenly swung open. The next moment, a group of women dressed in identical red garments walked in. They first scanned the room carefully, then gathered in front of the woman and called out in unison, "Senior sister." The woman gave a slight nod, then asked with a slight frown, "Well, did you check everything?" "All checked. No issues found." "Good. You may all leave now." With that, she waved her hand dismissively. Though Chen Fong still didn't know who these women were, judging from their conversation, they were most likely the personal bodyguards sent by Blackwater Group. Soon, the entire group of red-clad women filed out of the room. "You're from Blackwater Group?" Chen Fong narrowed his eyes and asked the woman directly. "Yes." She nodded, her expression remaining completely neutral. Honestly, the way she carried herself made Chen Fong feel as though he were standing before a block of ice. For a moment, he genuinely had no idea how to communicate with her. Cough, cough. He cleared his throat twice before continuing. "Could I ask for your name?" Then, quickly adding, "Don't get me wrong. I just want to make things easier when giving orders later on." "Lu Rubing." Lu Rubing replied tonelessly, her face expressionless. "Rubing, as cold as ice?" Now that's a name truly well-suited. Chen Fong couldn't help but inwardly comment. Chapter 55. Chen Yu and Zhao Shuer are in trouble. By the way, just then, Chen Fong suddenly thought of something and turned to Lu Rubing, asking, "How did you even get into the villa?" "Of course we walked in." Lu Rubing slightly curled her lips, replying indifferently. "All of you have extremely poor security awareness. The guards in this community are completely useless. If I were your enemy, you probably wouldn't have made it through today." Lu Rubing didn't finish her sentence, but she believed Chen Fong would understand what she meant. Cough, cough. Chen Fong awkwardly cleared his throat twice, weakly saying, "Well, actually, China's public security isn't bad at all, probably." Before he could finish, Lu Rubing cut him off sharply. "Boss, I must seriously tell you that your safety is crucial to Blackwater Corporation. We cannot afford any negligence." To Chen Feng's surprise, the cold and aloof Lu Rubing just moments ago suddenly delivered such a long, serious lecture about his safety. Cough, cough. Clearing his throat again, Chen Fong quickly changed the subject. "Right? Why are you all wearing clothes like this? Aren't these ancient-style hanfu?" Lu Rubing first blinked in slight confusion, then blurted out, "Because we like wearing them." Holy crap, what an overwhelming reason. Seeing that he really couldn't get much more out of her, Chen Fong simply waved his hand. "Fine, you go on outside. I'll call you if anything comes up." Knock, knock, knock. At that moment, someone knocked on Chen Feng's door again. "Boss, dinner's ready." Soon after, Su Moyu's voice came from outside the door. "All right." Chen Fong called back toward the door and then walked out with Lu Rubing. "This." The instant Chen Fong stepped out of the room, Su Moyu froze in shock. Smiling at her, Chen Fong said, "Moyu, come here, let me introduce you." With that, he pointed at Lu Rubing. "This is my new personal bodyguard, Lu Rubing." "Personal bodyguard?" Su Moyu was stunned, asking incredulously, "Boss, she's a woman. Can she actually protect anyone?" Humph. Upon hearing Su Moyu's words, Lu Rubing couldn't help but scoff. Without waiting for anyone to react, she lifted her foot and stomped down hard on the floor. Boom. A thunderous explosion echoed as the floor instantly shattered into pieces. Staring at the crater in the ground, about 10 centimeters deep, the entire hall immediately fell into utter silence. Silence. An unnerving stillness. So quiet that everyone could clearly hear their own heartbeat. "Senior sister, what happened?" Suddenly, more than a dozen women dressed entirely in red robes rushed out from around the villa. As soon as they arrived, they immediately assumed combat stances. "Nothing." Lu Rubing casually waved her hand, saying carelessly, "Someone doubted our strength. so I gave a small demonstration. A small demonstration? Holy crap. Hearing this, Chen Fong and the others couldn't help mentally exclaiming. Boss, did an earthquake just happen? While Chen Fong and the others were internally grumbling, Guan Feifei and the others quickly ran out from the kitchen. When they saw over a dozen women in red standing in the living room, they froze in place. Honestly, had they not known this was Chen Feng's house, they might have thought they'd walked onto the wrong movie set. Never mind, you girls go back to what you were doing. Coming back to his senses, Chen Fong waved his hand and told the women. After the group left, Chen Fong lowered his head, carefully examining the deep crater. The floor was gone, utterly destroyed and cracked apart. As for the crater itself, nearly the size of a serving platter, it looked exactly like it had been blasted by artillery fire. It took a long while before he finally raised his head and excitedly exclaimed to Lu Rubing, "Bing Bing, you're incredible." After all, throughout his life, the most impressive feat Chen Fong had ever seen was someone breaking bricks with their bare hands. Yet here stood Lu Rubing, who had stomped a massive hole into solid rosewood flooring. The sheer force involved needed no further explanation. Su Moyu, who until now had been full of doubts, had instantly become one of Lu Rubing's biggest fans. Hearing Chen Feng's praise, she quickly chimed in. "Yeah, Bing Bing senior sister, you're truly amazing." Bing Bing. Hearing both Chen Fong and Su Moyu call her by that name, Lu Rubing couldn't help but twitch the corner of her mouth. Honestly, this was the first time she'd ever been addressed this way. Even her master only called her Rubing. For some reason, she found the nickname oddly strange. As for Lu Rubing's junior sisters, the moment they heard Chen Fong and the others speaking, they quickly began boasting on behalf of their senior sister. "Of course, our senior sister is an expert in dark force. A mere floor? That's nothing at all. That's right. I once saw my senior sister stop a car with just one palm strike. Uff, that's nothing. I once saw her kill a tiger with a single punch. Hehe, what you're saying is child's play. Last time, my senior sister actually killed a 7 or 8-ton elephant in Africa. You people really don't know anything. Just last time I..." Hearing all this, Chen Fong and the others instantly wore expressions of deep skepticism. Dark force expert? Stopping a car with one palm? Killing a tiger with a single punch? Damn it, aren't they exaggerating like crazy? They certainly believed Lu Rubing was powerful. After all, the huge crater on the floor stood as undeniable proof. But claiming she could stop cars and kill tigers? Even if Chen Fong and the others were beaten to death, they wouldn't believe that. What? Don't you believe us? I'm telling you I. Seeing Chen Fong and the others still didn't look convinced, Lu Rubing's junior sisters became visibly agitated. Just as they were about to continue arguing, Lu Rubing coldly cut them off. "Alright, enough. All of you, shut up already." The moment her words fell, her junior sisters instantly turned into well-behaved little girls. Seeing they'd gone silent, Lu Rubing finally turned to Chen Fong. "Boss, can we eat now?" Chen Fong blinked in mild bewilderment, then silently nodded. "Fine, damn it. She just destroyed my 1.5 million yuan floor, and now she's asking me about dinner?" Truthfully, Chen Fong did feel a bit annoyed inside, but deep down, he was actually quite pleased. Having an expert like Lu Rubing following him around 24 hours a day, someone like Wang Yilin would be utterly crushed without even putting up a fight. After dinner, it was already 7 o'clock in the evening. Noticing Qin Yu and Zhao Shueger still hadn't returned, Chen Fong prepared to call them. But right then, Li Yihang's call came first. "Director Qin, we've transported your plane to Shunqing International Airport. Would you like to come check it out?" "It's already here?" Chen Fong was slightly taken aback. After a brief pause, he replied, "I won't come myself. I'll send Feifei over later." Now that he was a tycoon, why should he handle every little thing personally? After hanging up, he called Guan Feifei over. He explained the matter to her, then had Lu Rubing assign 2 of her junior sisters to go along. "No money, will you still love me?" Such a simple question. Without money, would you still? Guan Feifei and the others had just left when Qin Feng's phone rang again. Seeing it was a call from Qin Yu, he answered immediately. "Brother, hurry and save me and Sister Shuer, we're at Haidong." The instant he picked up, Qin Yu's sobbing voice came through. Before she could finish, the call was abruptly cut off. Chapter 56. The entire meal is on young Master Huang. Xiao Yu, Chen Fong called out twice, only to realize the call had already been disconnected. Instantly, he flew into a rage. "Rubing, come with me." Chen Fong, eyes bloodshot, snapped at Lu Rubing. Without waiting for her response, he stormed off toward the parking lot. Though Lu Rubing didn't understand what was happening, she quickly followed after him. Soon, a brand new Rolls-Royce Phantom sped away from Huaihai Villas. Haidong Hotel. Night had fallen, and the streets were already aglow with lights. The sound of car horns echoed as over a dozen vehicles pulled up in front of Haidong Hotel. Among them, the most eye-catching was a Lamborghini Veneno. Moments later, a group of about 20 students got out of the cars. Led by a waiter, they quickly entered the hotel lobby. "Well, young Master Huang, what brings you here today?" Just then, a man in a headwaiter's uniform approached with an obsequious smile. "Hee, we're having a class reunion dinner tonight." Huang Linhua chuckled, turning to the hotel headwaiter. "Old Yang, can you arrange us a good table?" "No problem. How about the Ocean Heaven Feast private room?" "Ocean Heaven Feast." Huang Linhua blinked in surprise, slightly annoyed. "Old Yang, do you think someone like me is only worthy of the Ocean Heaven Feast?" After all, Haidong Hotel had a tiered system for its private dining rooms. The most luxurious ones ranked as follows: Supreme Dominion, Ocean Heaven Feast, 9-star Moonlight, and One Step to Heaven. The slightly lower tier rooms included full hall red, full river colors, first class pavilion, and so on. "Oh no, that's not it at all." Hearing Huang Linhua's tone, the headwaiter quickly explained, "I just thought since your party is large, maybe a bigger room would be better. Forget it, just book me the Supreme Dominion." Huang Linhua waved his hand with a half smile. "Come on, Old Yang, you wouldn't want me to lose face in front of my classmates, would you?" As he spoke, his gaze casually flicked toward Qin Yu, who was chatting not far behind with Zhao Shuer. He knew full well how rich Qin Yu's brother was, the kind of man who could gift his sister a Lamborghini Veneno without blinking. If he managed to win Qin Yu over, endless wealth and luxury would be his. As for Zhao Shuer beside Qin Yu, well, he didn't even dare to dream about her. She belonged to Chen Fong. This. The head waiter hesitated, clearly uncomfortable. Young Master Huang, I'm really sorry, but our manager is preparing to host an important guest in Supreme Dominion tonight, so. Oh, Huang Linhua frowned. What kind of VIP needs our manager to personally attend? In Huang Linhua's mind, the manager of Haidong Hotel was a big shot in this area. Who could possibly be important enough to warrant such treatment? Leopard boss. The head waiter leaned close to Huang Linhua's ear and whispered, Damn, Leopard boss. Upon hearing this, Huang Linhua couldn't help but suck in a sharp breath. Who was Leopard boss? He was one of the most notorious underworld bosses in Shenzhen, with hundreds of underlings at his command. To challenge him for a private room? That was practically signing your own death warrant. Realizing this, Huang Linhua dropped his arrogance immediately and nodded. Fine, fine. Then give us the Ocean Heaven feast instead. Great. The head waiter smiled, making a gesture of invitation. This way, please, everyone. With that, he led the group into the VIP elevator on the first floor. Huang bro, impressive. This private room is crazy luxurious. Wow, wow, wow. Our Huang bro really knows how to spend money. Dining here must cost a fortune. No kidding. I heard even a regular private room at Haidong Hotel costs thousands per meal. This one's gotta be at least 10,000. 10,000? Don't be silly. That's nothing. Minimum starting price is 100 grand. My god, that's insane. Stepping into the Ocean Heaven Feast VIP hall, the group was immediately stunned by the dazzling, opulent decor. They crowded around Huang Linhua, showering him with flattery. Hee. Huang Linhua chuckled dismissively. Just a little spending. Everyone, eat and drink your fill tonight. The entire meal is on me, young Master Huang. Wow, young Master Huang is so boss level. So cool. Absolutely amazing. Sigh. If only I could become Huang bro's girlfriend. Phew, dream on. Yeah, don't you know why Huang bro is hosting tonight? Why? Isn't it just a class reunion? Are you dumb? He's trying to win Qin Yu over, obviously. Hearing Huang Linhua's words, the group immediately began whispering among themselves. Just then, the head waiter arrived with the menu. Handing it to Huang Linhua with a sycophantic smile, he said, Young Master Huang, please have a look. What would you like to order? Huang Linhua took the menu and casually glanced through it before smiling and passing it to Qin Yu. Xiao Yu, take a look. What would you like to eat? Order whatever you want. No thanks. Qin Yu waved her hand dismissively. Let your classmates order. With that, she turned away from Huang Linhua and resumed chatting with Zhao Shuer. Holding the menu, Huang Linhua was instantly left in an awkward position. He never expected Qin Yu to reject him so openly. Inwardly, he seethed, asterisk you damn bitch, enjoy your pride while it lasts. Once I get you, I'll make sure to ruin you completely, asterisk. Of course, he only dared think these words in his heart. Offending Chen Fong was something he could never afford. Ahem. Huang Linhua coughed twice uncomfortably, then forced a smile toward the others. Everyone, take a look at the menu. Order whatever you'd like. Saying this, he handed the menu off to a classmate beside him. Since the dishes would take some time to arrive, and since the private room was equipped with a KTV system, everyone quickly started taking turns selecting songs, soon getting into the mood. Unsurprisingly, Huang Linhua was the first to pick a song. Wanting to impress Qin Yu, he immediately chose his favorite, Borrow 500 More Years from Heaven. Following the undulating rivers and mountains, the gentle curves, galloping across the loving central plains, the northern frontiers, and southern Jiangnan, facing icy blades and bloodied swords, yet tender companionship through wind and rain, cherishing the golden years bestowed by heaven. It had to be said, as Huang Linhua sang, the audience genuinely felt moved. As soon as he finished, thunderous applause and flattery erupted around the room. Whoa, whoa, whoa. Huang bro, that was amazing. That was absolutely killer. So full of masculine charm. Seriously, just now, Huang bro gave me total General of an Army vibes. All I can say is 2 words. Awesome. Chapter 57, spare me this time. Xiao Yu, how about you sing a song too? At that moment, Huang Linhua directly handed the microphone to Qin Yu. Hearing Huang Linhua's words, everyone quickly chimed in. Yeah, Xiao Yu, why don't you come up and sing one? I've heard people say you're amazing at singing. Of course, Xiao Yu once won an award in a national high school singing competition. Wow, really that good? What are we waiting for then? Go on. This. Qin Yu hesitated for a moment before finally nodding. Alright then. She turned to Zhao Shuer. Shuer Jia, shall we sing together? Me? Zhao Shuer was taken aback. Seeing Qin Yu's slightly pleading expression, she eventually agreed. Upon hearing that both goddesses were going to perform together, everyone became even more excited. Shuer Jia, what do you want to sing? Qin Yu asked while scrolling through the screen. You pick something, we should choose a duet. Okay, got it. Nodding, Qin Yu began browsing. Shuer Jia, what about this one? Today You'll Marry Me. Soon enough, Qin Yu found a song she thought would be perfect. Sure, that works. Great, let's go with this one then. Seeing Zhao Shuer agree, Qin Yu immediately selected the song. Before long, a beautiful melody filled the private room. Winter's sadness fades with spring blossoms warm, / a gentle breeze brings romantic air, / suddenly every love song feels meaningful, / right here, right now, I see you appear. As Qin Yu sang these lines, she pointed straight at Zhao Shuer. Zhao Shuer instantly understood and quickly took over. Winter's cold vanishes with spring's sweet scent, / the wind brings unexpected love, / birds singing high draw us closer, / right here, right now, I fall for you. Soon, they harmonize together. Listen to me, take my hand, walk with me, / let's build a life full of happiness, / yesterday's gone, tomorrow might be too late, / will you marry me today? Boss Bao, please follow me. In the corridor outside the VIP suite, the hotel manager wore a fawning smile as he led a middle-aged man forward. The man appeared to be in his 40s, bald-headed, with a scar slashing across half his face, making him look exceptionally menacing and terrifying. Behind him trailed over 10 young henchmen dressed flashy, hair dyed yellow. Just as he was about to follow the manager toward the Supreme Heaven suite, suddenly a melodious, singing voice reached his ears. Hold it! Zhang Bao waved his hand, signaling everyone to stop. After closing his eyes and enjoying the music for a moment, he finally said to the hotel manager, We're not heading to the suite just yet. Not to the suite. The manager blinked in confusion and couldn't help but ask. Then where would you like to go? Haha, you'll see soon enough. After saying this, Zhang Bao first licked his chapped lips, then broke into a sinister grin. Back inside. My god, this is way too good. Yeah, I feel like Xiao Yu and Senior Shui are saying even better than the original artists. Exactly. I felt the same. They're so incredibly talented. It's not enough that they're beautiful. They have skills like this too. So impressive. Hats off to our two goddesses. The moment Qin Yu and Zhao Shuer finished singing, the room erupted. No one had expected them to sound so stunning. Hee, indeed, very nicely done. Hey beauties, why not come over and sing a few songs in our suite? Just as Qin Yu and Zhao Shuer were about to step down, a male voice suddenly cut through, laced with mockery. Hearing the taunting tone, Qin Yu and Zhao Shuer couldn't help but frown. Huang Linhua, being one of Qin Yu's admirers, certainly couldn't stay seated. Without even turning his head, he barked out furiously, "The hell? Who said that?" Looking to die. The instant the words left his mouth, he whipped his head toward the doorway. BB Bao, boss Bao. One glance was all it took. Huang Linhua nearly stumbled and collapsed on the spot. Staring at the man in terror, his body involuntarily trembled. He never imagined the person who'd just spoken could actually be Zhang Bao. At that moment, Huang Linhua sincerely wished he could slap himself hard across the face. Seeing his terrified expression, everyone immediately understood. This scar-faced man was someone even Huang Linhua didn't dare mess with. Sure enough, the next second, Huang Linhua dropped to his knees. BB Bao, boss Bao, it was all my foul mouth just now. Please, for my father's sake, spare me this time. Your father? Zhang Bao blinked, slightly taken aback, then curiously looked down at him. Who's your old man? My father is Huang Xingqiu, the owner of Jinhua Real Estate. He even had the honor of drinking with you at dinner last time. Oh, so you're old Huang's son. Zhang Bao gave a casual chuckle. Since you're old Huang's boy, I'll let what happened just now slide. Thank you, boss Bao. Thank you, boss Bao. Hearing that Zhang Bao wouldn't pursue the matter, Huang Linhua immediately breathed a sigh of relief and quickly expressed his gratitude. All right. Waving his hand dismissively, Zhang Bao gave Huang Linhua a leering smirk. Kid, I won't hold that against you, but you should still show some respect, shouldn't you? Yes, of course. No problem at all. Huang Linhua nodded rapidly. I'll transfer 100,000 to you right away, as an apology to you. Go screw yourself. Before he could finish, Zhang Bao kicked him hard in the gut, yelling furiously, Do I look like someone who gives a damn about your lousy money? Then what do you want? Huang Linhua rubbed his sore chest as he asked fearfully. At this moment, where was the confident and arrogant man who had arrived just moments ago? Haha. Zhang Bao sneered, nodding toward Zhao Shuer and Qin Yu. You know those two girls, don't you? I do. Huang Linhua didn't dare hesitate. He responded immediately. Good. Zhang Bao nodded in satisfaction. Here's what I want. You have a task. Get them both over to my suite. If you do that, I'll spare your miserable life today. If not, I'll take care of your old man too. This? What? You hesitating? No. I'm willing. Huang Linhua dared not refuse. His head bobbed up and down frantically. He understood exactly what Zhang Bao meant. Clearly, the man had his eyes on Qin Yu and Zhao Shuer. Though Qin Yu was the goddess he had long adored, under these circumstances, he had no choice but to let her go. Chapter 58, At least you're smart enough. Not bad. At least you're smart enough. Zhang Bao was very satisfied. He patted Huang Linhua's shoulder and said, All right then, it's all up to you from here. After saying that, he left a few of his men guarding the door and turned away, leaving the private room. Once Zhang Bao had gone, an immediate silence fell over the room. Cough. It took a while before Huang Linhua finally cleared his throat nervously. He turned to Qin Yu and Zhao Shuer with an awkward smile. Xiao Yu, Senior Shuer, what do you think? Should we go over there? The moment those words left his mouth, everyone turned to stare at him. There was contempt, disdain, mockery. No one could believe such a shameless person actually existed. Under the weight of all that scornful attention, Huang Linhua felt deeply embarrassed. But now that things had gone this far, he had no choice but to push forward. As for Qin Yu's older brother, Chen Fong, he'd already been cast completely out of his mind. In Huang Linhua's view, so what if Chen Fong had money? Mr. Leopard wasn't just rich. He commanded over 100 henchmen who'd slash anyone on command. Taking a deep breath and ignoring the stares around him, Huang Linhua continued pleading with the two girls. Xiao Yu, do you even know who Brother Leopard is? He's the notorious underworld boss of Shin City. He has at least 100 enforcers under his command. Besides, all he wants is for you two to go sing a song or two with him. What's the big deal? Sing a song with him? Qin Yu scoffed coldly. Why don't you call your own mother to sing with him instead? They weren't fools. They saw right through Huang Linhua's lies. You? Huang Linhua was furious at her retort, nearly choking on anger. Suppressing his rage with effort, he threatened them directly. Listen up. Whether you want to go or not, today you will go. Senior Shuer, let's ignore him. I refuse to believe there's no justice in this world. Qin Yu declared. She grabbed Zhao Shuer's hand and headed toward the door. You dare. Seeing this, Huang Linhua lunged forward without thinking, shouting furiously. Slap. Amid the struggle, he struck Qin Yu across the face. Instantly, a bright red mark bloomed on her cheek. Xiao Yu, are you okay? Zhao Shuer panicked, rushing to her side. Wah. Senior Shuer, he hit me. I'm going to tell my brother. Sobbing, Qin Yu pulled out her phone and dialed frantically. The call connected immediately. Through tears, she cried into the phone. Brother, come save me and Senior Shuer. We're at Haidong. But before she could finish, Huang Linhua snatched the phone from her hand. Crash. With a loud smash, the phone shattered into pieces on the floor. I'm telling you both, today, even if I have to tie you up, I will get you over there. With that, Huang Linhua stepped forward, ready to grab them both by force. But at that moment, some of the other students present couldn't hold back any longer. They shouted angrily at Huang Linhua. Huang Linhua, aren't you going too far? Yeah, I actually thought you were a decent guy. Never expected you to be such a disgrace. Damn it. Even I can't stand watching this anymore. What kind of human being are you? That's right. Bullying girls like this? You're nothing but an animal. Just as Huang Linhua was about to make a move, the student's outrage pushed him into a shouting fit. You don't know anything. Why don't you go tell this to Brother Leopard yourself? I'm warning you, all of you stay out of this, or you won't even know how you died. After spitting out those words, Huang Linhua sneered arrogantly. Yet the students who moments ago had looked furious suddenly wilted under his threat. Ask them to confront Zhang Bao? Even if they had 3 times the courage, they wouldn't dare. First floor lobby of Haidong Hotel. Excuse me, please help me contact your hotel manager. Hardly had Chen Fong and Lu Rubing entered the lobby when Chen Fong rushed to the front desk and urgently demanded, Manager. The receptionist blinked, replying curtly, I'm sorry, our manager is currently attending to a VIP guest. Please come back tomorrow. Are you sure you want me to come back tomorrow? Fed up with formalities, Chen Fong slapped a black diamond VIP card right onto the counter in front of her. See this? This is a black diamond VIP card. When the receptionist recognized the card, she nearly jumped out of her seat. She quickly stammered, Sir, please wait a moment. I'll call the manager right away. With that, he picked up the landline and began dialing. Hello, what is it? As soon as the call connected, the hotel manager's voice came through. Manager, there's a guest here who wants to see you. A guest? What guest? The hotel manager sneered slightly, clearly unimpressed. Tell him to come back tomorrow. It won't work. He has our black diamond VIP card. Black diamond VIP card? The manager froze for a moment, then quickly said, All right, I'll come down right away. With that, he hung up the phone. A moment later, a middle-aged man in a suit stepped out of the elevator. Mr. Chen, was it you who wanted to see me? He walked up to the front desk and asked Chen Fong, who looked visibly anxious. That's right. Chen Fong nodded. Without any preamble, he got straight to the point. My sister is in trouble here at your hotel. I need your help. Your sister is in trouble at our hotel? Hearing this, the hotel manager nearly jumped in shock and hurriedly explained. Mr. Chen, I assure you this has nothing to do with our hotel. Please believe us. All right. I didn't say it was your fault. Chen Fong frowned upon hearing that. I'm asking you to help me check. Did 2 particularly beautiful girls come to your hotel tonight? If they did, please immediately locate them for me. 2 beautiful girls? Upon hearing this, the manager suddenly seemed to recall something. After a long pause, he finally replied, his eyes shifting evasively. Mr. Chen, are you sure you're not mistaken? We haven't had any particularly beautiful girls come in today. But that's not true. At this, the front desk receptionist beside him couldn't help but whisper softly. Those 2 girls who came earlier were definitely. Shut up. Before she could finish, the manager snapped at her harshly. Oh, Chen Feng's eyes narrowed slightly, giving the hotel manager a cold, sardonic smile. Looks like you're hiding something from me. Not at all. The hotel manager quickly shook his head upon hearing this. Mr. Chen, don't believe her nonsense. Why would I ever hide anything from you? With that, he turned to the receptionist with a forced smile and said, Xiao Su, tell Mr. Chen, did 2 pretty girls come to our hotel today, or not? He then added firmly, think carefully before you answer. Understood. You understood. The receptionist nodded, then turned toward Chen Fong. Mr. Chen, I must have made a mistake earlier. There we're in. But Chen Fong cut her off before she could finish. Do I look like an idiot to you? Mr. Chen, this is your last chance. Chen Feng's gaze turned icy cold as he spoke in a quiet, chilling tone. There really weren't. The hotel manager gritted his teeth and insisted firmly. Good. Chen Fong repeated, good, 3 times, then turned to Lu Rubing. Rubing, I'm giving you a task. Yes, boss. What is it? Start from the 5th floor and kick down every door. Damage is on me. Chen Fong knew well that floors 3, 4, and 5 of Haidong Hotel were all private rooms. If they wanted to find Chen Yu and the others, checking these floors first was their best bet. Understood, boss. Lu Rubing nodded, then stepped forward, ready to leave. What do you think you're doing? Hearing their plan, the hotel manager couldn't stay still any longer. He quickly rushed to block Lu Rubing's path. But Lu Rubing, whose nature was as cold as ice, wouldn't stop without Chen Feng's order. Her eyes flashed with frigid menace as she snapped. Get out of my way, you. The manager staggered backward, nearly falling to the ground. He raised a finger, about to say something. But before he could open his mouth, Lu Rubing twisted that finger 180 degrees with a swift, brutal motion. Arg! A blood-curdling scream echoed through the hall as the hotel manager collapsed onto the floor, writhing in agony. With 10 fingers connected to the heart, there was no need to describe just how much pain he was in. What the hell? Who's screaming? Huh? Someone's lying on the ground over there. My God, isn't that the hotel manager? What happened to him? Damn it, look at his right finger. Jesus, it's completely deformed. The hotel manager's shrieks quickly drew a crowd from the lobby. When they saw his finger, now twisted like a pretzel, everyone involuntarily sucked in a sharp breath. Serves him right. Lu Rubing scoffed disdainfully, then turned and headed toward the elevators. Wait, Chen Fong called out suddenly. Rubing, bring him along too. Understood, boss. Lu Rubing nodded, then lifted the unconscious hotel manager with one hand as easily as if he were a chicken. The onlookers watching this scene nearly bit their own tongues in shock. Good lord, is her strength even real? Someone tell me, is my vision failing? She's a woman, right? How can she be so strong? She's terrifying. Could she have done that to the manager's finger too? Most likely. Women are truly scary. Indeed, Lu Rubing's actions had terrified quite a few people. After all, the hotel manager in front of them clearly weighed at least 140 or 150 pounds. Yet she had lifted him effortlessly. How could anyone not be shocked? Ignoring the astonished stares, Lu Rubing carried the manager toward the elevator. Seeing this, Chen Fong immediately followed. Outside the step into heaven VIP room. Boss, should I kick it? Kick it. Boom. Outside the 9 stars embracing the moon VIP room. Boss, kick it. Kick it. Boom. Outside the sea and sky feast VIP room. Who the hell are you? Hey, look at this beauty. Damn fine looking. How about playing with Big Brother for a bit? Whoa, Nyogo, look what she's carrying in her hand. Jesus Christ, it's the hotel manager. No way, it really is him. Zhang Bao's underlings had originally intended to flirt with Lu Rubing, But when they spotted the hotel manager dangling in her grip, they all sucked in cold breaths in disbelief. "Forget it, boss," one of them whispered nervously. "We won't ask anymore." Lu Rubing, being harassed by these hooligans, couldn't possibly tolerate it any longer. Without bothering to seek Chen Feng's permission, she directly kicked out at them. Boom, boom, boom. Using less than 1/10 of her strength, every single thug was kicked into unconsciousness. Judging from the way they lay sprawled on the ground, at least 4 or 5 ribs had been broken per person. Chen Fong, standing nearby, immediately gave her a thumbs up. No words needed, just 2 characters. Nearby. Keep kicking. Xiao Yu and the others should be in here. Kick people or kick doors. Cough cough. Chen Fong cleared his throat twice, saying with an amused expression, "Bing bing, you're getting corrupted now." Upon hearing Chen Feng's teasing, Lu Rubing's face instantly turned flustered. To divert the embarrassment, she directly kicked toward the private room door. Boom! With a thunderous crack, the door shattered into pieces instantly. Silence. Utter silence. Everyone inside the private room stared wide-eyed at the entrance, completely frozen as if turned to stone. "Brother, Funga." Finally, after what felt like an eternity, 2 delighted voices rang out. Chen Fong grunted softly and walked straight toward Chen Yu and the others. Seeing this, Lu Rubing casually threw the hotel manager she was carrying onto the floor. Then she stepped forward and followed. "Brother, you're finally here, Hua. Funga, I'm so glad you came." As Chen Fong approached, Chen Yu and Zhao Shuier rushed into his arms without hesitation. There, I'm here to save you now. Don't cry anymore." After much comforting, Chen Yu and Zhao Shuier finally pushed themselves gently away from his embrace, their faces flushed with embarrassment. As for Huang Linhua standing nearby, he had already collapsed to the ground in terror. The image of Lu Rubing kicking the private room door into splinters was still vivid in his mind. At the thought of what would come next, he couldn't help but tremble all over. Chapter 60. What happened to your face? Xiao Yu, what happened to your face? At that moment, Chen Fong suddenly noticed something was off about Chen Yu's face. The visible handprint was clearly left by a slap. "Funga, he's the one who hit me." Zhao Shuier pointed at Huang Linhua, who was lying on the ground paralyzed with fear, and proceeded to tell Chen Fong everything that had just happened. After hearing Zhao Shuier's account, a chilling coldness flashed through Chen Feng's eyes. Huang Linhua, still sprawled on the floor, shivered involuntarily upon seeing that look. "So it was you who hit my little sister?" Chen Fong crouched down and asked Huang Linhua directly. "Why yes, it was me." Huang Linhua trembled violently as he stuttered his reply. "Good." Chen Feng's voice turned icy as he stood up straight. "You dared to lay a hand on my sister? Seems like you think you've got some real power, huh?" Without waiting for an answer, Chen Fong turned and ordered Lu Rubing, "Break all 5 of his limbs." 5 limbs. Lu Rubing blinked in confusion, slightly frowning. "Isn't it 4 limbs? Where does the 5th come from?" Cough cough. Chen Fong cleared his throat twice, feeling somewhat exasperated. "Doesn't he have one more down there between his legs?" This. Upon hearing Chen Feng's words, Lu Rubing immediately felt her face flush red. She never expected Chen Feng's so-called 5 limbs would include that part. Suppressing her embarrassment as best she could, she stepped forward toward Huang Linhua. The surrounding students quickly covered their eyes, unable to bear witnessing the bloody scene about to unfold. As for Huang Linhua, still lying helplessly on the ground, he instantly wet himself in terror. Lu Rubing, approaching him, couldn't help but wrinkle her nose in disgust. Turning back to Chen Fong, she asked with clear reluctance, "Boss, can I skip breaking that one?" Then she immediately covered her delicate nose. There was no way around it. The stench from the urine on the floor was simply overwhelming. "No way." Chen Fong shook his head while instinctively stepping several paces backward. "In that case, fine." Lu Rubing pouted, clearly unhappy. But this was an order from Chen Fong. There was no room for refusal. She raised her foot, ready to stomp down. "Wait." Suddenly, Huang Linhua, still collapsed on the ground, shouted desperately. In his mind, if that foot came down, he'd be crippled for life in an instant. But Lu Rubing didn't care. She paused for just a split second, then brought her foot down hard. Crack. Oh. The sound of bone snapping was immediately followed by Huang Linhua's agonizing scream, raw and heart-rending. The students around them trembled involuntarily upon hearing it. Even Zhao Shuier and Chen Yu instinctively moved closer to Chen Fong. Just then, Lu Rubing lifted her foot again. Seeing this, Huang Linhua screamed at the top of his lungs. "You brat! Do you even know who my father is?" "Oh." Chen Fong smirked faintly, almost amused. "Trying to hide behind daddy now, are we?" With that, he waved at Lu Rubing, signaling her to hold off for a moment. "I'll have you know, my father is Huang Xingqiu, owner of Jinhua Real Estate." Gritting his teeth against the pain, Huang Linhua declared proudly, "If you let me go today, I can convince him not to pursue this further. Otherwise, heh." Chen Fong shook his head, scoffing. "Even when death is staring you in the face, you still dare threaten me? Fine then, I'll remember your old man's name." With those words, he gave Lu Rubing a decisive hand signal. Crack. Another sharp cracking sound, and Huang Linhua instantly passed out from the pain. But Lu Rubing didn't stop. One after another, she systematically crushed each of Huang Linhua's 5 limbs. When she finished, she even wiped her shoe on his clothes as if cleaning off filth. "All right, someone call an ambulance for him." Chen Fong curled his lips slightly as he said to the onlookers. Then, glancing sideways at the pool of blood forming between Huang Linhua's legs, he couldn't help shivering. That thing must have been completely crushed by now. TSK, truly pitiful. Inside the Emperor above all private room. "Monkey, go check why that kid hasn't brought the person over yet." Zhang bowed down a gulp of beer and frowned at a yellow-haired guy beside him. "Got it, boss." The yellow-haired guy nodded, put down his glass, and stood up. Boom! But before he could even rise fully, the door to the private room exploded with a deafening crash, scattering into shards across the floor. Zhang Bao and the others stumbled, nearly falling flat on the ground. What's going on? Could it be that someone used explosives to assassinate Boss Bao? At this thought, everyone turned their eyes toward the doorway. But when they saw the figures standing at the entrance, astonishment immediately swept over them. Ignoring their shocked expressions, Chen Fong strode in confidently, followed by Lu Rubing and Qin Yu. Which one of you is Zhang Bao? Chen Fong casually plopped himself down on a sofa, crossed his legs, and stared at the group. Who the hell are you? You little punk, are you looking for death? Want me to cripple you right here? Snapping out of their surprise, the men immediately growled back with vicious threats. Heh. Chen Fong let out a cold chuckle, eyeing them with mocking amusement. So you trash really think you're all that tough, huh? F***CKU. The yellow-haired guy cursed loudly and turned to Zhang Bao. Boss, want me to take him out right now? Not necessary. Zhang Bao waved his hand dismissively, then gave Chen Fong a fake smile. Young man, what business do you have with me? Chen Fong didn't answer. Instead, he pointed at Qin Yu and the other girl and asked, do you recognize them? Of course I do. Zhang Bao laughed casually. What? Are you trying to play hero for them? What do you think? Chen Fong smirked faintly, his voice icy calm. Well, I think. Zhang Bao began smoothly, then suddenly turned cold. All of you are staying here, forever. Heh. Chen Fong sneered, utterly unimpressed. Never thought someone with barely any hair would have such a big mouth. You little bastard, quite bold, aren't you? Zhang Bao stood up and barked at his men. Kill the guy. Keep the girls. I'm going to screw them right in front of him. And after I'm done, you boys can have your turn too. Got it, boss. At Zhang Bao's words, his underlings instantly went wild with excitement. Their gazes raked over Lu Rubing and the others like starving beasts ready to tear them apart. Grabbing beer bottles, they charged straight at Chen Fong. Chapter 61. You're my real brother, right? Looking for death. Chen Fong sneered, then ordered Lu Rubing. Go ahead. Bang. The moment Chen Feng's words fell, the punk in the front with yellow hair was kicked flying. Pooh. He spat out a mouthful of blood and immediately passed out. The other henchmen who were just about to rush forward froze at the sight, nearly popping their eyes out. What the hell? What the actual F***CK? No F***King Wei. Did this guy eat Popeye's spinach or something? Thud, thud, thud. Before they could even react, Lu Rubing sent each of them flying with powerful kicks. Just like the first punk with yellow hair, they all lay on the ground unconscious. This can't be possible. Zhang Bao stared at the scene before him, nearly stumbling backward. He never expected that such a beautiful girl as Lu Rubing could possess such terrifying strength. After all, his men had fought countless fights under his command. Every time, it was the enemies lying flat. Yet now, in less than 10 seconds, all of them were down and out. To be honest, Zhang Bao was genuinely terrified at this moment. So you're boss Bao, huh? Chen Fong smirked, speaking mockingly to the still shocked Zhang Bao. Come on, say it again. What did you just say? Let's hear it once more. Aye. Zhang Bao shivered involuntarily, his body trembling. Forcing out a grin that looked like a squeezed chrysanthemum, he flattered Chen Fong. Little brother. No, I'll call you big brother. You're my real older brother, okay? Today was all a misunderstanding. How about I pour myself 3 drinks and take the blame? With that, he quickly poured himself 3 glasses of alcohol and downed them in one go. Brother, does this work? Let's just call it a friendship from today onwards. Heh. Chen Fong sneered contemptuously. Call me friend? Who the hell do you think you are? Hey kid, don't think I'm really afraid of you. Upon hearing Chen Feng's insult, Zhang Bao gathered courage again and threatened. Let me tell you, one day when I was running the streets, you were still drinking your own piss and playing in the mud. I'm leaving it here. Either we drop this, or I'll call over my 100-some brothers. Decide for yourself. As he spoke, Zhang Bao kept glancing nervously at Lu Rubing, clearly terrified she might suddenly attack. His main intention in saying all this was to intimidate Chen Fong into backing down. After all, those 100-odd subordinates weren't a joke. But Chen Fong had no patience to waste time here. Smirking slightly, he casually instructed Lu Rubing. First, knock out all his teeth. Understood, boss. Lu Rubing nodded and strode directly toward Zhang Bao. You brat, don't try anything stupid. Seeing Lu Rubing approaching, Zhang Bao shouted furiously at Chen Fong. At the same time, his body instinctively backed away several steps. Yet Chen Fong ignored him completely. He simply waved his hand and invited Qin Yu and Zhao Shuer to sit down. You? Seeing Chen Fong pay him no mind, Zhang Bao opened his mouth to speak. But before he could utter a word, Lu Rubing kicked straight at his face. Pooh! He spat out a gush of blood mixed with broken teeth. Zhao Shuer and Qin Yu both instinctively buried themselves deeper into Chen Feng's arms. There was no helping it. The scene was simply too bloody. Why you little son of a b-bitch? You just wait. I'll get you when I have the chance. Zhang Bao, now missing every tooth in his mouth, glared at Chen Fong with murderous eyes, barely able to pronounce his words. Chen Fong laughed coldly. You're already on death's doorstep and still dare threaten me? Turning to Lu Rubing, he continued. In that case, break all 5 of his limbs too. Break all 5 limbs. Hearing this, Zhang Bao, in the midst of rage, suddenly sobered up completely. Not daring to keep acting tough, he immediately dropped to his knees. Big brother. Grandfather. It was all my fault. Please spare me. Anything you want, name it. I'll give you money. Money. Chen Fong paused slightly, as if recalling something. He then waved his hand at Lu Rubing, halting her. Tell me then, how much can you actually give me? I can give you 100,000. Seeing Chen Fong seemed interested, Zhang Bao instantly felt a glimmer of hope. 100,000. Chen Fong curled his lip in disdain. Do I look like someone who'd care about such a petty sum? Then how much do you want? Haha. Chen Fong chuckled lightly, speaking casually. Naturally, all your money. No way. Upon hearing Chen Feng's words, Zhang Bao immediately refused. His fortune amounted to over 2.4 billion. Should he hand it all over to Chen Fong, wouldn't he have to go starve on the streets? Get on with it. Chen Fong flicked his lips and issued the order to Lu Rubing. No, I'll give it. I'll give you everything. Hearing this, Zhang Bao didn't dare hesitate any longer and immediately shouted out loud. You're wise to comply. Chen Fong waved his hand dismissively and casually pulled out a thick stack of black cards from his coat. When Zhang Bao clearly saw those cards, he nearly passed out from shock. Holy shit. Holy fucking shit. What the hell? These were all bank black cards. Good God almighty. Just what kind of person was this? Only now did Zhang Bao realize he had truly kicked a solid iron block. Chen Fong didn't bother with Zhang Bao's stunned expression. He simply plucked one card randomly from the stack. Tossing it in front of Zhang Bao, he declared with overwhelming dominance, "If I find out even a single penny is missing, you know the consequences." I understand. I'll transfer it all right away. Every last cent, guaranteed." Hearing Chen Feng's words, Zhang Bao didn't dare entertain any other thoughts and nodded repeatedly in assurance. Without wasting time, he trembled as he picked up the black card Chen Fong had thrown. Then, checking the card number, he took out his phone and began the transfer. "Dear Mr. Chen Fong, your industrial and commercial bank account ending in 9528 has successfully received a deposit of 2,443,037,542 yen at 1933 on July 5th. The balance after transaction is yen 24,744,303,7542. Shortly afterward, Chen Fong received a bank notification message on his phone. Putting his phone down, he turned to Zhang Bao and asked, "Have you transferred everything?" "You can rest assured. I've transferred every single cent." Zhang Bao replied quickly, assuring him again and again. Good." Chen Fong nodded in satisfaction, then continued with an amused smirk. "In that case." Chapter 62. Do you have the strength? Since that's the case, Chen Fong paused deliberately, glancing at Zhang Bao's somewhat expectant eyes before continuing. "Then transfer all your other assets to me as well." "You?" Zhang Bao, who had been full of hope just moments ago, nearly choked on a mouthful of blood from sheer rage upon hearing this. Pointing at Chen Fong, he shouted angrily, "You're breaking your word." "Am I?" Chen Fong smirked mockingly. "Did I ever say I'd let you go once you paid?" This. Damn it. He actually hadn't. Whew. Unable to hold back, Zhang Bao immediately spat out a mouthful of blood. "Well, have you made up your mind?" "I." Zhang Bao hesitated. He deeply doubted whether Chen Fong would deceive him again later. After a moment of silence, he finally said firmly to Chen Fong, "I'll agree, but only if you guarantee you'll let me go this time." "Huh." Chen Fong sneered disdainfully. "Are you trying to bargain with me? Let me tell you, no one has the right to bargain with Chen Fong." Without waiting for Zhang Bao's reaction, Chen Fong gave Lu Rubing a subtle signal to proceed. Lu Rubing understood. She first snatched the black card from Zhang Bao's hand, then delivered a powerful kick straight into his knee. Crack. Ah. With a sharp cracking sound, Zhang Bao immediately screamed like a slaughtered pig. Clutching his now grotesquely twisted knee, he rolled violently on the ground, howling in agony, until soon, overwhelmed by pain, he passed out. Seeing this, Lu Rubing raised her foot again, ready to stomp. Wait. But just then, Chen Fong stopped her. "Letting him pass out like this, it's too lenient, isn't it?" Turning to Lu Rubing, he instructed coldly, "Go find something to splash on him and wake him up. Then stop again. I want him to regret ever being born." Hearing this, Lu Rubing involuntarily shuddered. Her gaze toward Chen Fong now carried a hint of apprehension. Nodding, she picked up an unfinished bottle of chilled beer from the table and poured it directly over Zhang Bao's head. The next second, Zhang Bao jolted awake. Before he could react, Lu Rubing stomped down once more. Repeated several times like this, Zhang Bao was soon reduced to a lifeless, broken heap. Seeing this, Chen Fong stood up and prepared to leave, ushering Chen Yu and the two women out. As he neared the door, he casually said to Lu Rubing, who was about to follow, "Blind his eyes." With that, he strode away without looking back. An hour later, outside the Yunshan vending karaoke bar in Shin City, car horns blared as vans sped toward the scene. Soon, over 100 rowdy hooligans, dyed yellow hair, earrings piercing their ears, poured out of the vehicles. At the front of the gang stood their leaders, Deco Lu, Feiji Zhou, and Old Man Xiao. The three exchanged glances, then led their crew through the KTV entrance. The moment they stepped inside, the hall manager rushed over. Without unnecessary chatter, they ordered him to arrange their largest private room. "Brothers, you both know what happened earlier, right?" Old Man Xiao said as soon as Deco Lu and Feiji Zhou sat down. "Yeah." Both nodded, their eyes fierce. "Boss Xiao, did you find out who did it?" "Just got word. It was a man named Chen Fong." "Chen Fong?" Deco Lu blinked in surprise, puzzled. "Isn't there anyone prominent surnamed Chen in Shin City? Could he be an outsider, an invading dragon?" "Humph." Feiji Zhou snorted, murder in his eyes. "Whoever he is, we've got to kill him. Otherwise, where does that leave our pride?" Old Zhou's right. Daring to mess with the four tigers of Shin City, we've got to make him pay. Deco Lu quickly agreed. Though they often fought among themselves over territory, when it came to larger matters, they knew how to stand united. "No." To their shock, Old Man Xiao suddenly waved his hand dismissively. "Uncle Xiao, what do you mean?" "Yeah, don't you want to avenge Leopard?" Hearing this, Deco Lu and Feiji Zhou grew instantly agitated. "Avenge him?" Old Man Xiao stared blankly, then laughed bitterly. "Do you two even have the strength to do so? F***CKU Xiao? What the hell are you saying?" Upon hearing this, Feiji Zhou immediately shot up from his seat, pointing straight at Old Man Xiao's face and shouting fiercely. "Old Zhou, hold on. Let Boss Xiao finish what he's saying first." Deco Lu was far calmer than Feiji Zhou and quickly shoved him back down. "Fine, I'll be honest with you both." Old Man Xiao let out a bitter smile, speaking helplessly. "That man named Chen Fong. We simply can't afford to mess with him." "How is that possible?" Hearing this, Deco Lu immediately voiced his doubt. "Other than a few select people in Shin City, who is there that we can't handle? Right? Old Xiao, don't try to scare us. Do you really take us for 3-year-olds? Feiji Zhou, already irritated by Old Man Xiao's earlier words, quickly chimed in. "Heh." Old Man Xiao sneered coldly before saying, "Do you even know who Chen Fong is? Who is he? Is he some governor's son or something?" Feiji Zhou snorted mockingly. "Governor." Old Man Xiao curled his lip in contempt. "Let me tell you, governors themselves would have to treat him with utmost respect." "What the hell?" Seriously, at those words, Deco Lu couldn't hold back and abruptly stood up again. Even the previously arrogant Feiji Zhou instantly wore a stunned expression. "Do you really think I'd lie to you for no reason?" Old Man Xiao shrugged slightly, saying calmly, "From what I just found out, this Chen Fong, yesterday alone, secured over 10 black cards from major banks in one go." "What? Over 10 black cards, all at once? That can't be possible. The two were left utterly dumbfounded upon hearing this. As figures who could shake the city with a single stomp, they naturally understood exactly what this implied. To be able to obtain so many black cards simultaneously, just how terrifying must this Chen Feng's influence be? Chapter 63. This is fucking infuriating. Do you two still want revenge now? Seeing the stunned expressions on their faces, old Xiao couldn't help but laugh teasingly. The two of them fell silent immediately after hearing that. How could they possibly seek revenge against Chen Fong? Wasn't that just the same as walking straight to their deaths? If no one wants revenge, then we're dropping this matter. Old Xiao waved his hand casually and said indifferently, spread the word. Anyone who dares oppose Mr. Chen from now on will be an enemy of the three tigers of Shin City. In old Xiao's eyes, Chen Fong was a rare opportunity, a tree worth clinging to. Even if they couldn't fully rely on him, they absolutely must not offend him. Zhang Bao's fate was proof enough of that. Dekou Lu and Fei Jizhou nodded in agreement, without any objection. Early the next morning, after breakfast, Chen Fong headed to Shin City International Airport with Lu Rubing and the others. Since Chen Fong owned a private jet, the moment he walked into the terminal, a staff member immediately approached. Mr. Chen, hello. I'm Wang Jiwei. We spoke on the phone earlier. Hello. Chen Fong nodded briefly. Please follow me. Wang Jiwei led Chen Fong and his group toward the VIP passage. Soon, they arrived at the tarmac. Mr. Chen, our staff have already completed the inspection of your aircraft. It's ready for takeoff anytime. Wang Jiwei pointed toward a Boeing 747 parked nearby. Thanks. Chen Fong nodded, then boarded the plane with Lu Rubing and the others. There were 3 crew members aboard. Besides the 2 pilots, there was 1 flight attendant. One Chen Fong happened to recognize. Fei, what are you doing here? Chen Fong blinked in surprise, unable to hide his curiosity. Truthfully, with so many women around him at home, he hadn't even noticed Guan Fei during breakfast. Mo, you arranged for me to come. Guan Fei giggled, looking at Chen Fong. She said she was worried you'd get lonely on the trip, so she sent me along. Lonely on the trip? Chen Fong couldn't help but twitch his jujag at her words. Meanwhile, Shin Mingyao standing nearby instantly narrowed her eyes with suspicion. She clearly understood the implication behind Guan Fei's words. It was an outright temptation. Alright then. Chen Fong nodded and casually took a seat somewhere. Honestly, he didn't have any ulterior thoughts. Seeing this, Shin Mingyao moved to sit beside him. But before she could get close, Lu Rubing swiftly slipped in and claimed the seat first. Shin Mingyao dared not argue with Lu Rubing, so she had no choice but to find another seat. Shortly after everyone was seated, the plane took off. Mingyao, did you inform EDA as I asked? Chen Fong suddenly remembered something and turned to ask Shin Mingyao. I did. Good. Chen Fong nodded, adjusted himself into a comfortable position, and prepared to take a short nap. Lu Rubing and Shin Mingyao also closed their eyes. The distance between Shin City and D City wasn't too far, about 3 hours by air. Just as Chen Fong was drifting in and out of sleep, Guan Fei quietly approached and gently tapped his shoulder. Boss, would you like something to drink? She leaned close, whispering softly into his ear. Chen Fong felt a warm breath tickling his ear, sending an unexpected shiver down his spine. After a long pause, he awkwardly muttered, give me a Coke, please. Sure, just a moment. Guan Fei said cheerfully, pulling a large bottle of Coca-Cola from the trolley. But just as she was about to twist open the cap, she accidentally spilled the entire bottle all over Chen Fong. Fuck, what the hell is going on? As Chen Fong frowned in annoyance, he heard Guan Fei's voice filled with fake remorse. Boss, I'm so sorry. I'm such a klutz. Seeing her pitiful expression, Chen Feng's heart instantly softened. Never mind, it's nothing serious. I'll just go clean up in the restroom. With that, Chen Fong stood up and headed toward the bathroom. Behind him, Guan Fei broke into a triumphant smirk. She quickly tiptoed after him in 2 swift steps. The moment Chen Fong pushed open the bathroom door, Guan Fei made her move to follow. But before she could enter, Chen Fong shut the door right in her face. Left standing there, Guan Fei could do nothing but bite her lip. She'd just been served a cold rejection. The hell? What are you doing standing here? The moment Chen Fong stepped out, he found Lu Rubing waiting right outside the door. Seeing her standing there, he nearly bit his own tongue in shock. My duty is to protect you 24 hours a day, Lu Rubing replied coldly, her expression completely indifferent. Following me even to the bathroom? You've got to be messed up in the head. Without waiting for Lu Rubing to respond, Chen Fong turned and walked straight back to his seat. Lu Rubing, snapping back to reality, almost choked on her fury. This guy was unbelievably infuriating. Clenching her teeth tightly, she stormed after him with an enraged look on her face. Chapter 64. Shouldn't we go greet them at the entrance? 3 hours later, Beijing Daxing International Airport. Mingyao, did you confirm the car? As soon as they came off the plane, Chen Fong asked Shin Mingyao. Yeah, it's all set. Shin Mingyao nodded in response. Good. With that, Chen Fong led the group of women out of the airport. Standing outside the airport entrance, they waited for less than a minute before a minivan pulled up. The next second, a middle-aged man stepped out. He first scanned Chen Fong and his group carefully, then walked over with a smile. Hello, are you the ones who rented the car? Chen Fong was slightly taken aback and said, confused, no, I think you've got the wrong people. Really? The middle-aged man also looked surprised, muttering to himself. But the customer clearly said they'd arrive at this time, and they were supposed to be a group of handsome men and beautiful women. At this, he scratched his head and asked, may I ask if there's a lady named Shin Mingyao among you? Shin Mingyao? Upon hearing this, Chen Fong immediately turned to look at Shin Mingyao. The other girls did the same. Me? Shin Mingyao said dazed. That's me. Who are you? For some reason, Chen Fong and the others suddenly felt uneasy. Sure enough, the next moment, the middle-aged man said, then there's no mistake. I'm an employee from Jinglong Car Rental. Didn't you request a spacious vehicle last night? The car is yours now. I'll be on my way then. With that, the man directly shoved the car keys into Chen Feng's hand. Before any of them could react, he turned around and left. What the hell? Chen Fong frowned slightly, then turned to look at the astonished Shin Mingyao. Mingyao, is this the car you rented? This. Coming back to her senses, Shin Mingyao replied sheepishly. I did say I wanted them to prepare a more spacious car since we're several people, but I never expected. Damn, come to think of it, this van actually was pretty roomy. Hearing Shin Mingyao's explanation, Chen Fong and the others couldn't help but silently did so in their minds. Seeing their expressions, Shin Mingyao awkwardly said to Chen Fong, Master, should I call them again and ask for a different car? Forget it. Chen Fong sighed, looking utterly helpless. Just be more careful next time. Don't make such a silly mistake again. As punishment, you'll be driving today. With that, Chen Fong handed the keys directly to Shin Mingyao. Hee, thank you, master. Shin Mingyao giggled, flashing Chen Fong a blissful smile. She knew perfectly well she was originally Chen Feng's driver anyway. The fact that Chen Fong said this now clearly meant he didn't want her to feel too guilty. Deeply touched, she quickly took the minivan keys from Chen Feng's hand. Alright, let's get going now. With that, Chen Fong led the group onto the minivan. A sharp press of the accelerator, and the van swiftly drove away from Daxing Airport. Boss, do you think when Yida's executives see us arriving in a minivan, they'll be completely stunned? In the car, Shin Mingyao asked Chen Fong wryly. What do you think? The CEO of Yida arriving by minivan. Who'd ever expect that? Guan Feifei, sitting in the front passenger seat, couldn't help but laugh at Shin Mingyao's remark. Sigh, it's all my fault. Shin Mingyao sighed upon hearing this. It doesn't matter. Chen Fong shook his head, lost in thought. Who knows if they'll even notice? No way. Guan Feifei said curiously. They'll be standing at the company entrance. How could they miss us? Exactly. You're the biggest shareholder. They must all be waiting for you at the entrance. Huh. Upon hearing this, Chen Fong sneered coldly. More like they're waiting to give me a cold shoulder. How dare they? Upon hearing Chen Feng's words, Shin Mingyao and the others instantly wore angry expressions. You're Yida's largest shareholder. Don't they fear getting fired? Who knows? Chen Fong shrugged, unconcerned. We'll find out when we get there. Yida Real Estate Headquarters. A high-level conference room. Director Wang. Shouldn't we go greet them at the entrance? Su Xinjun frowned slightly and couldn't help but ask Wang Yilin. Yeah, wouldn't this seem inappropriate? Hearing Su Xinjun's words, a senior executive from the company immediately chimed in. If none of us go to greet him, won't he make things difficult for us later? Another executive added hesitantly. Wouldn't that be inappropriate? Who are we supposed to be afraid of? As long as Director Wang is here, what's there to worry about? What is Chen Fong anyway? One executive who had already aligned with Wang Yilin sneered sarcastically. Exactly. When Director Wang founded Yida, that brat was probably still playing in the mud somewhere. Does he actually think owning 51% of the shares makes him someone important? A few days ago he even dared to threaten Director Wang. That's right. Is he going to fire all of us or what? Let's just stay put today. Let's see what he can do. To most of them, Chen Fong was nothing more than a young upstart who happened to own 51% of Yida's shares. How could he possibly compare to the seasoned and powerful Wang Yilin? Even before Chen Fong arrived, they'd already made up their minds about whose side they were on. At that moment, Wang Yilin, sitting at the head of the table, slowly raised his teacup and took a small sip. Then, with a smile, he said to everyone, Everyone, our company is extremely busy right now. Even if President Chen comes, surely we shouldn't all drop our work and rush out to greet him, should we? You're absolutely right, Director Wang. I have a meeting with Bank President Zhou later. Same here. I haven't even finished yesterday's report yet. No time for that. Exactly, I'm swamped too. As soon as they heard Wang Yilin speak, many quickly voiced their agreement. Seeing this, Wang Yilin nodded with clear satisfaction before continuing. In my opinion, sending just one person would be sufficient. Let me think. He paused, then looked directly at Su Xinjun. Su Zong, it would be perfectly fine for you to go alone. What do you all think? Ha ha ha, I agree. So do I. Director Wang is right. Director Su is indeed quite suitable. After a round of laughter, Wang Yilin decisively sealed the decision. In his mind, even sending Su Xinjun to meet Chen Fong was already showing him considerable respect. Chapter 65. Are these guys all celebrities, or what? At the entrance of Yida headquarters, a car horn sounded, and a beat-up minivan pulled up. Huh, looks like nobody's here after all. As soon as the vehicle stopped, Guan Feifei started looking around curiously. Hearing this, Chen Fong sitting in the back seat immediately frowned. Just as he suspected, those guys were really giving him a cold shoulder right from the start. Just then, a security guard in uniform walked over. He tapped on the window first, then said with a cold expression, "Delivery vehicles go through the back gate." Shen Mingyao blinked in surprise, rolled down her window, and replied somewhat exasperatedly, "Excuse me, brother guard, where exactly do I look like someone delivering vegetables? Really? You're not." The guard narrowed his eyes and looked into the vehicle. Damn, these are all celebrities, aren't they? When he clearly saw the faces of Chen Fong and the others, he nearly bit off his own tongue in shock. Honestly, he was completely stunned by their good looks. It took him a long moment before he softened his tone slightly. "If you're not making a delivery, then please fill out this form over here." "Hey, do you even know who's inside this car?" Shen Mingyao snapped back, visibly annoyed. In her mind, since when did the company's boss have to fill out paperwork just to enter his own company? Was this supposed to be a joke? "I don't care who you are." The guard sneered, acting rather high and mighty. "Even if it were our CEO himself, he'd still need to fill out the form before entering." "Oh," Chen Fong raised an eyebrow, almost amused. "Do you even know who your CEO is?" "Ha ha." Hearing Chen Feng's words, the guard burst out laughing. "Dude, tell me you're not seriously unaware of Chairman Wang from Yida? Did your village only just get internet access or something?" In his view, regardless of Wang Yilin being chairman of Yida, his position on the Chinese billionaire list alone made him a household name. For Chen Fong to ask such a ridiculous question, was he trying to be funny? Chen Fong shrugged without responding, turning instead to Shin Mingyao. "Mingyao, go ahead and fill out the form." "Master, but..." Before she could finish, Chen Fong cut her off firmly. "That's an order." "Yes, master." Shin Mingyao nodded reluctantly and stepped out of the van. Seeing this, the guard standing outside gave Chen Fong a thumbs up. It was as if he were saying, "Nice one, bro. That gorgeous girl actually listens to you." Chen Fong merely shrugged again, wearing an indifferent expression. Truthfully, he didn't actually hold much ill will toward this particular guard. After all, the man was simply doing his job. Once Shen Mingyao returned having finished signing the form, the guard smiled and opened the gate wide. With a roar of the engine, the minivan drove straight through. They circled around for quite a while, yet Shen Mingyao couldn't seem to find any available parking spot. There looks like space over there. Guan Feifei, scanning around, suddenly pointed not far from the entrance of the Yida building. Park there. Oh really? Following Guan Feifei's direction, Shen Mingyao brightened up instantly. Not wanting to waste time, she floored the gas pedal and drove straight toward it. After smoothly parking the car, everyone got out. Roar! Roar! Just as they'd steadied themselves, a loud rumble of an engine came thundering toward them. Looking in the direction of the noise, they soon saw a Range Rover Sport speeding their way. Screech! With a slick drift, the car came to a halt directly in front of Chen Fong and the group. Moments later, a flashy dressed guy poked his head out of the vehicle. Hey you! Just as he was about to say something, he abruptly stopped mid-sentence. Spotting Lu Rubing and the other girls nearby, he confidently whistled at them, thinking he looked cool. Hey beautifuls, wanna add my WeChat? The instant those words left his mouth, Lu Rubing and the others immediately scowled. Yeah. At that moment, a woman with classic internet celebrity features sitting beside the flashy man couldn't help but pout coquettishly. Song Gij, if you keep acting like this, I'm gonna get mad, you know. Ah, my little darling, I was just kidding with them. After saying that, the flashy man leaned over and kissed the internet celebrity-looking woman squarely on the cheek. Honestly speaking, if forced to choose between her and Lu Rubing's group, he would definitely pick the woman beside him, not only because she was practically his next conquest, but also because his personal taste had always leaned heavily toward women who looked exactly like her. I don't care. You're just not allowed to ask them for their WeChat IDs. Alright, I'll listen to you. After saying this, the flashy man turned toward Chen Fong and his group, raising his voice to show how important he considered the lone girl. Hey, can you guys move your damn minivan? Don't you know this is my parking spot? Lin Xiao's spot. Hearing these words, Shen Mingyao immediately felt her temper flare up. She had already felt a bit slighted earlier when Chen Fong told her to fill out that form. Now, with this jerk actually ordering them to move their car, she could hardly contain herself. Sneering, she shot back contemptuously. How exactly do you prove this is your spot? Is your name written here or something? Ha ha. The flashy man burst into laughter at her words. Smirking arrogantly, he declared, my parking space, Lin Xizong's? Does it need a name tag? Oh wow, judging by your tone, you must be quite someone, huh? Guan Feifei sneered. Of course. Lin Xizong smiled confidently, thoroughly enjoying himself. Do you even know who my uncle is? Not that I'm bragging, but just hearing his name will scare you to death. Upon hearing this, Shen Mingyao let out a mocking laugh and said playfully, oh really? Then go ahead, enlighten us. I'm really curious. How exactly are we going to die from shock? Hearing her sarcastic tone, Lin Xizong instantly felt his pride taking a hit. He coughed twice, then put on an exaggeratedly smug expression. Since you're all so eager to know, fine, I'll tell you. My uncle is none other than Wang Yilan, the owner of Yida Properties. Well, now do you understand why this parking spot belongs to me? Not that I'm afraid to say it. Even if I wanted the entire Yida Properties company, my uncle would hand it over to me without hesitation. Chen Fong, who had remained silent until now, suddenly burst out laughing. The other girls, seeing this, couldn't hold back either and started giggling along. Others might not know better, but they did. Yida Properties? That was Chen Feng's company. Chapter 66. Kneel down and say sorry to me 3 times. Hey, Brad, what the hell are you laughing at? Lin Xizong stepped off the car and barked at Chen Fong. What's it to you? Exactly. What's wrong with my master smiling? Before Lin Xizong could even finish speaking, Shen Mingyao and Guan Feifei stepped forward. In their eyes, how could someone like Chen Fong ever be challenged by such a flashy show-off? Damn, this kid is way too popular with women. Hearing this, Lin Xizong felt both annoyed and enviously impressed. After a long pause, he glared darkly at Chen Fong. So you only know how to hide behind women, huh? You, Guan Feifei, and Shen Mingyao were about to retort again, but at that moment, Chen Fong stopped them. He stepped forward a few paces and looked at Lin Xizong with an amused smirk. Then what do you want? Simple. Lin Xizong sneered casually. First, move your junk car out of my way immediately. Second, kneel down and say sorry to me 3 times. Otherwise, Chen Fong let out a mocking chuckle, utterly unimpressed. Otherwise what? Otherwise, I'll have you kicked out of Yida. Lin Xizong flashed a confident smile as he said to Chen Fong, if I'm not mistaken, you're here seeking cooperation with Yida, right? But Chen Fong ignored his threat and calmly asked, are you an employee of Yida? No. Though puzzled by the question, Lin Xizong still shook his head. In that case, Chen Fong paused, then suddenly shifted tone, saying coldly, what gives you the right to have me expelled? Ha! Lin Xizong burst into laughter. After a while, he arrogantly declared, no reason at all, just because my uncle is Wang Yilan. Kid, I'm asking you one last time, will you agree or not? Chen Fong curled his lip in disdain. Do I look like someone who can be threatened? Fine. Lin Xizong spat out 3 sharp affirmatives. Then don't blame me for being rude. With that, he pulled out his phone and made a call. Master Lin, how may I assist you? As soon as the call connected, a middle-aged man's voice came from the other end. Lin Xizong cast an amused glance at Chen Fong before replying. Captain Zhou, I've got a little favor to ask, do you mind? Master Lin, don't even say that. As long as it's within my power, just name it. Good. Then bring a few men over to the entrance of the building. Master Lin, has something happened at the building? No. Lin Xizong shook his head with a mocking grin. There's a guy here. I need you to help me kick him out. Oh, is that all? The man replied indifferently. Don't worry, I'll be there right away. Moments later, 4 or 5 security guards approached from a distance. Master Lin, is this the guy you meant? The guard leading the group pointed at Chen Fong and asked. Yeah, that's him. Lin Xizong nodded, casting a pitiful look toward Chen Fong. Huh, I thought he was some big shot. Turns out he's just a reckless punk. The guard sneered contemptuously at Chen Fong. Brat, you've got guts offending Master Lin. You must not know how many eyes Horse King has. Are you employees of Yida? Chen Fong ignored the provocation and quietly asked the same question he'd asked earlier. Hearing this, the guard frowned slightly and coldly replied, "So what if we are?" "Good." Chen Fong narrowed his eyes, his voice icy. "You'll find out soon enough. Stop your damn posturing. You think I scare that easily?" The guard curled his lip and ordered the others behind him. "Men, let's go. Beat him up first, then throw him out." To him, Chen Feng's words were clearly a threat. As the head of security, he had to reclaim his authority. "Got it, Captain, leave it to us. This little bastard? I could handle him alone. Kid, don't blame me for hitting hard. It's all on you." After saying these words arrogantly, the several security guards tightened their truncheons and charged straight toward Chen Fong. Lu Rubing, seeing this, immediately prepared to intervene. But just then, a loud shout rang out from not far away. "Stop! All of you, stop right now!" The moment the voice faded, a middle-aged man in a suit came rushing over at a quick pace. As soon as the guard saw him, he instantly wore a sycophantic smile. "Director Su, what brings you here?" But Su Shinjun didn't even glance at him. Instead, he walked directly toward where Chen Fong stood. He first bowed respectfully to Chen Fong, then said with sincere apology, "President Chen, I'm truly sorry. I arrived too late." When the guards and Lin Sikong saw this scene unfold, they froze in shock on the spot. "President Chen? Holy shit, could this guy actually be someone important? Who are you?" Chen Fong asked, slightly puzzled, curiosity evident in his voice. "President Chen, hello. I'm Su Shanjun, project director of our company. We spoke on the phone the day before yesterday." "Oh, so it's you." Hearing this, Chen Fong gave a slightly amused smirk and asked, "Did you come alone?" Su Shinjun wasn't stupid. He clearly understood the meaning behind Chen Feng's question. Cough, cough. He cleared his throat twice, then replied somewhat awkwardly. "The president said the company has been extremely busy lately, so only sent me." "Heh." Chen Fong let out a cold chuckle, pursed his lips, and said, "So Old Wong is really playing games, huh? Rat, how dare you speak so disrespectfully about my uncle?" Lin Sikong, standing nearby, couldn't hold back anymore and stepped forward angrily. But the very next second after his words, Su Shenjun, who was standing in front of Chen Fong, shouted loudly, "Shut your mouth. Do you have the right to yell at President Chen? Su, what the hell do you think you're doing? Do you really think being a director makes you untouchable?" Humiliated by Su Shenjun's rebuke, Lin Sikong instantly felt his face burn with shame. He threatened fiercely, "Just wait. You'll see if I don't get both of you kicked out through my uncle." Chapter 67. Don't blame me for knocking out all your rotten teeth later. Aha. However, what Lin Sikong didn't expect was, the moment his words fell, Su Shenjun couldn't help but burst into loud laughter. "What are you laughing at?" Lin Sikong frowned slightly, asking in an unfriendly tone. "What am I laughing at?" "I'm laughing at your ignorance." Su Shenjun sneered, looking at him with utter disdain. "Do you even know who President Chen is? And yet you dare to say something so arrogant." Humph. Upon hearing this, Lin Sikong let out a cold snort and said mockingly, "Who could he possibly be? At best, just a slightly higher-ranked dog working under my uncle." He wasn't stupid. Su Shenjun clearly held Chen Fong in high regard. Lin Sikong guessed that Chen Fong might be some senior executive at Yida Real Estate, whom he had never met. But so what if he was a senior executive? Wasn't he still just an employee working for his uncle? Boy, you'd better watch your mouth. At this moment, Lu Rubing, who hadn't spoken until now, fixed Lin Sikong with a chilling glare and said coldly, "Don't blame me for knocking out all your rotten teeth later. You." After hearing this, Lin Sikong instantly became furious. Just as he was about to retort, when he met Lu Rubing's icy stare, the words on the tip of his tongue were forcibly swallowed back down. Seeing his defeated expression, Su Shenjun felt a surge of contempt rise within him. After a brief silence, he gritted his teeth and said, "Kid, it's not that I look down on Director Wong, but him? He wouldn't even be worthy to be President Chen's dog. Do you even know that President Chen is actually the true owner behind Yida Real Estate?" This time, Su Shenjun had gone all in. He could clearly see that Wang Yilin had been deliberately sidelining him earlier. If that was the case, why shouldn't he switch allegiance to Chen Fong? So now, he spoke without holding anything back. "What did you say?" Hearing Su Shenjun's words, Lin Sikong froze on the spot. It took him a long while before he managed to stammer out, his voice trembling despite trying to sound threatening. "Impossible. My uncle Wang Yilin is the boss of Yida." Su Shenjun mocked with a scornful laugh. "How much stake does your uncle really have?" "Only 22%. President Chen owns 51%. And you call him the boss? Don't make people laugh their heads off." "What? This guy actually owned 51% of Yida? This couldn't be possible." Lin Sikong nearly bit his own tongue in shock. Not just him. The few security guards standing nearby also stood dumbfounded. Remembering how arrogantly they had behaved toward Chen Fong earlier, they couldn't help but shiver in fear. Angering such a powerful figure, losing their jobs would be the least of it. If someone like Chen Fong decided to settle scores, they might not even keep their lives. Realizing this, they didn't hesitate any longer. With a plop, they dropped to their knees. Asterisk bang, 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 asterisk. Before Chen Fong and the others could react, they immediately kowtowed 3 times. The one leading them, Captain Zhou, apologized frantically to Chen Fong. "President Chen, we were blind fools earlier. Please forgive us." Seeing this, Chen Fong first looked startled, then calmly said, "I don't have time to deal with you right now. Just get back to your posts." "Yes, sir. Right away, right away." Hearing Chen Feng's command, they didn't dare stay another second. They scrambled up and quickly fled. Nearby, seeing this unfold, Lin Sikong realized things were taking a bad turn. He immediately tried to slip into his car and escape. But just then, Chen Fong gave Lu Rubing a subtle glance. Lu Rubing understood instantly. In one swift move, she darted forward. Like grabbing a helpless chick, she knocked out the fleeing Lin Sikong and dragged him back effortlessly. "Hey you!" The young girl, who had been watching from the car, wanted to shout and stop her. But the moment she met Lu Rubing's cold gaze, she shut her mouth instantly. "Boss, what should we do with this one?" Lu Rubing glanced down at the unconscious Lin Sikong in her grasp and asked Chen Fong. Meanwhile, Su Shenjun, standing before Chen Fong, was utterly stunned. Holy shit. Holy damn. Holy hell. The woman beside President Chen, was her strength even human? While he stood there gaping, Chen Fong finally spoke calmly. Bring him in with us. With that, he strode toward the entrance of Yida Tower. The others quickly followed. Director Su, which floor is my office on? Inside the elevator, Chen Fong turned to ask Su Xinjun. This. Hearing the question, Su Xinjun hesitated, unsure how to answer. What? Didn't that bastard Wang Yilan arrange one for me? A faint, almost mocking smile curled at the corner of Chen Feng's lips as he asked, is that so? He said you wouldn't come to the company, so there was no need to arrange anything. Really? Hearing this, Chen Fong couldn't help but sneer coldly. Looks like he really does treat Yida as if it belongs to him, doesn't he? You go notify everyone. 5 minutes from now, we're having a meeting in the conference room. I've got a few things to say. Yes, President Chen. Su Xinjun nodded and led Chen Fong and the others straight to the conference room. Time passed quickly, and the 5 minutes were up in no time. Gradually, some of the company's senior executives started arriving. However, most of them failed to show up within the time frame Chen Fong had specified. Among those absent, of course, was Chairman Wang Yilan himself. Whoa, our boss is way too young, isn't he? He looks barely over 20. How could he possibly rival Director Wang? It'll be tough. Director Wang is an old fox who's been around in the business world for decades. Let's just wait and see how things unfold. No need to pick sides yet. Exactly. We're just employees. We shouldn't get dragged into this. As they whispered among themselves, someone suddenly noticed Lin Sikong lying unconscious on the floor. Huh? Isn't that Director Wang's nephew? It really looks like him. Why is he lying there? Did someone actually knock him out? Damn, who'd have the guts to beat up Director Wang's nephew? Could it be? The words had barely left his mouth when every single person turned in shock toward Chen Fong. In their minds, the only one daring enough to do such a thing in this very room could only be Chen Fong. Minyao closed the door. Chen Fong ignored their stunned expressions and instructed Shen Minyao. Of course, boss. Shen Minyao nodded, rising to her feet to close the door. Sorry. We're late. But before she could reach the door, a loud, booming laugh echoed through the room. Moments later, Wang Yilan strolled in through the entrance, followed by a large group of people, wearing an amused and calculating expression on his face. Chapter 68. Even if I'm not late, do I still get beaten? Sitsong. As soon as Wang Yilan stepped in, he immediately noticed Lin Sikong lying on the floor. His previously amused expression instantly darkened. He shot a cold glare at Chen Fong and the others, then strode toward Lin Sikong. The executives following behind him exchanged uneasy glances. None of them could understand why the general manager's nephew was lying unconscious in the company's conference room. Sitsong. Wang Yilan gently shook him twice before Lin Sikong finally groggily regained consciousness. Huh, uncle? Why are you here? Lin Sikong looked up at Wang Yilan with confusion. Tell me. Wang Yilan narrowed his eyes, ignoring the question. Who knocked you out? Knocked out. Hearing those words, Lin Sikong froze momentarily, but quickly remembered what had happened. After scanning the room, he pointed accusingly at Chen Fong and the others. It was them, uncle. You have to teach them a serious lesson. Don't worry. Wang Yilan reassured him first with a pat on the shoulder, then pulled him up from the floor. He walked over to Chen Fong and calmly asked, President Chen, did your people knock out my nephew? So what if we did? Chen Fong shrugged, clearly unimpressed. Good. Wang Yilan repeated the word 3 times, his face turning grim. I'll remember this. Oh really? A mocking smirk tugged at Chen Feng's lips. Should I add it to your family genealogy too? You? Chen Feng's retort nearly made Wang Yilan spit blood from sheer rage. He had just tried to save face with a threatening remark. He couldn't possibly fight Chen Fong right in front of all these company executives, after all. And even if it came to blows, how could he possibly be Chen Feng's match? What he hadn't expected was that Chen Fong wouldn't play by the rules at all. Alright, if nothing else, take a seat quickly, Chen Fong said, then suddenly pointed at Lin Sikong, his tone harsh. As for someone like him, an outsider has no right to attend our company meeting. At these words, Wang Yilan's face turned deathly pale. If he had Lin Sikong leave now, it would be a direct slap to his own face. You surname Chen, don't push me too far. Wang Yilan snapped coldly at Chen Fong, his anger barely contained. Don't forget, I'm the chairman now. Oh really? Chen Fong sneered, utterly disdainful. Only because I let you be chairman. Without me letting you. Who the hell do you think you are? The moment those words left Chen Feng's mouth, the entire room fell into utter silence. Dead silent. So quiet that everyone could practically hear their own heartbeats. They never imagined Chen Fong would be so direct, showing Wang Yilan not even a shred of respect. Pooh. At that moment, Wang Yilan couldn't hold back any longer and spat out a mouthful of blood. Uncle, are you alright? Manager Wang. Lin Sikong and the executives behind him rushed forward in alarm. Wang Yilan swayed slightly, wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth with the back of his hand, and shook his head weakly. I'm fine. Don't worry. He took a deep breath, then turned and stared hard at Chen Fong. Supported by others, he slowly sat down in the seat directly below Chen Fong. Honestly, had he not been enraged just now, he might have fought Chen Fong for the main seat today. But at this moment, a flicker of fear stirred within him toward Chen Fong. Cough, cough. After clearing his throat twice, he turned to Lin Sikong, who wore a pleading look, and said, Sikong, leave first. Lin Sikong froze, stunned. He never thought his usually domineering uncle would actually back down in front of Chen Fong. Uncle I. Before he could finish, Wang Yilan cut him off sharply. Leave. Oh, okay. Reluctantly nodding, Lin Sikong turned toward Chen Fong and growled. You surname Chen, this isn't over between us. You just wait. With that, he turned and started walking toward the door. I ever say you could leave? To his shock, Chen Feng's voice rang out the very next second. After throwing threats at Chen Fong, did he really think Chen Fong would let him walk away so easily? What do you mean? Lin Sikong turned back, asking coldly. Chen Fong smirked casually and said, I just think your mouth is way too foul. Need some treatment. With that, he gave Lu Rubing a subtle hand signal. Lu Rubing instantly understood. Before Lin Sikong could react, she dashed forward in one swift motion. In front of everyone's stunned eyes, she launched a powerful kick straight into Lin Sitsung's mouth. Spew. Lin Sikong spat out a mouthful of blood mixed with broken teeth, then collapsed from the pain, unconscious. Good lord. This is too brutal. Witnessing the scene before them, everyone couldn't help but suck in a cold breath. At the same time, their gazes toward Chen Fong were instantly filled with dread. They never expected Chen Fong, who looked so young, would be so ruthlessly vindictive. The company executives who followed Wang Yilin suddenly began to feel nervous. Sikong, Wang Yilin shouted, rushing over to where Lin Sikong lay on the floor. Seeing Lin Sikong covered in blood, his eyes turned red with rage. Chen Fong, you just wait. I'll make sure you pay with your life. After silently making this vow, Wang Yilin forcibly suppressed the killing intent surging in his heart. He waved over two executives and ordered them to carry Lin Sikong out. Indeed, the patience and restraint of a veteran fox like Wang Yilin was unmatched by ordinary men. All right, let's continue the meeting. Wang Yilin sat back down, his expression dark as he spoke to everyone present. Wait a minute. Just then, Chen Fong interrupted him directly. Oh, does President Chen have something to say? Wang Yilin asked, forcing a cold, insincere smile. Of course. Chen Fong narrowed his eyes slightly and asked the room in a chilling tone. I'd really like to know, who among you arrived more than 5 minutes late? Hearing Chen Feng's words, everyone shivered involuntarily. Holy crap, even if I'm not late, am I still going to get beaten? Thinking this, one of the executives who had earlier followed Wang Yilin couldn't help shooting him a resentful glance. Chapter 69, that's not how you lead. What, no one? Chen Fong sneered slightly and said disdainfully, didn't you all want to give me a hard time at the start? Why are you all suddenly backing down now? At Chen Feng's words, everyone lowered their heads, pretending not to hear anything, since no one dares to step forward. Seeing this, Chen Fong turned toward Shen Mingyao. Mingyao, you should remember clearly who was late just now, right? Master, I've memorized them all. Good, then help remind them. Yes, master. Shen Mingyao nodded, then swept her gaze across the people present. Wherever her eyes fell, people instinctively bowed their heads, afraid of being singled out. After scanning the room, Shen Mingyao finally fixed her gaze on Wang Yilin. Pointing directly at him, she said, him. Wang Yilin, being pointed at, couldn't help curling his lips into a contemptuous expression. In his mind, what did it matter if he was called out? Was Chen Fong actually going to fire him? Unless Billion Future wanted to go bankrupt. Who else? Chen Fong nodded and continued asking. Him too, and him, and him. One after another, Shen Mingyao pointed out more than 10 others. It didn't take a genius to figure out they were all from Wang Yilin's clique. Alright, does anyone have any objections? Chen Fong smirked slightly and asked the more than 10 people who'd been named. We were late, but we were working. The moment Chen Fong finished speaking, a man wearing gold-rimmed glasses immediately stepped forward. His tone carried clear resentment. Yeah, do you think we're all as idle as you? We actually have real jobs, you know. So what if we were a few minutes late to the meeting? Do you think we don't stay late every day? Exactly. You come here acting all high and mighty without understanding a thing. Boss Chen, this isn't how leadership works. At that moment, over a dozen other senior executives also stepped forward, fiercely berating Chen Fong. They acted as if they were genuinely delayed because of work. Watching from his seat, Wang Yilin couldn't suppress a look of amusement. You insisted on calling them out. Fine. Now let's see what you'll do. While Wang Yilin was thinking this, Chen Fong simply chuckled, showing no sign of anger. Seeing this, the others involuntarily breathed a sigh of relief. They assumed Chen Fong must agree with their reasoning. After all, he was young, easy to deceive with some flattery. But what they hadn't expected was, the very next second, Chen Fong ruthlessly shattered their childish assumptions. Finished talking, Chen Fong narrowed his eyes slightly and spoke calmly. Now that you're all done, listen carefully. From this moment on, none of you are employees of Billion Future Real Estate anymore. You are fired by me. What? The group, who had just moments ago been so smug, froze in shock at Chen Feng's words. They never could have imagined that Chen Fong would actually dare to fire them. After all, there were only about 20 or 30 top executives at Billion Future. To fire half of them like this, was he joking? Sitting off to the side, Wang Yilin frowned involuntarily upon hearing this. His thoughts mirrored those of the others. In his view, Chen Fong secretly purchasing 51% of Billion Future shares was solely for making more money. But this move clearly went against that logic. Wang Yilin took a deep breath, then asked Chen Fong with a furrowed brow, Director Chen, are you serious? At these words, everyone turned their eyes toward Chen Fong. Of course, more real than real gold. Then let me ask you, do you even know who they are? Wang Yilin's lip twitched as he coldly questioned. In his eyes, Chen Fong clearly knew nothing. Their identities? Chen Fong blinked, then couldn't help but laugh slightly. Are they higher ranked than me? They can't compare to you, of course. You hold 51% of the shares. Hearing this, Wang Yilin couldn't resist mocking him. His meaning was clear. Chen Fong was just flaunting his shares to act tough. Yet what Wang Yilin hadn't anticipated was that Chen Fong wouldn't play by the rules. He curled his lip and shot back sarcastically. Since you already know I own 51% of the shares, what's there left to argue with me? You? Wang Yilin nearly choked on his anger upon hearing that. Forcing down his rage, he pointed at the man with the gold-rimmed glasses and snapped at Chen Fong. Him, Zheng Shiqing, Director of Finance and shareholder of Billion Future Real Estate, holding 2% of the company's shares. All financial matters, big or small, go through him. Then he pointed at another person. And him, Li Yuanhua, Marketing Manager and shareholder of Billion Future Real Estate, holding 0.8% of the shares. And him, Zhou Tao, Billion Future Real Estate. And him. One after another, Wang Yilin named over a dozen people. Unsurprisingly, every single one he pointed to had just been called out by Shen Mingyao moments earlier. The reason he introduced each of them to Chen Fong was clear. He wanted Chen Fong to understand. These were all the backbone of Billion Future. If Chen Fong dared to fire them, regardless of their status as shareholders, Billion Future would inevitably decline. And when Billion Future suffered massive losses, wouldn't Chen Fong himself be the biggest loser? At that moment, each person Wang Yilin had named straightened their backs proudly. They wore expressions of smug self-satisfaction. In their minds, the only reason Chen Fong had boldly claimed he'd fire them earlier was because he didn't know who they really were. Now that Wang Yilin had laid everything out, Chen Fong had no choice but to surrender. Not only did they think so, Su Shengjun and the others who hadn't been named felt the same. After all, what boss in his right mind would want his company to suffer losses? But this only proved how little they actually knew about Chen Fong. Losses? What kind of nonsense was that? Someone who possessed a cashback reward system. Worry about such things? Now that was laughable. Chapter 70. Am I the largest shareholder of Yida? Finished. Chen Fong slightly curled his lips and asked Wang Yilin coldly. What do you mean? Wang Yilin was momentarily stunned and couldn't help but frown. In his mind, Chen Fong shouldn't be reacting this way at all. Nothing much. I just wanted to say. Chen Fong paused deliberately for a moment before continuing. If you're done talking, then please pack up and leave with them. Okay. You're firing me too? Wang Yilin stared at Chen Fong, his face filled with disbelief. Not just him. Even the other senior executives who moments ago had been smug and triumphant now stood dumbfounded. They never expected that after Wang Yilin finished boasting about their achievements, Chen Fong would still want to dismiss them all. But what shocked them most was that Chen Fong actually intended to get rid of Wang Yilin, the chairman himself. Honestly, even if Chen Fong had previously said he'd fire every top executive, they still didn't believe he'd dare to remove Wang Yilin. After all, Wang wasn't just the founder of Yida, he possessed unmatched capabilities that few could rival. Yet from Chen Feng's words just now, it was clear he had no intention of keeping Wang around. No wonder everyone was utterly stunned. Of course. Chen Fong rolled his eyes and sneered sarcastically. Did you expect me to keep you here over the holidays? Do you even know what you're saying? At those words, Wang Yilin's expression instantly darkened. Let me tell you, once you fire all of us, Yida will definitely go bankrupt within a year. Oh, Chen Fong merely uttered one word, and then said nothing more. What the hell? Just an O? Shouldn't you be feeling regret after hearing what I said? Inside, Wang Yilin felt as though 10,000 wild horses were galloping through his chest. Indeed, that single O was completely beyond Wang Yilin's expectations. Today, faced with Chen Feng's unpredictable behavior, he was beginning to question reality itself. I think you clearly didn't understand. Wang Yilin took a deep breath and tried once again to speak. But before he could finish, Chen Fong interrupted sharply. Am I the largest shareholder of Yida? What the hell? What does that mean? Hearing this, Wang Yilin was completely baffled. Not just him. Everyone present shared the same confusion. Unable to make sense of it, Wang Yilin attempted to continue where he'd left off. But again, before he could utter a word, Chen Fong repeated his question. I'm asking you. Am I the largest shareholder of Yida? So what if you are? Without us? Repeatedly cut off, Wang Yilin immediately flared up. Just as he was about to issue a threat, Chen Fong interrupted yet again. Since you admit I'm the largest shareholder, then why should it matter to you if my company goes bankrupt? As soon as Chen Fong finished speaking, a mocking smile spread across his face. It was as if he were saying, let it go bankrupt. I don't care. You? Hearing this, Wang Yilin nearly passed out from rage. After a long pause, he snapped bitterly. Chen, do you really think you're the only one in Yida who owns shares? Yes, you're the biggest shareholder. But we have stakes too, you know. So how can it not concern me? The instant Wang Yilin finished speaking, the group of senior executives facing dismissal also stepped forward. The boss is right. Do you really think owning the most shares makes the company yours? What nerve? I've got 2% stake right here. I've got 0.8%. Who cares if I quit as sales manager? Exactly. I hold 1.3% too. At worst, I'll live off dividends. No big deal. And you have the audacity to call it your company? Why don't you just fly to heaven? Furious at being fired, they mocked and taunted Chen Fong without restraint. At that moment, the guy wearing gold-rimmed glasses chimed in again, stirring the crowd. Hey everyone, how about we take an oath? What do you mean? Hearing this, Wang Yilin instantly became interested. He glanced at Chen Fong and curiously asked the bespectacled man. Haha boss Wang I mean. The man laughed and said, let's all swear never to sell our shares to this brat. Let's see how he dares to keep calling Yida his company. Nice. Great idea, I'm in. Count me in too. If I ever sell my shares to this kid, may I be struck by thunder 7 times over. I agree too. If I ever sell my shares to this kid, may I get hit by a car the moment I step outside. It's my turn. If I sell my shares to this Xiaojik, then I'll. Me next. I want to swear too. If I ever. The moment the bespectacled man finished speaking, before Wang Yilin could even open his mouth, the other senior executives immediately rushed forward one after another, scrambling to take their oaths. Even Wang Yilin, in the end, solemnly swore that if he ever sold his shares, he would be struck down by heavenly lightning. Of course, the sole reason they staged this entire spectacle was simply to provoke and infuriate Chen Fong. What they didn't realize, however, was that to Chen Fong, their entire performance was nothing more than watching a bunch of monkeys putting on a show. Utterly ridiculous. Not selling their shares to Chen Fong? That wouldn't be up to them anymore. Chen Fong would make them experience what was truly known as the "it tastes so good" principle. Cough, cough. Chen Fong cleared his throat twice, then looked at Wang Yilin and the others with a faint, mocking smile. Are you sure you don't want to sell your shares to me? Just so you know, if you're willing right now, I might just buy them back at the original price, depending on my mood. The only reason Chen Fong said this was to toy with them. After all, their little stunt just now. Though Chen Fong found it utterly contemptible, it was also somewhat annoying. Did they actually think he'd buy their shares at original price? As if that would ever happen. Sell to you. Wang Yilin snorted coldly, wearing an amused expression. Only if the sun rises from the west. Hearing Wang Yilin's words, the rest burst into loud laughter and chimed in. Haha, Director Wang is absolutely right. There's not a single chance you can buy our shares. We've all taken oaths just now. Do you really think we'd let you buy them? You must be dreaming. That's right. I'd rather let my shares rot than sell them to you. Ahaha. Let me ask you one thing. How do you feel? Are you mad yet? Just tell us. Are you pissed off or not? In their minds, Chen Fong must have been furious, so angry he was practically ready to spit blood. Chapter 71. This guy is absolutely insane. Fine, since none of you want to sell, forget it. Chen Fong sneered slightly, then turned to Shin Mingyao and said, Mingyao, call MOU for me. I have something important to discuss with her. He added quickly, oh, and remember to turn on speakerphone. Yes, master. Shin Mingyao nodded, took out her phone, and dialed the number. Mingyao, what's up? Why are you calling me? As soon as the call connected, Su Moyu's pleasant voice came through. It's the master who wants to speak with you. Shin Mingyao handed the phone over to Chen Fong. MOU. If I remember correctly, you're a PhD in economic management, right? Yes, boss. Good. I've got a task for you right now. Go ahead, boss. Is there any way you can help me drive down Yida real estate stock price by 10% within an hour? Chen Fong narrowed his eyes and asked directly into the phone. What? This guy actually wanted to suppress Yida stock? Upon hearing Chen Feng's words, Wang Yilin and the others were instantly stunned. But once they regained their senses, they couldn't help but think Chen Fong sounded utterly childish. What was Yida real estate? It was the undisputed industry giant in China's real estate sector, with a market capitalization of at least 1.2 trillion yuan. For Chen Fong to casually demand that its stock be driven down by 10%, how ridiculous could one get? On the other end, Su Mayu paused momentarily, but quickly replied, yes, it's possible, but it would require quite a significant amount of capital. She couldn't help but ask curiously, boss, what exactly are you planning? Haha, Chen Fong chuckled coldly. I'm preparing to forcibly take back Yida real estate shares from some people who don't know when to stay dead. I see. Su Mayu fell silent for a moment before continuing. Boss, actually, Yida is listed in Shanghai. What do you mean? Chen Fong blinked, not quite understanding her implication. Which was understandable. He was completely half-baked when it came to stocks. What I mean is, Su Mayu giggled softly. You could completely crash Yida's stock into a trading halt. Stock prices in Shanghai have no daily fluctuation limits. Oh really? Upon hearing this, Chen Fong immediately perked up. Throwing a mocking glance toward Wang Yilin and the others, he spoke into the phone. If I want to crash Yida's stock into a trading halt within 1 hour, roughly how much capital would I need? Let me check Yida's current stock price first. Please hold on. About a minute later, Su Moyu's voice returned. Boss, I just checked. Yida's current share price is around 17 yuan. To meet your request, we'd need at least approximately 70 billion yuan. 70 billion, huh? Chen Feng's lips curled up slightly, as he replied casually, alright, I'll transfer 70 billion to you right now. With that, he hung up the phone immediately. Bear in mind, Chen Fong had kept the call on speaker mode throughout. The moment Chen Fong ended the call, Wang Yilin and the rest burst into loud laughter, ridiculing him without restraint. Did you hear that? Did everyone hear that? I'm dying of laughter here. My god, crashing our Yida real estate stock? How terrifying. Ha! I'll transfer 70 billion right now. What? Do you think you own a damn bank? I must say, this is probably the funniest joke I've heard all year. Ridiculous. Utterly ridiculous. Even Su Shengjun couldn't help but shake his head in disbelief. Yet at that very moment, Chen Fong reached into the inner pocket of his jacket. In no time, he pulled out a large Hermes wallet. As everyone looked on in confusion, Chen Fong opened the wallet and casually pulled out a card. A China Merchants Bank black card? Chen Fong frowned slightly, muttering under his breath. What crap? Swap it out. He then tossed the black card carelessly onto the conference table. Damn, what the hell does this mean? Seeing this spectacle, everyone present was utterly baffled. And just then, Chen Fong pulled out another black card from the wallet. Just like before, he glanced at it indifferently and tossed it aside with disdain. 1, 2, 4. When those present saw Chen Fong pull out yet another black card, they nearly popped their eyeballs out. My god, how many black cards does this guy actually have? To be honest, at this moment, Wang Yilin and the others were truly panicked. You had to understand, Wang Yilin, as chairman of Yida Real Estate, possessed only a single ICBC black card himself. Yet right in front of them, Chen Fong had already casually tossed no fewer than 4 black cards onto the table. And who knew how many more were still hidden inside that wallet? These were legendary black cards. How come? To Chen Fong, they seemed as common as cabbages. Just as everyone stood there utterly shocked, Chen Fong once again pulled out a 5th black card and flung it onto the table. From his look of disdain, it was as if these black cards were nothing but trash. 7, 8, 9. When Chen Fong pulled out the 9th black card, he finally wore a satisfied smile. Although Chen Fong actually owned over 10 black cards, only 2 or 3 of them actually held real funds. The first 8 cards he'd thrown out could only offer advances of up to 10 billion each. Mere pocket change for him now, completely useless. Without paying any attention to the stunned, near-fainting expressions on the faces around him, he silently picked up his phone and opened the ICBC app. After a few quick actions, he transferred a staggering 70 billion yuan directly to Su Moyu. 10 minutes later, a woman in an OL suit, clutching a laptop, frantically knocked on the meeting room door. As soon as someone opened it, she rushed straight toward Wang Yilin, shouting while running. Director Wang, it's bad. Someone is buying massive amounts of our company's shares. What? Hearing her words, Wang Yilin shot up from his seat in one motion. All the other executives instantly turned pale. Every single one of them now looked at Chen Fong with eyes full of terror. Holy shit. He actually dared to spend 70 billion to short sell Yida's stock. Wasn't this cutting his own throat while trying to kill another? While their minds raced with these thoughts, Wang Yilin had already snatched the laptop from his secretary's hands. But the moment he saw what was displayed on the screen, his legs buckled, and he collapsed back into his chair. Madman, this guy was absolutely insane. Chapter 72, finally unlocking the system all. Ding. Your purchase of Yida stocks this time amounted to 6 million yuan, successfully earning a rebate of 600 million yuan. The funds have been deposited into your ICBC account. Please check and confirm. Ding. Your purchase of Yida stocks this time amounted to 8 million yuan, successfully earning a rebate of 800 million yuan. The funds have been deposited into your ICBC account. Please check and confirm. Ding. Your purchase of Yida stocks this time amounted to 12 million yuan, successfully earning a rebate of 1.02 billion yuan. The funds have been deposited into your ICBC account. Please check and confirm. Ding. Your purchase of Yida stocks this time amounted to 23 million yuan, successfully earning a rebate of 2.03 billion yuan. The funds have been deposited into your ICBC account. Please check and confirm. Ding. Your purchase of Yida stocks this time amounted to 38 million yuan, successfully earning a rebate of. Ding. Your purchase of Yida stocks this time. Just as Wang Yilin and the others stood there with ashen faces, continuous system notifications rang out inside Chen Feng's mind. In less than 20 minutes, the balance in his ICBC bank account had already surpassed 300 billion yuan. Ding. Since your bank account balance has exceeded 500 billion yuan, would you like to activate the Dingdan additional reward option service? Ding. Since your bank account balance has exceeded 600 billion yuan, would you like to activate the Dingdan additional reward option service? Ding. Since your bank account balance has exceeded 700 billion yuan. Ding. Since your bank account balance has. By the time Chen Fong heard this, his head was practically buzzing. This couldn't go on. He quickly shouted at the system. System, can you turn off these alerts for now? You're driving me crazy. Ding. Sound alerts have been disabled for you. You may enable screen-based alerts at any time. Please be informed. Screen-based alerts? As soon as Chen Fong heard that, he immediately perked up and said to the system, System, please activate screen-based alerts. Hardly had the words left his mind when a glowing screen, about the size of a 17-inch computer monitor, instantly appeared before him. Chen Fong noticed that apparently only he could see this screen. Shen Mingyao and the other girls standing beside him didn't show the slightest hint of surprise. Without wasting any time, Chen Fong turned his attention to the content displayed on the screen. It was more or less what he expected, various notification messages about system rewards. Behind each of those extra reward notifications seemed to be colored buttons in green and red. Green meant yes, red meant no. Out of curiosity, Chen Fong directly tapped the green yes button. Ding. The Dingdan additional reward options include technology companies, real estate companies, hotel companies, service industry companies, resource development companies, security companies, chemical companies, automotive retail companies, tourism service companies, retail and food service companies. Please make your selection. The moment Chen Fong tapped it, this message popped up on the screen. At the bottom of the message were 10 corresponding buttons. Chen Fong thought for a moment, then directly tapped the button labeled Ding. You have selected option, technology companies. The system has registered your Dingdan choice for additional rewards. Ding. Due to your Dingdan selection, the system will grant an additional reward by increasing your equity stake to 100%. Ding. Since your bank account balance has exceeded 500 billion yuan, the system will award you 100% shares of CA Base, the world's largest black tech company. The share certificate has been stored in the system warehouse and can be claimed at any time. CA Base. Chen Fong froze, momentarily dazed. Just as he reached for his phone to look it up, another system alert instantly caught his attention. Ding. Since your bank account balance has exceeded 1 trillion yuan, the system mall will be unlocked in 10 seconds. Countdown beginning now. 10, 9, 8, 5, 2, 1. Ding. The system mall function has been successfully activated. You may access it any time through the screen display. Immediately after the system announcement ended, Chen Fong spotted a small button labeled System Mall in the upper right corner of the screen. Without hesitation, he tapped it. To be honest, Chen Fong was quite excited. After all, it had been nearly a week since he obtained the system. Moments after he tapped the button, 10 items instantly appeared on the screen. Chen Fong quickly scanned them and couldn't help but feel slightly disappointed, because the items displayed on the system seemed completely different from what he had imagined. Immortal techniques? Sorry, no. Divine artifacts? Pills? Spirit pets? Sorry, none of those either. And as for the fairy goddesses Chen Fong secretly hoped for, forget about it completely. Moreover, all items in this mall seem to require a special currency called consumption points to purchase. Chen Fong checked his personal information and saw that he currently had only 13 billion consumption points. That might sound like a huge amount, but once you actually see the prices of these items, you'll realize just how insignificant that number really is. Because every single item in this store came with an unbelievably high price tag. Super Gene Serum, Basic, enhances the user's physical constitution by 1 level. Can stack up to 99 times. Purchase price, 1 million consumption points. Super Biosecurity Guard, Basic, combat strength equivalent to an advanced internal martial artist, fully skilled. Purchase price, 1 million consumption points. Invisibility Talisman Paper, Basic, grants invisibility for 1 hour. Purchase price, 1 million consumption points. X-Ray Vision Talisman Paper, Basic, grants X-Ray Vision ability for 1 hour. Purchase price, 1 million consumption points. Medical Skill Talisman Paper, Basic, grants medical expertise comparable to a divine physician for 1 hour. Purchase price, 1 million consumption points. Disguise Talisman Paper, Basic, enables simple disguise transformation for 1 hour. Purchase price, 1 million consumption points. Electromagnetic Energy Rifle Blueprint, Basic, allows construction of high civilization black tech weapon. Purchase price, 1 million consumption points. Electromagnetic Energy Cannon Blueprint, Basic, allows construction of high civilization black tech artillery. Purchase price, 1 million consumption points. Thunderbolt Fighter Jet. Honestly speaking, some of the earlier items were actually somewhat useful to Chen Fong. For example, if he could use that Super Gene Serum, then no matter how many beauties came his way, wouldn't they all fall easily into his arms? As for later items like the electromagnetic energy rifle or cannon, they were utterly useless to Chen Fong right now. After all, he was in China. If anyone were caught possessing such weapons, they'd be inviting instant death. Fortunately though, he had just been rewarded with CA Base, the world's largest black tech corporation. He could simply hand over these blueprints for them to research and develop. Chapter 73. I'm selling these shares today, no matter what. At that thought, Chen Fong immediately purchased 99 doses of Super Gene Serum from the system mall. Each dose of Super Gene Serum cost 1 million consumption points, so 99 doses totaled 99 million. The very second Chen Feng's payment succeeded, a system notification appeared at the bottom of the screen. Ding! Congratulations on successfully purchasing 99 doses of Super Gene Serum. Would you like to use it now? Without wasting time, Chen Fong instantly pressed the use button. Ding. Congratulations on successfully using 1 dose of Super Gene Serum. Physical Constitution, +1. Standard value for an adult male is 100. Your current total physical constitution is now 117. The moment Chen Fong saw this message, he suddenly felt much more energetic. That slight ache in his lower back seemed to have vanished almost instantly. Holy shit. This stuff is even better than Viagra. Realizing this, Chen Fong immediately began rapidly clicking. Ding. Congratulations on successfully using 1 dose of Super Gene Serum. Physical Constitution, +1. Standard value for an adult male is 100. Your current total physical constitution is now 118. Ding. Congratulations on successfully using 1 dose of Super Gene Serum. Physical Constitution, +1. Standard value for an adult male is 100. Your current total physical constitution is now 153. Ding. Congratulations on successfully using 1 dose of Super Gene Serum. Physical Constitution, +1. Standard value for an adult male is 100. Your current total physical constitution is now 177. Ding. Congratulations on successfully using 1 dose of Super Gene Serum. Your current total physical constitution is now 215. After clicking continuously for 98 times, Chen Feng's total physical constitution had finally risen to 215. Though he wasn't exactly sure what this meant, Chen Fong could directly feel the explosive power surging within his body. If he wasn't mistaken, he believed he could now do the same as Lu Rubing, kick straight through the floorboards at home and leave a massive hole. Honestly, this sensation made him incredibly excited. He glanced briefly at other items in the shop, but found nothing he currently needed. So he instructed the system to close the interface. When Chen Fong turned his attention back to Wang Yilin and the others, he found all of them practically collapsed on the ground. In just this short period, nearly all remaining shares of Yida Real Estate in the market had been snapped up by Su Moyu. Wang Yilin and the rest knew Chen Feng's ultimate move was about to begin. Sure enough, moments later, the stock market erupted into a catastrophic wave of fire sales. July 6, 2020, 12:13 p.m. Yida Real Estate Hong Kong stock priced at 17 yuan per share. 12:17 p.m. Yida Real Estate Hong Kong stock priced at 15 yuan per share. 12:21 p.m. Yida Real Estate Hong Kong stock priced at 10 yuan per share. 12:27 p.m. Yida Real Estate Hong Kong stock priced at 4 yuan per share. 12:33 p.m. Yida Real Estate Hong Kong stock priced at 1 yuan per share. Due to Su Moyu's frenzied dumping, Yida's stock price continued plummeting. Beijing News Daily. Shocking. Yida Real Estate stock crashes. Will Wang Yilin go from billionaire to bankrupt? Nandu Morning Post. Behind the crash of Yida Real Estate stock. Who is behind this? Shen City Evening News. Yida Real Estate may collapse today. As Yida's stock tumbled, major media outlets rushed to cover the event. Even on Douyin, 3 or 4 videos out of every scroll showed this headline. In no time, almost the entire nation knew Yida Real Estate might cease to exist after this devastating stock crash. In barely over 16 minutes, the share price crashed down to just 1 yuan. This meant that every Yida shareholder, including Chen Fong, had lost at least over 10 billion yuan in mere minutes. And to deepen their despair, Su Moyu still showed no sign of stopping. But when they looked at Chen Fong, he remained completely unaffected, showing not a trace of pain or regret. How could they possibly know? Just moments ago, at least 4 trillion yuan had been added to Chen Feng's bank account. They were suffering devastating losses, yes, but Chen Fong was now making unimaginable profits. To be honest, at this point, the remaining value of Yida didn't even impress Chen Fong anymore. Just then, someone finally couldn't stay seated any longer. Gritting his teeth, he walked straight toward Chen Fong. He first bowed deeply to Chen Fong, then spoke with a bitter smile. Director Chen, today's mess is all my fault. I beg you to show mercy and let me off the hook. If possible, I'll sell you all 0.6% of the shares I'm holding right now. Yang Hao, what the hell are you doing? Upon hearing this, the bespectacled man nearby flew into a rage and shouted at Yang Hao. Didn't you swear just moments ago that you'd never sell your shares to this brat? Hearing this, Yang Hao immediately grew angry as well and shot back. Zhang, if you hadn't provoked me, would I have made such a stupid oath in the first place? I'm telling you, I'm selling these shares today, no matter what. You can go ahead and hold on to your measly shares. Just don't come crying when you're buried alongside them. You, the bespectacled man was so furious he nearly lost his composure. Just as he was about to say something else, he noticed more than 10 other senior executives walking toward Chen Fong. Exactly like Yang Hao had done, they each bowed respectfully to Chen Fong before expressing their desire to sell their shares to him. They weren't fools. Selling to Chen Fong now might let them recoup at least a fraction of their losses. If they waited another half hour, their shares might become completely worthless. As for the oaths they'd previously sworn, compared to money, who gave a damn? So what if it was hypocritical? Better hypocrisy than bankruptcy. Even Wang Yilin, who had been sitting quietly in his chair this entire time, began to waver. Should he sell to Chen Fong? But then he'd lose face. If he didn't sell, he risked being stuck with worthless stock. Among them all, he held the largest number of shares. And therefore, his losses were by far the greatest. In just the past few minutes alone, he had already lost over 20 billion yuan. All his years of hard work and dedication were essentially wiped out in an instant. Director Chen, what do you think? Seeing that Chen Fong remained silent, Yang Hao and the others began growing anxious. Although the stock price wasn't plummeting as violently as it had initially, it was still slowly but steadily declining. At this rate, they'd soon be left with nothing but empty pockets. To be honest, they now deeply regretted slapping themselves. If only they hadn't followed Wang Yilin in showing off, how could they have ended up in such a disaster? As they stared at Chen Fong with desperate hope, he finally spoke calmly. Why do you assume I'd even want to buy your shares? Wow, looks like I've exceeded the word count for this chapter. I'm amazing. Chapter 74. Then aren't we going to suffer huge losses? Mr. Chen, what exactly do you mean? Hearing Chen Feng's words, all the executives present were completely stunned. Even Wang Yilin nearby wore a shocked expression on his face. After all, just moments ago he had assumed Chen Fong was doing this solely to seize their shares by force. But now, judging from Chen Feng's tone, it seemed like that wasn't the case at all. Ha ha ha. You bunch of damn fools, finally speechless, aren't you? Just then, the bespectacled man popped up again. Honestly, he had been slightly worried earlier that Chen Fong might actually agree, because if that happened, he himself would have looked like a complete clown. Now, however, aside from deeply regretting the money he'd lost, he also felt quite thrilled. You surname Zeng, what did you say? Say it again if you've got the guts. Hearing this, Yang Hao and the others could no longer hold back, angrily snapping at the bespectacled man. Heh. The bespectacled man sneered coldly. I said it, what about it? A bunch of idiots, really. You? Before Yang Hao and the others could retort again, Chen Fong cut them off directly. Alright, fine. If you want me to buy your shares, I suppose it's not impossible. To be honest, Chen Fong hadn't originally intended to purchase their shares at all. But seeing how gleefully this bespectacled man kept jumping around, how could Chen Fong let him have his way? Mr. Chen, do you mean you're willing to buy the shares we hold? The previously dejected group immediately lit up with excitement in their eyes. Meanwhile, the arrogant bespectacled man froze instantly on the spot. This couldn't possibly be happening, right? Shouldn't you be standing firm and flat out rejecting these bunch of idiots? Frankly, when Chen Fong said those words, the bespectacled man felt like his entire world was shattering. If they all went down together, he could barely accept that. But now, staggering backward, he suddenly spat out a mouthful of blood. Seeing this, Chen Fong couldn't help but wear a faint look of disdain. He turned toward the assembled senior executives and casually said, buying your shares isn't impossible. But, there's a condition. Chen Fong paused deliberately here. But what? Yang Hao and the others, unable to bear the suspense, nearly went frantic upon hearing the pause. Without wasting a second, they quickly chimed in with flattering expressions. Mr. Chen, please name your terms. We won't object at all. Is that so? A faint smirk tugged at Chen Feng's lips as he spoke playfully. The requirement is simple, half price, based on current value. What? Hearing this, Yang Hao and the others exploded immediately. Mr. Chen, half price? That's impossible. We refuse. Yeah, at half price, wouldn't we suffer catastrophic losses? That's out of the question. It simply can't happen. Heh. Chen Fong let out a cold chuckle. Since you refuse, then forget it. This. Yang Hao and the others, who had just been shouting and making noise, instantly calmed down upon hearing Chen Feng's words. If they sold at half price now, at least they could recover some capital. But if they waited any longer, they might end up with absolutely nothing. Exchanging glances, they gritted their teeth and told Chen Fong, Mr. Chen, half price it is. We agree. Oh really? Chen Fong snorted with amusement before slowly saying, sorry, but half price was the offer just now. Now I want half of that half price. Half of half price? Upon hearing this, Yang Hao and the others felt sudden dizziness wash over them. They never expected Chen Fong to be this ruthless. They wanted to refuse, yet didn't dare. After a long silence, they finally took a deep breath and said, fine, we agree. With that, they hurriedly called someone to print the contract. After signing and stamping it, only then did they breathe a sigh of relief. Only after Chen Fong transferred the full payment did they walk out of the meeting room door, utterly defeated. Among this group, the one who lost the least still suffered a loss exceeding 10 billion. They likely received less than 1% of what they originally owned, a punishment they richly deserved. After they left, even the bespectacled man began to waver. After pondering for a moment, he mimicked Yang Hao and approached Chen Fong. Mr. Chen, Before he could finish speaking, Chen Fong cut him off directly. As for you and him, I can also acquire your shares. But under the condition that it's another half price, on top of the already half price they agreed to. What? Hearing Chen Feng's words, before the bespectacled man could even react, Wang Yilin abruptly stood up from his seat. Pointing at Chen Fong, Wang Yilin angrily shouted, Chen, isn't this going a bit too far? Too far. Chen Fong sneered slightly, utterly dismissive. I never forced you to sell, so how is it too far? You? Wang Yilin nearly fainted from rage upon hearing this. With a cold snort, he snapped, let me tell you, I won't sell at all. That's right, I'm not selling either. The bespectacled man immediately chimed in. In their minds, Chen Fong already held 76% of Yida's shares. There was no way he'd actually let Yida go bankrupt, right? At worst, they could always fight to mutual destruction. Oh, so you two are feeling quite confident. The corner of Chen Feng's mouth curled upward as he pulled out his phone and made a call. MOU, push Yida's stock price down further. And if possible. Hearing Chen Feng's words, Wang Yilin and the bespectacled man instantly froze in shock. Without wasting another second, they yelled frantically at Chen Fong. We agree. You're agreeing already? Chen Fong feigned surprise, then said into the phone. MOU, hold on for now. After hanging up, he turned toward Wang Yilin and the others with a half smile, half sneer. What if I said I want another 50% off on top of the already half price? Would you completely lose your minds? You? Alright, I'm just kidding. Don't take it so seriously, huh? Chen Fong burst into loud laughter, then spoke into the phone again. MOU, start pumping up Yida's stock price now. Increase it by at least 10% from the current level. If you run short on funds, I'll transfer more money to you shortly. With that, Chen Fong hung up the call directly. After hearing all this, Wang Yilin and the other man finally gave up all hope. Chen Fong had endless funds. Who were they to even fight him? Defeated and dejected, they signed the share transfer contracts, grabbed the meager amount they received, and slunk away from Yida. There was no denying it. They had been utterly crushed by Chen Fong today. Chapter 75. Boss, are you an expert at the late Dark Force level? After Wang Yilin and the others left, Chen Fong gave Su Xinjun and the rest some instructions. After all, Yida had just lost so many senior executives at once. There was no way it could recover quickly. But for Chen Fong, this wasn't a big issue at all. He had plenty of money. Worst case, he could just hire headhunters to poach top talents from elsewhere. No choice. When you're rich, you can afford to be that reckless. As for the security guards at the entrance earlier, Chen Fong had already ordered them all fired. By the time Chen Fong and his group stepped out of Yida, it was already past 1 in the afternoon. Master, where are we headed now? In the minivan, Shen Mingyao turned to ask Chen Fong. At her words, the other girls also turned their eyes toward Chen Fong, waiting for his response. Let's find a hotel and eat first. Got it, master. Shen Mingyao nodded, stomped on the gas pedal, and within half an hour, they arrived at the entrance of the Imperial Capital Hotel, the most luxurious hotel in the capital city. As the only quasi-7-star hotel in the city, it was undoubtedly peerless in both interior decoration and hardware facilities. Welcome. The moment they entered the hotel lobby, two beautiful receptionists greeted them in unison. Chen Fong nodded slightly and led the girls toward the front desk. Hello, how may I assist you? Upon seeing them approach, the receptionist at the front desk brightened, offering a warm smile as she spoke. Hi, could you help me book? Chen Fong paused for a moment before continuing. 3 presidential suites, please. Certainly, sir. Our presidential suite is 58,000 yen per night. How many nights will you be staying? The receptionist asked Chen Fong. Just 3 nights for now, Chen Fong said, pulling out his ICBC black card from his wallet and handing it to the front desk. To him, 58,000 yen per night was nothing. 3 rooms combined would only amount to a little over 170,000 yen a night. Not even worth mentioning. Understood. Hearing this, the receptionist took the black card from Chen Fong. At first, she didn't think much of it, but the instant she held the card in her hand, she nearly popped her eyes out in shock. This couldn't be. Was this really ICBC's black card? Good heavens. Who exactly was this young man standing before her? After fumbling through a flustered process, she handed back the card and room keys with trembling hands. Chen Fong didn't waste any time. He grabbed the card and keys, then led Shen Mingyao and the others straight into the elevator. The hotel had 8 floors total, with the presidential suites located on the topmost level. The moment they reached their rooms, they immediately ordered a lavish meal. After devouring it all in record time, barely anything was left. During the meal, they also finished off 2 entire bottles of red wine. All right, if you're full, go back to your rooms, Chen Fong said, looking at the girls. Yes, master. Shen Mingyao and the other girl nodded, then opened the door and stepped out. However, to Chen Feng's surprise, Lu Rubing remained standing there like a block of ice, showing no intention of leaving. Hey, Bing Bing, why are you still standing here like a statue? I must protect your safety. Lu Rubing glanced at Chen Fong, speaking with complete seriousness. No need. I can protect myself just fine. In Chen Feng's own estimation, even against someone like Lu Rubing, he probably wouldn't lose in a real fight. Hearing this, Lu Rubing didn't reply, but judging by her expression, it was clear she was deeply skeptical. Fine. Looks like I'll have to show you something, or you won't believe me. Chen Fong sighed with a wry smile, then without hesitation, slammed his foot down onto the hotel room's floor. Boom! With a thunderous crack, dust instantly billowed up inside the room. As the dust settled, Lu Rubing's eyes widened in utter disbelief. Frankly, even Chen Fong himself was startled by what he saw. The crater he had created under his foot was at least 3 to 4 times larger than the one Lu Rubing had made previously. This was impossible. Could it be that the boss is a master at the late stage of dark force? No, I didn't sense even the slightest trace of internal energy being released just now. Goodness, what kind of situation is this? Lu Rubing's lips parted slightly, her face filled with confusion. How could she possibly know that Chen Fong had achieved this purely through enhanced physical strength, a brute force stomp? Compared to her, a legitimate martial cultivator, his method of generating force was entirely different. As Lu Rubing stood there, stunned and puzzled, Chen Fong snapped back to himself and couldn't help but grin proudly at her. Well, do you believe I can protect myself now? Boss, are you an expert at the late dark force level? Lu Rubing didn't answer Chen Feng's question. Instead, she asked in an awestruck tone. You see, martial artists were like this. Whenever they encountered someone stronger than themselves, they naturally developed deep admiration. And that was exactly how Lu Rubing felt right now. An expert at the late dark force level? Chen Fong blinked, momentarily baffled. What the hell is that? After all, although he had once heard Chen Feng's juniors mention it before, he hadn't taken it seriously at all. Alright then, pretend I didn't ask. Upon hearing this, Lu Rubing assumed Chen Fong simply didn't wish to elaborate and felt a slight twinge of disappointment. She nodded slightly, then continued. Since you're even more powerful than me, I'll head back to my room now. With that, she turned and walked away. Chapter 76. Did I just encounter an assassin? Well, never thought my kick would be this powerful. The moment Lu Rubing left, Chen Fong began examining the deep hole at his feet. Shrugging slightly, he muttered under his breath. Looks like I'll have to pay the hotel for damages later. Forget it. Let's take a shower first. With that, Chen Fong headed toward the bathroom. No doubt about it, soaking in a bathtub felt far better than taking a quick shower. Yet, just as Chen Fong finished washing up and was about to step out of the bathroom to go to bed, suddenly, he sensed a sharp wave of killing intent coming from behind. Holy crap, did I really run into an assassin? At that critical moment, Chen Fong swiftly sidestepped to the side. The next second, he saw a gleaming dagger plunge down exactly where he had been standing. Damn it, so someone actually tried to kill me? Could it be someone sent by Wang Yilin? Thinking this, Chen Fong immediately turned to look at the figure. To Chen Feng's mild surprise, the intruder wore tight-fitting black clothing, completely covering every inch of their body, making it impossible to see their face. But judging from her silhouette, it was clearly a woman. Just as Chen Fong frowned in thought, something unexpected happened. The figure swung the dagger again, aiming straight for his heart. If that blow landed, he'd likely be either dead or critically injured. Chen Feng's eyes turned cold. Without hesitation, he kicked hard toward the descending blade. Ah! The attacker cried out in pain, and the dagger flew out of her hand. Strike while the iron is hot. Before the woman could regain her composure, Chen Feng threw a punch directly at her chest. Seeing this, she desperately tried to raise her arm to block, but Chen Feng's punch was simply too fast. Before she could react, his fist slammed into her chest. Ugh! She spat out a mouthful of blood, and Chen Feng quickly backed away. When he looked back at her, she was already lying motionless on the floor. Crouching down, Chen Feng yanked off the black cloth covering her face. Damn, what a stunning foreign beauty. Upon seeing her features clearly, Chen Feng couldn't help but let out a low whistle. Indeed, this foreign woman was exceptionally beautiful. Still, no matter how gorgeous she was, Chen Fong wouldn't feel even a trace of mercy. After all, she had just tried to kill him. How could he possibly let someone like that go easily? After knocking the assassin unconscious, Chen Fong went out and called Lu Rubing over. Lu Rubing gave the foreign woman a thorough once-over, then frowned and asked Chen Fong, "Boss, you said her weapon was a dagger?" "Yeah, that's right." Chen Fong nodded, then pointed toward the dagger lying on the floor. Lu Rubing bent down, picked it up, and examined it carefully before saying firmly, "Boss, judging by the material and sharpness of this dagger, she must be a professional killer." "A professional assassin?" Chen Fong was taken aback, frowning as he asked, "Could she have been sent by Wang Yilin?" Little did he know, he had guessed correctly. Truthfully, he had suspected from the start that this foreign woman was definitely an assassin. It's not certain, but highly possible. As she spoke, Lu Rubing crouched down beside the woman. Judging by her injuries, they're not serious. Standing back up, she told Chen Fong, if possible, it'd be best to wake her up and interrogate her. Fine. Chen Fong nodded. After thinking for a moment, he said, then I'll leave her to you for questioning. Make sure you find out who's pulling the strings behind this. Hearing this, Lu Rubing hesitated slightly. What? Any difficulties? Chen Fong furrowed his brows, asking curiously. Boss, she's a woman. I'm afraid. She's an assassin. Chen Fong narrowed his eyes, saying coldly, if she threatens your life, I won't hesitate to kill her. Lu Rubing added quickly upon seeing Chen Feng's rising anger. All right then, she finally agreed. But you should step outside first. Chapter 77. Looks like I was right after all. Spill it. Lu Rubing took a deep breath and confronted the foreign woman. What's your name? Who sent you? My name is Lisa. The woman looked at the knife in front of her and continued. I was sent by the Blue Siren organization. Blue Siren. Lu Rubing frowned slightly. We shouldn't have any grudge with your Blue Siren, should we? We're just an assassin organization. We work for whoever pays us. We don't actually hold any personal grudges against you. So according to you, someone paid your organization to kill us? That's right. Lisa nodded. Then tell me, who paid them? Lu Rubing narrowed her eyes coldly. Well, at Lu Rubing's words, Lisa hesitated. What? From your expression, are you thinking this knife isn't sharp enough? Our organization has rules. We can't reveal the identity of our clients, so? As she spoke, Lisa couldn't help but sneak a glance at the knife in Lu Rubing's hand. You mean you refuse to talk? Sorry, it's the rule. In that case, Lu Rubing narrowed her eyes and shoved the knife forward sharply. Don't blame me for being ruthless. No, I admit I was wrong. Humph, weren't you acting tough a moment ago? Please let me go. If you want me to spare you, then talk. Who exactly paid your organization to kill me? Still refusing to speak? Then watch closely. I'll make sure your pretty face gets scarred. I'll talk. I'll say everything. Lisa collapsed onto the floor, bursting into tears. Seeing her condition, Lu Rubing smiled in satisfaction and withdrew the knife. She stared coldly at Lisa. Hurry up. Tell me, who is it? It was a wealthy boss from your country, China. He said you offended him, so he hired our organization to eliminate all of you. No longer daring to hide anything, Lisa sobbed as she spilled everything. Please spare me. Looking at Lisa's pitiful expression, Lu Rubing spoke smugly. Smart move. Otherwise, I'd have ruined that face of yours today. She added, shooting another glance at Lisa's attractive features. I'll let you go this time, but you must agree to one condition. Lu Rubing pursed her lips slightly, a faint smirk playing on the corner of her mouth. What condition? Lisa instinctively trembled as she asked. As long as you let me go this once, I'll agree to anything. Good. Satisfied, Lu Rubing nodded. Help me kill the boss you just mentioned. What? How can that be possible? He's our employer. Upon hearing Lu Rubing's demand, Lisa struggled to get up from the floor. Employer? What about him? Lu Rubing's voice turned icy. Anyone who dares to touch us must die, she added. And don't forget, you personally attacked our boss earlier. The fact that I haven't killed you already is a mercy. After a moment of silence, Lisa reluctantly nodded. Fine, I agree. Truthfully, death didn't scare killers like Lisa. But the fierce look in Lu Rubing's eyes, and the terrifying threat of disfiguring her face, had already left a deep psychological shadow in Lisa's mind. She knew that if she dared to refuse, she might truly die here today. Now we're talking. Hearing Lisa's agreement, Lu Rubing smiled in satisfaction. Then, she reached out and pulled Lisa up from the cold floor. I'm giving you 3 days. If that man hasn't been dealt with before I leave the capital. Lu Rubing paused deliberately. After a long silence, she continued. You know the consequences. With that, she waved her knife threateningly in front of Lisa. All right, go. Lu Rubing didn't spare her another glance and walked away. 5 minutes later, in Lu Rubing's room. Did you get everything out of her? Yeah, it must be Wang Yilin. No doubt about it. So what do we do now? Should I go kill him? No need. Chen Fong waved his hand, a playful smile on his face. Someone else will take care of it. We don't need to worry. By the way, go wake Meng Yao and the others soon. After dinner, let's go out for a walk. We've finally made it to the capital city. Can't possibly stay cooped up in the hotel every single day, can we? Hearing Chen Feng's words, Lu Rubing immediately turned and walked toward the rooms where Guan Feifei and the others were staying. A moment later, she returned with Shun Ming Yao and the other girl in tow. After dinner, it was already close to 8 o'clock. This was precisely when the capital came most alive. Master, where are we headed? Shen Mingyao asked as soon as they got into the car, quickly taking her place behind the wheel. Check if there's an Ediplaza nearby. Let's go check that out first. Chen Fong had never been to the capital in his entire life. He naturally wanted to make the most of it and explore thoroughly. Got it. Shen Mingyao nodded, activated navigation, then stepped on the gas and drove off. Master, should I give Etta a heads up? Guan Feifei asked shortly after the car started moving. It'll be packed at this hour, won't it? Even in Xinjiang at this time of night, Ediplaza would be swarming with people. How much more so in the capital, which was far more bustling than Xinjiang. You're right, Chen Fong agreed thoughtfully. I'll give Su Xinjun a call. Feeling Guan Feifei had a valid point, he took out his phone and dialed. Director Chen, how may I assist you? Su Xinjun answered promptly, his voice full of deference. I'm heading over to the Ediplaza near Wangfujing. Handle the arrangements accordingly. Chen Fong didn't beat around the bush. He spoke directly. Traveling incognito? That would just be foolish. He was now the owner of ETA Group. Why would he squeeze through crowds with his girls? If he did that, what was the point of having such immense power? Understood. I'll notify them immediately, Su Shenjun said, then hung up without further delay. Half an hour later, the minivan carrying Chen Fong and his companions had reached the outskirts of ETA Plaza. But what awaited them was completely unexpected. The area surrounding ETA Plaza was entirely cordoned off by security guards, and gathered at the very center of the plaza stood a large group of ETA Plaza executives and merchants. Seeing their vehicle couldn't enter, Chen Fong stepped out along with the women. Walking calmly toward a relatively attractive young woman, he gently asked, "Excuse me, miss, has something happened here at ETA Plaza?" The girl initially seemed unwilling to respond, but upon getting a clear look at Chen Feng's striking features, her eyes instantly sparkled with stars. "Humph, mister, it was fine until you asked. I'm really mad now," she huffed after a pause, clearly upset. "Some big shot is apparently coming, and they've kicked all of us out. Yeah, I'm furious too. Just because someone's important, do they get special treatment? I come shopping here all the time. I'm never setting foot in ETA again. I heard today that ETA almost went bankrupt. Serves them right. This is outrageous. Some big shot. Can they possibly be bigger than Jack Ma?" No sooner had the girl finished speaking than her words sparked instantaneously among the onlookers. From their tone, it was obvious they shared her indignation. "Oh, is that so?" Chen Fong said, immediately understanding. So it was all because of him. Yet, he felt no guilt whatsoever. He was the owner of ETA Properties. Wasn't it only natural for him to receive special privileges? Just as these thoughts crossed his mind, a brand new Rolls-Royce suddenly pulled up. The security guards lining the perimeter snapped to attention, immediately opening a respectful path. The Rolls-Royce didn't hesitate, smoothly gliding straight toward the central plaza. What the hell? Is the owner of this Rolls-Royce that so-called VIP? Highly possible. You didn't see how respectfully those guards moved aside. Damn, this must be the VIP they mentioned. Exactly. That's a Rolls-Royce Phantom, one of the most expensive models. Must cost several million. Whoa, that expensive. I'd have to sell myself and still couldn't afford it. Girl, even if they sold you, you couldn't buy a single tire of that car. Hey asshole, what kind of language is that? The arrival of the Rolls-Royce Phantom instantly drew everyone's attention. In the eyes of the crowd, whoever sat inside had to be that powerful figure. Only Chen Fong, Lu Rubing, and the girls standing quietly on the sidelines furrowed their brows. They hadn't expected it at all. This grand reception wasn't for Chen Fong. Master this. Guan Feifei looked at Chen Fong hesitantly, clearly wanting to say something. But before she could speak, Chen Fong waved his hand. Let's just watch for now. With that, he lifted his head and looked toward the plaza. In a short while, the brand new Rolls-Royce Phantom had already pulled up in front of the executives. Seeing this, a middle-aged man quickly ran over with a fawning smile on his face. "Director Su, you're here." He opened the car door and turned towards Su Shenjun inside, wearing a broad smile. "Welcome, Director Su." The other executives and merchants followed suit, hastily bowing and greeting him. No doubt about it, this scene carried quite an imposing air. Director Su? Who's that guy? No idea, but he looks pretty influential. Director Su? Could he be someone high up at ETA? Hey, now that you mention it, I seem to recall ETA has a director named Su Shenjun. Let me Baidu him real quick and see if he's really that big of a deal. No need to Baidu. Let me tell you, this guy comes here often. He's a director at ETA, probably worth 1 or 200 million yuan. My god, is a mere director really that rich? That's insane. They always say ETA pays well. Guess it's true after all. A big shot, definitely a big shot. As soon as Su Shenjun stepped out of the car, he was quickly recognized by the onlookers. In their eyes, compared to ordinary people like themselves, calling Su Shenjun a big shot didn't seem inaccurate at all. Of course, sure, you're an important figure, but does that give you the right to kick out loyal customers just so you can show off here? Thinking this, one spectator immediately stepped forward and shouted loudly towards Su Shenjun's group. Hey, Director Su, isn't your arrogance a bit too much? Yeah, we're all longtime patrons of ETA. Why did you have us all kicked out? So damn infuriating. Thought some amazing VIP was coming. Exactly, just a measly director. What's there to flaunt? Someone who doesn't know any better might think you're Jack Ma himself. There's no denying it. The act of clearing out ETA Plaza had indeed stirred considerable discontent among the crowd. Chapter 78. Do I look like a big shot to you? The commotion from the onlookers quickly reached Su Shenjun and his group nearby. Hey, what are you all talking about? Yeah, who talks like that? You don't know anything, yet you're making such a ruckus. Where's security? Get me a guard and remove these. Just as the senior executives of ETA Plaza were about to show off their authority in front of Su Shenjun, he immediately stopped them. Wait, let me explain this to everyone. Truth be told, he found their words quite uncomfortable to hear. However, for the sake of protecting Yita's reputation, he forced a smile onto his face. Stepping forward, he apologized sincerely to the crowd present, saying, "Everyone, I'm truly sorry. I'd like to apologize to all of you first. The reason we're doing this isn't without cause. One of our big shots will be arriving shortly at Yita, so we kindly ask for your understanding." A big shot. Upon hearing Su Shenjun's words, someone instantly voiced skepticism. Director Su, could this big shot you're referring to actually be yourself? Hehe, do I look like a big shot to you? Su Shenjun chuckled with self-mockery. Compared to that person, I'm nothing more than a minor lackey. And he wasn't exaggerating here. Next to Chen Fong, he really was just a nobody. If he hadn't aligned himself early on, he would surely have been among those fired this morning. Really? Are you serious? Damn, could it be Wang Yilan coming? Quite possible. Who else could make Su Shenjun refer to himself as a lackey? Incredible. Looks like we might get to see Director Wang today after all. At Su Shenjun's words, people immediately began murmuring and speculating quietly. In their minds, the only one who could possibly make Su Shenjun call himself a lackey was Wang Yilan. Right then, one bystander suddenly called out to Su Shenjun, asking, "Director Su, is the big shot you mentioned President Wang Yilan, the boss of Yita?" Wang Yilan. Upon hearing this, Su Shenjun sneered dismissively. Him? Does he even qualify? Does he qualify? Holy crap! Holy crap! Holy crap! What on earth is going on? Did my ears just play tricks on me? This guy is insane. How dare he speak about his own boss like this? Dude, my friends and I are completely blown away. My good lord, is he planning to quit Yida altogether? Respect. Damn, I've never been more impressed in my life. Indeed, when everyone present heard Su Shengjuan's remark, they were so shocked they nearly passed out. Who was Wang Yilin? He was the CEO of Yida Properties. And who was Su Shengjuan? Just an ordinary department director. Now, speaking such blasphemous words publicly in front of so many people, how could they not be stunned? Director Su, are you planning to resign? At this moment, someone finally regained their senses and couldn't help but ask curiously. Others turned their eyes towards Su Shengjuan too. They desperately wanted to know where he had gotten the courage to speak like this. Hee, Su Shengjuan chuckled again, then retorted, why do you assume I'm quitting? Why? Damn it, did you really need to ask? You disrespect your own boss this blatantly. If you're not planning to quit, then what? Su Shengjuan naturally understood the expressions on everyone's faces. Smirking slightly, he said, I won't hide it from you all. Wang Yilin has already been kicked out by our new boss. You should understand what I mean, right? No way, you must be joking. Wang Yilin got kicked out? Impossible. Isn't he the founder of Yida Properties? It must be true. Otherwise, how could he dare disregard Wang Yilin like this? This is absolutely amazing. Someone actually managed to force Wang Yilin out of Yida. Good grief, this is huge news. Why haven't I seen it reported anywhere? Bro, thanks for the tip. I gotta post this on Weibo right away, might even make it to trending. Damn it, why didn't you say so earlier? I'm posting too. At Su Shengjuan's revelation, the scene erupted like cold water hitting hot oil. It exploded. Many people pulled out their phones and started drafting posts on Weibo and various news platforms. Such massive news was undoubtedly perfect for making the trending lists. Weibo, shock. Wang Yilin expelled from Yida by a mysterious tycoon. Tushio, breaking. As Yida Properties secretly changed ownership? TX News. Yida director publicly mocks former boss. In no time, numerous reports about Wang Yilin being kicked out of Yida spread across the entire internet. Inside a rental apartment in Haicheng. Honey, come quick. Wang Yilin's been kicked out of Yida. Wang Yilin? The guy from Yida Properties? That's him. No way, really? Isn't he the biggest shareholder in Yida? Who knows? According to the news, it was some mysterious powerful figure who did it. On a university campus in Shenzhen. Girls, something terrible happened. What is it? Did some creepy guy steal your panties again? Hee, our sweetie's panties have gone missing 8 times this month already. Sigh, who can blame them? Our sweetie's just too pretty. True. If I were as gorgeous as Sweetie, maybe my allowance wouldn't even cover underwear costs. You're all kidding around. Wang Yilin's been booted out of Yida. No way, seriously? Someone actually pulled that off. In a rural village in Shihai. Honey, have you heard of Wang Yilin? Wang Yilin? Who's that? Never heard of him. Oh, me neither. Then forget it. Inside a luxury villa in Beijing. Damn it. All of them are bastards. When Wang Yilin saw these news reports, he immediately smashed the teacup on the coffee table into pieces. It must be said, apart from remote areas where people had never even heard of Wang Yilin, this explosive news shook nearly all of China. And judging by the surging redo on various media platforms, it seemed only a matter of time before international news outlets picked up the story. Not even Su Shengjuan could have anticipated that one casual remark of his would spark such a massive uproar online. Chapter 79. The arrival of a big shot, shaking the entire crowd. At Yida Plaza, just as the onlookers finished editing their social media posts, excitement filled the air. What were they anticipating? Naturally, the arrival of the big shot. They couldn't wait to see exactly what kind of powerful figure could have forced even Wang Yilin to leave Yida Plaza. Director Su, did the new boss say when he'd arrive? Yeah, we've been standing here waiting for so long. Could it be that he's not coming after all? Why don't you call him and check? At this moment, the senior executives of Yida Plaza were growing restless too, turning to Su Shengjuan with impatience. Alright, Su Shengjuan nodded, conceding their point had merit. Taking out his phone, he found Chen Feng's number and dialed immediately. Boss Chen, how much longer until you arrive? As soon as the call connected, Su Shengjuan asked respectfully into the phone. I'm already here. Here. Su Shengjuan froze, then lifted his head and looked around frantically. But with the massive crowd packed tightly everywhere, his search was utterly futile. But I don't see you anywhere. In that case, a slight smirk tugged at Chen Feng's lips as he spoke with a faint amusement. I'm in a minivan with license plate DA5877. Notify security to let me through. With that, he hung up. Minivan. What the hell? Boss, are you kidding me right now? The moment the dial tone sounded in his ear, Su Shengjuan still hadn't snapped out of his shock. He never expected Chen Fong would actually show up in a minivan. Damn it. My Rolls-Royce Phantom. Will the boss think I'm showing off now? Thinking about his luxurious Phantom parked nearby, Su Shengjuan almost wanted to smash it into pieces on the spot. Honestly, in his mind, someone like Boss Chen should be arriving in at least a multi-million-dollar supercar. His own vehicle suddenly felt embarrassingly inadequate. But now, this was incredibly awkward. Snapping back to reality, he wasted no time and quickly made another call. A few minutes later. Master, are we really going in like this? Are you sure? So many people are dying to see who the new owner of Yida is, driving in a beat-up minivan. Isn't that going to look bad? I agree. Should we go change cars first? The moment the girls returned to the minivan, they rushed to advise Chen Fong. In their opinion, given the circumstances, Chen Feng's debut should shake the entire plaza to its core. Rolling in with a rundown minivan? That seemed way too low-key. Unnecessary. Chen Fong said indifferently, waving his hand dismissively. Don't you think driving this minivan in will cause an even bigger sensation? This. The women were left speechless at his response. But seeing his determination, they chose not to argue further. Shen Mingyao pressed the accelerator, steering the van straight toward the security blockade. As they approached, she kept honking repeatedly. Hey, where the hell did this old piece of junk minivan come from? What the F***CK is it doing? Looks like it's trying to drive in, huh? Holy cow, isn't that the same car that young man was with earlier? Drive in? Seriously? You think a rusty minivan can just waltz in here? This guy must be insane. Exactly. My BMW X3 wasn't allowed in. Where does this junker get the confidence? The onlookers, witnessing this bizarre scene unfold, couldn't help but start ridiculing aloud. Yet what none of them expected was, on the fifth honk, the security guards of Yida Plaza suddenly stepped aside respectfully, clearing a path for the minivan. The next second, the old vehicle rolled steadily into the heart of the plaza. What the hell? What in God's name is happening? My dear Lord, can even broken-down minivans enter now? Hey, do you think the person inside might actually be Yida's new owner? Nah, that can't be right. Would the owner of Yida ride in something like that? Come on, even I wouldn't ride in that heap if given the choice. How could such a big shot possibly tolerate it? Same here. We're talking about someone powerful enough to force Wang Yilin out. Why would they come in a death trap van? Then how do you explain why the guards let it pass so politely just now? How? Easy, you're hallucinating. I didn't see a thing. Right? Me neither. There's no way the Yida boss rides in crap like that. I agree. No way in hell. The onlookers whispered among themselves, absolutely refusing to believe that the legendary big shot could actually be inside this beat-up minivan. And honestly, who could blame them? Even they themselves probably wouldn't drive such an old van when going shopping at a mall, let alone the new owner of Yida Real Estate. Just as they were filled with doubt, Chen Fong had already driven the van into the center of the plaza. The moment the vehicle came to a stop, Su Shangjun hurried over with his team, bowing respectfully as they approached. Chen Fong didn't waste any time. He pushed open the door and stepped out. Director Chen, welcome. The instant Chen Fong stepped down from the van, Su Shangjun and his group rushed forward, greeting him with deep bows. The spectators standing around nearly dropped their jaws in shock. What the F asterisk CK? What the F asterisk CK? What the F asterisk CK? The person who just got out of that rusty minivan was actually the boss of Yida? How goddamn unbelievable was this? Silence. Dead silence. Everyone froze in place as if their hearts had stopped beating. This scene felt like a nuclear bomb had just detonated. It instantly shattered everything they thought they knew. When they finally snapped out of it, they quickly turned their eyes toward Chen Fong. But the moment they got a clear look at his face, they were stunned all over again. Holy sh asterisk T. This new owner of Yida is way too young. My God, being young is one thing. But how can someone so young also be this rich? Being rich is one thing, but damn, how the hell is he also this F asterisk king handsome? Nope, I'm dying. This level of handsomeness is just too much. Handsome? At most, he's just about on par with me. Go screw yourself. Can you get any more shameless? I swear, if he went into showbiz, he'd instantly become a top-tier superstar. Love him, love him. From now on, I'm only shopping at Yida. Same here, same here. It had to be said. Chen Feng's entrance didn't just shake everyone to their core. It also captured the hearts of countless young women. Of course, not lacking among them were a few housewives and middle-aged aunties too. Chapter 80, My Damn Charm. Sis, what are you standing there for? Take a picture. Take a picture? Oh right. Goodness, this is huge news. Wow, wow, wow. Look at his damn charm. I almost forgot to take a photo. I'm definitely posting this on WeChat Moments for all my girls to enjoy. Honey, grab your phone and snap a shot. This one's going viral for sure. You serious? You usually get mad when I take pictures of handsome guys. I'd be mad if it were someone else, but with him? Go ahead. Take as many as you want. Why? What do you think? A big shot like him would never give you a second glance anyway. You jerk. Wait till I twist your ear off. As soon as the onlookers snapped back to reality, they hurriedly pulled out their phones and started snapping photos nonstop. Seeing this from not far away, Lu Rubing quickly rushed forward and positioned herself in front of Chen Fong. Beside her, Shin Mingyao and Guan Feifei immediately flanked her on either side. They knew full well that Chen Fong didn't want to appear too much in the media. What the hell? Who are those women? This pisses me off. I was just about to get a clean shot of that hot guy. Hee, I'm not bothered. Didn't you notice how stunning these girls are? They're really beautiful. I wonder what kind of relationship they have with the boss of Yida. What else could it be? Obviously, they're his girlfriends. Girlfriends? How can that be? There are 3 of them. So what? He's rich, young, and crazy good-looking. Exactly. If I had his looks and status, 10 girlfriends wouldn't be enough. Jealous much? I really am jealous. As Lu Rubing and the others stood shielding him, Chen Fong quickly regained his composure. He frowned slightly and said to Su Shangjun, Director Su, let's head inside. Yes, President Chen. Su Shangjun nodded and promptly led Chen Fong into the Yida Mall. No sooner had they left than the crowd uploaded every photo and video they'd taken online. Weibo. Shock. Yida's new CEO spotted in Wang Fujing. Tushio. Breaking. Yida's owner is actually a young heartthrob. Tencent News. Unbelievable. Yida's owner is also the new owner of Tencent Tech. Within minutes, major news outlets were flooded with explosive headlines. Especially Tencent News. Their front-page headline instantly captured the attention of millions of netizens. No way. Is this real? This is insane. TSK Tisk, he's good-looking. Fine. Whatever. But owning 2 listed companies behind the scenes. Hey everyone. Does anyone have this guy's contact info? I need to make babies with him. Dude, if this is true, then we've all been wrong about Ma Yu all along. What do you mean, bro? What else? He obviously meant that all those scammy games from Tencent Tech before were actually Ma Yu taking the fall for this guy. Wait, seriously? Doesn't the article say new owner? Oh right, so Ma Yu still has to carry that blame after all. Exactly. How could such a gorgeous young man create those awful, rip-off games? Haha, truly beauty equals justice. Just like Tencent News, nearly every major outlet broke the same story at the same time. Before long, variations of the same headline topped the top 10 trending lists across all platforms. Even breaking news about minor celebrities cutting a fingertip got completely buried. As for Douyin, China's most popular short video app, nearly every trending clip was about Chen Fong. Though no one managed to capture his full face, even glimpses of his profile left countless netizens stunned and dazzled. A rented apartment in Haidu. Honey, come quick, something huge just happened. What now? Did Wang Yilin get invited back again, or something? No. Silly, the new boss of Yida just showed up. Such a handsome man. Handsome? Seriously? Prove it. Of course it's true. He's at least 10,000 times better looking than you. A university in Shenzhen. Xiangxin still not sleeping? What's so fun about endlessly scrolling Douyin? You don't get it. I'm watching hot guys. Wait, seriously? Is there actually a man you find attractive? This one's different. He's the new owner of Yida, and he's so dreamy. Don't tell me you're falling for his money. How hot can some old fart possibly be? Who said he's an old man? Not some stinky old man. Then no way. I've got to see him too. Holy crap. My lord, is he seriously that hot? Holy shit. You guys better not steal Xiangxiang's future husband. A rural village in Shihai. Honey, time to sleep. We've got wheat cutting tomorrow. No way. I need to keep watching a bit longer. What's so interesting? It's not even like watching Hero of the Resistance. Now that show, tearing Japanese devils apart with bare hands. Now that's entertaining. Whatever, we clearly don't share any interests. By the way, when's our Xiao Hui coming back home? Why do you ask? What else? Gotta set her up with a nice young man. Better forget it. You know what kind of standard she has. She's a top student from Dita University. So what if she's a top student? Not like someone like that would even look her way. Inside a luxury villa in Ditu. Uncle, come quick. Lin Sikong shouted loudly toward Wang Yilin, standing in the distance. Not again. Are those news reports about me still going on? As soon as he heard this, Wang Yilin's eyes flared with furious rage. No, this time it's about Chen Fong. He's apparently gone to Wang Fujing to show off. Chen Fong. Upon hearing the name, Wang Yilin froze for a moment, silently thinking to himself. Could it be Blue Jezebel hasn't made their move yet? That can't be right. They told me they'd already sent people over this afternoon. As these thoughts ran through his mind, Lin Sikong angrily spoke up again. Uncle, that bastard's being way too arrogant. Shouldn't we send someone to teach him a lesson? Better knock out every single tooth in his mouth. As he spoke, Lin Sikong couldn't help rubbing his own teeth, a full set only recently repaired. No need. Wang Yilin waved his hand, a cruel smile spreading across his face. He'll be dead soon enough. In his mind, with the world's third-ranked assassination organization, Blue Jezebel, on the job, there was no way Chen Fong could survive. Little did he know. Chapter 81. Then we won't hold back. At Yida Plaza, led by Su Xingjun and others, Chen Fong and his group quickly entered the Yida Mall. As one of the well-known shopping malls in the capital, it encompassed shopping, leisure, entertainment, dining, and many other functions. The primary function, however, was still dominated by shopping. Moreover, since the capital was the heart of China, it naturally became a key investment location for Yida. The grandeur of this particular Yida Mall far surpassed that of any other branches across the country. Just in terms of area, it was easily no less than 10,000 square meters. It should be noted that in the capital city, having a mall of such size wasn't something every company could afford. Chen Fong casually glanced around the lobby. There weren't many stores on the first floor, only about 5 or 6. But that was quite normal, as the ground floor space in most malls was much larger than the upper floors, and its rental price was several times higher than the other levels. Stores located on the first floor were typically high-end jewelry brands. Since Chen Fong had brought Lu Rubing and the others out for shopping today, he naturally wouldn't be stingy. A slight smile rose at the corner of his lips as he said to the girls with a chuckle, "Ladies, pick whatever you like. Everything will be on me." "Master, are you serious?" Hearing Chen Feng's words, Guan Feifei and the other girls immediately became excited. Of course, Chen Fong shrugged slightly, dismissive. Do I look like I'm joking? To him, making the girls happy was more than worth a little money. Besides, he was a man who possessed the spending rebate system. His wealth only grew the more he spent. Paying for the girls was practically doing himself a favor. In that case, why not indulge them? Su Xingjun and the others nearby couldn't help but cast envious glances. Let's go. With that, Chen Fong led Shin Mingyao and the rest toward a boutique watch store. No sooner had they stepped into the shop than a tall, elegant woman in professional attire approached them. "Mr. Chen, hello. How may I assist you today?" She greeted him with a polished, professional smile. She knew perfectly well that anyone accompanied by her own boss must be the VIP guest of Yida Mall tonight. Seeing this, the owner of the store couldn't help but wear a satisfied expression. "We'll just take a look for now." Chen Feng's lips curled slightly as he turned to Shin Mingyao and the others. "Pick whatever you like. Just choose what catches your eye." "Master, then we won't hold back." Hearing this, the girls quickly turned their attention to the display counters. But upon seeing the prices of the luxury watches, they instinctively frowned. Any random piece here ranged from tens of thousands to hundreds of thousands. Honestly, they hesitated. "What's wrong?" Chen Fong noticed their frowns and asked curiously. "Boss, this is too expensive." Shin Mingyao shrugged, smiling wryly. "Yeah, all of them are so pricey. Even a single one costs over 100,000. Guan Feifei chimed in with a helpless expression. "Hee, I thought it was something serious." Chen Fong laughed lightly, completely unbothered. "Don't worry about the price. Just pick whatever you like." "But how can we? Your money isn't coming from thin air." Hearing this, Lu Rubing couldn't help but interject. Shin Mingyao and the other girl nodded quickly in agreement. However, just then, the store owner stepped forward. Smiling gently, he addressed the girls. "Dear ladies, Mr. Chen has taken the rare time to visit my humble shop today. How could I possibly let him spend money here? Just pick freely. Consider everything as my gift to each of you." In his mind, Chen Fong was the big boss of Yida Real Estate. If he didn't take this chance to flatter and win favor, when would he? This. The girls froze, turning their eyes to Chen Fong. Chen Fong knew exactly what the owner was implying. It was clearly a subtle move to make Chen owe him a personal favor over mere money. He must be dreaming. Yet, as the saying goes, you don't slap a smiling face. Chen Fong couldn't outright reject the offer. He tilted his mouth slightly and asked the saleswoman, "May I ask, which is the most expensive women's watch you have here?" "The most expensive women's watch." Hearing this, the saleswoman nearly jumped in shock. After recovering her senses, she hurriedly looked toward her boss. She was just a saleswoman, and had no authority to give away such expensive watches. The watch store owner frowned slightly at first, but then gritted his teeth and nodded. In his eyes, Chen Fong was truly incredibly greedy. And he wasn't alone in thinking this. Every other merchant present shared the exact same thought. Seeing her boss nod, the saleswoman secretly let out a breath of relief. Mr. Chen, the most expensive one we have is this model. She pointed at an exceptionally beautiful women's watch and began introducing it to Chen Fong. This Vacheron Constantin ladies' watch features. But before she could finish, Chen Fong cut her off directly. You don't need to tell me all that. Just tell me the price. Chen Fong himself had no real knowledge about luxury watches, so he certainly didn't care for a long-winded pitch. To him, as long as the price was high enough, the quality surely couldn't be bad. Hearing this, the saleswoman quickly forced a smile and said, around 3 million Huaxia yuan. THR 3 million? Upon hearing the quoted price, Xin Mingyao and the other girls couldn't help but gasp in shock. Frankly, they really did like this Vacheron Constantin model. But now, faced with the price tag, they started hesitating. They absolutely didn't want Chen Fong to owe such a huge favor just because of them. Yet Chen Fong immediately saw right through their thoughts. He smirked casually and said, the price is barely acceptable. Go ahead and get one for each of them on my behalf. Then, with a faint, knowing smile, he added, given the size of your store, I'm guessing this isn't actually your most expensive piece, is it? What the hell? What exactly are you implying, bastard? At Chen Feng's words, the watch store owner's face instantly darkened. Chapter 82. What's so valuable about it? It's just a watch. Holy crap. Is this guy for real? He already demanded 3 watches worth millions. Now he wants something even more expensive? Why don't you just fly to the sky while you're at it? Not just the owner of the watch store, but everyone present shared the same thought. In their eyes, Chen Fong was being excessively outrageous. At the same time, they began worrying. If he came to their shops next, would he act the same way? The saleswoman hesitated, unsure what to do. Don't worry. I'll pay out of my own pocket. Chen Fong wasn't stupid. He could clearly see what everyone else was thinking. His earlier words were just intentional provocation. Did they really think he'd let himself owe them a favor? I didn't mean it like that, Mr. Chen. Hearing Chen Feng's words, the saleswoman panicked and immediately turned to her boss. As for the store owner, he felt extremely awkward too. He hadn't expected Chen Fong to have no intention of getting anything for free. Forcing an embarrassed smile, he said, Mr. Chen, you're mistaken. But before he could finish, Chen Fong cut him off. Alright, enough talk. Just bring out your most expensive watch. I still have other stores to visit. Seeing that Chen Fong was starting to lose patience, the store owner didn't dare say another word. With a bitter smile, he nodded to the saleswoman. Truth be told, given his status, very few people dared to act so brazen in front of him. Yet with Chen Fong standing here, he didn't even dare utter a complaint. After all, this was the man who had forced Wang Yilin himself to leave. Seeing her boss nod, the saleswoman quickly retrieved an exquisitely crafted box from a safe behind the counter. Just the box itself probably cost a fortune. When she opened it in front of the crowd, a chorus of sharp intakes of breath echoed through the room. Damn, isn't this the Louis Moinet Meteors couple's watch? It really is. My god, I heard the case is made entirely from 18-karat solid gold, and every single mark on the dial is set with diamonds. Right, the total weight of those diamonds is around 4.46 carats, apparently hand set one by one. Good lord, how much does this thing cost? It's unbelievably stunning. No idea, but clearly nothing ordinary. Must be worth tens of millions at least. Even Chen Fong couldn't help but look twice at the pair of watches. Honestly, they were dazzling to an absurd degree. Beside him, Lu Rubing and the other 2 girls wore expressions of dreamy longing. How much for these? Chen Fong asked casually, a slight smirk playing on his lips. Hearing this, everyone turned to the saleswoman. Mr. Chen, this pair comes to 54 million. The saleswoman was smart. Since Chen Fong hadn't bothered with her introduction earlier, this time she went straight for the price. What? 54 million? That's almost enough to buy an entire commercial building. Upon hearing her words, the onlookers nearly bit their tongues in shock. Even though they were all wealthy, none of them could imagine spending such an amount on a single watch. 54 million? Chen Fong tilted his head slightly, completely nonchalant. Acceptable. Then give me 10 pairs. To Chen Fong, the watches were undeniably beautiful. It'd be nice if he could get 1 pair each for Zhao Shuer and the others to wear back home. 10 pairs. Everyone present nearly passed out from shock. 1 pair costs 54 million. 10 pairs meant 540 million. Combined, their total net worth might not even reach that figure. No wonder they were stunned speechless. Insane. Absolutely insane. At this moment, that single word was all they could think of. Even Xin Mingyao and the other girls standing nearby were utterly dumbfounded. Mr. Chen, I'm truly sorry. We only have 1 pair available. The saleswoman stammered weakly after regaining her senses. She had seen rich people before, but someone as extravagantly wealthy as Chen Fong? This was her first time encountering such a person. Honestly, in this instant, she felt a flutter in her heart. Never mind whether she was being too pragmatic. After all, what woman wouldn't be moved by a man willing to spend tens of millions on a single watch for her? Only 1 pair. Upon hearing this, Chen Fong faintly frowned. Thinking this, Chen Fong asked, can you reserve them at your store? Hearing Chen Feng's words, the saleswoman once again turned to her boss. Mr. Chen, we can certainly take a reservation if you'd like, said the watch store owner, though he added hesitantly. But, well, it might require a deposit. No need. Chen Fong waved his hand, speaking with great generosity. I'll pay the full amount. However, I must receive the watches within 3 days. Any problem? No problem at all. Please rest assured. Hearing Chen Feng's words, the store owner immediately nodded repeatedly, eager to guarantee it. There was no way he'd dare raise any objections now. Chapter 83. What big talk from a little brat. Alright, payment first. With that, he took out his wallet right in front of everyone. Except for Su Xinjun and Lu Rubing and the few girls, the rest were instantly stunned. No wonder, there were just too many black cards in Chen Feng's wallet, to an almost absurd degree. If they hadn't known that this man was the owner of Yida Real Estate, they'd have suspected Chen Fong of carrying fake credit cards. He swiped the cards smoothly and efficiently. Soon after, Chen Fong received a text message alert on his phone. Needless to say, it was from the bank. Chen Fong couldn't be bothered to check. A mere 100 billion or so. Who cared? Let's go. We'll take a look around somewhere else. Saying that, Chen Fong strode toward the exit. After regaining their senses, the others quickly followed. Before long, Chen Fong and his group arrived at the entrance of a jade shop. To Chen Feng's surprise, no attendant came forward as soon as they entered. They acted as if Chen Fong and his group simply didn't exist. What's going on here? Seeing this, Su Xingjun frowned slightly and turned to ask the Yida Plaza executive standing nearby. Mr. Su, this. Hearing the question, the Yida Plaza executive stammered nervously. Just spit it out. Seeing how evasive he was, Su Xingjun immediately shot him a glare. Well, you see. Realizing Su Xingjun was growing impatient, the executive hurried to explain. The owner of this store is said to be a relative of manager Wang's family, so, hearing that, everyone present immediately understood. Just then, Chen Fong finally spoke up. So you're saying that shop owner didn't come with you earlier? Yes, that's right. The Yida Plaza executive nodded awkwardly. He said, who the hell do you think you are? He'd rather the sun rise in the west than come out to greet you. Huh. Chen Fong let out a cold chuckle, a sly smile on his face. He really has some nerve. Everyone lowered their heads upon hearing Chen Feng's words. In their minds, Chen Fong had already taken down someone as powerful as Wang Yilan. To defy Chen Fong so openly, wasn't this guy practically begging to die? Fine, forget him. We'll just browse on our own. Chen Fong said dismissively, then suddenly thought of something and smirked coldly. Without another word, he led the group straight toward a jade counter not far away. Glancing casually at the displayed jade pieces, the prices ranged from several 10,000 to several 100,000. Frankly, Chen Fong wasn't even remotely impressed by such items. He slightly curled his lips and turned to a female attendant beside the counter, who was absorbed in her phone. Excuse me, miss, do you guys have any gambling stones here? Gambling stones. The attendant blinked in confusion, then looked up at Chen Fong. She hadn't intended to respond at all, but upon getting a clear look at Chen Feng's handsome face, she couldn't help but point toward a distant corner. Over there, you can gamble there. Following her finger, Chen Fong spotted a pile of raw stones stacked behind the counter. Thanks then. Chen Fong chuckled and immediately led the group over. President Chen, you're going to gamble on stones? When they reached the gambling stone counter, Su Xingjun couldn't help but ask. Of course, Chen Fong nodded. But isn't this stuff pretty unreliable? Su Xingjun responded skeptically. Yeah. Guan Feifei quickly chimed in. They say one cut makes you poor, the next makes you rich, the third leaves you in rags. Plenty of people have been scammed by gambling stones. You're right, Feifei, Shin Mingyao added. My uncle used to love gambling on stones. Ended up losing our entire factory. That bad? Lu Rubing whispered softly to Chen Fong, trying to dissuade him. Master, maybe you should just forget it? In their opinion, sure, Chen Fong had endless money. But when it came to something so obviously risky, it was still better to try to talk him out of it. It's fine. Chen Fong waved his hand dismissively, speaking with full confidence. I doubt anyone alive today is better at gambling stones than me. Just wait and see. After all, Chen Fong possessed a consumption rebate system. How could a mere gambling stone trick possibly fool him? Not only would he definitely not lose, but even if he wanted to play fair, the low-tier X-ray talisman in his system store guaranteed him invincibility. X-ray talisman allows user to see through objects for 1 hour. Heh, what big talk from a little brat. Right after Chen Fong finished speaking, a highly mocking voice immediately came from behind. Hearing this, Chen Fong slightly frowned and turned his head toward the source of the sound. The person was an elderly man dressed in traditional Tang suit, seemingly over 70 years old, exuding a somewhat ethereal and venerable aura. Behind him followed 2 young people, 1 man and 1 woman. The man looked quite ordinary, but his eyes appeared exceptionally sharp. As for the woman standing beside him, she had her hair tied in a top knot, with a very cute appearance that gave off a youthful, almost doll-like impression. Chapter 84. What steak do you want? Who are you? Coming back to his senses, Chen Fong asked the elderly man in Tang-style clothing. Mr. Chen, this is Wang Mingfu, the owner of this jade shop. Before the old man could speak, a senior executive from Yida Property stepped forward and introduced him to Chen Fong. Humph. Upon hearing this, the old man snorted coldly and immediately assumed an arrogant expression. Wang Mingfu. Chen Fong was momentarily stunned, then sneered slightly. You're also surnamed Wang. Probably some elder relative of Wang Yilan's, right? He had heard earlier that this jade shop was run by a relative of Wang Yilan. That's right. I'm Wang Yilan's real uncle. The old man's tone turned icy, his face darkening as he said, Young brat, was it you who drove my nephew out of Yida? Heh. Chen Fong let out a cold chuckle but didn't respond immediately. After a long pause, he finally curled the corners of his lips upward. Judging by your tone, you seem quite buffool. Of course I am buffool. Yida Property belongs to my brother-in-law. By what right did you seize it? Before Wang Mingfu could speak, the man standing behind him blurted out angrily. From the look on his face, it seemed as if Chen Fong had snatched away his most treasured possession. What are you? Do you even have the vigor to speak here? At those words, Chen Feng's eyes narrowed sharply, and he responded with icy disdain. In Chen Feng's mind, he was now the boss of Yida Property. What right did these insignificant underlings have to bark at him? You? Hearing Chen Feng's words, the man nearly spat up a mouthful of blood from rage. He never expected Chen Fong to be so domineering. Just as he was about to retort, the old man blocked him with a gesture. Taking a deep breath, Wang Mingfu turned back to Chen Fong. Young man, you're awfully bold with your words. And if I weren't bold, would I still be called a youth? Chen Fong replied casually with a smirk. Very well. Wang Mingfu narrowed his eyes slightly, implying something. From what you said earlier, do you mean you're exceptionally good at picking raw jade stones? Of course. Good. Then how about we make a bet? Why not? Chen Feng's lips curled into a faint, almost mocking smile. How do you want to bet? We each pick 3 raw stones worth no more than 1 million each. Whoever uncovers stones of higher total value wins. What do you say? Agreed. Chen Fong didn't hesitate for a second. He nodded immediately. Seeing Chen Fong accept, Wang Mingfu instantly wore a confident, self-assured expression. After all, he had been in the jade business for decades. How could a mere youngster like Chen Fong possibly be his match? Since we're betting, Wang Mingfu paused deliberately for a few seconds before continuing. We should set some stakes, shouldn't we? What kind of stake do you want? Chen Fong laughed softly, asking playfully. Here's the deal, Wang Mingfu began, pretending to ponder for a moment before speaking carelessly. If I lose, all 78 jade shops I own under Yida will belong to you. But if you lose, you return Yida property to my nephew exactly as you took it. How about that? Good heavens. This bet is way too huge. Hearing Wang Mingfu's terms, everyone present wore expressions of utter disbelief. Forget about the value of Wang Mingfu's 78 jade shops. The Yida property itself was a trillion yuan enterprise. Such an enormous wager was bound to shock anyone. Master, don't agree to it. His 78 jade shops can't possibly compare to Yida property. Yes. The old man is truly shameless. Does he take us all for fools? Mei Yao and Fei Fei are right. Master, you absolutely must not accept this. Snapping back to reality, Xin Mingyao and the other two women quickly urged Chen Fong not to accept. In their eyes, Wang Mingfu's proposed stakes were clearly unfair. They weren't alone in thinking this. Su Xinjun and the others felt the same. Only Chen Fong, however, wore a strange, faint smile at that moment. So what if the stakes were uneven? After all, the one who'd lose wouldn't be him. What, little brat, could it be you're afraid? Seeing the three women trying to dissuade Chen Fong, Wang Mingfu quickly interjected, using reverse psychology to provoke him. Wang Mingfu knew full well the stakes were unequal, but he believed someone like Chen Fong, being young and proud, would naturally refuse to back down from a challenge. Just as he expected, the very next second, Chen Fong nodded. Fine, I accept. Master. When Lu Rubing and the other two women heard Chen Feng's words, they immediately wanted to say something more. But before they could open their mouths, Chen Fong waved them off. Enough. It's decided. The three women could only retreat reluctantly upon hearing this. At a distance, Wang Mingfu couldn't help but silently breathe a sigh of relief when he saw this. However, just then, Chen Fong pointed at the little girl nearby and grinned mischievously at Wang Mingfu. I'll agree, but your stake must include her. What the hell? What was going on here? Could it be that the boss had taken a fancy to this little girl? Come to think of it, the little girl really was stunning. Upon hearing Chen Feng's words, Su Xinjun and the others instantly turned their gaze toward the direction Chen Fong had pointed. When they clearly saw the little girl's face and figure, each one wore a knowing, suggestive smile. No way. At that moment, the little girl herself shouted out directly. Although she thought Chen Fong was extremely handsome the moment she first saw him, she absolutely refused to be used as part of a bet. That's right. If you want to use my junior sister as a stake, don't even dream about it. The man standing beside the little girl immediately stepped forward. After all, this little girl had been his secret crush for many years. Now that Chen Fong had said such a thing, how could he possibly stay silent? Yet Chen Fong completely ignored both of them. Smirking slightly, he looked at Wang Mingfu with an amused expression. If you don't agree, then forget it. With that, he turned and began walking away, preparing to leave with everyone else. Honestly, Chen Fong had only added this condition just to mess with the old man. Brat, do you even know who she is to me? At that moment, Wang Mingfu spoke coldly. She's my granddaughter, Wang Mingfu's own flesh and blood. Oh, Chen Fong paused slightly, then slowly turned back around. Lifting the corner of his mouth in a casual smirk, he said indifferently. So what does that have to do with me? I'll ask you just once. Do you dare to bet or not? Chapter 85. Do you think I'll lose? This. Wang Mingfu hesitated as soon as he heard Chen Feng's words. He never expected Chen Fong to propose such a bet. On one hand was his own granddaughter, and on the other, Yida worth trillions. After a long pause, he finally clenched his teeth and glared red-eyed at Chen Fong, saying, Fine, I agree. What? The little girl behind him instantly opened her mouth wide in shock. She simply couldn't believe those words had come from her beloved grandfather. Master, how could you? I object. At that moment, the young man stepped forward again, angrily confronting Wang Mingfu. In his eyes, his junior apprentice sister was already his exclusive possession. How could he let others touch her? What? Wang Mingfu's eyes turned icy cold, his voice chilling. Do you think I'll lose? This. If I won't lose, then what does it matter if Meng Meng becomes the stake? After finishing, Wang Mingfu stopped looking at Wang Meng Meng and the others altogether. Turning his head toward Chen Fong, he said, Can we begin now? Hee. Chen Fong chuckled lightly, replying casually. Since you agree, naturally we can. Fine, then just wait to lose. After throwing those harsh words, Wang Mingfu strode confidently toward the raw jade counter. As the owner of this jade shop, he naturally had extensive knowledge about these raw stones. The way he walked radiated utter confidence. As for Chen Fong nearby, he appeared completely laid back, as if this competition bore little relevance to him. Master, aren't you going to pick yet? Yeah, master. Hurry up and choose. Sister Bingbing is right. What if all the good raw stones get taken by that old man? That'd be trouble. Seeing this, Lu Rubing and the others couldn't help urging Chen Fong. Honestly, Wang Mingfu gave them too overwhelming an impression of self-assurance. It's fine. Chen Fong waved his hand dismissively, sneering slightly. Let him pick first. What difference does it make? It'll only make him more aware of the gap between us. Holy crap, bro, can you get any more confident? You're seriously laying it on way too thick. Upon hearing Chen Feng's words, everyone present silently rolled their eyes inwardly. Who was Wang Mingfu? A veteran with decades of experience in the jade industry. How could Chen Fong so blatantly disregard him without drawing criticism? Just then, Chen Fong turned his gaze toward the pouting little girl, Wang Meng Meng, not far away. Feeling someone looking, the sulking Wang Meng Meng suddenly lifted her head and met his eyes. Chen Fong smirked mischievously, secretly winking at her. Actually, the nickname for this little girl wasn't misplaced at all. With that pitifully adorable look she wore just now, she really was quite cute. Seeing this, Wang Meng Meng couldn't help rolling her eyes at Chen Fong. For some reason, despite Chen Fong making such an outrageous wager, she didn't feel angry with him at all. While the two were exchanging covert glances, Wang Mingfu had already finished selecting a raw stone. Noticing that Chen Fong still stood idly in place, Wang Mingfu snorted in contempt. Ignorant brat, just wait to admit defeat. Without another glance at Chen Fong, he lowered his head and resumed selecting. Chen Fong wasted no time either. After greeting Shin Mingyao and the others, he casually strolled over. System, open the system mall. No sooner had Chen Fong reached the raw jade counter than he mentally commanded the system. The next second, a glowing screen the size of a 17-inch computer monitor appeared before Chen Feng's eyes. Ding! Congratulations on successfully purchasing one low-grade X-ray talisman. Would you like to use it now? Without hesitation, Chen Fong immediately tapped Use on the screen. Ding! Congratulations on successfully using one low-grade X-ray talisman. During usage, you will be able to see through anything you wish. Duration, 1 hour. Please note. The very next second Chen Fong read this message, he suddenly felt as though needles had stabbed his eyes. Unable to bear it, he shut his eyes tightly. It took a long while before he finally recovered. When he opened his eyes again, he was instantly startled by what he saw. You see, Chen Fong had always been slightly nearsighted. If something was too far away, it would appear blurry. Yet now, everything within his line of sight seemed as clear as if directly in front of him. Crystal clear. Incredibly sharp. Indeed, even though this X-ray talisman couldn't allow full view, just for that clarity alone, Chen Fong felt it was worth every one of the 1 million consumer points he'd spent. Hee, now let me test out this X-ray feature. Chen Fong chuckled mischievously and turned his gaze toward Lu Rubing, standing not far away. Damn, this is way too thrilling. Chen Fong sucked in a sharp breath, unable to suppress his amazement. Wow, Bingbing's figure is really something. Perfect curves in all the right places. As Chen Fong ogled Lu Rubing, she suddenly felt as if someone had stripped her bare. Frowning slightly, she lifted her head and glanced in Chen Feng's direction. Actually, as a martial artist, Lu Rubing's senses were indeed far beyond ordinary. Yet Chen Fong didn't flinch in the slightest. After flashing her a faint smile, he shifted his mischievous gaze toward the little girl Wang Mingming nearby. Holy crap! Holy crap! Holy crap! Chen Fong silently exclaimed 3 times in shock, barely suppressing a nosebleed that began to trickle out. To be honest, compared to the icy beauty Lu Rubing, this little girl Wang Mingming before him seemed even more intoxicating. He quickly wiped away the blood at the tip of his nose and hastily averted his eyes. If he kept staring like this, he wouldn't be able to handle it anymore. Taking a deep breath, he forcefully suppressed the fire burning inside, then turned his attention to the raw jade stones on display. First one. Nope, this one is nothing at all. Second one. This one's okay, but the jade seems a bit too small. Third one. Holy crap. This one is completely filled with jade. This is the one. Without the slightest hesitation, Chen Fong immediately picked up the stone he had chosen. Fourth one. Fifth one. Sixth one. After examining the 28th raw stone, he finally made his final selection. If he wasn't mistaken, it had taken him less than a minute. Mr. Chen, you're not already done choosing, are you? Su Xingjun, watching from not far away, couldn't help but call out to Chen Fong. Everyone else also turned their eyes toward Chen Fong upon hearing this. Chapter 86. Didn't that just take a minute? Yeah, I'm done picking. Chen Fong nodded, looking completely casual. What the hell? Didn't that just take a minute? And you didn't even grab a flashlight? Bro, are you seriously messing with us? Hearing Chen Feng's words, Su Xingjun and the others nearly popped their eyes out in shock. To be honest, this was the first time they'd ever seen someone pick jade stones like this. At that moment, Wang Mingfu had finally selected his second stone. When he realized Chen Fong had already finished picking all 3, he couldn't help but frown. Damn it, this kid picked way too fast. Coming back to his senses, he looked over at the 3 stones Chen Fong had chosen. It was better not to look, but when he did, he almost burst out laughing. The 3 stones Chen Fong picked were exactly the ones Wang Mingfu had already rejected. In his opinion, these stones might indeed contain some jade, but certainly very little of it. Otherwise, why would they still be left for Chen Fong? He glanced disdainfully at Chen Fong before continuing to search for raw stones with his powerful flashlight. This was a bet worth trillions. There was no way he could afford to be as careless as Chen Fong. After about another 10 minutes or so, Wang Mingfu finally managed to pick his 3rd stone. Alright kid, now let's start comparing. Wang Mingfu placed his stones on the counter and confidently grinned at Chen Fong. In his mind, there was no way this amateur could compete with him. Fine by me. Chen Fong nodded. Who goes first? I'll go first, so you can see what a real master of gambling stones looks like. As he spoke, Wang Mingfu handed one of his stones to a waiter. Take this to Master Lu and have him slice it open. Yes, sir. The waiter nodded and carried the stone toward an old man standing nearby. Before the old man stood a medium-sized stone-cutting machine that looked quite professional. Everyone present quickly gathered around. One cut makes you poor, one cut makes you rich, one cut leaves you in rags. For everyone here, cutting open a stone was always an incredibly thrilling moment. The old man didn't waste any time. Seeing Wang Mingfu nod, he immediately positioned the stone and made the first cut with precise expertise. With his years of experience, there was no way he'd damage the jade inside. The instant the first blade touched the stone, green appeared. Wow, we got it. Master is amazing. The very second the viewing window opened up, Wang Mingfu's male apprentice jumped up joyfully and shouted. Seeing this, the rest of the crowd exchanged knowing glances. A master truly is a master. Even the first stone yielded jade. Standing off to the side, Wang Mingfu couldn't hide his smug expression. This was the first raw stone he had personally selected. Based on his experience, it definitely contained jade. As for how much jade was inside, that depended on luck. Only Chen Fong, standing quietly a short distance away, wore a mocking smile. Jade? Heh, you must be kidding yourself. After all, Chen Fong had used his X-ray vision to scan this very stone earlier, and found only a single, faint trace of green right at the surface. Just as Chen Fong expected, the moment the old man made the second cut, everyone's faces fell in disappointment. Third cut, fourth cut, fifth cut. By the 8th cut, there was still nothing, absolutely nothing. This can't be possible. At this point, Wang Mingfu's entire face had darkened. He never imagined this raw stone would turn out to be completely worthless aside from that tiny sliver of green at the opening. Literally, this stone had zero value. Seeing this, his male apprentice behind him lost control and collapsed straight onto the ground. Old Lu, cut this next one for me. I refuse to believe there's no jade in it. Snapping back to reality, Wang Mingfu wasn't discouraged. After all, such things weren't unheard of. He simply passed over his second stone again. To be honest, the old man was under enormous pressure now. His hands trembled slightly as he took the raw stone. Struggling to suppress his anxiety, he began slicing once more. Much like the first stone, green appeared immediately with the first cut. Then, a second cut revealed more green. Now, Wang Mingfu finally allowed himself a small smile. Third cut, fourth cut, fifth cut. By the final cut, the entire stone was covered in green, meaning the stone was solid green throughout. Seeing this, Wang Mingfu threw his head back and laughed heartily. Huh, I told you, with my decades of experience, how could I possibly fail to produce solid green? With that, he couldn't help but shoot Chen Fong a provocatively taunting glance. Seeing this, the male apprentice who had just collapsed onto the ground immediately jumped back to his feet. In his eyes, with just this one stone, Chen Fong had already lost for sure. Everyone else present shared essentially the same thought. Damn, Mr. Wang's going to make a fortune now. This stone must be worth at least tens of millions, right? About that, yeah? I'd guess somewhere between 8 and 12 million. A master truly is a master. His cost for this stone was less than 800,000, and it's multiplied in value by over 10 times at minimum. Now it seems Mr. Chen might have some real difficulty winning. He really shouldn't have taken this bet. Mr. Chen was simply too confident. Humph. Shen Mingyao snorted coldly, then comforted Chen Fong, saying, Master, don't worry. Maybe your next cut will reveal solid jade too. That's right. So he got solid jade. Who cares? What's so impressive about that? You two sisters are absolutely right. Master, there must definitely be solid jade hidden within your stones as well. Hearing this, Guan Feifei and Lu Rubing quickly chimed in with comforting words for Chen Fong. Hee. From not far away, after hearing their words, Wang Mingfu couldn't help but chuckle. Shaking his head, he said mockingly, truly ignorant kids. Do you even know how incredibly difficult it is to cut out a single piece of solid jade? I'll tell you this much. Out of all 78 jade shops across our entire China, from the beginning of the year until now, this is the very first one. What? Upon hearing Wang Mingfu's words, Lu Rubing and the other two women froze in shock. Originally, seeing that Wang Mingfu had actually cut open a solid jade stone, they had assumed such a thing probably wasn't that hard to achieve. But now, they couldn't help but grow deeply worried for Chen Fong. Beside them, Su Xinjun frowned involuntarily upon witnessing this scene. Although he wasn't particularly knowledgeable about jade either, he believed deep down that Wang Mingfu was probably not lying. If solid jade were easy to obtain, it simply wouldn't be nearly as valuable. Chapter 87. Is it really that hard to cut a full jade? Only Chen Fong still wore an expression of complete indifference. Is it really so difficult to get a full jade? After all, out of his 3 stones, 2 were already full jades. If he revealed them now, Wang Mingfu might just go crazy on the spot, wouldn't he? Alright, enough talking nonsense. Let's quickly cut the third one. Chen Fong didn't have time to waste watching Wang Mingfu show off. He said impatiently, I'm still waiting to finish shopping and go home to sleep. After saying this, Chen Fong even yawned in front of everyone. Humph. Seeing this, Wang Mingfu couldn't help but snort coldly. Kid, just wait until you lose everything and crawl back home. With that, he confidently handed the third stone over to the old man. The old man didn't waste any time either. As soon as he received the stone, he sliced it open with one swift cut. The moment the first cut was made, another hint of green appeared. What the hell? Damn it, green again. This is simply incredible. Amidst everyone's shock, the old man revealed yet another full jade stone. To be fair, Wang Mingfu's expertise in selecting stones was indeed unmatched by ordinary people. My god, another damn full jade. Incredible, absolutely amazing. Look, everyone. This full jade seems even larger than the previous one. You're right. This piece alone should be worth at least 15 million yuan. Good heavens, in just this short while, Manager Wang must have already made nearly 30 million. Damn, I feel like buying a couple of stones myself and giving it a try now. While the crowd was stunned, they also began to worry about Chen Fong. Sigh, looks like President Chen has truly lost for sure this time. He definitely has no chance. How could he possibly compete with 2 full jades from Manager Wang? Unless what? Unless Chen Fong can cut a Dragon Emperor Grade stone. Only then might he still win. Dragon Emperor Grade? Impossible. In recent years across all of China, haven't only a few such stones ever been found? Exactly. That's Supreme Grade Jade. How could it possibly be something you find easily? As the crowd whispered among themselves, Wang Mingfu finally let out a sigh of relief. He shared their thoughts. By now, victory was undoubtedly his. Honestly, even he himself hadn't expected to cut 2 full jade stones. Ahem. Wang Mingfu cleared his throat twice, then looked at Chen Fong with a mocking expression. Boy, do you really think there's still any point continuing? I suggest you admit defeat now. Save yourself the embarrassment later. Hee. Upon hearing this, Chen Fong chuckled lightly. You really think these 2 lousy rocks can beat me? Lousy rocks? Wang Mingfu was momentarily taken aback, then narrowed his eyes slightly. Boy, do you even know how rare a full jade is? I'll tell you this, these 2 stones are worth at least 24 million yuan. Lousy rocks. You've got quite a mouth on you. If you're so confident, go ahead and cut a stone better than mine. And what's so hard about that? Chen Fong sneered, his lips curling upward slightly. Just watch closely. I'll show you exactly what makes your treasure nothing more than trash. With that, Chen Fong prepared to hand his stone to the old man. Wait. But at that moment, Lu Rubing stepped forward and stopped him. Master, let me do it instead. Frankly speaking, this old man was Wang Mingfu's man, who knew if he played tricks. In Lu Rubing's opinion, it would be far safer if she did the cutting for Chen Fong. Little girl, are you implying you know more about cutting stones than me? Before Chen Fong could respond, the old man immediately sounded annoyed upon hearing her words. You'll see soon enough. Lu Rubing didn't bother arguing with him. After speaking, she turned her gaze toward Chen Fong. Fine then, Rubing, you do it. To Chen Fong, if Lu Rubing wanted to cut, there was no reason not to let her. Even if she messed it up, so what? Boy, you'll regret this. The old man muttered angrily after hearing the decision. In his eyes, Chen Fong and his group were acting completely recklessly. Humph. Lu Rubing snorted coldly at the old man. Then don't trouble yourself worrying about it. With that, she reached into the old man's toolbox and pulled out a cutting blade. The blade wasn't very long, about 10 centimeters, and looked extremely sharp. Without wasting time, Lu Rubing held the stone in her left hand and the knife in her right. To the astonishment of all the onlookers, the blade in her right hand moved rapidly, flashing like an illusion. The debris on the ground continued to pile up. In no time, a green stone appeared in Lu Rubing's left hand. What the hell? What the actual hell? What the absolute hell? Is this guy even human? The old man sitting nearby couldn't help but gape wide-mouthed at the sight. As for the other onlookers, they weren't any better. Everyone wore an expression of utter disbelief. Damn, am I hallucinating or something? Cutting stone with her bare hands? How is that even possible? She's incredible. My god, are all people around President Chen this powerful? Incredible. Another full jade. Wait, I didn't notice just now. This one's a full jade too? No way. Could it be that President Chen actually knows how to judge stones? If so, then maybe President Chen isn't going to lose after all. While the crowd remained stunned, Wang Mingfu couldn't help but furrow his brows. He never expected that Chen Feng's very first stone would reveal a full jade. Humph. It's just blind luck, he sneered inwardly, trying to reassure himself quietly. His apprentice standing behind him felt exactly the same. Only little Wang Mingming now wore a look of astonished wonder. Her gaze toward Chen Fong suddenly sparkled with newfound fascination. After all, he was only the second man she'd ever seen who could uncover a full jade. Alright, Bing Bing, move on to the second one, Chen Fong said, a faint smirk playing on his lips. To Chen Fong, what was one mere full jade worth? Soon enough, they'd all learn what true jade really meant. Yes, boss. Upon hearing his command, Lu Rubing set down the full jade and picked up the second stone. Right before everyone's eyes, her hands moved once again in dazzling motion. Less than a minute later, she stopped. When the spectators saw what lay in her palm, every single one of them sucked in a sharp breath. Hiss. This is actually, my god, this can't possibly be real. Chapter 88. Brother, are you serious? Imperial grade? This is actually imperial grade? When Wang Mingfu clearly saw the stone in Lu Rubing's hand, he nearly spat out a mouthful of blood. He never expected that Chen Fong would actually cut open the extremely rare imperial grade jade. The entire piece was crystal clear, completely devoid of even a trace of impurity. Moreover, its overall green hue was even more luminous and translucent than the two full jade pieces he had previously cut open. From a distance, it looked just like a green diamond, shimmering with a soft, glowing green light. My goodness, he's incredible. Wang Mingming, the little girl nearby, immediately wore an expression of pure admiration toward Chen Fong. As Wang Mingfu's granddaughter, she naturally understood jade quite well. Imperial grade, this was undoubtedly an exceptionally rare type of jade. In fact, after years spent by Wang Mingfu's side, she had never seen anyone cut open such a piece before. Not just her, even Xin Mingyao and the other three girls, as well as Su Shenjun and the rest, all wore the awestruck looks of devoted fans. If cutting one full jade piece earlier wasn't that extraordinary, then this imperial grade piece alone was enough to prove just how incredibly sharp Chen Feng's eyesight truly was. Especially considering Chen Fong hadn't even used a flashlight to inspect it. He'd simply chosen at random. Hee. Chen Fong chuckled lightly and said to Lu Rubing, Rubing, this imperial grade jade is yours. What? Goodness gracious. Brother, are you serious? Hearing Chen Feng's words, everyone almost stumbled and fell over in shock. What was this? This was the extremely rare imperial grade jade. A piece this size in Lu Rubing's hands, once crafted into bracelets or other jewelry, would be worth at least hundreds of millions. And now Chen Fong casually gave it away. How could they not be stunned? All the women present shot Lu Rubing envious glances. Master, this is too precious. Lu Rubing began to refuse, but Chen Fong immediately cut her off. Enough. I said it's yours, so it's yours. Hurry up and start on the third piece. Okay. Touched. Lu Rubing smiled softly and quickly nodded. Nearby, Wang Mingfu and his disciple had long since collapsed onto the ground, their faces ashen. After all, the value of just this one piece of Chen Feng's already exceeded the combined worth of the two pieces he'd cut open. Not to mention, Chen Feng still had another unopened piece. Based on Wang Mingfu's estimation, given Chen Feng's eye for jade, that last piece would be at minimum another full jade. Lu Rubing didn't waste any time. After carefully putting away the imperial grade jade, she once again began cutting the stone. With swift, skillful movements, the third piece of jade soon appeared before everyone's eyes. Silence. Utter silence. Complete, deafening silence. Everyone seemed to have stopped breathing, staring wide-eyed at the jade now in Lu Rubing's hand. To be honest, they simply couldn't believe their own eyes. Many people, the instant they saw the stone, couldn't help but rub their eyes hard. Glass grade Fritze, yet another incredibly rare variety. The entire piece resembled a block of green glazed glass, appearing almost liquid, as if it could flow. Seeing this, Wang Mingfu, who was slumped on the ground nearby, instantly spat out another mouthful of blood. How the hell could this still be fair? He barely managed two full jade pieces, while Chen Fong kept producing legendary jade one after another. Honestly, at this moment, Wang Mingfu wished nothing more than to find a crack in the ground to crawl into. His earlier boastful claims toward Chen Fong now felt like they were slapping him right across the face. It hurt. It hurt deeply. Grandpa, are you okay? Seeing this, the little girl Wang Mingming rushed over in panic. I'm fine. Wang Mingfu waved weakly, his face already pale as paper. Alright, call an ambulance for him, Chen Fong said calmly, then suddenly seemed to remember something. Smirking slightly, he casually turned to Su Shenjun and said, Oh, and don't forget to have him sign the jade shop transfer agreement at the hospital. Spew. Wang Mingfu, who had just caught his breath, immediately spat out another mouthful of blood. Then, he fainted dead away. Grandpa. Seeing this, Wang Mingming burst into tears. At that moment, Chen Fong stepped forward toward her. Gently patting her shoulder, he comforted her, saying, Don't worry, the old man will be fine. He just suffered a surge of anger and emotional distress. Once he gets in 4 drip at the hospital, he'll recover. You?" Hearing these words from Chen Fong, Wang Mingming instantly felt fury rising within her. She was just about to look up and argue with him. But at that very moment, Chen Fong stretched out his hand holding the glass grade jade and said, "Here, it's yours." When Wang Mingming heard these words, she froze in place. The onlookers surrounding them wore expressions as if they had seen a ghost. What the hell? He had just made her grandfather faint from anger, and now he was flirting with her? Bro, your move is way too flashy. Humph, my junior sister would never take anything from you. Before Wang Mingming could even open her mouth, the man beside her snorted coldly. But Chen Fong wasn't about to pay any attention to some random nobody. He sneered slightly, and continued speaking directly to the blushing Wang Mingming. "What? Don't want it? If you really don't want it, then forget I said anything." With that, Chen Fong began to put away the glass grade jade piece. "Who said I don't want it?" Seeing this, Wang Mingming immediately panicked. Without waiting for Chen Fong to retract it, she reached out and snatched the stone right away. After grabbing it, she rolled her eyes and huffed. "Humph. Consider this compensation for making Grandpa angry." Then, she carefully stashed the stone away. Judging by the deep blush on her face, even she probably didn't believe her own excuse. "Junior sister, how could you accept something from this bastard?" Seeing this, the man beside her instantly turned red-eyed and shouted at Wang Mingming. In his heart, Wang Mingming belonged solely to him. How could he not be furious seeing her so casually accept something from Chen Fong? When Wang Mingming heard him say that, she couldn't help but frown. For some reason, hearing her senior brother call Chen Fong a bastard made her incredibly angry. "Senior brother, I." Just as she was about to speak, Chen Fong stopped her with a gesture. Chen Fong narrowed his eyes and coldly said to the man, "Boy, if you've got the guts, repeat what you just said. Say it again." "Humph." The man sneered arrogantly. "What if I repeat it? You bastard." Boom. Before he could finish his last word, Chen Fong lifted his leg and kicked him straight in the face. The next second, the man toppled backward onto the ground. Given the blood all over his face, it was clear Chen Fong hadn't held back one bit. Chapter 89. You're probably overthinking it. Arrogant fool. Chen Fong snorted coldly, then turned to Su Shenjun, who was still dazed, and said, "Remember to call an ambulance for him too." With that, he led the group away from the jade shop. Just as they reached the door, he suddenly turned back towards Su Shenjun, who was still standing there stunned, and said, "Oh, by the way, make sure to replace all these shop signs." "Minda Jade Shop? How awful. Sounds terrible." "Yes, boss," Su Shenjun replied, snapping out of his trance. "Curious," he asked. "Boss, what name would you like instead?" "What name?" Chen Fong pondered for a moment before continuing. "Change it to Minda Jade Shop." "What?" Hearing this, Su Shenjun thought he must have misheard. Unable to hold back, he asked again, "Boss, what did you say? I didn't catch that clearly." "I said change it to Minda Jade Shop." "What the hell? Bro, are you serious? That name? Isn't that way too weird?" After Chen Fong confirmed it once more, Su Shenjun nearly stumbled and fell over in shock. And he wasn't alone. Everyone else reacted the same way. Nearby, Wang Mingming, upon hearing this, instantly blushed. In her mind, she assumed Chen Fong had chosen that name because of her. Actually, she wasn't wrong. Chen Fong indeed meant exactly that. Now that this was going to be his jade shop, why not name it whatever he wanted? There was no helping it. This was just how reckless money could make someone. Having said his piece, Chen Fong left Su Shenjun and the others behind and led Shen Mingyao's group toward other shops. The rest of their tour went smoothly. By the end of their shopping spree, Shen Mingyao and the girls were already carrying huge bags in both hands. Even the executives and merchants from Yida Plaza who followed behind them ended up helping carry many packages. As for Chen Fong himself, his hands remained completely empty. Expecting him to shop and carry bags? You're probably overthinking it. When Chen Fong and the others finally walked out of Yida Plaza, it was already around 10 o'clock at night. By now, the entire Yida Plaza was completely deserted. With everyone bowing respectfully, the minivan slowly drove away. Half an hour later, Chen Fong and his companions finally returned to the Imperial Capital Hotel. Just as Lu Ruabing prepared to kick the door open, the door to Chen Feng's room swung open instead. "Dude, can't you let a guy sleep?" Chen Fong rubbed his eyes, looking thoroughly annoyed. The girls froze, then couldn't help but chuckle. Before they could say anything, Chen Fong spoke again. "Judging by how you all look, you must be starving, right? Want some late-night snack? Forget it. I'll just order delivery." With that, Chen Fong started searching the table in his room for his phone. Seeing this, the girls walked in with helpless smiles. After Chen Fong finished placing the order, everyone sat down on the sofa and turned on the TV. "Master, when are we heading back to Shenzhen?" Guan Feifei asked curiously, looking at Chen Fong. The other two girls also turned their eyes toward him. "We'll spend 3 more days here in the capital first. Once we return to Shenzhen, I need to go back to my hometown. After all, Chen Yu's school would soon be on summer break. He could take her along." "Your hometown?" The girls looked surprised. Lu Ruabing couldn't resist asking. "Master, where exactly is your hometown?" "Yeah, we've never heard you mention it before." Shen Mingyao quickly chimed in. "My hometown is in Xiangbei. This time, I'll take you all along with me. My hometown is beautiful, you'll love it. I'll show you around everywhere." "Really? That's wonderful." Hearing this, the girls beamed with excitement. To have such a great boss, they naturally felt incredibly happy. Chapter 90. Bro, your idea is crazy. Time quickly passed to the 3rd day. Dong dong dong. Just as Chen Fong finished his breakfast, someone knocked heavily on his door. "Who is it?" Frowning slightly, Chen Fong called out towards the door. "It's me." The next second, a voice came from outside, fluent, but with noticeable accent, speaking Mandarin that wasn't quite standard. Judging by the tone and pronunciation, it must have been a foreign woman. At that moment, Chen Fong suddenly remembered something. He stepped forward and opened the door. "So it really is you." As soon as he opened the door, Chen Fong recognized her immediately. "Well then, did you complete the task I gave you?" "Yeah, it's done." Lisa nodded simply, not elaborating further. "Good, come in," Chen Fong said as he ushered Lisa inside. Hardly had they returned and sat down when Chen Fong pulled out his phone and began checking it. "Weibo, Shocking. Billion-Da's former boss found dead by drowning in his private villa's swimming pool last night. Tushio. Breaking. Was Wang Yilan's death at home suicide or murder? TX News. Terrifying. Could Billion-Da's ex-boss have committed suicide after being ousted? Just as Chen Fong expected, major media outlets had already released news of Wang Yilan's death. Undeniably, this incident carried enormous impact. Even though Wang Yilan had been removed from Billion-Da, he was still its former chairman. Thus, the level of public attention far surpassed what ordinary people could ever attract. Shortly after these reports were published, thousands upon thousands of comments flooded beneath them. And judging by the trend, even more netizens were joining in. Whoa, is this news real or fake? It must be real. Who would dare post such fake news? Holy crap, was such a big shot actually killed? That's insane. Upper floor, stop speculating. The authorities haven't confirmed yet whether it was suicide or murder. Still, he was kicked out of Billion-Da just days ago. Of course he might have had some dark thoughts. Exactly, I think it was suicide for sure. I disagree with upper floor. I believe it was murder. While Chen Fong was reading through these comments, one particular reply instantly caught his eye. Slightly frowning, Chen Fong scrolled down to read the following exchange. What makes you say that? Think about it. If he was forced out, wouldn't they want to eliminate him completely? Whoa bro, your idea is crazy. Tell us, does my theory make sense? What sense? If they could force him out already, why fear his comeback? You're right. Besides, my little brother is so handsome. He definitely isn't capable of such cruelty. Same as above +1, my little brother would never do something like that. Same as above +99, I believe in my little brother. By the time Chen Fong finished reading, he simply put his phone away. I have a few questions for you. Chen Fong turned to Lisa, speaking very seriously. Ask me anything, master. I want to know, when you eliminated Wang Yilan last night, was anyone able to discover you? Chen Fong didn't beat around the bush, he got straight to the point. No, absolutely not. Hearing Chen Feng's concern, Lisa immediately turned solemn. Don't worry, master. I'm a professional assassin, I never leave traces. Good. Upon hearing her words, Chen Fong finally let out a sigh of relief. As long as Lisa had cleaned up thoroughly, what did a few isolated online rumors matter? Besides, this whole thing was Wang Yilan's own fault. If he hadn't tried to kill Chen Fong first, Chen Fong wouldn't have even considered touching him again. His current fate? Simply reaping what he sowed. By the way, where are you planning to go next? Suddenly remembering something, Chen Fong asked Lisa. Just then, an idea sprang into his mind. If he could pull it off, it would bring significant benefits to Chen Fong. Me? Lisa blinked, momentarily startled before answering. I plan to return to Blue Demon within the next couple of days. You assassinated your employer. Aren't you afraid of punishment when returning? Not at all. Lisa smiled proudly, almost arrogantly. My sister is the leader of Blue Demon. Who dares punish me? Really? As the old saying goes, after searching high and low with no luck, success comes without effort. Frankly speaking, Chen Feng's luck was nothing short of extraordinary. Of course it's true. Lisa first nodded proudly, but soon noticed something was off. Frowning, she looked at Chen Fong with confusion and asked, Boss, what do you mean? Chapter 91. You mean you want to die? How's your relationship with your sister? Instead of answering Lisa's question, Chen Fong turned it around and asked her. It's fine, I guess. Though Lisa suspected Chen Fong had an ulterior motive, she didn't dare not respond. Good. Chen Fong curled his lips slightly, then spoke with a playful smirk. Now I have a new task for you. A new task? Lisa was taken aback, frowning involuntarily. Haven't I already completed one mission for you? Heh. Chen Fong let out a cold laugh, full of mockery. Do you really think I'd let you off so easily after just one little task? You? Upon hearing this, Lisa nearly spat out blood in fury. She'd met her share of bullies before, but someone as shamelessly unreasonable as Chen Fong? This was a first. Don't feel wronged either. Let me tell you plainly. Ever since you came here to assassinate me, you should have expected this consequence. Chen Fong sneered, his tone icy cold. Of course, if you don't want to complete this task, that's fine too. Really? At those words, Lisa suddenly felt a glimmer of hope. Of course. A chilling smile appeared on Chen Feng's face as he continued calmly. After all, the dead don't need to worry about anything. Chen Fong wasn't some kind-hearted saint. If Lisa lost her value to him, he wouldn't hesitate to dispose of her. The fact that he was giving her another chance only meant she still held some worth. Fine, I agree. After hearing this, Lisa reluctantly nodded, helpless. Though she was an assassin, that didn't mean she welcomed death. If one could live well, who would choose to die? Especially since Chen Fong kept threatening to scar her pretty face. Good. Chen Feng's lips lifted slightly at the corners, clearly satisfied. The new task I'm giving you is simple. Within 1 month, convince the entire Blue Siren organization to serve me. What? Lisa froze at first, then immediately refused. Impossible. Honestly, she never expected Chen Feng's ambitions to be this great. What was Blue Siren? It was ranked 3rd among the world's top assassin organizations. Although composed entirely of women, their combat strength was far beyond ordinary people. The reason she'd failed this time was simply because Chen Fong himself was too powerful. Besides, Blue Siren had been founded by her sister. It was her sister's life work. Now Chen Fong demanded she surrender the entire organization to him. How could she possibly agree? Oh, Chen Fong narrowed his eyes, his voice instantly turning frigid. You mean you'd rather die? Lisa wanted to say, so what if I do? But the words caught in her throat, forced back down. After a long silence, she finally said helplessly, fine, I agree. Then, unable to resist curiosity, she asked suspiciously, aren't you afraid I'll pretend to agree now, then secretly send my sister after you? Frankly speaking, that was exactly what puzzled her. As for why she voiced this suspicion, it was merely to test Chen Fong. Heh. Chen Fong snorted disdainfully. Do you honestly believe anyone from your Blue Siren stands a chance against me? Humph. Lisa gave a proud little humph, Bufuchi written across her face. I admit you're strong, but that doesn't mean Blue Siren is weak. Let me tell you, my sister is definitely far stronger than you. Is that so? Chen Fong raised an eyebrow, skepticism clear on his expression. Of course. Lisa lifted her chin proudly. My sister once killed a tiger with a single palm strike. Back when they worked together on a mission in Africa, she'd seen it with her own eyes. Impressive to kill a tiger with one strike? Heh, honestly, that didn't seem particularly difficult. Based on Chen Feng's understanding of his own strength. Not just tigers, even elephants would fall under his palm with ease. Judging from what he'd heard, her sister's strength probably wasn't much different from Lu Rubing's. Though Chen Fong had never fought Lu Rubing, he was confident she wouldn't stand a chance against him. Thinking this, Chen Fong couldn't help but wear a look of utter contempt. He sneered at Lisa and said, "Since you insist your sister is far stronger than me, I'll give you another chance." Another chance? Lisa's eyes lit up instantly. Within 1 month, if she can defeat me. Chen Fong paused, then continued, "I won't hold the assassination attempt against you and your blue sirens anymore. But if she loses, from then on, the blue sirens will belong to me." Fine, I agree. Upon hearing Chen Feng's words, a smile instantly lit up Lisa's face. In her mind, Chen Fong was definitely going to lose this time. Chapter 92. Hey, what kind of attitude is this? Meanwhile, the watch shop owner from Yida Plaza called over. To show his respect for Chen Fong, the shop owner proactively offered on the phone to deliver the watches in person. Just half an hour later, someone knocked on Chen Feng's hotel room door again. After Chen Fong received the watches handed over by the shop owner, he immediately gave one to each of Shun Mingyao and the other girls. To Chen Fong, as long as they could faithfully carry out tasks for him, a few watches were nothing at all. Alright, let's pack up quickly and prepare to head back to Shenzhen. After seeing off the watch shop owner, Chen Fong saw that everything was nearly settled and said to the girls. As he spoke, he turned towards Shen Mingyao. "Mingyao, did you inform the airport already?" "Yes, I've already notified them." "Good." Just as Chen Fong was speaking, something suddenly occurred to him. He turned his head and looked at Guan Feifei, who was busy packing her luggage. "Feifei, I'll give you a task once we return." "What task?" Guan Feifei blinked in surprise, instinctively asking curiously. "After we get back, contact Boss Li and have him send over 4 or 5 private helicopters." Chen Fong curled his lips slightly, speaking with slight disdain. "These large aircraft are only suitable for long-distance travel. They're quite inconvenient." "Okay, I'll make the call as soon as we return." Honestly, by now Guan Feifei and the others had become completely numb to Chen Feng's purchasing power. Even if Chen Fong suddenly declared he wanted to buy an entire airline, they wouldn't bat an eye. After a flurry of activity, the girls finally finished organizing their luggage. It couldn't be denied, there really was a lot of it. With just a casual glance, Chen Fong counted at least a dozen or so pieces of luggage. Fortunately, Chen Fong owned a private jet. Otherwise, checking in so much luggage would not have been easy. Of course, apart from the girls' personal belongings, most of these bags contained gifts meant for Chen Feng's parents. Once everything was settled, Shen Mingyao called the front desk. Soon afterward, a woman dressed in the hotel uniform hurried over. She first inspected Lu Rubing's room, then proceeded to Chen Feng's room. Seeing this, Chen Fong signaled to Shun Mingyao to follow along. As for himself and Lu Rubing, they casually lay down on the sofa, finding comfortable spots to rest. In Chen Feng's mind, there shouldn't be any issue leaving Shun Mingyao to handle it alone. Now, the moment the hotel attendant stepped into Chen Feng's room, she immediately noticed the deep dent in the floor. She froze for a second, then quickly furrowed her brows. Turning around, she addressed Shun Mingyao bluntly. "Miss, what happened to this big dent in the room?" Her tone sounded accusatory. Honestly, if it had been Chen Fong accompanying her, she would have spoken gently and respectfully. After all, judging by appearance and demeanor, Chen Fong was clearly a powerful figure far beyond her ability to challenge. But this Shen Mingyao in front of her, she didn't care about her one bit. In her eyes, a woman like Shen Mingyao was nothing more than a plaything for some wealthy man. Deep down, she looked down on Shen Mingyao. Although, perhaps more than anything else, it stemmed from jealousy. She didn't think she was inferior to Shen Mingyao in any way. So why didn't she have the same luck? Indeed, when a woman is consumed by jealousy, her behavior can become utterly incomprehensible. "I'm sorry, but this was probably caused accidentally by our boss," Shen Mingyao replied. Though uncomfortable with the attendant's tone, she still patiently apologized and explained. "Let us know how much compensation is needed, and we'll pay whatever your hotel requires." "Compensation?" The attendant sneered mockingly. "Sure, compensation is fine, but..." She deliberately paused here. Shen Mingyao frowned upon noticing this. "But what?" "But first, you need to fix this dent yourself." The attendant curled her lip arrogantly. "Otherwise, you're not leaving this hotel today." "Fix it myself." Hearing this, Shen Mingyao could barely contain herself. Her eyes narrowed slightly as she coldly questioned the attendant. "Are you seriously joking with me?" She wasn't stupid. The hotel employee was clearly targeting her on purpose. "Joking? I don't have time for jokes. If you don't want to fix it, then forget I said anything." Having said that, the attendant turned and started walking away. In her mind, she held the moral high ground in this situation. Even if Shen Mingyao called the police, she wouldn't be the least bit worried. After all, damaging hotel property was an undeniable fact. Hey, what kind of attitude is this? Seeing this, Shen Mingyao reached out and blocked her, speaking angrily. "Call your hotel manager over. I'd like to ask him exactly who taught you to treat guests like this." Hee. Upon hearing this, the attendant let out a cold laugh. "Who do you think you are? Just some rich man's mistress. What right do you have to act so high and mighty in front of me? Have me call the manager for you? Why don't you just go fly to the sky instead? I'm telling you straight, I won't process your checkout unless you fix this floor right now." With that, she shoved Shen Mingyao aside and walked out with a smug stride. Chapter 93. Humph, this is simply going too far. Over here. Ice, go check. Why hasn't Mingyao returned yet? Unable to wait any longer with Niao taking so long, Chen Fong couldn't help but speak up. "Yes, master." Lu Rubing nodded, then stepped out. A short while later, she arrived at the door of Chen Feng's room. Finding the door wide open, she walked straight in. Yet to Lu Rubing's great surprise, the entire room now held only Shen Mingyao, crouched on the floor. As for the fawn, she was already nowhere to be seen. Listening closely, one could still hear the faint sound of Mingyao quietly sobbing. "Mingyao, what happened? Are you okay?" Lu Rubing quickly approached and asked urgently as she saw Mingyao huddled on the ground. I'm fine." Upon hearing Lu Rubing's voice, Shen Mingyao hastily wiped the tears from her face. The reason Mingyao was so upset was simply because of that thing's earlier word, mistress, which had deeply wounded her. Although she did harbor feelings for Chen Fong, he had, from beginning to end, only treated her as a subordinate. Now, being humiliated like this by a complete stranger, how could she possibly bear it? Lu Rubing was no fool. Judging by the scene before her, something clearly must have happened just now. If she wasn't mistaken, it likely involved that Fuyan. It happened like this. Shen Mingyao didn't make excuses or hide anything. She immediately recounted everything that had just occurred to Lu Rubing. This is simply going too far. After hearing Mingyao's account, a murderous glint flashed across Lu Rubing's face, and she sneered coldly. Come on, let's go find the master. With that, she took Mingyao by the hand and led her out of the room. Soon, the two stood before Chen Fong. After hearing Lu Rubing's report, Chen Feng's expression darkened significantly. He never expected that even in such a high-end establishment like Didu Hotel, there would still be someone blind enough to act so recklessly. All right, Bing Bing, call their hotel manager. Chen Fong sneered slightly, a cold edge in his voice. I'd like to see just how freely people can bully my subordinates. Yes, boss. Without delay, Lu Rubing pulled out her phone and dialed. Hello, who's calling? Soon, a middle-aged man's voice came through the receiver. Hello, we're guests in room 803. We'd like you to come over immediately. What's the matter? The hotel manager was startled, asking in confusion. About this, Lu Rubing didn't beat around the bush. She directly summarized the incident for him. Hearing Lu Rubing's explanation, the manager's face instantly changed. Realizing the severity, he replied without hesitation. Madam, I'm truly sorry. Please rest assured, I'll bring Nethu in here immediately to apologize. With that, he quickly hung up. Knock knock knock. Not long after, someone knocked sharply on Chen Feng's door. Chen Fong gave a slight nod. Lu Rubing walked over and opened it. Standing outside was a middle-aged man in a suit. Beside him was the same Fuyun from earlier. The Feng kept her head lowered, her body trembling slightly. It didn't take much guessing. She had clearly just been scolded by the manager. Come in. Lu Rubing said nothing more, simply guiding them inside. Chen Fong sat on the sofa, making no move to stand. He tilted his lips and asked, You're the manager of Didu Hotel? Yes, that's me. My name is Chuchinga. May I ask your name, sir? As the manager spoke, he stepped forward, intending to shake Chen Feng's hand. To his embarrassment, Chen Fong made no motion to reciprocate. Instead, a slight smirk rose at the corner of his mouth. My name is Chen Fong. Chen Fong. At the mention of the name, the manager's awkward expression vanished instantly. His brows furrowed slightly. Could you possibly be Chen Fong, the new owner of Yida Group? You know me? Chen Fong blinked in mild surprise. As for the Feng, upon hearing these words, nearly stumbled and fell flat on the floor. Last night's news about Yida's new young boss appearing at Wang Fu Jing had shocked the entire nation. As a young woman, how could she not know about the legendary, incredibly powerful new boss of Yida? But never in her wildest dreams did she imagine that Chen Fong was that very person. If she had known earlier, how dared she act so arrogantly in front of Shen Mingyao? At the thought of this, she couldn't help but wish she could slap herself hard several times. However, the hotel manager's next words suddenly made her eyes light up. He who doesn't know you? Aren't you the one who forced Mr. Wang of Yida to step down? The hotel manager sneered coldly, a mocking expression on his face. I wonder, Mr. Chen, do you even know who actually owns Didu Hotel? Chapter 94. What the hell does that have to do with him? Could it be the Wang family again? Chen Fong curled his lips, saying somewhat exasperatedly. In his eyes, he'd really been at odds with the Wang family these past few days. But unexpectedly, he was actually wrong this time. Let me put it this way. Our boss is indeed connected to the Wang family, but this isn't a hotel owned by them. The hotel manager waved his hand, proudly declaring, This establishment belongs to Lin Yunhai, head of the Lin family. I assume Mr. Chen, as the new owner of Yida, wouldn't possibly have never heard of Mr. Lin Yunhai? The manager knew perfectly well that the Wang family was closely allied to the Lin family through marriage. Now that Chen Fong had offended the entire Wang clan, how could the Lin family possibly stand idly by? He suspected the only reason the Lin family hadn't acted yet was because they were still investigating Chen Fong, waiting for the right moment to strike. Lin Yunhai. Chen Fong blinked in mild surprise, then furrowed his brow in thought. Just as the hotel manager stood there expectantly, he suddenly heard Chen Fong mockingly reply, Sorry, but honestly, I've never even heard of him. The manager nearly choked on his own rage hearing that. How could anyone in this city not know Lin Yunhai, head of one of the 8 great clans of the imperial capital? He figured Chen Fong was just saying that to humiliate him. Pointing an accusing finger at Chen Fong, he shouted furiously, Let me tell you straight, if Mr. Lin weren't attending Mr. Wang's funeral today, do you think you'd still be sitting here so peacefully? Heh. Chen Fong sneered coldly, completely unimpressed. So what are you implying? What am I implying? Just giving you a warning, that's all. The manager sneered smugly, adding with a taunting tone, In the imperial capital, people like you don't get to act arrogant. Cross the Lin family, and you won't end up well. Oh, judging by your tone, is this Lin family really that powerful? To be honest, Chen Fong had never even heard of the Lin family. As for this Lin Yunhai, forget about it. But judging by the manager's smug expression, the Lin family must wield some serious influence here in the capital. Otherwise, how could a mere hotel manager dare to act so arrogantly in front of Chen Fong? Still, no matter how powerful this Lin family was, Chen Fong wouldn't back down. He was a man with a system. He'd be utterly disgraced if some Lin family could intimidate him. If they left him alone, fine and dandy. But if they dared challenge him, Chen Fong would make sure they learned exactly why flowers were so red. Naturally, the manager straightened his face, proudly declaring, Our Mr. Lin's family is one of the 8 great clans of the imperial capital. Besides possessing boundless wealth, we also maintain many martial arts experts under our banner. How's that for impressive? Well then, Chen Fong sneered, shrugging dismissively. What the hell does that have to do with you? That. The manager was caught off guard. Truthfully, Chen Fong had just stumped him. What did it have to do with him? What the hell did he have to do with them? Given his status as a mere hotel manager, he'd probably be nothing more than a dog before Lin Yunhai himself. His earlier arrogance toward Chen Fong was no different than a dog relying on its master's might. Heh, judging by your expression, are you perhaps acting like a dog hiding behind its master's shadow? Seeing the manager flustered, Chen Fong couldn't help but chuckle coldly. You mind your own business. Being called a dog enraged the manager, who snorted angrily. Embarrassed, he quickly changed the subject. I still believe our staff acted correctly. If you don't personally fix that hole in the room, you're not leaving this hotel today. In his mind, what if he offended Chen Fong? He just stood up for Lin Yunhai. If Lin Yunhai found out he'd humiliated Chen Fong like this, surely it would lead to rapid promotion. That's right. So what if you're the boss of Yida? The waitress beside him chimed in, eager to agree. Offend our Mr. Lin, and whether you like it or not, you'll fix this floor today. She wasn't stupid. How could she let such a golden opportunity to curry favor slip away? If the manager got promoted, maybe she'd take his place. Enough noise. No sooner had the two finished speaking than Chen Feng's expression turned dark. Chen Fong was not someone who tolerated insults, especially from two mere lackeys. His eyes narrowed slightly as he gave Lu Rubing a subtle glance. Lu Rubing understood immediately, stepping forward and delivering a powerful flying kick to both of them. Pooh, pooh. The next second, both of them were instantly kicked flying by Lu Rubing. The moment they hit the ground, a mouthful of blood spurted from their lips. Soon after, they lay there unconscious. No need to think twice. It was clear these two would be lucky to survive, and even if they did, they'd likely be bedridden for years. Master, what should we do now? Seeing this, Shen Mingyao turned to Chen Fong and asked. Although she didn't know exactly what kind of presence the Lin family held in the imperial capital, from what the hotel manager had just said, it was obvious they weren't some ordinary force. In her opinion, the best course of action right now would be to leave the capital as quickly as possible. She wasn't alone in thinking this. Guan Feifei felt the same way. Master, should I go pay the Lin family a visit? As for Lu Rubing, she clearly didn't give a damn about any so-called Lin family. She was a martial cultivation expert. Naturally, she knew quite well about the 8 great clans of the imperial capital. The Lin family? At most, they were only middle tier. All right. Chen Fong thought for a moment, then nodded. We'll wait for you here at the hotel. Got it. I'll be back before noon. After saying that, Lu Rubing picked up the 2 beaten men and walked straight out of the room. Master, do you think Bing Bing might get into trouble? After Lu Rubing left, Guan Feifei and Shen Mingyao couldn't help but ask worriedly. Don't worry, Chen Fong reassured them. Bing Bing isn't someone who'd act recklessly without confidence. In Chen Feng's eyes, if Lu Rubing dared to walk in alone, she must have had solid backing. Truthfully, even after all this time, Chen Fong still didn't fully understand Lu Rubing. After all, when Lu Rubing and her junior sisters first appeared, they were all dressed in tight-fitting red robes. That kind of attire was something ordinary people simply wouldn't wear. If Chen Feng's guess was correct, Lu Rubing must be someone from the martial world, and even more likely, a direct disciple of a certain sect. Chapter 95. Surround the entire DE hotel. In less than 2 hours, Lu Rubing had already returned unscathed. Judging from her expression, there was no sign of exhaustion or disarray that usually followed a confrontation. Ice, how did you get back so quickly? The moment she stepped in, Chen Fong asked curiously. Everything went smoothly. I gave them a warning and came right back, Lu Rubing said casually. Don't worry, the Lin family won't dare trouble us again. Wah, Sister Bing, you're amazing. Upon hearing this, Shen Mingyao nearly jumped with joy. Nearby, Guan Feifei also immediately gave her a thumbs up. In their minds, the Lin family, one of the 8 great clans of the imperial capital, was an incredibly powerful force. For Lu Rubing to go there alone was like walking straight into a tiger's den. Even if she wasn't injured, they expected her to at least look worn out. Yet, looking at Lu Rubing now, there wasn't a trace of struggle on her. This could only mean one thing. Lu Rubing's strength far exceeded what they'd imagined. What they didn't know was that as soon as Lu Rubing revealed her identity at the Lin residence, even the Lin family's ancestral elder had rushed out personally to greet her. As for what followed, needless to say, Lu Rubing had full control of the situation. Good job, Chen Fong said, nodding in satisfaction. Then, wearing an amused expression, he added, though Ice, you've taken care of the Lin family issue, we shouldn't let it end so easily. Master, what do you mean? Lu Rubing asked, slightly puzzled. Beside her, Shen Mingyao and the others quickly turned to look. Haha, Chen Fong chuckled. Isn't their DE hotel supposed to be the most successful hotel in the capital? If they dared show off in front of me, Chen Fong, they'll have to pay the price. The moment Chen Fong wore that smile, the girls couldn't help but shiver. They knew all too well, whenever Chen Fong wore that expression, someone was about to suffer. Sure enough, the next second, Chen Fong pulled his phone out of his pocket. Without hesitation, he dialed the number. Director Chen, how may I assist you? The call barely connected before Su Xinjuan's respectful voice came through. President Su, I've got a task for you. Get it done within a week. Chen Fong cut straight to the point without preamble. Director Chen, please give your orders. Right, you know the DE Hotel, correct? The DE Hotel? Su Xinjun hesitated, confused. Aren't you currently staying at the DE Hotel? That's correct. The task I'm assigning is directly related to that hotel. Chen Fong smirked, lips curling upward. Within 1 week, open hotels around every side. Surround the entire DE Hotel completely. What the hell? Is this real? Did this ruthless man somehow offend the DE Hotel too? Hearing Chen Feng's words, Su Xinjun was utterly shocked. Director Chen, the DE Hotel belongs to the Lin family. Are you certain? As a high-ranking executive at Yida Real Estate, Su Xinjun had operated in the capital for over a decade and naturally understood the local power dynamics. In his mind, Chen Feng's request could very well provoke the entire Lin family. Absolutely certain. Chen Fong narrowed his eyes, replying coldly. So can you do it or not? If you can't. But before Chen Fong could finish, Su Xinjun quickly interrupted. Rest assured, I will complete the task within your specified time frame. Good. Chen Fong nodded in approval, then hung up immediately. Truthfully, the main reason he assigned this task to Su Xinjun was simply because Yida was a real estate company. It was safe to say that Yida owned land in 80% of regions nationwide. Even in the imperial capital, Yida had acquired no small amount of property. Chen Fong was confident that the land surrounding the Dui Hotel was likely owned by Yida. If so, why not make full use of it? If, as Chen Fong said, hotels were opened around every side to fully encircle the Dui Hotel, then the Dui Hotel would effectively be rendered useless. After all, if there's no access road leading in or out, even if guests wanted to come, they'd have absolutely no way to do so. Of course, most people trying to imitate Chen Feng's tactic to crush a rival would find it impossible. No choice. Money really does bring that kind of arrogance. Alright, let's head out now, Chen Fong said after hanging up, turning to the women. Soon enough, they were carrying large and small packages, piling into several newly rented minivans. There was no way their old beat-up red van from a few days ago could have fit all this stuff. Half an hour later, it was only with the crew's help that Chen Fong and the others managed to load all the luggage onto the plane. Needless to say, having a private jet was incredibly convenient. You could take off whenever you wanted. As soon as everyone had taken their seats, the plane took off immediately. Of course, the long journey still required some way to pass the time. And so, Chen Fong made 2 consecutive trips to the restroom. After Chen Feng's diligent efforts, the plane soon landed at Shunqing International Airport. Since Shen Mingyao had given advance notice to Shuncheng, outside the airport terminal already formed a dazzling scene. Sports cars, beautiful women, everything imaginable. My god, what? Why are there so many luxury cars and beauties? Damn, isn't that a Lamborghini Veneno? Exactly. All of these are top-tier supercars, like that Bugatti Veyron right behind. Good grief, this is insane. There must be at least 30 or 40 luxury cars. You think someone's planning a car show right here at the airport? Looks very possible. I'm definitely going to check it out later. I gotta say, these girls are getting more and more beautiful by the second. TSK, if I could marry even one of them. Just imagining it makes me happy. Right? Those long legs, those figures, those faces, absolutely drool-worthy. Haha, you guys think differently. I care more about these supercars. Own one of these, and what woman couldn't you get? Needless to say, the arrival of Su Moyu and the girls was like dropping a depth charge. It instantly shocked everyone present. In less than a minute, they had captured the attention of every single bystander. Chapter 96, Super Biosecurity Guard, Terminator Number 1. The moment Chen Fong and his group stepped out of the airport, they immediately noticed something unusual. Master, isn't that MOU over there? Guan Feifei had sharp eyes and quickly spotted Su Moyu through the crowd, not far away. It really does look like her. Is Shuer here too? And little Yu. At that moment, Shen Mingyao also spotted Zhao Shuer and Qin Yu among the people. Let's go, we'll head over and check it out. Without wasting any time, Chen Fong led the girls forward, pushing through the crowd. What are you shoving for? Don't you know what first come, first served means? Yeah, so annoying. No manners at all. If you want to see beauties, can't you just wait in line? Stop acting like this airport belongs to you. Because Chen Fong pushed quite forcefully, he instantly drew complaints from the surrounding onlookers. But the moment they turned around and got a clear look at Chen Fong and his companions, their angry expressions froze in place. Holy crap! Holy crap! Holy crap! Since when did Shin City have so many handsome men and beautiful women? Just then, Su Moyu and her group also immediately spotted Chen Fong and the others. Without hesitation, they rushed forward to meet them. As soon as they approached, they automatically lined up in 3 neat rows. Boss! Under the shocked gazes of the gawking crowd, all the girls bowed respectfully and called out in unison. Boss? Holy crap, is he actually their boss? Oh my god, this is insane. He's so handsome. This young man is absolutely stunning, right? He looks just like a movie star. Hey you guys, with so many beauties calling him boss, don't you think? Dude, that thought is way too dirty. But I like it. Dirty? If you were their boss, would you really have no other thoughts? You're all talking nonsense. How could such a handsome guy be like that? Exactly. I won't let you talk about my husband that way. Damn, you guys are so hypocritical. Oh well, beauty truly is justice after all. Undeniably, the collective shout of boss from Su Moyu's group had stunned everyone present. Yet Chen Fong didn't pay them any mind. He simply nodded, then motioned for Su Moyu and the others to get into the car. A moment later, they disappeared from sight, leaving the stunned crowd behind. Early the next morning, Li Yihong sent someone over with 5 Sikorsky S-92 helicopters. These helicopters were massive, each with a cabin area of 12 square meters, capable of accommodating up to 19 passengers. Compared to other helicopters, this transport capacity was extremely powerful. In addition to their ample space, the interiors were also meticulously designed. From every perspective, they were unmatched by any other helicopter. Of course, these aircraft weren't cheap either. Even at the internal discount price Li Yihong provided, 5 helicopters still cost Chen Fong nearly 800 million Huaxia yuan. Now that the planes were secured, a new problem emerged: pilots. Chen Fong had no intention of hiring male pilots to come home with him. Who knew if he'd end up wearing green one day? As for Guan Feifei, although she graduated from the Imperial Capital Aviation University, she only knew basic operations. Hire a few more female pilots? Forget it. There probably weren't many female pilots in the entire world. Just then, Chen Fong suddenly remembered something. Without delay, he immediately called out to the system in his mind. System, open the interface. The instant the words left his mouth, a holographic screen appeared before him. He reached out and tapped the system all, quickly navigating to the section labeled Super Biosecurity Guard, and began inspecting it. Super Biosecurity Guard, basic level. Compatibility comparable to an advanced human inner strength expert. Complete skill set. Purchase price, 1 million consumption points. Complete skill set? Did that include piloting helicopters? No matter. Just try it first. With that thought, Chen Fong made an excuse and left Huaihai Villa. After driving nearly out of the city, he pulled over onto a forest path. After scanning the surroundings and confirming no one else was nearby, he activated the system interface once again. Ding. Congratulations. You have successfully purchased 1 Super Biosecurity Guard. Would you like to extract now? The second Chen Fong confirmed the purchase, the system popped up this message on the screen. Not wasting any time, Chen Fong immediately clicked the extraction button. But to his surprise, The moment he pressed the button, the system displayed another prompt. Ding. Before extraction, please customize the BioGuard's appearance, body type, personality, etc. For detailed steps, refer to the interface. Shortly after Chen Fong finished reading this prompt, a 3D holographic figure quickly appeared on the screen. Beside the holographic figure were various customizable options. First category name. Chen Fong thought for a moment before entering the words, Terminator number 1. In his mind, since this was a biosecurity guard, a more sci-fi name would add extra flair and sophistication. Second category, gender. To Chen Feng's surprise, this section actually had 3 choices. In addition to male and female, there was even a third option, neutral. Neutral was naturally out of the question. He didn't want some eerie creature following him around. As for male, after brief consideration, Chen Fong also decided against it. Frankly, he thought having a beautiful girl by his side would be much better. Having a muscular guy trailing behind him all the time would just feel strange. Without hesitation, Chen Fong ultimately clicked the female button. Third category, age. Chen Fong directly typed in 18 years old. Fourth category, appearance. This category offered a wide range of choices, classified by the system into seductive and charming face, mature and steady face, domineering older sister type, and cute innocent lowly face. Since the BioGuard was meant to pilot helicopters, it made sense to go with someone more mature and composed. No question about it. Chen Fong immediately selected the seductive and charming face. Fifth category, body type. Well, if he'd already chosen the seductive look, then the body had to be hot too. Otherwise, it would just feel awkward. So yes, a sexy, stunning figure was absolutely necessary. Sixth category, personality. Unlike the previous categories, this one not only provided preset options, but also allowed manual input. Without wasting any time, Chen Fong immediately selected intelligent and capable. Honestly, he didn't want an extracted BioGuard with a wooden head. The smarter, the better. As for the manual input field, he typed in 4 large characters. Absolute obedience. In Chen Feng's opinion, these 4 words were far more important than all other options combined. Once Chen Fong had finalized all selections, the 3D holographic figure on the screen began to slowly transform. Chapter 97. What's wrong with your eyes? On the holographic screen, the simulated figure began to change, starting from the top of its head. The bald crown quickly became covered with a head of lustrous, jet-black hair. Then, the face started to transform as well. In an instant, the alluring face of a seductive woman with fox-like, bewitching eyes appeared before Chen Fong. As Chen Fong stared into those eyes, he suddenly felt as though he had been struck by lightning. Hiss! Unable to suppress it, he sharply inhaled a breath of cold air. For some unknown reason, those eyes gave Chen Fong the sensation that they could capture one's very soul. The next second, a woman's perfectly sculpted body materialized on the screen. Moreover, Chen Fong noticed that a shining, silver whip hung at the cyborg's waist. Ding! You have successfully created your biochemical bodyguard. Extract now. At that moment, the system prompt popped up again. Without wasting time, Chen Fong immediately reached out and tapped the extraction button. Whoosh! The next second, a stunningly beautiful woman abruptly appeared before Chen Fong. Master! The beauty gazed at Chen Fong and shyly called out. After speaking, she couldn't resist giving him a flirtatious wink. Chen Fong forcibly suppressed the fluttering in his heart and sternly said to the woman, Unit 1, from this moment forward, you are forbidden from winking at me. Understood? Yes, master. Upon hearing this, Unit 1 obediently nodded. Almost instantly, Chen Fong noticed that the light in her eyes seemed to vanish, turning unnaturally ordinary. Huh, what just happened? Unable to hold back, Chen Fong asked Unit 1. Unit 1, what's wrong with your eyes? In response, Master, Unit 1 has deactivated the special skill, Deadly Charm. Deadly Charm. Upon hearing this, Chen Fong blinked in mild surprise. Correct, Unit 1 replied, nodding. Deadly Charm is an innate special ability I possess. It can mesmerize an enemy's mind and spirit. With my current capabilities, anyone at the Dark Force level or below will fall under my control the moment their eyes meet mine. I see. After hearing this, Chen Fong wore an expression of sudden realization. That was exactly what he'd thought. The eyes had seemed strangely unsettling earlier. He wasn't inexperienced with beautiful women. How could he possibly be stunned by just a pair of eyes? Now it made sense. This special skill, Deadly Charm, must have been responsible for the effect. Undeniably, this ability was quite terrifying. Even though Chen Feng's strength was comparable to that of a late-stage Dark Force expert, he had still seemingly been affected slightly. It wasn't much, but if such a thing happened during battle with an enemy, the consequences would be dire. At this thought, Chen Fong couldn't help feeling delighted. This was his cyborg bodyguard. After all, the stronger she was, the better. Cough cough. Clearing his throat twice, Chen Fong pointed at the whip at Unit 1's waist and asked, Unit 1, what's that whip for? To be honest, when Chen Fong asked this, he felt a bit awkward. Especially after noticing her tight leather bodysuit, the feeling intensified. This. Upon hearing him, Unit 1 promptly unhooked the whip from her waist. This is my weapon. With that, she swung it once in front of Chen Fong toward a nearby tree. Crack. A sharp cracking sound echoed, and a tree nearly as thick as a human thigh instantly snapped in half. And it didn't end there. Unit 1 then demonstrated a breathtaking whip routine right before Chen Fong. By Chen Feng's standards, this technique undoubtedly qualified as a supreme martial art. If used in actual combat, every single move could take a life. Indeed, anything the system produced was truly top-tier quality. Oh, by the way, can you fly an airplane? Just then, Chen Fong remembered the original purpose of coming here and turned to ask Unit 1. Fly an airplane? Unit 1 paused, looking momentarily puzzled, then nodded. Yes, I can. How about tanks? Also yes. Fighter jets. Those two. You definitely can't operate an aircraft carrier, right? Cough, cough. Unit 1 cleared her throat slightly, sounding a little embarrassed. Master, actually, I can do that too. Damn, you're seriously an all-rounder. Upon hearing this, Chen Fong couldn't help but raise his thumb in admiration. Thank you for the praise, Master. Unit 1 giggled, then instinctively sent Chen Fong another coquettish wink. This time, however, she didn't activate Deadly Charm. so Chen Fong didn't feel anything unusual. Alright, let's head back now. Chen Fong spoke as he opened the car door and sat into the front passenger seat. In his mind, if Unit 1 could even operate an aircraft carrier, driving a sports car shouldn't be any problem at all. As for exchanging more cyborgs at the moment, Chen Fong had no such intention. Just as he expected, after receiving his order, Unit 1 immediately sat into the driver's seat. After a series of smooth maneuvers, the car swiftly sped down the road. To be honest, Unit 1 drove the sports car far more steadily than Chen Fong ever could himself. The ride felt so smooth to Chen Fong that it was as if he were lying comfortably on his own living room sofa. After giving her an address, Chen Fong promptly fell asleep. When he woke up again, he truly found himself lying on his own living room sofa. What the hell? What's going on here? Chen Fong quickly noticed that all the women in his house seemed to have lost their senses. They stood in the living room, constantly grinning foolishly at him. Honestly, if Chen Fong hadn't been fairly fearless, he might have fainted from fright. Master, watch out behind you. At that moment, Lu Rubing nearby shouted anxiously toward Chen Fong. Judging from her disheveled appearance, something serious must have just happened. Upon hearing this, Chen Fong hesitated slightly. As if remembering something, he quickly turned to look behind him. Hiss. The next second, he couldn't help but sharply inhale another cold breath. Just as he'd suspected, it was indeed Unit 1 who'd caused this mess. Forcing down the unease rising in his heart, he immediately commanded, Unit 1, deactivate Deadly Charm. Yes, Master. Unit 1, who had just been in combat mode, quickly deactivated the Deadly Charm ability. Chapter 98, couldn't be more appropriate. Soon, the girls who had been giggling foolishly snapped back to their senses. When they looked at Unit 1 again, it was as if they'd seen a ghost. Pure terror filled their eyes. Truth be told, Unit 1's earlier display had left an incredibly eerie impression on them. Master, who is this? Lu Rubing couldn't help but ask Chen Fong, noticing the situation. Judging by her expression, however, she hadn't fully let down her guard yet. This is Terminator Unit 1, an intelligent bioandroid my new company just developed. Chen Fong slightly raised the corner of his lips, half serious and half joking. The reason he said this was because within the system store, there were still plenty of high-tech items. Aside from super bio bodyguards, there were also electromagnetic energy guns, electromagnetic cannons, thunderstorm fighters, and more. Since he would eventually reveal these anyway, why not just attribute everything to his new company? After all, under Chen Feng's name stood the world's largest black tech research base. Using it as a scapegoat for his system was simply too perfect. A bioandroid? At those words, Lu Rubing froze in place. She never imagined that someone so clearly possessing independent thought could actually be a bioandroid. Moreover, one with such terrifying skills. If not for her late-stage dark force cultivation, even she might have fallen victim moments ago. Of course, she wasn't alone. Every other girl felt exactly the same. As for Chen Feng's claim about the new company, none of them doubted it. And really, it was quite understandable. Chen Fong kept launching new companies every few days. It'd be strange if anyone did question it anymore. Alright, Chen Fong didn't have time to waste here. Turning to Su Moyu, he said, Moyu, I'll be returning home for a few days. The house will be in your hands. Understood, boss. Su Moyu nodded, though clearly disappointed. Yesterday, when Chen Fong returned, she'd already heard that he planned to bring Shun Mingyao and the others back to his hometown. Good. For now, I'm leaving everything in your care. I still need to pick up Xiao Yu and Schwer from school. Unit 1 and Bing Bing will come with me. With that, Chen Fong walked out of the villa with Unit 1 and Lu Rubing. Boss, I don't know how to drive. Should we call Mingyao? As soon as they reached the parking lot, Lu Rubing spoke awkwardly. No need. Chen Fong waved his hand and pointed at Unit 1. She can drive. A bioandroid can drive? Lu Rubing blinked in surprise, curiously questioning. What's so special about driving a car? She can even operate an aircraft carrier. Enough talk, get in. Saying this, Chen Fong opened the car door and got in. Seeing this, Lu Rubing hesitantly climbed into the vehicle, still half convinced. Honestly, she was somewhat skeptical about Chen Feng's claims. Operate an aircraft carrier? That sounded way too exaggerated. But the moment Unit 1 pressed the accelerator and launched the car forward nearly 8 meters with a single push, she finally believed it. Soon, Chen Fong and the others arrived at the gate of Shenzhen University. Since the car they arrived in today was the Mercedes-Benz S65 AMG, they didn't attract much attention upon reaching the school entrance. Which made sense. After all, a 3 million plus yuan car wasn't particularly rare in a university like this. Without delay, Chen Fong took out his phone and called Qin Yu and the others. A short while later, amidst the stares of many students, Qin Yu and Zhao Schwerer emerged from campus, dragging their luggage. Xiao Yu, over here. Chen Fong rolled down the window and called out. Seeing him, Zhao Schwerer and the others quickly rushed over and loaded their bags into the car. The next second, the Mercedes-Benz S65 AMG sped away, drawing gazes from onlookers. Dude, isn't that Qin Yu's brother? Must be. After all, guys that handsome aren't common. Why did he come in such a junk car today? Wasn't he driving multi-million luxury cars just days ago? You think his family went bankrupt? That's actually possible. Didn't Qin Yu and Senior Schwerer take a taxi to school this morning? That's awesome. Bankrupt, perfect. Now let's see if they still act smug at school. Exactly. Acting so proud just because they had some dirty money. Now that they're broke, let's see how they keep up the act. Needless to say, jealous people existed in abundance these days. Seeing Chen Fong arrive without his usual fleet of luxury vehicles instantly filled their hearts with delight. Of course, where there were envious critics, there were also rational voices. Bankrupt? Doesn't look like it. Don't you recognize that car? That's a Mercedes-Benz S65 AMG. Calling it a piece of junk? Seriously, I can't believe you. Mercedes-Benz S65 AMG? Is that even impressive? Take them out, please. This car costs at least over 3 million, okay? Tell me that's not impressive. Whoa, seriously that expensive? Oofed. Only over 3 million? Plenty of students here can afford that. Yeah, in my opinion, Qin Yu's family must have gone bankrupt for sure. The onlookers continued gossiping, but Chen Fong naturally had no idea. And even if he did know, he'd probably just laugh it off anyway. Him go bankrupt? That would be more ridiculous than China's national soccer team making it into the World Cup. Brother, are we heading straight back to the villa? In the car, Chen Yu turned to Chen Fong and asked. As she spoke, her eyes briefly flickered toward Unit 1 at the driver's seat. In her mind, this was surely another one of her brother's new flings. Back to the villa first. We'll head to our hometown tomorrow. Chen Fong nodded. Can we stop by a mall later? Yeah, Funga, let's go to a mall first. Zhao Shuer immediately chimed in as soon as she heard Chen Yu's suggestion. What do you need at the mall? Chen Fong blinked in mild surprise, curious. What else? I haven't been home for over half a year. I should bring some gifts for mom and dad, right? Chen Yu pouted slightly, a teasing smirk tugging at her lips. As for Shuer, I'm guessing she's thinking the same thing. She's meeting the in-laws for the first time. Can't show up empty-handed. Shuer, don't you think I'm right? After saying this, Chen Yu playfully winked at Zhao Shuer. Zhao Shuer's face flushed red as she lowered her head and softly murmured, Last night, she had seen how Shen Mingyao and the others had bought so many gifts for Qin Feng's parents. They were packed by the boxful. In her mind, as Qin Feng's girlfriend, she couldn't possibly fall behind them. Alright then. With a helpless shrug, Chen Fong turned to Unit 1. Unit 1, find a large mall nearby. Let's make a quick stop. Chapter 99. Do you believe I'll make you sleep on the street tonight? Alright, master. Number 1 nodded and immediately opened the navigation. Bro, what did you just call her? Number 1. What kind of weird name was that? Hearing Qin Feng's words, Chen Yu and the other girl nearly popped their eyes out. They never expected such a beautiful girl to have such a strange name. Of course, they didn't dare to ask further. After all, it would seem rather impolite. Less than 10 minutes later, Chen Fong and his group had already arrived at a large nearby mall. After parking, Chen Fong led the women inside. The entire mall spanned 4 floors. First floor mainly sold jewelry and precious items. Second and third floors were filled with snacks, clothing, and nutritional products. As for the 4th floor, it housed several high-end leisure clubs. The moment they entered, Chen Yu and the other girl rushed straight toward the jewelry section. Excuse me, 2 beautiful ladies, are you looking to buy some jewelry? A salesperson quickly approached as soon as they arrived. Yes, I want to buy a ring each for my parents, Chen Yu nodded, replying to the salesperson. She clearly remembered that her parents hadn't even owned a single wedding ring in all these years. Chen Fong, standing off to the side, couldn't help but give Chen Yu a thumbs up. For your parents? The salesperson paused in surprise, then pointed toward a decent-looking platinum ring. How about this one, miss? This one. Chen Yu examined it carefully, dissatisfied. It feels a bit too outdated. Do you have anything slightly more attractive? Something better looking? The salesperson then pointed to another piece. Then how about this one? Not bad, but honestly, neither of the 2 rings shown by the salesperson satisfied Chen Yu. Either too old-fashioned or too cheap. The combined price of both rings didn't even exceed 2,000 yuan. In the past, Chen Yu might have just bought them without hesitation. But now, her older brother wasn't short on money. Purchasing such inexpensive rings for her parents would surely invite criticism. Hey, isn't that Chen Fong? Just as Chen Yu was about to explain her preferences to the salesperson, a male voice interrupted. At the sound, Chen Fong and his group turned to look. 2 people had arrived, a man and a woman. The man looked fairly handsome. But the woman? She could only be described as an absolute disaster. About 1.5 meters tall, she looked like she weighed at least 60 or 70 kilograms. Li Hao Zhouyan, is that you? Because the pair was so distinctive, Chen Fong recognized them instantly. Back in school, he had been somewhat friendly with Li Hao. Back then, he already knew that Zhouyan had a crush on Li Hao. At the time, he thought it impossible, but now it seemed Li Hao had indeed given in to reality. Otherwise, why would Zhouyan be clinging to his arm? Really didn't expect to run into you here in Shenshan. Li Hao chuckled and gave Chen Fong a bear hug. Then, pointing at Chen Yu, he said, this must be Xiao Yu, right? Haven't seen you in years. You've grown even prettier. Back in school, Chen Yu had always followed Chen Fong around like a little shadow, so Li Hao naturally recognized her. Oh, stop it. Chen Yu fidgeted shyly, a bit embarrassed. At that moment, Li Hao noticed Lu Rubing and the other girls beside Chen Fong, and his expression instantly shifted to one of astonishment. Leaning close to Chen Feng's ear, he whispered enviously, Dude, looks like you're doing great. How come you've got so many beauties with you? Come on, which one's your girlfriend? Though his voice was low, Lu Rubing and the others still heard every word. They turned and all stared at Chen Fong. This. Chen Fong felt a headache coming, giving an awkward laugh. Well, sort of all of them. Honestly, in such a situation, he really didn't know what else to say. One wrong answer might hurt one, or even several of them. Since that was the case, why not keep them all happy? Sure enough, just as Chen Fong predicted, the moment he spoke, the girls instantly lowered their heads shyly. What the hell? For real? Li Hao, standing nearby, blurted out in shock. Bro, you're way too impressive. You're just listening to his nonsense. However, at that moment, Zhou Yin sneered disdainfully. Given Qin Feng's family's miserable situation, how could he possibly have so many girlfriends? Not to mention, she added, turning to Lu Rubing and the other girls, you girls are really lowering yourselves too much. Given Qin Feng's family situation, can you seriously be interested in him? She and Li Hao were Qin Feng's high school classmates, so naturally they knew a thing or two about his family background. Hearing her words, Chen Fong and the others immediately frowned. Just as the girls were about to speak up, Li Hao couldn't hold back anymore and snapped at Zhou Yin. Xiao Yin, what kind of talk is that? At least Chen Fong was our classmate, wasn't he? Classmate? Zhou Yin sneered. I don't have any poor beggar for a classmate. Then she looked Chen Fong up and down carefully, clicking her tongue. TSK. Not bad though. He actually looks somewhat decent now. All bought from night markets, right? The main reason Zhou Yin held such disdain for Chen Fong was because she believed that back when she was chasing after Li Hao, Chen Fong had spoken ill of her. Hey, do you ever shut up? Li Hao finally lost his temper and shouted at her. He already felt embarrassed bringing such a fat woman around, especially running into an old classmate like this. Now with Zhou Yin spouting nonsense, he was even angrier. The hell? You think you're brave now? But Li Hao's outburst only enraged Zhou Yin further. Li, you dare spend the night on the streets if I say so. Li Hao wanted to say more, But the moment he met Zhou Yan's fierce glare, he instantly turned into a meek, wounded cat. Chen Fong watched, shaking his head. Honestly, he didn't feel any sympathy for Li Hao. This was his own choice. No one else was to blame. Unwilling to waste more time arguing with Zhou Yan, he turned to Qin Yu and said, "Xiao Yu, go pick your ring." Qin Yu nodded. The other girl shot Zhou Yan one last scathing glare before stepping forward to help Qin Yu choose. Well, looks like I underestimated you, Chen Fong. Actually have money to buy your sister a ring? Yet again, Zhou Yan followed over with a look of contempt. Oh, even going for diamond ones. Those are super expensive, you know. Chapter 100. Are you incredibly rich or something? What do you mean by that? Upon hearing this, Qin Yu could hardly contain herself and coldly confronted Zhou Yan. Hee, what could I possibly mean? Zhou Yan sneered with disdain. I'm just saying, if you're broke, don't waste other people's time here. You. At those words, Qin Yu was instantly furious. Just as she was about to retort, Chen Fong stepped in and stopped her. Chen Fong stepped forward, frowning at Zhou Yan. How can you be so sure we don't have money? Do I even need to explain? Zhou Yan curled her lip arrogantly. Forget the fact that your family's always been poor. Haven't you only just started working a few years ago? A nobody with no background and no education? If you had money, that'd be downright bizarre. Oh, judging from your tone, are you incredibly rich then? Of course, Zhou Yan smirked proudly, putting on an obnoxious act. Don't think I'm bragging, but my fiancée Li Hao and I run a shop. Easily rake in 200,000 or 300,000 a year. And yet, we've only just come to buy a diamond ring today. Could it be you two are just here to play pretend? You? Hearing this, Lu Rubing and Number One were ready to lunge at her. In their eyes, this woman was simply insufferable. But before they could move, Chen Fong spoke up again. Are you seriously trying to flaunt your wealth in front of me? Believe whatever you want. All that matters is that I'm rich now, period. Zhou Yan declared, then turned toward the salesperson. Listen carefully, miss. Whatever they buy today, I'll buy double. In her mind, Chen Fong and his group could probably afford a 1 or 2,000 yuan ring at most. Even doubling that amount wouldn't cost her anything significant. The salesperson hesitated, feeling uneasy. She was just an employee, after all. How could she get involved in such messy drama? Before she could say anything, Zhou Yan slapped the bank card down onto the counter. Smirking slightly, she acted dramatically. Don't give me any this or that. Just swipe the card when the time comes. Then, turning toward Chen Fong, she added a mocking grin. Brother, I can't take it anymore. Seeing this, Qin Yu turned to Chen Fong, seething with anger. Really? Chen Fong smirked, clearly amused. Then don't hold back. Didn't I give you a card? As Qin Yu's older brother, Chen Fong knew her perfectly well. If Zhou Yan and the others had already abandoned any pretense of classmate camaraderie, why should he show them respect? Competing with him over wealth? This woman must have lost her mind. Okay. When Qin Yu saw Chen Fong nod, she immediately felt empowered. Though Chen Fong had given her a black card before, she'd never once used it. Not because she didn't know how to spend money, but because she feared a day might come when her brother fell on hard times, and this money might help him then. But under these circumstances today, she couldn't hold back any longer. Qin Yu pulled out her wallet, retrieved the black card, and mimicked Zhou Yan by slamming it down on the counter. All the jewelry in your store today. Here. Qin Yu paused briefly, then continued boldly. No. Wait. I'm buying your entire store. What? Miss, are you joking with me? Hearing Qin Yu's words, the salesperson froze in shock. She thought Qin Yu had to be kidding. Yet when she actually looked closely at the black card lying on the counter, she was utterly stunned. Ha, kid, are you performing some kind of circus act? Just then, Zhou Yan burst into loud laughter. Don't get me wrong, but do you even know how much this store is worth? Buying the whole place? Why not fly straight to heaven while you're at it? As soon as Zhou Yan finished speaking, Li Hao behind her shook his head in disbelief. To him, Qin Yu was being ridiculously pretentious. He was Qin Feng's old classmate. He knew exactly how poor Qin Feng's family was. Buying the entire shop? They'd struggle to afford even half the display cases. But what neither of them expected was, at that moment, the salesperson finally snapped out of her astonishment. First, she bowed respectfully to Chen Fong and his group, then said solemnly, I'm sorry, but if you truly wish to purchase our store, I'll call our manager right away. With that, ignoring the shocked expressions on Zhou Yan and Li Hao's faces, she took out her phone and made the call. Hee. Snapping out of her daze, Zhou Yan chuckled mockingly at Chen Fong. Chen Fong, never thought you'd manage to get the staff to play along with your act. Upon hearing this, Chen Fong simply ignored her. In his mind, Li Hao must have suffered 8 generations of bad luck to end up marrying a woman like her. Less than 10 minutes later, a middle-aged man with a slicked-back hairstyle approached. Before he even reached the counter, the salesperson sprinted over to him, holding the black card Qin Yu had slammed down. Boss, look at this. Her hands slightly trembling, she handed the black card to the man. The middle-aged man examined it closely for a few seconds and nearly popped his eyes out. Though he himself was worth several tens of millions, he'd only seen such a black card once, during an elite banquet. And the person who held that card at the banquet? None other than the legendary Ma Daddy. Not daring to waste another second, he quickly rushed back toward the counter with the salesperson. With a polite smile, he asked Chen Feng's group, May I ask whose black card this belongs to? Of course it's my brother's. No one else is worthy of owning such a card. After hearing this, Qin Yu proudly pointed at Chen Fong and declared, To be honest, my brother has over 10 more cards just like this one. T10, over 10? Dear heavens, what kind of monstrous figure is standing before me? Hearing Qin Yu's words, the middle-aged man stumbled in shock, nearly falling flat on the floor. In his mind, Ma Daddy possessing just one such card made him the richest man in China. And yet this young man here actually owned over 10? How unfathomably powerful must he be? Hee. Yet at that moment, Zhou Yan beside them sneered. Curling her lip with disdain, she scoffed. So what if you've got a few more bank cards? Big deal. I could pull out a gold card anytime, let alone a black one. She then turned to Li Hao and ordered, Honey, show them what it really means to have lots of cards. Li Hao wasn't stupid. He knew this wasn't about how many cards someone had. Though he didn't understand what a black card truly meant, something inside told him it was incredibly significant. What are you hesitating for? Do as I say and bring them out now. Seeing Li Hao frozen in place, Zhou Yin immediately snapped at him. She was determined to show Chen Fong and the others, who dared compete with people like them, who ran their own business, when it came to having cards. Chapter 101. Do you think you're funny? Ma'am, could it be that you also have a black card? Hearing Zhou Yan's words, the jewelry store owner snapped back to his senses and stared at her in disbelief. In his mind, Zhou Yan was standing with Chen Fong and the others. There was actually a chance she might really have one. Good heavens, just what kind of terrifying people are these? Of course, Zhou Yan smirked proudly, speaking casually. Not only do I have a black card, I've even got gold cards. Gold card? What the hell was that? Could it possibly be even more impressive than a black card? The jewelry store owner was momentarily baffled. Truthfully, he'd never even heard of such a thing as a gold card. Just then, Li Hao finally handed the briefcase over to Zhou Yan. Alright, now let me show you all what it really means to have a lot of cards. With that, Zhou Yan reached into the briefcase and casually pulled out one of the bank cards. Smack! Huaya Bank Credit Gold Card. She slapped the card onto the table with flair, boastfully declaring, it's gold-colored, comes with a 100,000 credit limit. Pretty impressive, right? Without pausing, she dramatically drew out a second card. Smack! ICBC Savings Card. Just like the first, she slammed it down on the table in front of Chen Fong and the others, saying, well, this green one is just average, but it has a balance of 35,000. Smack! Agricultural Bank Credit Gold Card. Ha ha ha, another gold card. No need for further introduction. Smack! 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 After nearly 19 rounds, Zhou Yan finally laid all her cards out on the table. Judging by her expression, she was brimming with self-satisfaction. In her eyes, did Chen Fong really think he could compete with her on number of cards? Was he just asking to be humiliated? Meanwhile, the jewelry store owner and Chen Feng's group could barely hold back their laughter. All of her so-called cards combined probably didn't even equal a fraction of the zeros in Chen Feng's black card. The shop owner knew very well. The minimum credit limit on a black card was 100 billion Chinese yuan. He took a deep breath and said to Zhou Yan, ma'am, are you serious? What do you mean? Zhou Yan frowned sharply upon hearing his tone. Wasn't this supposed to go differently? Shouldn't he be gasping in amazement and admiration? You dare ask me what I mean? Are you seriously trying to mock me with these trash cards? The shop owner narrowed his eyes coldly, sneering, do you think you're funny? He had genuinely believed Zhou Yan might produce more than 10 black cards. But instead, every single card she pulled out was complete junk. Thinking back to her arrogant act just moments ago, he couldn't help but feel she must have been making fun of him. Zhou Yan froze for a moment, then darkened. How can you call these trash cards? She immediately pointed at Chen Feng's black card. Aren't mine better than whatever that black card is? Better than his black card? Where the hell did you get such confidence? The shop owner nearly laughed out loud, replying with disdain. I suggest you go look it up online before making a fool of yourself here. He already knew everything from the waiter who had quietly reported the earlier incident. Chen Fong was someone who owned a black card, a true heavyweight. Of course he would side with Chen Fong. Besides, she was nothing more than a slightly wealthy, overweight woman. He honestly didn't respect her. Zhou Yan nearly passed out from rage. Before she could say anything more, Li Hao held out his phone in front of her. What? Can't you see your wife being insulted? Zhou Yan snapped without looking at the phone. Li Hao didn't dare get angry. He leaned close and whispered into her ear. Xiao Yan, just take a look first. What's there to see you? But before she could finish, her eyes flickered toward the screen, and she froze. This couldn't be possible. Ignoring everyone else's mocking glances, she snatched the phone from Li Hao's hand. After reading through the content, her gaze toward Chen Fong turned utterly stunned. She never imagined that a black card was something so powerful, and that the person who actually owned such a card was none other than Chen Fong, the man she'd been mocking just minutes ago. After a long silence, she finally asked Chen Fong doubtfully. Chen Fong, is that black card really yours? How is that possible? Your family. Enough. However, before she could finish her sentence, Chen Fong cut her off directly. Zhou Yan, the only reason I'm ignoring you is out of respect for our old classmate relationship. Can you stop acting like a shrew? And tell me, if this card isn't mine, is it somehow yours? After saying that, Chen Fong didn't even bother with her anymore. Turning his head, he looked at the jewelry store owner and said, Boss, my sister wants to buy your entire shop. That shouldn't be a problem, right? No problem, of course not. The moment the store owner heard those words, he immediately nodded vigorously. Truthfully, he had been considering investing in other industries for a while now, but just hadn't had sufficient capital. Now, with Chen Feng's group stepping in to take over, plus having a chance to do Chen Fong a favor, why wouldn't he go for it? In less than 10 minutes, the store owner had someone print out the transfer contract. After both parties signed and sealed it, the jewelry store officially belonged entirely to Chen Yu. Fatso, what do you think now? Chen Yu tapped the contract in her hand and mocked Zhou Yan. Finally realize how ridiculous you looked earlier? Oh, by the way, didn't you say whatever we bought, you'd buy double? Go ahead then, buy something, let's see. Frankly speaking, Chen Yu's words were quite cutting. Standing nearby, Chen Fong and the others couldn't help but burst into laughter upon hearing this. In their eyes, this was truly karma getting its due. Hearing Chen Yu's words, Zhou Yan nearly choked on her fury, almost spitting out blood. She took a deep breath, her face dark as she sneered coldly. How do I know that shop owner wasn't colluding with you all just now? I refuse to believe you're actually that rich. If you're so capable, go ahead and take every single piece of jewelry in this store. It had to be said, once someone became argumentative, they really were impossible to reason with, like 10 oxen pulling them back. In Zhou Yan's mind, there was no way Chen Fong could have become this wealthy in just a few short years. Seeing this, Chen Fong didn't bother arguing further. Instead, he turned to Chen Yu and said, quickly pick out what you want. We still need to go buy other things. Chapter 102. I refuse to believe he's really that rich. Alright, Chen Yu nodded, then called over the waiter from earlier. In no time, the girls helped Chen Yu pick out a massive collection of jewelry. After all, this was their own store now. The pieces Qin Yu and the others selected were practically all stunningly beautiful and extremely expensive. Zhou Yan, standing nearby, couldn't help but swallow hard as she watched. Still, in her mind, Qin Yu and the others were just putting on a show for her benefit. There was no way they'd actually dare take everything like this. If her eyes weren't deceiving her, the total value of the jewelry these girls had picked out must have already exceeded 1 million. Alright, go ahead and wrap all of these up for us. After making their selections, Qin Yu and the others instructed the server to package them. Having given their orders, they walked out openly under the stunned gazes of Zhou Yan and the other man. As they left, Chen Fong patted Li Hao's shoulder with a meaningful look. Li Hao, did they really just take all of it? Zhou Yan stared at the retreating figures, utterly disbelieving. This? I suppose so. Coming back to his senses, Li Hao whispered faintly. Looks like that lunatic has truly struck it rich this time. He sighed quietly afterward. After all, although Li Hao's family hadn't been as wealthy as Zhou Yan's before, they'd still been much better off than Chen Feng's household. But now, Chen Fong had just casually bought an entire jewelry store. Meanwhile, he could only trail behind an unattractive woman he didn't even like, living a pitiful existence. Jealousy. Overwhelming jealousy. Why? Honestly, deep down, he felt incredibly bitter and resentful. Had Chen Fong remained on equal footing with him, perhaps that old classmate camaraderie might have survived. But now, he was starting to feel irritated just thinking about Chen Fong. That's how people are. Once someone who used to be beneath you suddenly becomes far more successful than you overnight, unwanted emotions inevitably arise. That's exactly what Li Hao was experiencing. Of course, anyone else would probably feel the same way in his position. Humph. Hearing Li Hao's words, Zhou Yan couldn't help but snort in disdain. I don't believe he's really that rich. There's no way. Come on, let's follow them and see. Saying this, she grabbed the enviously scowling Li Hao and quietly trailed after the group. Master, those two are following us. Should we? Number 1 leaned close to Chen Feng's ear, then made a throat-slitting gesture. Seeing this, Chen Fong couldn't help but feel speechless. He really hadn't expected number 1 to be so quick to kill. They're just secretly tailing us. Damn it, does that really call for murder? After a long moment, Chen Fong finally waved his hand. No need. Let them follow if they want. With that, he led Qin Yu and the others into the elevator and headed to the second floor. Glancing around casually, he quickly spotted a large traditional medicine shop not far away. Without wasting time, Chen Fong and the others strode directly toward it. Li Hao and Zhou Yan, sneaking behind, quickly followed. Welcome. How may I assist you today? As soon as Chen Fong and the others stepped inside, a salesperson promptly approached. Hello, I was wondering, what kinds of supplements are generally good for middle-aged adults? Qin Yu glanced around, then turned to the attendant. I'd like to buy some health tonics to bring home for my parents. For your parents? The attendant paused to think, then said, for nutritional supplements, I'd recommend bird's nest, caterpillar fungus, deep-sea fish oil, vitamin C, the kind of high-grade nourishing products like that. Really, Qin Yu didn't know much about these things, so she immediately turned to look at Chen Fong. Chen Fong didn't say much, just gave Qin Yu a silent nod. In his opinion, these items should indeed have some beneficial effects. Alright then, Qin Yu turned back to the attendant. Then please give me a generous amount of each. Certainly. May I ask how much you'd like of each item? The attendant nodded and explained. Our health products come in several grades for each category. The higher the grade, the more expensive the price. And most of them are priced by the gram. Oh, is that so? Qin Yu blinked in mild surprise, then replied. Then give me the highest grade available. 10 jin of each, to start with. Pardon. The attendant nearly bit her tongue in shock upon hearing Qin Yu's request. 10 jin of bloodbird's nest? 10 jin of caterpillar fungus? Holy crap, was she planning to eat this stuff like rice? Frankly speaking, Qin Yu was undoubtedly the most extravagantly reckless customer she'd ever encountered. 10 jin. Qin Yu repeated calmly. Qin Yu frowned slightly, curiously asking, is 10 jin not enough? If that's not sufficient, then just give me 20 jin of each. What the hell? Is this real? 20 jin of each? Damn it, do you even know how much that would cost? Li Hao and Zhou Yan, standing nearby, nearly stumbled and fell over upon hearing this. Miss, are you serious? The salesperson couldn't help but blurt out to Qin Yu. You should know, our premium bloodbird's nest is at least 800 yuan per gram. As for cordyceps and the others, the prices aren't much different. Of course, Qin Yu nodded firmly. Don't worry about the price, just give me the best quality available. She believed her older brother would definitely share the same thought. In that case, please wait a moment. Seeing that Qin Yu wasn't joking, the attendant greeted her politely before walking off toward a distance. Soon, she returned accompanied by several men carrying wooden boxes. Miss, each box contains 5 kilograms, and there are 12 boxes in total. After the men placed the boxes down, the attendant spoke to Qin Yu. Since the prices of these various supplements don't differ too much, we're offering you the lowest price, 4.5 million yuan per box. How does that sound to you? 4.5 million yuan per box? Hearing this, Qin Yu was instantly taken aback. Honestly, she hadn't expected these items to be so incredibly expensive, which only proved she had absolutely no sense of scale when it came to numbers. Haha, see that? Let's see her keep acting high and mighty now. Look at her, stunned speechless. Zhou Yan, watching from a distance, couldn't resist whispering smugly to Li Hao. Li Hao, upon hearing this, also felt an inexplicable sense of satisfaction welling inside. 4.5 million yuan per box. 12 boxes meant a staggering 54 million yuan. No matter how you looked at it, such an astronomical sum was far beyond their combined family worth. Even if they sold every last member, there was just no way they could believe Chen Fong was truly that rich. In their minds, Chen Fong and his group were likely about to face utter humiliation this time. Chapter 103. Having a rich brother is just that outrageously lavish. That's right, 12 boxes for a total of 54 million. The salesperson nodded and said to Qin Yu, if you're not satisfied, we can still negotiate the price a bit. In the salesperson's eyes, Qin Yu's astonishment was perfectly understandable. If even Ma Dadu bought an 8 yuan ice cream, he'd probably be shocked for quite some time. Brother, what do you think? Qin Yu turned her head and asked Chen Fong. If it were her own money, she wouldn't hesitate at all to buy it. But since this was Chen Feng's money, she still needed to consult him first. It's fine. Just buy it. To Chen Fong, his parents' health mattered more than anything else. What was 54 million anyway? To him, it was barely a drop in the bucket. Not to mention, he had the spending rebate system. Once this 54 million was spent, 54 billion would instantly return to his account. Holy crap, is that real? How outrageously lavish could one get? This was 54 million yuan. How come you treated it like buying cabbage? Though Chen Feng's words were simple, to Li Hao and Zhou Yan, they fell like thunderbolts. Hearing this, the salesperson froze on the spot. She never expected that this handsome young man would turn out to be even more extravagant than his sister. She had originally intended to give Chen Yu a slight discount, but now, clearly, they didn't need any favors at all. All right, thank you, brother. Upon hearing Chen Feng's words, Chen Yu nearly jumped for joy. Without hesitation, she leaned over and planted a kiss right on Chen Feng's cheek. Then she pulled out that black card and handed it proudly to the salesperson, declaring boldly, "Swipe the card." Well, having a rich brother was just that outrageously lavish. Just as before, when the salesperson saw the black card in Chen Yu's hand, she couldn't help but stare in shock for several seconds. With deep reverence, she took the card and, trembling slightly, completed the transaction. Even after Chen Fong and the others had left, Li Hao and Zhou Yan remained frozen in disbelief. Honey. He really seems super rich. Zhou Yan stared at Chen Feng's retreating figure and stammered nervously. Come on, let's follow them again. Li Hao didn't say much, instead gritting his teeth and quietly following once more. Seeing this, Zhou Yan behind him couldn't help but shiver. For some reason, she felt like something about this man had suddenly changed. Chen Fong and the others didn't waste any time. After purchasing the supplements, they headed to the third floor and bought a huge pile of branded clothing. There was truth in the saying, one got what one paid for. Expensive brand name clothes truly offered unmatched quality. By the time Chen Fong and the others walked out of the mall, half an hour had passed. Just as Chen Fong and the others were about to leave with arms full of shopping bags, Li Hao, who had been secretly tailing them from a distance, suddenly called out. Chen Fong slightly frowned, turning around and asking, anything? At this moment, only deep unfamiliarity flickered in Chen Feng's eyes. Why? Honestly, even Chen Fong himself couldn't quite grasp it. Can we add each other on WeChat? Li Hao forced a smile and casually said to Chen Fong. WeChat? Yeah, what? You wouldn't refuse such a small favor, would you? I remember. Chen Fong smirked playfully. Didn't I already add you on WeChat before? Did you delete me? Added me. Hearing this, Li Hao's face instantly darkened. After a long pause, he awkwardly replied. How could that be? You must have mistaken someone else. He had assumed that after so long, Chen Fong surely wouldn't remember these trivial details. Honestly, the main reason he deleted those poor classmates like Chen Fong from his WeChat was simply because keeping them served no benefit to him at all. But who'd have thought? Truth be told, Li Hao's true nature was that of a selfish opportunist. Otherwise, how could he possibly force himself through sheer disgust to marry a fat woman like Zhou Yan? Oh, really? Chen Fong smiled wryly, then nodded slightly. Fine then, let's add each other. With that, he took out his phone and began walking toward Li Hao. No, I'll come to you. Before Chen Fong could take another step, Li Hao immediately scampered over with a fawning look. You've just spent so long shopping. You shouldn't tire yourself out. Saying this, he quickly pulled out his phone. Chen Fong paused momentarily, frowning slightly as he glanced at Li Hao. It wasn't so bad until he looked. Just then, he caught a glimpse of a flash of cold malice in Li Hao's eyes. Holy crap, could this rep be plotting something against me? As Chen Fong was feeling shocked, Li Hao moved closer with his phone. Come on, Fengzi, scan it. Ahem. Chen Fong coughed twice, didn't say much, and simply scanned the code to add Li Hao as a WeChat friend. Honestly, in Chen Feng's eyes, even if this guy really had some conspiracy, he wasn't the least bit worried. After all, the current Chen Fong was in a completely different league from them. If Chen Fong were truly pushed too far, he'd definitely show them exactly why the flowers were so red. Alright, Li Hao put his phone away, then suddenly seemed to remember something and turned to Chen Fong. Fengzi, you're going home with Xiaoyu for summer break, right? Yeah, we're leaving tomorrow. Chen Fong nodded as he replied. That's great. Upon hearing Chen Feng's words, Li Hao instantly broke into a smile. Without wasting any time, he continued. Yesterday, our homeroom teacher Ms. Liao from number 1 high school posted something in the class group chat. Did you see it? Class group. Chen Fong was momentarily taken aback, then said, I've been busy these past few days. Anything important? Well, a cold smirk flashed across Li Hao's heart as he spoke. I heard Yu Wenkai is coming back from the US, and teacher Liao hopes that if we're free, we can all go back for a reunion. Oh yeah, they say his girlfriend Tang Xinyi will come back with him too. At this point, Li Hao suddenly appeared to remember something and quickly pretended to be embarrassed. Oh my, look at my big mouth, bringing up your history with Xinyi. Bro, pretend I said nothing. My damn mouth got me again. It's fine. Chen Fong slightly curled his lips and said casually. That was all in the past. Nothing important. Chapter 104. Opportunity. This is definitely an opportunity. Pausing for a moment, Chen Fong continued. Alright, that class reunion you mentioned. I'll go if I have time. With that, Chen Fong walked away toward the nearby parking lot with Lu Rubing and the others, not even looking back. Honey, do you think what he said is true? Zhou Yan asked quietly, turning to Li Hao as she watched Chen Feng's retreating figure. Probably true. Li Hao replied bitterly, sighing helplessly. He had originally planned to put Chen Fong down a little. How could he have guessed? The one who ended up getting crushed was himself. How on earth could he possibly be so rich now? That's not logical. As these thoughts crossed her mind, Zhou Yan took out her phone. She wanted to check whether Chen Fong really was that wealthy. What are you doing? Li Hao asked curiously as he saw Zhou Yan searching on Chengdu. If he's really that rich and owns such an amazing black card, there must be some information about him on Chengdu, right? Huh, you actually make a good point. Realizing this, Li Hao quickly leaned over to look as well. Just then, search results related to Chen Fong appeared rapidly on Chengdu. Self-made millionaire. Net worth in the trillions. owner of multiple Fortune Global 500 and China Top 500 companies. The man with the most black cards in all of China. Damn, is this real? My god, this is insane. After reading the content on the screen, Li Hao and Zhou Yin nearly fainted from shock. They never would have imagined that Chen Feng's profile on Chengdu Encyclopedia would be so terrifying. It took them quite some time before Zhou Yin finally regained her senses. She turned to Li Hao and declared, "Opportunity, this is absolutely an opportunity." What opportunity? Li Hao took a deep breath, asking with confusion. What else could it be? The chance to get close to Chen Fong, of course. Zhou Yin looked at him in frustration, almost disappointed. Chen Fong owns so many companies, and you were his best buddy back in high school. If you ask him for a small favor, how could he possibly refuse? If you could land a management position at TX company and also get some shares from Chen Fong. Hearing this, Li Hao began feeling excited too. But would he really agree? Yet soon after, he recalled his earlier behavior and couldn't help but feel anxious. In his memory, Chen Fong was always someone who clearly distinguished between love and hate. Why wouldn't he agree? You're his brother from way back. Zhou Yin grew increasingly enthusiastic. Didn't you just add his WeChat? Hurry up and send him a message telling him to be careful on the road. Then, when the time is right, casually mention that you want to work under him. People like him care deeply about face. At the very least, he'd give you a manager's position, right? Damn, why did I ever end up with this loser? If only I had chased after Chen Fong back then, I'd be living in luxury by now. After saying this, Zhou Yin couldn't help but shoot Li Hao a disdainful glance. Meanwhile, shortly after Chen Fong and the others left the mall, several messages popped up on his WeChat. Taking out his phone, he opened the app. One glance was enough. Without hesitation, he shoved the phone back into his pocket. Unsurprisingly, these messages were all from Li Hao. In the past, Chen Fong would have replied seriously. But now, who exactly are you again? He had zero interest in responding to people like that. Back at the villa, Chen Fong asked number 1 to summon Su Moyu and the others. After hauling all the shopping bags inside and piling up the gifts, Chen Fong flopped directly onto the sofa. Seeing this, Su Moyu and the rest quickly poured him a cup of coffee. Thinking back to what had happened earlier, Chen Fong pulled out his phone again. He wanted to see how many people in his contact list still kept his WeChat. After going through the list, Chen Fong found himself somewhat speechless. Out of only 70+ contacts, more than 60 had deleted him. On second thought, it wasn't surprising. Most of them were former classmates with whom he hadn't stayed in touch for years. Moreover, they all knew he came from a poor family and wasn't doing well in life. So naturally, there was no reason for them to keep his WeChat. But what disappointed Chen Fong the most was that even his uncle and cousin had removed him. These were supposed to be family, for heaven's sake. To be honest, Chen Fong was truly disappointed. Now he saw clearly. People needed power and wealth. Otherwise, even family would look down on you. Chen Fong sighed, knowing there was no way he'd ever beg to reconnect with them. After putting his phone down, he sank into a deep sleep. Chapter 105. Xiao Feng, do you know who I am? When Chen Fong woke up again, it was already 6 in the afternoon. After taking a shower, he headed to the dining room. To be honest, the 10 million yuan Chen Fong gave Su Moyu every month was definitely well spent. The dishes laid out on the table were all delicious beyond words. Even Zhao Shuer, who claimed she was dieting, couldn't help but have several extra bowls of rice. Of course, fine red wines accompanied the feast as well. After a storm-like meal, the girls were almost completely drunk. Chen Fong and Lu Rubing helped escort Chen Yu and the others back to their rooms, then settled down in the living room to watch television. Just then, Chen Feng's phone buzzed with a WeChat notification. At first, he assumed it was another message from Li Hao. But when he opened it, he found it was a friend request. Rose with thorns. Chen Fong paused for a moment before clicking into the person's moments. Since they weren't friends yet, he could only see up to 10 of her most recent posts. Xia Yuqing. After opening one of them, Chen Fong immediately recognized her. Xiao Feng, do you know who I am? The message came through the very second Chen Fong clicked accept. Given that Xia Yuqing was naturally a year or two older than Chen Fong, calling him Xiao Feng was perfectly normal. Of course, Chen Fong smiled slightly as he replied. I just checked your moments, you know? Front curves and back curves. Aside from you, Sister Yuqing. Who else could it be? Hey, what are you talking about? Hearing this, Xia Yuqing immediately sent back an embarrassed emoji. By the way, why haven't you been back to the rental place recently? I've just been busy lately. Busy doing what? Don't tell me you're out there gallivanting with some cute girl every day? Upon hearing this, Xia Yuqing couldn't help but ask curiously. No way. How could I possibly go gallivanting around? Really? Hearing this, Xia Yuqing seemed a bit delighted. Oh, by the way, the landlord came by earlier. I paid your rent for you. So tell me, how are you going to repay me? Chen Fong froze, utterly speechless. Sister Yuqing, I have a place to live now. You really didn't need to spend the money. You have a place? Of course. Smirking proudly, Chen Fong immediately recorded a short video of his living room and sent it over. But what Chen Fong didn't expect was that for the next few minutes, Xia Yuqing didn't reply at all. Sister Yuqing, you're not asleep, are you? And no. It took her a long time before she finally responded. Xiao Feng. Is that a villa? Yeah, a villa in Huaihai residence. Chen Fong casually smirked. Pretty decent, huh? Are you serious? Decent? That's a mansion, for heaven's sake. Hearing this, Xia Yuqing sighed softly, sounding a bit disappointed. Xiao Feng, I never imagined you were so rich. I actually thought. Thought what? Chen Fong wasn't stupid. He knew exactly what she meant. Still, he pretended not to understand. I wanted you to be my boyfriend. Xia Yuqing said shyly, sending an embarrassed emoticon. But now, I guess I'm just not good enough for you. Oh, really? How could Chen Fong believe such nonsense? He guessed that she must have seen him driving that Lamborghini Veneno last time, and was now trying to test him. That said, he didn't mind her at all. Her desire to pursue a better life was understandable, after all. At the very least, Xia Yuqing hadn't gone around flirting just because she wasn't married. Chen Fong had seen multiple times how she turned down invitations from rich second-generation guys. From that alone, she clearly wasn't a flighty woman. Yes, Xia Yuqing nodded and replied. I'm getting older now, and my parents are pressuring me hard. There's no one suitable around. When I look around, you're the only one who seems right for me. No one suitable? Chen Fong paused, suddenly thinking of a certain puppy-love boy. That can't be right. Isn't Chen Xiaoquan pursuing you? Him? Forget it. I don't like that kind of man. Xia Yuqing sneered dismissively. Damn, talk about a puppy lover getting zero rights. Seeing this, Chen Fong couldn't help but silently snicker in his heart. Xiaofeng, are you free tomorrow? Want to come shopping with me? Shopping? Without even thinking, Chen Fong flatly refused. I'm returning to my hometown tomorrow. No time. He wasn't some desperate admirer. Why would he agree just because she asked? Is that so? Hearing this, Xia Yuqing couldn't help but feel a bit disappointed. After a long while, she finally replied. Then are you free tonight? I'm just too bored. I want to go watch a movie. I do have time, but if it's just watching a movie, then sorry, no time at all. You really are hopeless, aren't you? Upon reading Chen Feng's message, Xia Yuqing pretended to be slightly offended. I mean, come on, I'm a beautiful woman. There are plenty of people lining up just for a chance to take me out to the movies. After sending that message, she suddenly seemed worried that Chen Fong might get upset, and quickly added, then besides watching a movie, what else did you have in mind? Chen Fong wasn't some desperate admirer. He completely ignored her earlier complaint. The very second, he put his phone down. Xia Yuqing sent him a simple, followed by a rather shy emoji. Why hasn't that bad guy replied to me yet? Lying in her room after sending the message, Xia Yuqing blushed for quite a while. She had originally assumed Chen Fong would reply immediately. But to her surprise, after waiting 4 or 5 minutes, there was still no response from him. Chapter 106. That's such a half-hearted reply. Bang, bang, bang. Just then, someone began knocking on Xia Yuqing's door as well. Yuqing, Chen Xiaoquan knocked on the door while calling out. Want some milk tea? I ordered you a cup of your favorite, 1-point milk tea. No thanks. Xia Yuqing shouted back from inside the room. Not drinking. Chen Xiaoquan hesitated for a moment, then continued. I also got you some spicy hot pot. Why don't you come out and have something? You haven't eaten dinner. It's bad for your health. I said I'm not eating, didn't you hear me? Ah. Hearing her tone, Chen Xiaoquan felt somewhat embarrassed. Alright then, if you get hungry later, just let me know, and I'll order something for you. Go away, just leave me alone. Upon hearing this annoying chatter still outside her door, Xia Yuqing immediately hurled a pillow at it. She was already furious that Chen Fong hadn't replied to her messages. Now with Chen Xiaoquan bothering her, how could she possibly hold back? Okay, I'm leaving right now. Realizing Xia Yuqing was genuinely angry, Chen Xiaoquan didn't dare linger any longer. Don't be mad, alright. With that, he quickly turned and walked away from her doorway. Honestly speaking, a puppy lover like him had truly reached peak devotion. But to Xia Yuqing, his departure was as inconsequential as if nothing had happened. You stinking Chen Fong, dead Chen Fong. Didn't I already agree to what you wanted? Xia Yuqing stared at her phone, continuously typing WeChat messages while pouting and muttering curses under her breath. By the time Chen Fong saw all these messages, it was already the next morning. Chen Fong merely chuckled and casually replied, Sorry, I was super busy last night, didn't see your messages. If possible, let's reschedule our date for another time. Another time? When exactly? However, much to Chen Feng's surprise, right after he was about to put down his phone, a reply came instantly from Xia Yuqing. Whoa, could this girl have stayed up all night waiting for my reply? Realizing this, Chen Fong immediately typed back, Hey, Yuqing Jia, tell me honestly, did you stay awake the entire night? What do you think? Truthfully, Xia Yuqing had forced herself through the whole night just to wait for Chen Feng's reply. Otherwise, there's no way she could have responded the very second his message arrived. In truth, Xia Yuqing harbored a slight resentment deep inside. She was undeniably a stunning beauty with an exceptional figure, practically throwing herself at him, and yet Chen Fong treated it so lightly. Any other guy would probably be jumping with joy by now, right? Chen Fong slightly curled the corner of his lips into a casual smile. Then I really am sorry. That apology is so half-hearted. Pouting her lips, Xia Yuqing let out a cold huff. After I clearly agreed to you still act like this? I don't care. I demand compensation from you. Tell me, how will you make it up to me? Cough cough. Chen Fong cleared his throat twice, wearing a mischievous grin. Didn't I just say? Let's meet again another day. Then you can do whatever you want with me. You better remember those words yourself. Xia Yuqing blushed faintly, shyly saying, Remember to eat breakfast, alright? Skipping breakfast isn't good for your health. After sending this message, she suddenly felt like she'd heard this line somewhere before. But for the life of her, she couldn't quite recall where. Oh well, never mind. Deciding not to dwell on it, Xia Yuqing refocused her eyes on the screen. How she wished Chen Fong would send her the same sort of caring message in return. Yet to her disappointment, after she sent that last message, Chen Fong never replied again. It wasn't until Chen Fong woke up once more that the clock had already struck 9 in the morning. Probably because everyone had drunk too much red wine the previous night. Aside from Su Moyu and the other maids who were preparing breakfast, none of Chen Yu and the girls had woken up yet. Master, should I go wake them up? Lu Rubing stepped forward and asked Chen Fong. No need. Chen Fong waved his hand gently. Let them sleep a little longer. Anyway, we've got a private jet. We'll only need 2 or 3 hours to get back. Let's eat breakfast first. Later, just have Moyu reheat theirs when they finally get up. Saying this, Chen Fong led Lu Rubing toward the nearby dining table. After Chen Fong and the others finished breakfast, the group of girls, Chen Yu included, still hadn't gotten up. Master, perhaps I should go check on them? Lu Rubing said, preparing to stand up. But at that very moment, Chen Fong pressed her back down gently. I'll go wake them myself. Hearing this, Lu Rubing nodded slowly. Alright then. Chapter 107. My god, can she actually fly a plane? Bro, are we taking the bus back? Suddenly remembering something, Chen Yu turned to Chen Fong and asked, Isn't it too late for buses now? Bus? What bus? Didn't you see the private jet in the yard? Originally, Chen Fong had come back this time specifically to make his parents proud, to show off a little and bring honor to their family. And if he was going to show off, he might as well use the most impressive mode of transportation possible. Let a billionaire with trillions in assets take a bus? Was that even a joke? I saw it. But does anyone here even know how to fly a plane? Chen Yu pouted, saying somewhat incredulously. I think maybe we should just drive back. That wouldn't be bad either. In her mind, if she could drive the Lamborghini Veneno that Chen Fong had gifted her, cruising around town and the village for a spin would still be quite the statement. No way. Chen Fong waved his hand, rejecting the idea. Driving ourselves back would take too long. At least 10 or 20 hours minimum. You girls aren't cut out for such a long drive. Besides, those dirt roads back home. Do you really think supercars with such low ground clearance could handle them? Then what do we do? Hearing Chen Feng's words, Chen Yu felt slightly disappointed but acknowledged they made sense. She clearly remembered how, in the past, whenever they traveled from home to town during rainy weather, their feet would always end up caked in mud. And if they weren't careful, they might even slip and fall. Didn't I already tell you? Chen Fong shrugged casually. We'll fly back in the plane. Number 1 knows how to fly. Number 1 can fly a plane? Upon hearing this, Chen Yu turned to look at Number 1 standing nearby. Not just her, every other girl also stared over with skeptical expressions. Hee. Chen Fong chuckled lightly, turning to Number 1. Alright Number 1, it's all on you soon. Yes master. Number 1 nodded in reply. Alright then, let's hurry and load our luggage onto the plane. After everyone finished lunch specially prepared by Su Moyu, Chen Fong announced. Soon after, Shen Mingyao and the others carried all the gifts intended for Chen Feng's parents aboard the aircraft. Whoa, this interior is so luxurious. The moment she stepped on board, Chen Yu grabbed Zhao Schwenner's arm excitedly. Sister Schwerer, look over there, so beautiful. Yeah, it's amazing. This plane must have cost a fortune, right? Zhao Schwerer exclaimed, equally awestruck by the opulence. Since the two of them had returned late the previous night, they hadn't gotten a chance to check out the jet properly. So stepping on board now, they were utterly stunned by its extravagance. As for Lu Ruxing and the others, they weren't particularly surprised. They'd already been blown away yesterday when Chen Fong first bought it. Hee. Chen Fong chuckled, speaking with calm nonchalance. Just a means of transport. Not that expensive really. What? Just a means of transport? Hearing that, Chen Yu couldn't help rolling her eyes. Bro, you're getting more and more full of yourself. If even this is just a daily driver, then are you leaving any hope for the rest of us? Giggles, little Yu is right. I think Fong Gij is showing off too. Zhao Schwerer chimed in with a playful laugh, turning toward Chen Fong. Fong Gij, how much did you pay for this plane anyway? Truthfully, Zhao Schwerer was genuinely curious. Given the model of this aircraft and the sheer luxury inside, there was no way it came cheap. Not much, just a few $100 million, mere pocket change. Chen Fong said offhandedly, smirking slightly. At his current net worth, a few $100 million really was nothing significant. Holy crap, hundreds of millions and it's just pocket change. Only someone like you would dare say that. Internally, both Chen Yu and the others groaned in disbelief. Still, they liked this version of Chen Fong even more now, because this Chen Fong was brimming with confidence. Boss, I've finished preparing the aircraft. When shall we take off? At that moment, Number 1, seated in the cockpit, turned around and asked Chen Fong. Right now, Chen Fong replied. He quickly directed Chen Yu and the others to find their seats. Bro. Chen Yu leaned close to Chen Feng's ear, whispering nervously. You really think she can do it? If we crash driving a car, we might at least survive with injuries. If it falls out of the sky halfway, we probably won't even leave a trace behind. To be fair, Chen Yu's concern was exactly what the other girls were thinking too. When they heard her say that, all of them turned to Chen Fong with frightened looks on their faces. You little brat, what are you saying? Chen Fong chuckled and scolded lightly, then reassured the girls, don't worry. Number 1 is absolutely professional. The very next second after he finished speaking, the plane slowly lifted off the ground under Number 1's control. My god, has she? She can actually fly a plane? Chapter 108. Brother, I'll buy the entire scenic area for you. The girls felt the plane slowly ascending and couldn't help but gasp in amazement. Frankly, they were stunned. Brother, is she really that amazing? Peering through the aircraft window at the ground receding below, Chen Yu turned to Chen Fong and asked. The other girls, upon hearing this, all looked at Unit 1 with admiration. Hee. Chen Fong chuckled casually. What's so special about that? Unit 1 can even operate an aircraft carrier. An aircraft carrier? Seriously? My god, are cyborgs really this awesome? She's incredible. I wish I could fly a plane too. The girls whispered excitedly among themselves after hearing Chen Feng's words. At that moment, something completely unexpected happened. Unit 1, who had just been piloting the aircraft, actually left the cockpit and walked toward them. What the hell are you doing? As the girls stared in shock, Chen Fong quickly called out. Unit 1, why did you leave the controls? What are you coming here for? No worries. This aircraft has autopilot mode. I've already set it up. Unit 1 smiled and turned to Chen Fong. Master, would you like to try piloting the plane yourself? Experience the fun. Hearing her explanation, everyone instantly relaxed. Piloting the plane? Chen Fong blinked slightly, suddenly intrigued. Is it hard? Not at all. It's very simple. Alright then, I'll give it a try. With that, Chen Fong immediately stood up. Seeing this, Chen Yu grabbed Zhao Schwerer and followed close behind. Truth be told, Chen Fong was indeed exceptionally intelligent. After merely watching Unit 1 operate the controls once, he'd already grasped the basics. Soon, Chen Fong took over the piloting duties from Unit 1, and honestly, he looked quite professional doing it. Beside him, Chen Yu and Zhao Schwerer stood dumbfounded. They never imagined Chen Fong could master it so quickly, after just one demonstration. They had both been standing right there observing the entire time. If they tried to do it now, they probably wouldn't get past the first few steps. Yet what they didn't know was, since purchasing the Super Gene Serum from the system, Chen Fong hadn't only enhanced his combat abilities, his memory had also improved significantly. It wasn't just flying a plane. Even learning to pilot an actual aircraft carrier probably wouldn't pose much of a challenge now. My god, brother. You actually learned how to fly? Snapping back to reality, Chen Yu couldn't suppress her astonishment. So cool, Fong Gij. Zhao Schwerer chimed in enthusiastically. The others nearby also turned their gazes toward them. Ahem. Chen Fong cleared his throat twice, somewhat sheepishly saying, it's just flying a plane. No big deal. Just flying a plane? Bro, could you be any more humble? The girls rolled their eyes inwardly at his remark. Alright, you two go back to your seats now. I'm going to accelerate. With that, Chen Fong prepared to tilt the helicopter forward for increased speed. Zhao Shuer quickly pulled Chen Yu and Unit 1 toward the rear. For nearly half an hour, Chen Fong flew the helicopter before starting to feel bored. After calling Unit 1 back to take over, he found a seat and began dozing off. Chen Feng's hometown was a remote mountain village in a certain city of northern Hunan, completely surrounded by hills. Although it had developed reasonably well in recent years, compared to other villages in the county town, it still lagged far behind, precisely because of its encirclement by mountains and the absence of any proper road access. It wasn't until 2012 that electricity finally reached Chen Feng's home. The entire village had only a few households who'd earned some money working elsewhere and built modest two-story homes. Almost everyone else lived in simple red brick houses. Of course, the poorest family in the village was undoubtedly Chen Feng's. The main reason was that his family had 2 children. Back when Chen Fong was in school, his grades were actually pretty good. He consistently ranked within the top 10 in his class. Unfortunately, his younger sister performed even better academically. To ensure his sister could receive a better education, Chen Fong resolutely chose to drop out and work outside the village. Over the years, apart from the money Chen Fong sent home, his parents had nearly exhausted their life savings. Even as late as 2020, the most valuable appliance in Chen Feng's household was likely still that 25-inch LCD TV his parents bought when electricity first arrived. Chen Fong clearly remembered how, back then, his parents had tried to persuade him to continue his studies by borrowing money from relatives and nearby neighbors. But disappointingly, apart from a few hundred yuan given by each of the kind-hearted neighbors, his family's relatives, including his own paternal uncle, had all avoided them completely. So when Chen Fong discovered yesterday that his paternal uncle had deleted his WeChat, he wasn't surprised at all. People are like that. When you're poor, don't ever count on family ties. Nearby neighbors are better than distant relatives. This saying still holds true. Back then, Chen Fong had even thought that if he ever became rich one day, he would surely develop his hometown. But after entering society, he realized just how difficult such an idea truly was. Now, however, he was a man with the spending rebate system. This time returning home, Chen Fong was determined to fulfill that old dream. Brother, we're almost there. As Chen Fong sat with eyes closed, lost in thought, Chen Yu suddenly pointed out the window and called to him. Look, isn't this Zhangjiajie National Forest Park? Hearing Chen Yu's voice, Chen Fong slowly opened his eyes. Following her finger, he looked down, and sure enough, beneath the aircraft lay the world-famous Zhangjiajie National Forest Park. From above, they could see numerous tourists on the ground, gazing up in amazement. Brother, should we come play here in a few days? I've never been here before, Chen Yu asked, looking at Chen Fong with hopeful eyes. Although Chen Feng's village was close to Zhangjiajie National Forest Park, the 300 yuan admission fee per person had once been a huge sum for their family. Being a sensible younger sister, she had only ever dared to dream of visiting. Seeing the faint longing in his sister's eyes, Chen Fong felt a pang in his heart. He gently ruffled her hair and said proudly, Sure. Then let your brother see if I can buy the entire scenic area for you. You can play however you want. Chapter 109. The very high-profile return of Chen Fong. What? Bro, you're joking, right? Upon hearing Chen Feng's words, Chen Yu immediately widened her eyes. That's a National 4A level scenic area, you know. How could anyone possibly buy it privately? Hehe. Chen Fong chuckled casually. In this world, there's nothing money can't solve. And if there is, this definitely isn't one of them. And honestly, Chen Fong wasn't just showing off. In his mind, if he could help boost Xiangbei's GDP, like by investing in several large factories or relocating Yida's headquarters here, then acquiring a mere scenic area, that would be no challenge at all. Aw geez, bro, I feel like your nouveau riche vibe has been getting stronger and stronger lately. Chen Yu teased with a smile after hearing this. But hey, I love it. Thanks, bro. With that, she gave Chen Fong a loud kiss on the cheek. My god, everyone look. Isn't that a helicopter up there? Holy crap, it really is. That helicopter is huge and so damn cool. Why do I get the feeling that this thing looks kind of high-tech? Yeah, it really does look super futuristic and awesome. Dear Lord, when did the scenic area start offering helicopter rides? Probably not. This feels more like some rich person's private aircraft. Hey look, there seem to be a bunch of beautiful women on board. No way. Wait, it actually is. And the pilot flying it, isn't that also a woman? Damn, a female pilot that hot? Now that's impressive. TSK TSK TSK, so jealous of that handsome guy up there, flying in the sky surrounded by so many beauties. Just give it a rest. Anyone can tell he must be some super powerful big shot. Oh my god, are all your wealthy people in China this crazy rich? At that moment, tourists from both home and abroad visiting the scenic spot looked up and instantly erupted into excited chatter upon seeing Chen Feng's Sikorsky S-92 helicopter. Sure, they'd seen helicopters before, but one as outrageously cool and dazzling as Chen Feng's? This was their first time ever encountering such a sight. How could they not be stunned? And beyond just the machine itself, aside from the handsome guy, Chen Fong, the rest of those on board were all stunningly beautiful women. Even the pilot was a gorgeous woman. Meanwhile, Chen Fong and the others aboard the helicopter clearly noticed the shocked expressions of the crowd below. Unit 1, don't rush to fly away yet. Hover here for 3 minutes. Chen Fong grinned mischievously and ordered the pilot at the controls. He understood perfectly well that while his hometown was poor, everyone still harbored that sense of competition and pride, like whose kid got accepted into Durn University or whose family built a modern villa. These were exactly the kinds of things people loved bragging about during casual conversations. Since Chen Fong had decided to return home in glory, there was absolutely no point in doing so quietly. Otherwise, why would he spend so much money purchasing multiple Sikorsky S-92 helicopters? He wanted the entire Xiangbei region to know. Chen Fong was back. Yes, master. Unit 1 immediately followed Chen Feng's command. Soon, their Sikorsky S-92 hovered directly above the astonished tourists. Hey look, has the plane stopped moving? No way, wait, it actually has. What's going on? Not sure, but doesn't it feel like they're showing off to us? Now that you mention it, I'm getting that exact vibe too. Damn it, that's so irritating. It's just some fancy airplane. What's there to show off about? Just some junk plane? Dude, you've got some nerve saying that. Do you even know how much this helicopter costs? How expensive could it be? Maybe a few $100 million at most. Fair enough. Even though our place is poor, there should still be people who can afford it. A few $100 million? You guys are way off. I just googled it. This Sikorsky S-92 costs over 200 million USD minimum. My dear uncle, if that's true, doesn't that mean it'd take over 10 billion yuan to buy one? Incredible. This is seriously next level stuff. Since when did someone this powerful appear in Xiaobei? Not sure, but that handsome guy on the helicopter? Definitely a top-tier tycoon. Though Chen Fong and his group couldn't hear what the tourists below were saying, they could clearly see the shock and envy shining in their eyes. One could say this was exactly the result Chen Fong wanted to see. There was just no helping it. When you had money, you could afford to be this reckless. Alright, let's go. After silently giving himself a mental pat on the back, Chen Fong issued the order to Unit 1. Yes, master. Upon receiving Chen Feng's command, Unit 1 immediately ceased hovering and began moving forward. It had to be said, Chen Feng's flashy maneuver had truly captured everyone's attention. Not long after leaving Zhangjiji National Forest Park, the helicopter soon reached the small county town where Chen Feng's home was located. Every place the helicopter passed over was met with waves of astonished cries from below. After all, in such a small town, a helicopter as cool as this one was something rarely seen, even once in 1,000 years. Many people stared at the direction it was heading, secretly wondering where on earth this aircraft could possibly be going. Xiaoyu, did you tell Mom and Dad we're coming back today? When they were about 10 kilometers from home, Chen Fong turned to Chen Yu and asked. I did. Chen Yu smirked slightly and shrugged. But they have no idea we're arriving by helicopter. Really? Chen Fong chuckled mischievously. Then this will be a perfect surprise for them. Surprise? More like a heart attack, I bet. Hearing Chen Feng's words, Chen Yu couldn't help but mentally grumble. She had clearly seen the expressions on the faces of the people down below earlier. If their parents saw them stepping out of a helicopter like this, they'd be shocked out of their wits. It'd be a miracle if they weren't. Although Chen Feng's home village was quite remote, thanks to navigation systems, finding it wasn't particularly difficult. A short while later, the helicopter arrived directly above the entrance to Chen family village. Unit 1 slowed down to the lowest speed. Since he was going all out for a high-profile return, he might as well do it completely. Chen Fong wanted every single villager to know he, Chen Fong, had finally returned home in glory. Yes, master. Unit 1 complied instantly, reducing the helicopter's speed to its minimum. Soon enough, the villagers who were playing mahjong by the village entrance or working in the fields looked up and quickly spotted Chen Fong and the others in the sky. Chapter 110. Could it be here to spray pesticides? Wife, come out quickly. There's an airplane in the sky. So what if it's an airplane? Haven't we seen those before? No, this one seems to be flying toward our village. Good heavens, isn't that a helicopter? You're right, it really is. Why would a helicopter come to our village? Could it be here to spray pesticides? That doesn't seem likely. It's flying too slowly, and it doesn't look like a crop duster at all. Yeah, definitely not. It actually looks kind of fancy. As the villagers below buzzed with shock and speculation, Chen Fong deliberately leaned his head out of the window. He then waved with a smile, right in front of everyone. That single gesture was enough for the villagers to recognize him immediately. Good lord, isn't that Chen Fong from Fong Ping's family? It really is him. My goodness, how did he come back in an airplane? Hey look, isn't that girl sitting beside him Chen Yu? Sure is. And there seem to be quite a few other pretty girls on that plane too. Dear lord, looks like young Chen Fong has really made something of himself out there. He came back in a plane, can you believe it? He must have struck it rich. Though Chen Fong couldn't hear the villagers' chatter from above, he could clearly see the astonishment in their eyes. And frankly, that was exactly the effect he had hoped for. Come on, let's all go to Fong Ping's house. I've never seen such a fancy helicopter before. Husband, wait for me. We'll go together. Count me in, count me in. Shortly after Chen Feng's aircraft flew away, the entire village began rushing toward Chen Feng's home. That's just how village folks are, always eager to witness any commotion. At the Chen household, husband, did the kids say when they'd arrive? Li Guifeng asked, busy preparing dinner as she turned to Chen Fongping. Not sure. Xiaoyu only said they'd be back today, didn't specify the time. Goodness, what kind of father are you? Not even knowing when your own children are coming back. Listen, they must be taking the bus. Go meet them at the road by the village entrance. What? Seriously? Chen Fongping stared blankly at her words. If they're taking the bus, they won't get here until nighttime. Aren't I going way too early? Too early? Just go when told. If I weren't stuck cooking, do you think I'd let you off the hook? Fine then. Chen Fongping sighed with a bitter smile and nodded reluctantly. That's just how things are in Xiaobei. Outside, men have authority over everything. But once inside the home, nearly every man suffers from being henpecked. Chen Feng's father, being a true native of Xiaobei, was no exception. With that, Chen Fongping stepped out the door. Boom, boom. Just as he was about to head toward the village entrance, a loud rumbling sound echoed from the sky above. Looking up, he froze instantly in shock. After what felt like an eternity, he finally shouted toward the house. Wife, come out quick. Something big is happening. What happened? Hearing his urgent cry, Li Guifeng rushed out from inside the house. The moment she stepped through the door, she too stood petrified. Husband, is that a helicopter? Yes. And aren't those Xiao Fong and Xiaoyu up there? Looks like it. My god, how did they come back in a helicopter? How should I know? Chen Fongping muttered dryly, utterly speechless. Truth be told, his own shock was no less than Li Guifeng's. But as a man, he had his pride, especially in front of his wife. Remaining calm and composed, absolutely necessary. Brother, look at mom and dad's expressions. They look totally stunned. Chen Yu, peering down from the aircraft, teased playfully. Seems like it. Chen Fong replied with a chuckle. Huh, you really made mom and dad proud this time. Chen Yu giggled, then added cheekily. But hey, have you thought about how you're going to explain bringing so many girlfriends home? What's there to explain? It just proves their son is capable. Chen Fong shot back proudly. Hearing Chen Feng's words, Zhao Shuer and the others nearby couldn't help but shyly lower their heads. They were about to meet their future in-laws, and a sense of nervousness stirred naturally within them. Alright, number 1, land over there on the drying field. Chen Fong pointed at the open space outside his house and instructed number 1. Understood, master. Receiving the command, number 1 slowly guided the helicopter down toward the direction Chen Fong indicated. In no time, it landed directly on the drying ground. As for Chen Feng's parents, they remained rooted to the spot, wearing expressions of utter disbelief. Chen Fong opened the aircraft door and jumped out first. Seeing his dazed parents, he smiled and said, "What? Mom and Dad, looks like you're not too happy to see your son and daughter back." At those words, the 2 elders snapped out of their trance. "Who said we're not happy?" Chen Fongping stepped forward and immediately pulled Chen Fong into a bear hug. "You brat, you really gave your old parents quite the shock. Hee. Wasn't I just trying to make you both look good?" Chen Fong chuckled. After breaking free from his father's embrace, he quickly ran over to Li Guifang. "Mom, did you miss me?" "Miss you? Huh. After all this time away." Though she spoke harshly, Li Guifang couldn't resist hugging her son tightly. Tears glistened faintly in her eyes. "Aha, now I get it." Just stepping off the plane, Chen Yu spotted the scene and teased with a grin. "My brother must be the real child. They definitely picked him up somewhere. As for me, I must have been adopted." "What nonsense are you spouting?" Chen Fongping retorted. For a brief moment, something flickered in his eyes, but he quickly concealed it. He stepped forward and hugged Chen Yu as well. "You little stinker, haven't seen you in months, and look at you. Seems you've grown taller again." Hee naturally. Chen Yu giggled proudly. "My brother's already 1.80 meters. Don't I have to reach at least 1.70 meters? Chapter 111. I'm so nervous. You should stop that. Chen Fong, standing not far away, couldn't help but retort. "It's not good for a girl to be too tall." "Who says?" Upon hearing this, Chen Yu blinked at Chen Fong and said, "Sis Bing Bing and the others are all 170 centimeters tall." Bing Bing. Li Guifang was momentarily taken aback and turned to Chen Fong, asking, "Xiao Fong, did you get yourself a girlfriend?" "Mom, you don't know yet. Sis Bing Bing is actually my brother's bodyguard." With that, she turned toward the helicopter and shouted, "Hey, Sis Bing Bing, how much longer are you planning to drag this out?" "What? Bodyguard?" Hearing Chen Yu's words, the elder couple were completely stunned. Then, their gazes slowly shifted toward the helicopter. "Sis Bing Bing, what should we do now?" Yeah, I'm so nervous." Hearing Chen Yu's call from outside, Xin Mingyao and the other girls couldn't help but shiver slightly. Though they were merely Chen Feng's subordinates, right now it felt exactly like meeting their boyfriend's parents for the first time. Lu Rubing, being the most composed among them, was now their only hope. "What else can we do? Hurry up and take the gifts down," Lu Rubing said wryly, then picked up 4 or 5 wrapped presents and stepped down from the aircraft. Seeing her go, the rest of the girls had no choice but to follow nervously behind. Good heavens, are all these Xiao Feng's bodyguards? There are way too many of them, and they're all so stunning. The moment the girls stepped off the helicopter, Chen Feng's parents were left utterly speechless. They never expected so many beautiful young women to emerge from the plane. Could anyone possibly remain calm in such a situation? "Dad, Mom, what do you think? Pretty impressive, huh? These are all my brother's bodyguards and maids." Seeing his parents' shocked expressions, Chen Yu grinned mischievously. Hearing her words, the girls immediately flushed with embarrassment. "Hello, uncle. Hello, aunt." Without delay, they quickly bowed their heads politely. Good. You're all very welcome." Snapping back to reality, the elderly couple hurried forward with warm smiles. Though they were astonished that their son had hired so many beautiful girls as bodyguards and maids. On another level, this clearly proved their son was capable and successful. As parents, how could they not feel proud? "Oh, come on, look at you all. You came already. Why bring so many gifts?" Li Guifang stepped forward, examining Lu Rubing and the others while chuckling warmly. Yes, you're far too polite." Chen Fongping quickly chimed in. "Come on, everyone must be tired. Let's go inside and rest for a bit." With that, he led Lu Rubing and the others toward the main house. "Brother, doesn't it seem like our parents are thinking way too much?" Chen Yu leaned close to Chen Fong, whispering with mild confusion. In her mind, her parents must have misunderstood something. Chen Fong chuckled and flicked her forehead playfully. "You wouldn't know. Me having so many beautiful girls as bodyguards and maids just proves my capabilities, right? Really? Then if I also hired lots of handsome guys as bodyguards, would they think I'm capable too?" Chen Yu asked curiously after a brief pause. But the moment she finished speaking, Chen Fong suddenly turned stern. "Don't you dare. I'll break your legs if you try." "Uft." Chen Yu stuck out her tongue teasingly. "I was just joking. With a brother as handsome as you, I wouldn't even look at any other man anyway." Hearing this, Chen Fong couldn't help feeling smug. "Of course, if you ever date someone, I've only one requirement. Don't bring home anyone uglier than me." "Uglier than you? Then your sister might stay single for life." "Single it is, then. It's not like I can't afford to support you." Chen Fong smirked arrogantly. All right, Mr. Rich Guy, we get it now, happy?" Chen Yu rolled her eyes, then turned and ran toward Li Guifang. "Mom, did you forget you even have a daughter?" After some casual greetings, everyone walked straight into the Chen family's main hall. At that moment, villagers who had earlier seen the aircraft came flocking over. "Look, everyone, the plane really landed at Fongping's house. Told you, oldly. Didn't I say Xiao Fong came back by airplane? Good gracious, looks like Xiao Fong really made something of himself. Wow, that's impressive. Buying this kind of plane must have cost a fortune, right?" "No idea, but it probably cost several million at least." "And millions? Millions. My goodness, I've never even seen that much money in my entire life." "Of course not. In our village, only Xiao Wei bought a small car last year for over 100,000. How envious. Old Fongping and his wife must really be living the good life now." The moment they arrived, they immediately gathered around the helicopter, breaking into small groups and whispering among themselves. This was the countryside. Helicopters were an extremely rare sight here. Many of the young people and children stared with looks full of admiration. In their minds, how cool would it be if they could also soar through the sky in such a machine? Meanwhile, Chen Fongping, who had just stepped out to fetch firewood, was completely startled by the scene before him. It took him a long while to finally ask in confusion, "Village chief, why are you all here?" Hearing this, everyone turned their eyes toward Chen Fongping. At that moment, a middle-aged man with an honest and upright appearance smiled slightly and said, "We saw your son Xiao Feng flying back in his aircraft at the village entrance, so we came over to see the commotion. By the way, where is your son Xiao Feng?" Chapter 112. That's too unrealistic, right? Xiao Feng. He's helping Aunt Gui Feng cook. Upon hearing this, Chen Fong quickly smiled and said, "Since everyone's here, please come inside quickly." With that, he led the village chief and the others into the main hall. "Auntie, let me stir-fry this." "Auntie, I'll pick the vegetables. You take a break for a moment." "Oh, come on, Auntie, put it down. Let me do it." No sooner had they stepped through the door than the village chief and the rest heard a chorus of female voices coming from the nearby kitchen. Following the sound, they looked in that direction and were immediately stunned. Beautiful. Absolutely stunning. It had to be said. The appearances of Lu Rubing and the other girls were simply too extraordinary. Although these people had seen them earlier from beneath the plane, the distance had been too great for a clear view. But now, up close, each one looked as exquisite as a celestial fairy. "Xiao Feng, the village chief's here. Hurry up and bring them some chairs." Chen Fong called toward the kitchen while arranging chairs. "The village chief's here?" Hearing this, Chen Fong, who was tending the fire in the kitchen, immediately passed his task over to Chen Yu, then strode out of the kitchen. "Chief, you're here. Please stay and have a meal with us later." As he spoke, Chen Fong turned toward the kitchen and shouted, "Mom, tell Bing Bing and the others to prepare more dishes." "Okay, no, Gui Fong. You all just eat as usual. We're just here to join the fun." Hearing Chen Feng's invitation, the village chief hastily shouted back toward the kitchen, "Chief, please stay for dinner." Chen Fong handed a chair to the village chief and insisted, "We're all neighbors and kinfolk here. Sharing a simple meal is nothing at all." "Well, all right then." Hearing this, the chief could hardly refuse any further, so he nodded and sat down. The others followed suit and took their seats. "Fong, who are those girls in the kitchen?" the village chief asked curiously as soon as he sat. The other villagers also turned their attention expectantly. Truthfully, they were quite curious. After all, having so many beautiful girls appear together at the Chen household was rather astonishing. Overhearing the question, Chen Fong nodded slightly toward Chen Fongping. Seeing this nod, Chen Fongping decided there was no need to hide anything. Besides, this was actually something to be proud of. Even if Chen Fong hadn't nodded, he probably couldn't have held it in any way. Hee. Chen Fongping chuckled, turning to the village chief. "They're all Xiao Feng's subordinates from Shunqing." "What? All of them? Good heavens, that's too unbelievable." At Chen Fongping's words, the village chief and the others were utterly dumbfounded. They never imagined that all these beautiful young women were actually under Chen Feng's command. After a long pause, the chief turned to Chen Fong. "Xiao Feng, are you sure your father isn't joking with me?" "Hee." Chen Fong chuckled lightly, shrugged, and said, "Chief, does my dad seem like someone who'd make jokes?" "Haha, you're right. He really doesn't." The chief laughed heartily. Then, raising his thumb at Chen Fong, he added, "You've really made something of yourself, kid. Flying planes and commanding so many people. Our whole village's youth can't compare to you." Hearing this, the others looked at Chen Fong with undisguised envy. Then suddenly, as if remembering something, the chief turned back to Chen Fong and asked, "By the way, that helicopter parked outside, is that yours?" "Yeah, that's mine." Chen Fong nodded. "Incredible. Must have cost a fortune, right?" No sooner did the chief utter these words than the others perked up their ears intently. "Not much, just over 10 billion. "What? T10, over 10 billion? Damn it. And he calls that not much?" At Chen Feng's casual reply, everyone nearly bit their own tongues in shock. There was no way they could have imagined the helicopter outside would cost more than 10 billion. My god, just how wealthy must he be now? When they looked at Chen Fong again, their eyes unwittingly shimmered with a hint of awe. And really, this was understandable. The value of just that single aircraft outside likely exceeded the combined worth of the entire village by a vast margin. Even selling everything wouldn't cover a fraction of its price. Even the village chief now seemed to instinctively regard Chen Fong as an equal. Smiling warmly, he said, "Xiao Feng, seeing you doing so well, we're genuinely happy for you." "Thank you, chief," Chen Fong replied, deeply moved. He clearly remembered how it was these simple villagers before him, who had donated their meager savings just to help him go to college. Although in the end, Chen Fong had still chosen to go work in Shunqing instead. He had never forgotten this kindness. Taking a deep breath, he turned to the village chief and said, "Chief, there's actually something else I'd like to discuss with you this time." "Oh, what is it?" Hearing Chen Feng's words, the village chief instantly felt somewhat puzzled. Well, Chen Fong didn't beat around the bush. He got straight to the point. "Since I've made something of myself now, I was thinking, maybe I could help everyone out a bit. Like redesigning the entire village layout, arranging for everyone to move into uniform villas, and building some factories here within the village. That way, the young people wouldn't have to leave home to work elsewhere." Honestly, for Chen Fong now, making all this happen wouldn't be difficult at all. Moreover, while helping the villagers, he would also receive a hundredfold return from the system. Of course, Chen Fong wasn't about to help just anyone. He wasn't a saint. Take his paternal uncle, for instance. Even if the man knelt before him, Chen Fong probably wouldn't spare him a single glance. Chapter 113. By the way you say it, are you actually envious of our son? Good heavens. Is this really true? When everyone heard Chen Feng's words, they immediately jumped up from their seats in excitement. Village chief also took a deep breath before looking at Chen Fong and asking, "Xiao Feng, are you telling the truth?" "Of course I am," Chen Fong replied firmly, his eyes steady and serious. "Chief, I'll never forget the kindness all of you showed me back then. Helping everyone move forward is just a small thing. It's only natural." "Well then, that's wonderful." Upon hearing this, the villagers nearly split their faces grinning. They never imagined that such a small act of kindness from long ago would still be remembered by Chen Fong today. Their gaze toward Chen Fong now carried even more gratitude. "All right, time to eat." Just then, Li Guifeng emerged from the kitchen and called out to Chen Fong and his father. "Quick, set up the dining table. We're ready to start dinner." "Got it." The two nodded and quickly joined the others to help with the preparations. After a satisfying meal, Chen Fong had Lu Rubing and the other girls select numerous gifts from those he'd brought for his parents and distribute them among the village chief and the elders. At first, the elders hesitated to accept, but after meeting Chen Feng's firm and sincere gaze, they could do nothing but laugh wryly and take the gifts. After seeing all the villagers off, it was already 8 o'clock at night. In the countryside, people usually went to bed early, and the Chen household was no exception. However, due to the limited space in the house, there were only 3 main bedrooms and 1 guest room, totaling 4 rooms. The sleeping arrangements became a difficult issue for Chen Feng's parents. Although they could have asked Lu Rubing and the others to stay overnight at nearby neighbors' homes, that wouldn't have felt quite appropriate. After dinner, the elderly couple found a quiet corner and began whispering to each other. Let me think. Li Guifeng lowered her head, lost in thought. How about this? She said after a moment. There are 5 girls total, right? We'll let Xiaoyu share a room with one of them. And since the guest room isn't very big, we'll have the remaining 4 share that room. Yeah, sounds good to me. Let's go with your plan. Chen Fengping agreed, finding his wife's suggestion perfectly reasonable. Alright then, let's go make the arrangements. Li Guifeng said, tugging Chen Fengping along as they walked over to where Chen Fong and the others were. Xiaofeng, I just discussed this with your dad. As soon as she arrived, Li Guifeng said to Chen Fong, Number 1 will share a room with your younger sister tonight. As for Meng Yao and the other 3, they'll all sleep together in our guest room. It's spacious enough, for people won't feel cramped at all. What about me? Chen Fong asked, a bit bewildered. You can sleep alone in the outermost room. Hearing this, how could Chen Fong possibly object? He simply nodded and said, Fine, works for me. With that, he dashed off toward the shower room. As for Lu Rubing and the other girls, they raised no objections to the elder couple's arrangements either. Although the Chen family's conditions weren't luxurious, the bedding and quilts provided for the girls were all brand new. So even if they were sleeping in this old, shabby house, the girls didn't feel the slightest discomfort. Chapter 114, sounds pretty great. The next morning, shortly after breakfast, Chen Fong made his way to the village chief's house. After some discussion, construction crews began arriving from the county town that afternoon. And indeed, after Chen Feng's inhumanly generous quotation of prices, every single team wore looks of satisfaction. Although the requirements Chen Fong set were extremely strict, such as completing all buildings within 2 months and using only the highest quality materials, the price he offered was beyond their wildest expectations. Compared to market rates, Chen Fong paid at least 3 times more. Of course, no matter how extravagantly Chen Fong spent, there was no way he could actually lose out. Such a massive project quickly drew the attention of local media and government officials. By noon on the 3rd day, numerous reporters carrying cameras arrived in Chen's village with great fanfare to conduct interviews. When they learned that this entire enormous project would be entirely funded and built free of charge by Chen Fong alone, everyone was utterly stunned. Mr. Chen, may I ask what motivates you to voluntarily fund these constructions for the villagers at no cost? A reporter from another county raised his microphone, asking skeptically. In his mind, in today's society, no one did something so grand without expecting anything in return. There must be some hidden motive behind Chen Feng's actions. Though the question was sharp, Chen Fong didn't seem offended. He chuckled lightly before replying seriously. There's no ulterior motive. I'm doing this out of gratitude. Gratitude? Do you mean the villagers have done you some favor? Exactly. Then may I ask, how much do you plan to invest in this construction project? Not much. I'll start with 100 million yuan. If it's not enough, I'll add more later. What? Oh, 100 million. My god, this guy is unbelievably wealthy. He'll add more if needed? Damn, that's insane. I'm so jealous. When will someone like him appear in our village? Upon hearing Chen Feng's words, the reporters immediately erupted into chaos. Originally, they had thought if Chen Fong invested 15 or 20 million, that would already be impressive. But who could have imagined he'd casually mention figures exceeding 100 million? What does 100 million even mean? To billionaires or tycoons, perhaps it wasn't much. But for such a remote small city, it might equal the entire city's annual GDP. Consider this, standing on the road looking down the main street around here, you'd be lucky to spot a few decent cars. Compared to the highly developed Shen city, the difference was like heaven and earth. For everyone here, 100 million was an absolutely terrifying sum of money. And now, Chen Fong casually threw around the number like it was nothing. How could they possibly remain calm? 100 million. It was literally a figure none of them could even begin to count to. Truthfully, at this moment, they couldn't help but envy the villagers of Chen's village. Free villas to live in. How could that not be amazing? Compared to the villas in big cities, most of them might actually prefer staying in the countryside. After all, the fresh air, birdsong, and natural beauty here were far superior to life in those crowded metropolises. Chapter 115. You mean that kid from your second uncle's family? Just as the journalists finished their interviews, officials from both the county and state levels arrived one after another. What Chen Fong had done was clearly something beneficial for the nation and its people, so of course they couldn't ignore it. The reporters, who had already been about to leave, quickly gathered around again at once. As for Chen Fong, after a brief conversation with the officials, he managed to secure numerous benefits for the village's development. Of course, where there's gain, there must also be contribution. Being a native of Xiangbei, Chen Fong naturally wouldn't hold back when it came to his hometown. Right then and there, in front of the officials, he publicly declared his intention to invest no less than 10 billion yuan in Xiangbei. Hearing this, the officials nearly broke into uncontrollable laughter. Honestly, that was precisely the main reason they had come today. But just then, Chen Fong suddenly seemed to remember something and turned to the governor. Leader, I'd like to ask you something. Hope it's not inconvenient. What are you talking about? Go ahead. I was wondering, would it be possible for me to purchase Zhangjiajie National Forest Park? At Chen Feng's words, everyone present froze in shock. What exactly was Zhangjiajie National Forest Park? It was a nationally recognized 4A level scenic area. Every year, millions of tourists, domestic and international alike, visited the site. In fact, this single attraction accounted for 20% of the region's tax revenue. And now Chen Fong casually wanted to buy it outright. How could anyone not be stunned? Clearly, the governor was taken aback and struggled for words. Still, curiosity got the better of him. May I ask, what would you plan to use it for if you bought it? In his mind, Chen Fong was a businessman. There must be some hidden commercial opportunity behind this. Not much of a purpose. Chen Fong casually smirked. My younger sister likes it, so I'll just buy it and give it to her. Holy shit. Are you serious? This is insane. You're buying an entire national forest park just because your sister likes it? If she fancied the Forbidden City next, would you buy that too? Of course, that was just the crowd's inner commentary. Buying the Forbidden City was simply impossible. Truthfully, everyone was utterly shocked by Chen Feng's words. They'd seen people buying cars or houses for their siblings before, but someone casually offering to buy a 4A level national forest park? That was something entirely new. It wasn't just the onlookers. The governor himself couldn't help but twitch an eyebrow. He took a deep breath and asked cautiously, Mr. Chen, are you serious? Of course. Chen Fong nodded. Here's the thing. Seeing that Chen Fong wasn't joking, the governor hesitated and said, if it were my personal property, I'd definitely consider it. But, before he could finish, Chen Fong interrupted directly. I can increase the investment amount to 20 billion. This. At those words, the governor instantly swallowed back what he was about to say. Yet, he still didn't agree to Chen Feng's request. 30 billion. Unfazed, Chen Fong shrugged. Hundreds of billions meant nothing to him. Without hesitation, he raised 3 fingers. Mr. Chen, let me be honest, the governor said. This isn't merely a matter of how much you're willing to invest. It's 100 billion. Chen Feng's lips curled slightly upward. And if even that won't do, then we might as well cancel all our previous agreements. To be frank, under such conditions, no matter which province Chen Fong went to, purchasing a 4A level scenic area wouldn't pose any real difficulty. The bystanders standing nearby almost bit their own tongues off upon hearing this. For some reason, at this moment, Chen Fong gave them the impression that he was casually buying a cabbage at the market with a cool 100 billion yuan. His demeanor was so relaxed and indifferent. Just then, the governor finally nodded in agreement. In his mind, if Chen Fong truly invested 100 billion, the entire Xiangbei region would undergo an earth-shattering transformation. By every measure, this would undoubtedly be a deed benefiting both country and people. Although the scenic area brought in substantial annual revenue, compared to Chen Feng's proposed 100 billion investment, it was incomparable. Seeing the governor agree, Chen Fong smiled contentedly. After both parties discussed and settled the subsequent details, the governor led the other officials away from Chen family village. As for the reporters from various media outlets, they didn't linger much longer either. Chongling Morning News. Shocking, mysterious tycoon in Shilin County splashes millions to build villagers' homes for free. Tanxiang Evening News. Stunning, the mysterious tycoon was actually born in a remote mountain village. Xiangbei Daily. Joyful news. Mysterious tycoon prepares to invest 100 billion in Xiangbei's development. Less than 2 hours after the reporters from various media outlets left, news of Chen Feng's investment in Xiangbei had already spread throughout the entire region, and was even beginning to ripple outward into neighboring areas. As for Chen Feng's purchase of the 4A level scenic area, it remained unreported. Actually, this was quite normal, since such a matter could easily invite criticism. Not reporting it was clearly the wisest choice. Inside a villa in the county town. Dad, come quickly. That kid Chen Fong seems to be on TV. In the living room, a young man appearing to be around 30 years old called out in shock toward the doorway. Chen Fong. Occupied with pruning flowers and plants, Chen Fong paused momentarily, slightly stunned. For a moment, he truly couldn't recall who exactly Chen Fong was. It took him a long while before he suddenly realized. You mean that kid from your second uncle's family? Yeah, that's him. He's actually on TV. Is that so? Upon hearing this, Chen Fong hurriedly jogged into the living room. When he saw Chen Fong being interviewed on television, he immediately recognized him. So it really is that boy. Muttering to himself, he settled comfortably onto the sofa. He was genuinely curious. What could someone like Chen Fong possibly have done to qualify for a TV interview? But barely a few moments after sitting down, he was instantly thunderstruck. Building homes for villagers, for free, with over 100 million yuan invested directly. Investing 100 billion yuan outright for the development of Xiangbei. After these explosive pieces of news flooded his ears, he felt as though he'd been struck by 5 lightning bolts at once. And he wasn't alone. His son seated beside him was just as dazed. Even after the broadcast ended, neither of them had managed to recover from their shock. After what felt like an eternity, the young man finally spoke. Dad, am I hallucinating or something? The very next second, Chen Fong abruptly rose from the sofa. A sudden spark of joy flashed across his eyes. Ignoring his son completely, he immediately began rummaging through drawers and cabinets. Chapter 116. Where's Xiaofeng? Didn't he come back? Dad, what are you doing? Seeing this, the young man couldn't help but feel curious. Hearing his question, Chen Fong immediately turned his head around. Looking at the young man, he said hurriedly, What are you standing there for? Help me find the car keys quickly. Why do we need the car keys? After hearing this, the young man looked utterly confused. What else could it be? Chen Fong shot a sharp glare at the young man, speaking with an air of disappointment, as if lamenting how iron refuses to become steel. Your cousin has returned in glory. Shouldn't we rush over to see him? What's there to see? You haven't kept in touch with Uncle Tu's family before, right? The young man curled his lip dismissively. You don't understand anything. Chen Fong twitched his mouth, saying somewhat awkwardly. Uncle Tu's family was poor before, but now your cousin is so successful. He's even planning to build villas for the village free of charge. This is a project worth hundreds of millions. Just imagine how much profit there could be in it. Better keep those benefits within the family. After all, I'm still his real paternal uncle. If he lets me take charge of the entire contract, we're guaranteed to make at least 30 or 40 million from this deal. But would he actually agree to that? After hearing this, the young man asked doubtfully. How could he not agree? I'm his actual paternal uncle. Surely I'm more reliable than some outsider. Saying this, Chen Fong grew impatient. Stop talking nonsense and go find the car keys now. Then suddenly remembering something, he added, Right. Weren't there several bottles of fine wine someone gave me recently? Bring those along too for your second uncle. No way. You said those expensive wines were supposed to be saved for my wedding. At these words, the young man immediately protested. In his opinion, giving such costly alcohol to Chen Feng's father was nothing short of waste. Are you stupid or what? Hearing this, Chen Fong sharply slapped the young man on the head. With your cousin being so rich now, when it's time for your wedding, just borrow a few million from him. It'll solve everything. Haha, sounds logical indeed. The young man instantly perked up upon hearing this. Dad, do you think we should ask that kid to give our family a few villas in Kinchajia village too? After all, we're his relatives. Shouldn't we get better treatment than random villagers? Makes sense. Chen Fong nodded approvingly, feeling thoroughly convinced. Fine then, tell your cousin later to allocate 3 mansions for our family. To him, not taking advantage when opportunities arose was simply foolish. After their excited chatter, they soon found the car keys under the coffee table. Without wasting any time, they grabbed several bottles of premium liquor and drove straight toward Kinchajia village. Meanwhile, after seeing off the reporters and officials, Chen Fong began carefully discussing plans with the village chief and others. Since this was going to be their future home, the villagers took it very seriously. Chen Fong had set a clear goal to completely flatten the entire village within 3 days. Then, upon the leveled land, carry out unified planning and construction. After thorough discussion and review, the villagers were extremely satisfied. Truly, no matter which aspect they examined, Chen Fong had already planned everything to perfection. Once all matters were settled, Chen Fong pulled the village chief aside privately. Chief, I want to talk to you about something. Go ahead. It's like this. I probably won't stay home long. So afterward, I might have to trouble you with everything. Chen Fong didn't beat around the bush, coming straight to the point. I'll transfer all the funds to my dad. If you need anything related to construction, just contact him. No problem at all. You're handling big things. We've got your back. Good. Then I'll head back first. With that, Chen Fong turned and walked back toward his house. As soon as he arrived near the entrance, he noticed a Mercedes parked at the drying ground. Upon seeing this, Chen Fong subtly frowned. If he remembered correctly, this car belonged to his paternal uncle. Years ago, when Chen Fong and his father went to the county town seeking financial help from his uncle's family, he'd seen this exact vehicle. So he really came? Chen Fong let out a cold chuckle, then strode toward the main hall. Brother, your presence is enough. Why bring gifts? Before Chen Fong even approached, he heard his father's voice from inside the house. And you must be Xiaohong? Haven't seen you in years. Look how handsome you've gotten. Frankly speaking, in Chen Feng's eyes, his father was still far too kind-hearted. If it were him, there would be no way he'd greet them so politely. Second uncle. Although Chen Hong looked down on his second uncle's family, he still knew how to put on a show. After calling out to Chen Fong, he turned toward Li Guifeng, who was standing not far away with a frown, and said, Second auntie, long time no see. Li Guifeng let out a cold laugh, but didn't respond. Seeing this, Chen Hong felt somewhat embarrassed. Ahem. He cleared his throat twice before turning back to Chen Fong and asking, Second uncle, where's Xiao Feng? Didn't he come back? Yeah, brother heir, where's Xiao Feng? Hearing Chen Hong's question, Chen Fong quickly chimed in. Oh, him? He went out to discuss some matters with the village chief and others. He should be back soon. Chen Fongping said this, then couldn't help but ask curiously, Wait, did you two come here specifically to see Xiao Feng? Of course, otherwise, who'd bother coming here? As soon as Chen Hong heard that, he blurted it out without thinking. But realizing his slip, he quickly shut his mouth. Beside him, Chen Fong shot him a fierce glare, then awkwardly turned to Chen Fongping with a forced smile. Brother heir, don't listen to this kid joking around. We're naturally here to visit you and your family. Is that so? Before Chen Fongping could speak, Li Guifeng cut in sharply. More like a weasel paying New Year's greetings to a chicken, not up to any good, if you ask me. Guifeng, what are you saying? Chen Fongping immediately glared at her sternly upon hearing this. Then he turned apologetically to Chen Fong. Elder brother, don't mind Guifeng's nonsense. I'm truly happy as long as you're willing to visit. Ah, Chen Fong sighed deeply after hearing this. Then, putting on a sorrowful expression, he said with feigned regret, Brother heir, to tell you the truth, I actually understand how your wife feels. Back then, it was all just a misunderstanding. I won't lie to you. I really didn't have any money at the time. Xiao Feng is my own nephew, just like a son to me. If I had had money, how could I possibly refuse to lend it? To be fair, Chen Fong's acting wasn't bad at all. After finishing these words, he even managed to squeeze out a few fake tears. Chapter 117. Is this how you talk to your eldest cousin? Seeing Chen Fong's current expression, one would think he was suffering some tremendous injustice. Standing outside the door, Chen Fong nearly burst out laughing at the sight. He wasn't a fool. Given the conditions of Chen Fong's family back then, it wouldn't have been difficult at all for them to come up with not just 20,000 yuan, but even 2 million. In Chen Feng's eyes, the man was only pretending to be poor now because he had ulterior motives. Brother, I understand. What happened in the past is in the past. Let's just. Hearing this, Chen Fongping's eyes immediately welled up with tears. But before he could finish his sentence, Chen Fong continued. Second brother, when mom and dad divided the old house, I let you have it all. Now that Xiao Feng is so wealthy, he surely won't forget about me. His real uncle, right? Big brother, what exactly are you implying? Chen Fongping, who had originally been deeply moved, instantly became wary upon hearing these words. What else could I mean? Isn't Xiao Feng planning to build our hometown for free? Chen Fong said casually, smirking slightly. Such a large-scale construction project should naturally be handed over to family members. I was thinking, could you ask Xiao Feng to give me the contract? And maybe let him build 2 or 3 villas for my family as well. You're really dreaming big. Just as those words left his mouth, a female voice rang out from inside the house. Chen Fong and Chen Hong both frowned simultaneously upon hearing it. They turned their darkened expressions toward the direction from which the voice came. Hiss. What is this? So many beautiful women? Good heavens, this is unbelievable. When father and son finally got a clear look at Chen Yu and the other girls, they were utterly stunned. After a long silence, Chen Fong finally spoke with a smile. Oh, it's my dear niece Xiao Yu. Haven't seen you in years. You've grown more beautiful than ever. At that moment, Chen Hong suddenly stood up from his seat. Xiao Yu, are these beauties your classmates? Looking at Lu Rubing and the others with a lecherous grin, he asked Qin Yu eagerly. In his mind, these girls were far prettier than his current girlfriend. If he could score even one of them, life would be absolutely amazing. No, they're all my brother's girlfriends. Qin Yu sneered, replying with obvious disdain toward Qin Hong. What? They're all under your brother's command? Impossible. Qin Hong stubbornly refused to believe it. Come on, Xiao Yu, stop joking around. With your brother's personality, couldn't squeeze a fart out of a stone. How could he possibly have so many beautiful women following him? What did you say? Qin Yu instantly flew into a rage. Without another word, she pointed straight at Qin Hong and snapped. Let me tell you this. You're not even qualified to talk about my brother. You? Qin Hong nearly fainted from fury at her response. Just then, Chen Fong, standing nearby, furrowed his brows and spoke up. Xiao Yu, Qin Hong is your cousin. Is that any way to speak to your elder cousin? So saying, he struck a pose of senior authority. In his mind, his son truly had good taste. If he himself could manage to keep one or two of these women as mistresses, the thought alone made him giddy with pleasure. After all, over the years he kept quite a few mistresses, college students, housewives, you name it. But none as stunningly beautiful as Lu Rubing and the others. Right then, he was already plotting in his mind how he might get his hands on them. Cousin? We don't have trash like you in our family. Qin Yu curled her lip in contempt. Thinking you can come here and take advantage? You must be kidding yourselves. Second brother, is this how you raise your daughter? Chen Fong was snapped, his face darkening as he turned to Chen Fongping. Chen Fongping grew anxious at once, eager to explain something. But before he could utter a word, a male voice cut through from outside the main hall. How my father raises his daughter is none of your business, you outsider. As he spoke, Chen Fong strode in from the doorway. Narrowing his eyes at Chen Fong, he added mockingly, I don't recall having someone like you in our family. If you know what's good for you, get the hell out of here now. Chen Fong wasn't a pushover. Why would he show him any courtesy? You little bastard, are you asking for a beating? Before Chen Fong could respond, Chen Hong roared, clenching his fists and charging toward Chen Fong. Ha! Chen Fong snorted in derision. Before Chen Hong could even reach him, he raised his leg and delivered a powerful kick. Boom! The next second, Chen Hong went flying backward. Hoo! As soon as he hit the ground, a large mouthful of blood sprayed out. Although Chen Fong had used only 10% of his strength, this guy had still broken at least 3 or 4 ribs. There was no way he'd be leaving the hospital for half a year or more. Silence. Utter silence. For a moment, except for Qin Yu and the others, Chen Fong's entire group stood frozen in shock. They never expected that Chen Feng's kick could send Chen Hong flying like that, leaving him battered and broken. Of course, Chen Fong had his reasons for such a severe response. First, this bastard had attacked first. And second, Chen Fong himself had suffered plenty of bullying from Chen Hong in the past. Even now, he still remembered clearly how, when he'd gone to Chen Fong's house asking for money back then, Chen Hong had slapped him across the face. Kicking him today was merely settling an old score. Xiao. Snapping out of his daze, Chen Fong rushed over to his son. Seeing his boy already passed out from pain, his eyes instantly turned red with rage. He raised his head and glared at Chen Fong, snarling. You little beast. That's your cousin. How dare you treat him so brutally? Then he turned to Chen Fongping. Second brother, looks like you've really grown bold now, huh? Don't you forget, half of this house used to belong to me. I gave it to you out of kindness. If you don't discipline this little beast of yours right here in front of me, don't blame me for being ruthless. Hearing these words, Chen Fongping quickly regained his composure. Glancing at Chen Fong standing not far away, he seemed about to say something, but then swallowed his words. Taking a deep breath, he finally said to Chen Fong, Big brother, it was your Chen Hong who started this today. What Xiao Feng did is understandable under the circumstances. Then he added cautiously, and besides, that house wasn't entirely a gift from you. I clearly remember paying your family 80,000 yuan for it. What are you trying to say? At Chen Fongping's words, Chen Fong's expression instantly shifted from dark to livid. Chapter 118. I'm planning to attend the class reunion. Not interested at all. Chen Fongping sighed, feeling somewhat dispirited. I just want to make one thing clear. We don't owe you anything. You? Hearing Chen Fongping's words, Chen Fong was instantly furious. Honestly, he never expected that his usually meek younger brother would dare speak to him like this. Just as he was about to retort, Chen Fong abruptly cut him off. Get out of my house in 10 seconds, or I won't be so polite anymore. Truthfully, if not for concern over his father's feelings, Chen Fong would have already kicked him the moment Chen Fong started talking. Fine. After hearing that, Chen Fong coldly spat out 3 sharp affirmatives. He snatched Chen Hong up from the ground, then turned and stormed out of the house toward the car. The moment he reached the vehicle, he couldn't resist shouting a threat back at Chen Fong and the others inside. You'll all pay for this. You haven't heard the last of me. With that, he yanked open the car door and shoved Chen Hong inside. Upon hearing this, Chen Fong couldn't help but frown. Frankly, nothing annoyed him more in life than being threatened. His eyes narrowed slightly before turning toward Lu Rubing, standing nearby. Having shared numerous deep conversations with Chen Fong, Lu Rubing immediately understood his unspoken message. She nodded once, then strode silently toward the Mercedes-Benz. Without hesitation, she lifted her leg and delivered a powerful kick. Boom! With a thunderous crash, the entire Mercedes was launched through the air, flying 8 or 9 meters before crashing into a deep pit nearby. This, Chen Fong, who had just been plotting future revenge, froze completely on the spot. He stared at Lu Rubing as though she were some kind of monster, his eyes wide with pure terror. He could never have imagined that a young woman like Lu Rubing could physically kick an entire car that far. Not only him, even Chen Feng's parents, who had just stepped outside, were so shocked they nearly stumbled and fell. By the time Chen Fong was snapped out of it, his courage had been shattered by Lu Rubing's single kick. Terrified, he didn't dare say another word to Chen Fong and the others. Instead, he scrambled quickly toward where the wrecked car lay. When he confirmed that Chen Hong inside hadn't suffered any additional injuries, the heavy stone in his heart finally settled. Without wasting another second, he pulled out his phone and made a call. Of course, he didn't dare call anyone to confront Chen Fong. after seeing Lu Rubing kick a car like that. Who on earth could possibly stand against them? All his men at the construction site wouldn't last a second. No, this call was simply to request a tow truck. Seeing this, Chen Fong and the others simply ignored him and walked back inside. Time flew by quickly, and soon it was July 15th, the 4th day since Chen Fong had returned. Over these past 4 days, aside from visiting the village chief's house every now and then, Chen Fong mostly stayed home, watching TV and playing card games with Lu Rubing and the girls. On the afternoon of July 15th, shortly after finishing lunch, Chen Fong received a WeChat message from Li Hao. The message was brief. It was about the class reunion Li Hao had mentioned earlier. Honestly, the old Chen Fong would have flat out refused such invitations. In his opinion, these so-called class reunions were merely gatherings where former classmates bragged and showed off. But now, Chen Fong was a billionaire. No, a trillionaire. So tell me, who still dared flaunt their wealth in front of him? A faint smirk tugged at the corner of his lips. He turned to Lu Rubing and the others. Get ready. We're heading into the city shortly. Going to the city? The women blinked in surprise, looking curiously at him. Master, are we going shopping? They assumed that after spending several days stuck in this remote village, Chen Fong must have grown bored. No. Chen Fong shook his head, amusement dancing in his eyes. I'm planning to attend the class reunion. The class reunion? Chen Yu perked up excitedly. Brother, is it the one Hauge mentioned before? Can I come along too? Hee. If you want to go, then come along. Chen Fong said with a smile. With that, he stepped toward the door. Seeing this, Lu Rubing and the others quickly followed. Within minutes, the Sikorsky S-92 helicopter parked on the drying yard slowly lifted off the ground and soared into the sky. A hotel in Xiangbei City. Honey, did you contact Chen Fong? Zhou Yan asked, stepping out of the bathroom while drying her hair. Just messaged him. He said he'll be here shortly. Li Hao replied. Good. After hearing this, Zhou Yan nodded with great satisfaction. Whether we can climb onto his high branch tonight all depends on you. Hee, just watch me work. Li Hao chuckled confidently. By the way, did you see the news a few days ago? Suddenly, Zhou Yan remembered something and turned to ask Li Hao. You mean the news about Chen Fong? Exactly. Zhou Yan nodded, speaking with a hint of concern. Do you think the other classmates might have found out about Chen Feng's identity too? If that's the case, we won't have any advantage left. Zhou Yan clearly remembered that day at the mall. She hadn't left Chen Fong with any good impression. Maybe I should test the waters in the group chat? Li Hao suggested thoughtfully after hearing her words. He knew Chen Fong quite well. Unless something important came up, Chen Fong rarely showed up in the group. Good idea. Just ask if anyone knows what Chen Fong has been up to lately. Got it. With that, Li Hao opened WeChat. After finding the group named Senior 3 Class 1, he immediately posted a message. Chen Fong? Who's that? Was there someone by that name in our class? I don't remember either. Can anyone remind me who he is? Dude, are you serious? Chen Fong, the hottest guy in our class. The hottest? Oh damn. Now I remember. He went off to work in Shenzhen, right? How's he? Why were you asking about him? You trying to get him to work at your store or something? Don't even say that. Howzy's really made it. The two of them opened their own shop. Must have made a ton this year, right? You said it. I went to Howzy's store last time to buy clothes. Wow, so many customers. Holy crap, must be super profitable. I'm jealous. You Mingming, stop pretending. I know you've opened your own phone shop. Can't be losing money either, huh? Says who? Look at you. Yang Tao, you run a car wash shop too. Shortly after Li Hao sent his message, replies from classmates quickly flooded in. After reading through them, Li Hao couldn't help but smile. These people were either busy flattering each other's businesses or looking down on Chen Fong with utter disdain. Clearly, not a single one of them had any clue about who Chen Fong truly was now. But what he didn't know was, at that very moment, a woman was staring at the WeChat conversation, her face twisted with inner turmoil, torn, whether she should reveal the truth or not. Let Chen Fong work for Howzy. Are you guys out of your minds? After hesitating for a moment, Yu Wanwen still edited this message and sent it into the WeChat group. Ever since Chen Fong had embarrassed her outside that 4S store, she made a point to search online for any information about him. She didn't expect that what she'd find would shock her so much. Self-made billionaire. Assets worth several trillion. Owner of multiple Fortune Global 500 and China's top 500 enterprises. The man with the most black credit cards in all of China. Each one of these facts made Yu Wanwen regret bitterly. If only she had accepted Chen Feng's advances back in high school, wouldn't she have already soared into the heavens like a phoenix? Yu Wanwen, what exactly are you trying to say? As soon as Li Hao read her message, he immediately grew alert. In his mind, Yu Wanwen must know something specific for saying such a thing. Yeah, Wanwen, that's not right. Howzy's shop alone earns at least several $100,000 a year. Having Chen Fong come work there isn't that strange, is it? Exactly. No offense to Chen Fong, but with his family background and education, finding a good job elsewhere won't be easy. Right? Jobs aren't easy to come by these days. Without a decent degree, all you're fit for is factory work. You Mingming, aren't you about to graduate from Nandu University? Yeah, third year now, one more to go. Wow, impressive. Already running your own phone shop during junior year. Awesome. Over here. I can't compare to you. I heard you're preparing for postgraduate studies at Nandu University. That's right. I plan to get my PhD at Nandu University. Incredible. When that day comes, the rest of our class will have to rely on you for protection. Without fail, just as Li Hao finished speaking, their classmates launched into another round of mutual flattery. What was a class group chat anyway? A place for everyone to show off. As long as my life is better than yours, I've got bragging rights. Honestly, this was precisely why Chen Fong rarely participated in these group chats back in the day. Seeing this, Li Hao couldn't help but smirk, satisfied with his little scheme. He didn't want everyone to know about Chen Feng's current situation. But Yu Wanwen, who had intended to reveal Chen Feng's real status to boast a little, wasn't about to give up so easily. Finding an opening, she replied directly beneath the messages. Now you're showing how truly clueless you all are about Chen Fong. I don't mind telling you, Chen Fong is filthy rich now. The cars he drives are at least supercars worth over 100 million. After sending this, she even added 2 smug emoticons. In her mind, knowing more than the others made her cool. Whoa, seriously? Wanwen, aren't you exaggerating a bit too much? Yeah, Yeah, $100 million supercar? Come on. With Chen Feng's education level, not that I'm looking down on him, but if he manages to buy a used Mercedes in his lifetime, that'd be impressive enough. Exactly. Last month I saw him myself. He was working at some electronics factory called Hong something, wasn't he? Earning just a few thousand a month, and now he owns a 100 million supercar? Get real. Seeing this, Li Hao quickly chimed in. One, fine if Chen Fong doesn't work for me, but saying he drives a 100 million supercar? Not in a million years would I believe that. He then added, tell me, classmates, don't you all agree with me? Absolutely. I don't believe it either. This is ridiculous. If Chen Fong could drive a 100 million supercar, then I could fly a helicopter. Just as Li Hao expected, the moment he sent his reply, everyone else joined in chorus. One thing was certain, no one believed a word Yu Wenwen said. Whatever, don't believe me then. Seeing this, Yu Wenwen decided it wasn't worth arguing anymore. She pursed her lips and quietly muttered under her breath, you bunch of fools, just wait till Chen Fong shows up and slaps you all in the face. With that, she exited the WeChat app. 2 minutes passed. Li Hao noticed that Yu Wenwen didn't reply again, and finally felt the weight lift from his chest. Honey, everything's sorted? Zhou Yan asked Li Hao with a teasing grin. Yeah, luckily that damn bitch Yu Wenwen didn't expose us. Li Hao took a deep breath and nodded. Hee, we still have half an hour before dinner. Zhou Yan giggled mischievously and threw herself toward Li Hao. Shouldn't we do something fun in the meantime? No, hold on, we don't have much time left. Maybe we should just forget it? Li Hao quickly interjected, unable to hide a trace of disgust as he spoke. Truth be told, he couldn't even bear to look at his fat wife, let alone do anything with her. Yet that flicker of disdain was sharply caught by Zhou Yan. What? Half an hour isn't enough for you to perform? Zhou Yan sneered, looking utterly contemptuous. With your 2 minutes, you're less satisfying than a mosquito bite, and yet you still dare act all high and mighty with me? I'm telling you, if you don't cooperate today, tonight you'll be sleeping out on the street. Alright then. Hearing this, Li Hao didn't dare voice any further objections. His eyes welled up slightly as he resigned himself completely to Zhou Yan's will. 2 minutes later, the whole affair ended in haste, accompanied by Zhou Yan's constant scolding. Utterly useless piece of trash. Zhou Yan snorted coldly, visibly disgusted, as she strode off toward the bathroom. Watching her retreating back, Li Hao silently swore inwardly. You fat hag, just wait till I latch on a Chen Fong. I'll make sure to humiliate you like never before. As he thought this, he began fantasizing about a future filled with luxury, beautiful women on both arms, and endless indulgence. And right at that moment, a pair of elegantly dressed professionals stepped out through the entrance of Xiangbei International Airport. The man had a decently handsome appearance, exuding confidence and class, an unmistakable white-collar elite from some major corporation. The woman clinging to his arm wore sunglasses, but judging by her figure alone, she clearly wasn't unattractive. No sooner had they walked out of the airport than a woman dressed in a professional OL suit approached them with a warm smile. Excuse me, are you Mr. Yu Wenkai? But Yu Wenkai acted as if he hadn't heard, instead staring openly at the woman in front of him. Admittedly, while her face wasn't exceptionally beautiful, the explosive curves beneath her office attire were enough to make any man bleed from the nose at first sight. In an instant, Yu Wenkai was completely stunned. Seeing this, Tang Xinyi beside him immediately frowned. She never expected that the moment Yu Wenkai returned to China, he'd already revealed his true colors as a womanizing jerk once again. Chapter 120, Classmates with Hidden Agendas. Ahem. Coughing twice, Tang Xinyi reminded him with a hint of jealousy. Wenkai, someone's talking to you. Oh sorry. Snapped back to reality by Tang Xinyi. Yu Wenkai finally regained his composure. Yes, I'm Yu Wenkai. The woman had naturally noticed Yu Wenkai's expression just moments ago, but she didn't seem the least bit bothered. Instead, right in front of him, she confidently puffed out her chest and introduced herself. Hello, President Yu. I'm Su Rongrong, your new secretary and assistant. With that, she directly extended her fair, delicate right hand. Su Rongrong? Nice name, very nice. Hearing this, Yu Wenkai immediately reached out and took her hand. Feeling the smooth softness in his palm, Yu Wenkai couldn't help but feel a flutter in his heart. It was quite some time before he reluctantly let go. Standing nearby, Tang Xinyi watched this unfold, nearly bursting with anger. This was practically flirting with his secretary right in front of her, his girlfriend. Just as she was about to say something, Yu Wenkai spoke again. Rongrong, I probably won't make it to the office today. Just take Xinyi and me to Xiangbei International Hotel first. As he spoke, Yu Wenkai suddenly seemed to remember something. He pointed toward Tang Xinyi and said, Oh right, this is my girlfriend, and also my assistant back in the US. Her name is Tang Xinyi. I hope the two of you can cooperate well in the future. Yu Wenkai particularly emphasized the words cooperate well, giving them extra weight. Standing beside him, Tang Xinyi understood his meaning all too clearly. After all, during her time in America, she'd often cooperated with those foreign women. Though deeply uncomfortable, she didn't dare voice any objections. As for Su Rongrong, she merely cast a disdainful glance at Tang Xinyi, clearly not taking her seriously at all. In her mind, even if they were forced to work together for now, it would only be temporary. Su Rongrong was extremely confident in her own figure. Once she had Yu Wenkai completely enchanted, wouldn't this woman simply have to step aside? Don't worry, President Yu. I'll definitely get along well with Miss Tang. After saying this, Su Rongrong winked at Yu Wenkai in a deliberately seductive way. It was as if she was silently telling him she could barely wait. Seeing this, Yu Wenkai couldn't help but swallow hard. Ahem. Suppressing the rising heat within, he coughed twice and said, Good, that's settled. It's getting late. We should leave quickly, or we might hit traffic later. Of course, please follow me. Nodding, Su Rongrong led Yu Wenkai and Tang Xinyi toward the parking lot nearby. Soon, the three arrived at a stretched limousine. Su Rongrong opened the door and invited Yu Wenkai inside. Just as Tang Xinyi was about to climb in too, Su Rongrong swiftly slid in first. Damn it, Tang Xinyi cursed inwardly. She wasn't stupid. It was obvious this woman was fighting her for her man. But this wasn't the first time such a thing had happened, so she'd already grown used to it. Sighing heavily, she slumped into the car with a defeated look. Time flew by, and soon it was already time for the scheduled class reunion. Outside the entrance of Shanghai International Hotel, quite a few people were gathered, seemingly waiting for someone. Among them stood Yu Wenwen and Li Hao, the married couple. Hey everyone, why aren't you heading straight to the private room? Are you trying to steal our job here? Li Hao joked, scanning the group with a grin. You see, he had specifically volunteered to handle the reception, just so he could be the first to see Chen Fong. What he hadn't expected was that after everyone arrived, not a single person had gone to the private room. Hee, isn't the homeroom teacher still not here yet? Yeah, it's been 3 years since I last saw him. I really miss him. Hearing Li Hao's words, the others immediately responded with laughter. For some reason, however, Li Hao sensed that when they said this, their eyes darted away evasively. Holy crap, do they know about Chen Feng's identity too? That can't be right. Weren't they just mocking Chen Fong earlier? Damn it, I get it now. At that moment, Li Hao suddenly seemed to understand something. He looked at the group with a knowing half-smile and said, You know what, guys, I don't think you're really waiting for the homeroom teacher, are you? Well then who else would we be waiting for? Yeah, who could possibly be more important than the homeroom teacher? Hearing this, the group's expressions shifted instantly, and they quickly denied it in unison. Haha, you guys don't have to lie to me. Li Hao laughed heartily, a slight smirk curling at the corners of his mouth. If I'm not mistaken, you're actually waiting for Yu Wenkai, the returnee from America, right? After saying this, Li Hao couldn't help but flash an extremely confident smile. Damn, how did you know? A male classmate's eyes flickered with mockery before he pretended to be shockingly surprised. So impressive. I was just hoping Wenkai could help me land an office job. Didn't expect you'd figure it out so quickly. Yeah, exactly. Wenkai is a returnee from America. If he could hook me up with a decent position, that would be amazing. You all know, don't you? Wenkai used to work for Vigo in America. That's a top 10 global company, right? And I heard he got promoted and is now the general manager for Vigo's China region after returning. Good lord, isn't he only 22? How can he be so accomplished? Well, obviously, because he's exceptionally talented. No sooner had the guy finished speaking than the others quickly chimed in with enthusiastic agreement. Although everyone seemed to be lavishing praise on Yu Wenkai, there was something oddly unnatural about their tone. Meanwhile, Li Hao and his wife remained oblivious. Seeing how everyone was fawning over Yu Wenkai, the couple finally felt a weight lift off their shoulders. As long as no one competed with them for Chen Feng's favor, someone like Yu Wenkai simply wasn't worth their attention. Even if Yu Wenkai was a white-collar elite from Vigo, America, in their eyes, he couldn't compare to Chen Fong at all. It was like comparing heaven and earth. Howsy, you two must already know about Chen Feng's identity, right? Just as Li Hao and his wife began to relax, Yu Wenwen leaned over and whispered, What identity? We don't know anything about that. Upon hearing this, Li Hao's heart immediately skipped a beat, and he quickly shook his head in denial. Just as he'd feared earlier, Yu Wenwen really did know who Chen Fong was. Chapter 121. Who could it be? Could someone be more important than Wenkai? Alright, stop pretending with me. Yu Wenwen curled her lips, speaking playfully. Right now only we know what's going on. Later, we'll just see who has what it takes. When Yu Wenwen found out that Chen Fong would also attend the class reunion today, she had gone to the mall beforehand. There, she purchased various styles of sexy lace lingerie. She refused to believe Chen Fong wouldn't be tempted when he saw her wearing these. As for Li Hao and the others, whether they managed to latch onto Chen Feng's coattails was none of her concern. Just as Li Hao was about to nod in agreement, a car horn suddenly blared from afar. 8648. Isn't that our homeroom teacher's car? Yeah, exactly his car. I even rode in it a few years ago. Come on, let's go greet him. Upon recognizing the license plate clearly, everyone rushed over excitedly. Hello, Teacher Liao. The moment the car came to a halt and the door opened, everyone immediately greeted Liao Zhengwo. Hello everyone. Liao Zhengwo chuckled first, then began looking over this group in front of him. Although Li Hao and the others had left school several years ago, Liao Zhengwo quickly recognized every single one of them. Teacher Liao, please come inside. I'll have someone escort you to the private room right away. At that moment, a male student named Yu Mingming stepped forward and said to Liao Zhengwo. After all, as the former class monitor of Senior 3 Class 1, he was the main organizer of this reunion. Aren't you all coming in together? Hearing this, Liao Zhengwo couldn't help but hesitate slightly. Suddenly recalling something, he looked at the crowd and said, You're not waiting for Xiaozai Wenkai, are you? If that's the case, I'll wait with you. So saying, Liao Zhengwo willingly stayed put. Truthfully, the primary reason why he'd let Li Hao's group organize this reunion was precisely to welcome Yu Wenkai's return. In his mind, the only person worth making classmates wait could be none other than Yu Wenkai, the white-collar elite returning from America. Seeing this, the other students didn't insist otherwise. Since Teacher Liao was willing to wait, they might as well wait together. 5 minutes passed. Just as everyone was growing somewhat bored, finally, a stretched limousine slowly drove up. Seeing this, everyone instantly straightened their postures like soldiers awaiting inspection. In their eyes, one could almost detect overwhelming admiration. Liao Zhengwo, standing nearby, couldn't help but wear an expression brimming with pride. After all, Yu Wenkai was his most outstanding student in all these years. To see other classmates showing such admiration now, how could he, as a teacher, not feel proud? Meanwhile, inside the vehicle, Yu Wenkai, who had been secretly holding Su Rongrong's hand, accidentally caught sight of Liao Zhengwo and the others nearby. Sini, isn't that Teacher Liao and the others over there? Turning his head, he pointed toward the parking lot and asked Tang Sini. Hearing Wenkai's question, Tang Sini quickly followed the direction of his finger. Seems like it really is them. Tang Sini murmured with subtle pride. Wenkai, looks like they're all waiting for you. Wenkai chuckled, smugly saying, I'm Teacher Liao's most brilliant student. Shouldn't they be waiting for me? Besides, do you think these people are waiting for me without any ulterior motives? In Wenkai's opinion, the main reason these guys were willing to wait here was undoubtedly because of his position as general manager of Weigao Group. Mr. Yu is absolutely right. I reckon they're definitely hoping to build some connections with you. Upon hearing Wenkai's words, Su Rongrong immediately chimed in enthusiastically. After all, given Mr. Yu's status, even a tiny favor from you would benefit them immensely. Wen Kai burst into loud laughter upon hearing this. Rong, you sure know how to flatter me. I like that. People like them. This is already the peak of their ambitions. Just then, the long luxury limousine finally came to a stop directly in front of Liao Jiangwo and the others. Come on, let's get out and give them something to admire. Because the car had excellent sound insulation, Wen Kai spoke with an especially arrogant tone. He was utterly unconcerned that Liao Jiangwo and the others outside might overhear. So saying, he pushed open the door and stepped out confidently. Seeing this, both Su Rongrong and Tang Xinyi quickly followed behind. However, what Wen Kai completely failed to anticipate. When he stepped out of the car, the admiring looks on everyone's faces instantly turned into expressions of disappointment. It was as if Wen Kai's arrival had somehow let them all down. What the hell? What was going on? Did they not recognize him as Wen Kai? Ahem. Thinking this, Wen Kai quickly cleared his throat twice and smiled at the crowd. Well then, don't you all recognize me, Wen Kai? He had expected that once he announced his name, everyone would immediately burst into cheers and admiration. But to his surprise, they merely responded with a casual, indifferent, "Oh." To Wen Kai, it felt as though his name meant no more than some ordinary Zhang San or Li Si. Just as Wen Kai stood there awkwardly, Liao Jiangwo quickly stepped in to save face. Alright then, now that Wen Kai's here, let's head inside. With that, he grabbed Wen Kai's arm and walked toward the hotel entrance with an eager smile. Tang Xinyi and Su Rongrong, snapping out of their confusion, followed close behind, both slightly frowning. Like Wen Kai, they had absolutely no idea what was happening. Hey, you guys, Li Hao narrowed his eyes, smirking as he spoke to the others. Weren't you waiting for Wen Kai? Why aren't you following them in? By now, he had figured it out. These people clearly already knew something. Their earlier praise for Wen Kai had obviously been nothing but pretense. Hey, what are you all just standing around for? Hurry up, Liao Jiangwo turned back, noticing that none of the students were following. Frowning, he called out to Li Hao and the others. He had already found it strange, the way everyone reacted when they saw Wen Kai lacked any real enthusiasm. Logically, that shouldn't have been possible. And now, they were all just standing still, rooted to the spot. Clearly, the person they were truly waiting for wasn't Wen Kai. Sure enough, the next moment Li Hao's voice rang out. Teacher Liao, you and Wen Kai go ahead inside. We're still waiting for another classmate. Yeah, Teacher Liao, you go on in first. The other students quickly chimed in agreement. Waiting for another classmate. Liao Jiangwo froze for a moment, then couldn't help but frown in confusion. Who? Could someone be more important than Wen Kai? Chapter 122. Who is the person on the plane? This. Upon hearing Liao Jiangwo's words, everyone fell into a brief silence. To be honest, they didn't really want to hurt Wen Kai's feelings. In their eyes, compared to the person they were waiting for, Wen Kai was simply incomparable. Why has no one said anything? Seeing this, Liao Jiangwo couldn't help but feel alarmed. Could it be that there actually was someone more important than Wen Kai, a returned overseas graduate? How is that possible? Truthfully, no matter how hard he racked his brain, Liao Jiangwo just couldn't imagine such a person existing. Standing aside, Wen Kai's face had already turned deathly pale. Though none of his classmates had spoken up, to him, this was nothing short of blatant humiliation. After all, before even stepping out of his car, he'd assumed these classmates had gathered here merely to fawn over him. But after he stepped out, not a single one of them showed even the slightest enthusiasm. Now, they stood silently, waiting for someone else. As a big shot from a Fortune 500 company, how could he possibly tolerate such treatment? As for Su Rongrong and Tang Xinyi, they were also quite displeased with their classmates' attitude. Wen Kai's lips twitched slightly as he turned toward Liao Jiangwo and said, Teacher Liao, why don't we wait too? I'd really like to see what kind of VIP could make them think he's more important than me. Liao Jiangwo wasn't blind to Wen Kai's meaning. He clearly resented the other's behavior. This? Well, alright then. After a moment of hesitation, Liao Jiangwo reluctantly nodded with a frown. With that, he led Wen Kai and the others back to the parking lot. Li Hao and the rest knew very well that doing this might very well offend Wen Kai. But in their hearts, they simply didn't care. Just some Wen Kai. Compared to the person they were waiting for, he was nothing more than trash. Time passed quickly. 10 minutes flew by. Alright, I'm saying. Just as Wen Kai and his group began growing impatient, ready to speak up. Boom, boom, boom. A loud rumbling sound suddenly echoed into everyone's ears. Holy shit, look up. What's that in the sky? My god, is that a helicopter? Damn, someone actually arrived by helicopter. Good lord, are you kidding me? This is insane. As everyone followed the sound and looked up, they were instantly stunned speechless. Especially Liao Jiangwo and Wen Kai. They nearly bit their own tongues in shock. Holy crap, could it be that the person they were waiting for was inside that helicopter? Due to the darkness of night, Wen Kai and the others couldn't make out who exactly was on the aircraft. As everyone held their breath in anticipation, the helicopter slowly descended and finally touched down. The moment the aircraft came to a stop, a pair of high heels emerged from the cabin. A woman? That can't be right. Seeing this, Li Hao and the others frowned. Honestly, this outcome seemed rather different from what they'd imagined. Soon, Lu Rubing stepped down from the plane. She glanced at the crowd awaiting her, but said nothing. Then, Qin Yu and the others followed behind her. Good lord, seriously, how many beauties are there? The instant the group laid eyes on Lu Rubing and the rest, they couldn't help but gasp in awe. There was simply no helping it. Their beauty was off the charts. Even Su Rongrong and Tang Xinyi, standing nearby, found themselves gaping in astonishment. For some reason, an inexplicable sense of inferiority welled up in their hearts. Xiaoyu, did your brother not come? At that moment, Li Hao stepped forward and asked Qin Yu. Xiaoyu, did Li Hao know these people? While everyone was still shocked, a male voice rang out from within the cabin. Who says I didn't come? I'm just putting my shoes on. The moment those words finished, a pair of feet wearing Air Jordans appeared from inside. In seconds, Chen Fong stood before them all. Him? How could it possibly be him? When Wen Kai clearly saw Chen Feng's face, he froze in place, utterly dumbfounded. Honestly, he would have never dreamed, never in a million years, that the final person to step off that helicopter would be Chen Fong. Not just him, Liao Jiangwo and Tang Xinyi standing nearby were equally thunderstruck. And just then, Li Hao and the others rushed forward in a swarm. Fong, Mr. Qin, we're so glad you made it. Yeah, we thought you weren't coming at all. I gotta say, Mr. Qin, you look awesome today, arriving by helicopter? So damn cool. Well, of course. Who is Boss Qin? He's a top-tier powerhouse. What's so special about arriving by helicopter? Awesome, seriously too awesome. Among all of us classmates, only Boss Qin has truly made something of himself. The moment they approached, they immediately began showering Chen Fong with praise. In their minds, this man was a super heavyweight. If they didn't make a good impression on Chen Fong now, when would they ever get the chance? But Chen Fong didn't pay them any attention at all. Did he not understand what they were scheming? How could he possibly not? Sneering slightly, he walked straight toward Liao Jingwo. Li Hao and the others felt somewhat disgruntled upon seeing this, but they didn't dare show it in the slightest. Teacher Liao, long time no see. Hearing Chen Feng's words, Liao Jingwo quickly snapped out of his shock. With a slight smile, he reached out and patted Chen Fong on the shoulder. Good lad. Looks like you're doing pretty well for yourself. Hee, just about average, Chen Fong replied with a modest chuckle. Come on, let's head inside. As he spoke, Liao Jingwo grabbed Chen Fong and started walking toward the hotel entrance. As for Yu Wenkai, his former favorite, he had already been cast completely out of mind. Seeing this, Lu Rubing and Li Hao quickly followed after them. Boss Yu, what should we do now? Su Rongrong approached the sullen-faced Yu Wenkai and whispered hesitantly. Yu Wenkai stared at Chen Feng's retreating back, his heart boiling with rage. He took a deep breath and said bitterly, what else can we do? Just follow along for now. With that, he stepped forward to catch up. But just then, he suddenly noticed Tang Xinyi still standing frozen in place. His eyes narrowed slightly as he turned to her and said coldly, what? Are you regretting your decision from back then? Hearing those words, Tang Xinyi quickly came back to her senses. How could that be? She forced a reply, her lips twitching slightly. So what if he arrived in a helicopter? For all we know, he might have just rented it. Chapter 123. Boss, would you like to order some drinks? That's right. His plane must have been rented. After hearing this, Su Rongrong quickly chimed in. If I'm not mistaken, that should be a Sikorsky S-92 helicopter. Its market price is at least over 10 billion. After all, even my dad wouldn't necessarily spend so much money on one. How could that kid possibly afford it? As the general manager's secretary at Weigao, Su Rongrong did possess some knowledge about high-end luxury goods. In her opinion, Chen Feng's helicopter was definitely rented. Makes perfect sense. Upon hearing her words, Yu Wenkai also found them highly convincing. Nodding slightly, he narrowed his eyes and said, alright, let's go up first. Let's see if we can expose that kid's true colors later. With that, he strode toward the hotel entrance. Seeing this, Su Rongrong and Tang Xinyi quickly followed behind. In no time, they were led by a waiter to a private room on the third floor of the hotel. Just as they entered, they noticed all their classmates clustered around Chen Fong, fawning over him. Humph. Yu Wenkai sneered coldly and walked over with Tang Xinyi and the other girl. Approaching Chen Fong, he asked with a smile, Fengzi, is that helicopter outside really yours? In Yu Wenkai's mind, everyone was flattering Chen Fong solely because of the aircraft parked at the entrance. By asking this question now, he intended to show Li Hao and the others that Chen Fong couldn't possibly compare to him. What do you think? Chen Fong, who had been chatting with Liao Jingwo, turned with an ambiguous half-smile and countered casually. What do I think? Yu Wenkai curled his lips mockingly and said, if I'm not mistaken, isn't that a Sikorsky S-92 helicopter worth over 10 billion? Yeah, pretty sharp eyes. Chen Fong chuckled without denying it. The surrounding classmates, upon hearing this, immediately wore expressions of shock. Although they knew Chen Fong was wealthy, none of them had imagined that one of his casual modes of transportation alone cost more than 10 billion yuan. Their gazes toward Chen Fong now grew even more reverent. Earlier, although Chen Fong seemed indifferent toward them, in their minds, such aloofness was exactly how great men behaved. If someone could be easily approached or used for personal gain, how could they be considered important? With this thought in mind, they became even more determined to win Chen Feng's favor. Witnessing this scene, Yu Wenkai nearly choked with anger. His original intention in asking was to expose Chen Feng's rental scam, but things were backfiring badly. Taking a deep breath, he spoke darkly. You still haven't answered. Was that helicopter rented? Although I haven't been in China these past few years, I find it hard to believe anyone here could actually afford such an expensive aircraft. Yu Wenkai's words couldn't have been clearer. He firmly believed Chen Fong simply couldn't afford such a costly machine. Yu Wenkai, what exactly are you implying? Looking down on our President Chen. Before Chen Fong could respond, Li Hao stepped forward directly, pointing at Yu Wenkai with a frown. To him, this was a golden opportunity to ingratiate himself with Chen Fong. No way would he let others snatch it from him. Others weren't foolish either. They clearly understood Li Hao's intention. Without hesitation, several more stood up immediately. Exactly. Yu Wenkai, you're seriously underestimating President Chen. A mere 10 billion yuan helicopter. What's the big deal? Yeah. I never expected such a stupid question would come out of your mouth. Yu Wenkai, do you even know what kind of status President Chen holds now? Absolutely ridiculous. Utterly ridiculous. After saying this, everyone looked at Yu Wenkai with utter contempt, like he was some dumb fool. It made Yu Wenkai feel as though his question truly was idiotic. Yu Wenkai, being a senior executive at Weigao, had never suffered such humiliation before and was about to retort fiercely. But just then, Liao Jingwo stepped in, saying, Alright. Everyone finally got together after such a long time. Let's keep things civil. He turned to Yu Mingming and said, Xiaoming, quickly ask the waiter to bring us the menu. Let's order some food and eat. Got it. Yu Mingming hurried off. Seeing this, the rest lost interest in arguing with Yu Wenkai any further. Humph. Yu Wenkai sneered again, then took Tang Xinyi and the other two girls to find a seat and sat down. Just then, Yu Mingming brought a waiter into the room. Teacher Liao, take a look and see what you'd like to eat. Yu Mingming took the menu and handed it directly to Liao Jingwo. This expensive? Liao Jingwo casually glanced at the menu and was immediately shocked. Why don't you all just order instead? With that, he quickly handed the menu back to Yu Mingming. Well, why don't you guys order? Holding the menu, Yu Mingming looked helplessly with a bitter smile at the others. It's just ordering food. What's there to hesitate about? Seeing this, Yu Wenkai sneered and said to Su Rongrong beside him, Rongrong, go take the menu. I'll order. Okay. Su Rongrong nodded, walked over to Yu Mingming, and snatched the menu right out of his hand. Then she handed it straight to Yu Wenkai. This was a perfect chance for Yu Wenkai to show off. How could he possibly miss it? He casually glanced at the menu and, in a highly arrogant manner, called out to the nearby waiter, First, bring me 30 servings of Australian three-head abalone. 30 servings? At Yu Wenkai's words, the waiter nearly popped her eyes out. She clearly remembered that one serving of Australian three-head abalone cost 4,500 yuan. 30 servings would amount to 135,000 yuan. Not only her, even Li Hao and the others were utterly stunned. Though many of them were millionaires, none had ever indulged in such extravagance before. See that? Now do you realize how impressive I am? All a bunch of country bumpkins. Yu Wenkai couldn't help but feel triumphant inside as he smirked slightly and continued arrogantly to the waiter. Also bring me 30 servings of top-grade bird's nest and Australian steak. Oh, and make sure all the steaks are cooked medium. This is how I liked it when I was in the US. As for the rest, just bring some of your hotel's signature dishes. Got it all noted? Why yes, got it. Snapping back to reality, the waiter hastily nodded repeatedly. Suddenly remembering something, she respectfully asked Yu Wenkai, Boss, would you like to order some drinks as well? Chapter 124, Excellent wine, truly excellent wine. Wine. Yu Wenkai was momentarily taken aback before waving his hand dismissively. No need. He then turned to Tang Xinyi and said, Xinyi, aren't there 2 bottles of 82 Lafite I brought back from the US in my suitcase? Go fetch them so our classmates can have a proper taste. Huh, 82 Lafite. Good heavens, is this real? Just as Li Hao and the others began to regain their composure, they were immediately shocked all over again. After all, Yu Wenkai's earlier order had already astonished them. Australian three-head abalone, premium bird's nest, and Australian beefsteak. Though they weren't particularly knowledgeable about such luxuries, just hearing the names made it clear these dishes must have been astronomically expensive. And now, Yu Wenkai was bringing out not 1 but 2 bottles of 1982 Lafite. This was the kind of high-end wine usually seen only in TV dramas. A single bottle couldn't cost less than several 100,000 yuan, so 2 would be over 20,000. Honestly, at that moment, Li Hao and the rest started feeling a bit regretful. They had assumed Chen Fong was wealthy, with numerous large enterprises under his name. But compared to the extravagance displayed by Yu Wenkai right now, Chen Fong suddenly seemed rather frigid and distant. In that case, why not first flatter Yu Wenkai while avoiding offending Chen Fong? With that thought, someone quickly stepped forward. Wenkai, you're far too generous. What Wenkai? He's now general manager of Vigo China. We should call him Mr. Yu. Hee, you're absolutely right. Look at me, slipping like that. Come on, our Mr. Yu is simply outstanding. Making money abroad, yet still remembering us classmates. TSK, 82 Lafite. 1 bottle must cost at least 10,000, right? Whoa, seriously that expensive? My dear lord, such costly wine. I've never even tasted anything like it before. Same here. The most expensive drink I've ever had was a 1,500 yuan Fate Matai. Rich, seriously rich. Indeed, when it came to showering praise, Li Hao and his group really knew how to perform. The classmates who moments ago had surrounded Chen Fong desperately searching for conversation topics were now entirely focused on Yu Wenkai. In their eyes, Yu Wenkai was clearly much easier to suck up to. Upon hearing their flattery, Yu Wenkai instantly wore an expression of proud superiority. Smiling smugly, he acted as if it were nothing special. Don't say such things, we're classmates after all. Just 2 bottles of red wine, what's the big deal? Then, turning toward Tang Xinyi, he urged impatiently. Xinyi, what are you standing there for? Hurry up and get them. Now that he finally had a chance to earn admiration from his former classmates, Yu Wenkai certainly wasn't about to let it slip away. Okay. Though somewhat annoyed, Tang Xinyi eventually nodded in agreement. Truthfully, she didn't understand Yu Wenkai's behavior at all. In her opinion, these country bumpkin classmates weren't even worthy of drinking such high-end wine. She had originally planned to take those bottles home and show off in front of her aunts and uncles, to prove just how outstanding her boyfriend was. But since Yu Wenkai insisted, she had no choice but to obey. Once Tang Xinyi returned with the wine, Yu Wenkai instructed her to pour a little into everyone's glass. Come on, classmates, let's toast to our friendship. Yu Wenkai raised his glass with a broad smile. Mr. Yu, shouldn't we decant the wine first? Yeah. I think I saw on TV that before drinking fine red wines like this, you need to aerate them with a decanter. At that moment, 2 classmates couldn't help but ask curiously. Everyone else immediately turned their eyes toward Yu Wenkai. Hee. Yu Wenkai chuckled lightly, saying casually, no need for so many formalities. We're not connoisseurs anyway. The difference between decanted or not won't be noticeable to us. Is that so? Everyone blinked in surprise, then quickly added more flattery. Mr. Yu, you really know your stuff? Yeah, truly impressive. My good heavens, one of these bottles costs over 10,000? I'd better savor this properly. TSK. Looks incredibly sophisticated just looking at it. Naturally, it's 82 Lafite. How could it not be classy? Let's all propose a toast to Mr. Yu. Saying this, everyone lifted their glasses toward Yu Wenkai. Seeing this, Yu Wenkai smiled faintly, raised his glass, and downed it in one gulp. In his eyes, this bunch of country bumpkins had truly never seen the world. Following Yu Wenkai's example, everyone downed their glasses in one gulp. After finishing, they even made a show of smacking their lips. Excellent wine, truly excellent wine. Hee, I'm glad you all like it. Yu Wenkai chuckled, then suddenly noticed Chen Fong nearby. Fengzi, why aren't you guys drinking? Hearing this, everyone turned to look at Chen Fong. Sure enough, just as Yu Wenkai had said, Chen Fong and his group hadn't touched their red wine at all. Oh, nothing much, Chen Fong shrugged casually. I drink this kind of stuff too often at home. It's getting a bit tiresome. After all, someone like Chen Fong today certainly didn't lack such luxuries. Forget about 82 Lafite. Even Romanicani worth hundreds of thousands per bottle was something he could enjoy whenever he wanted. Truthfully, he really was getting a little tired of it. Upon hearing his words, the others also believed Chen Fong wasn't lying. After all, he was a tycoon with assets in the trillions. Drinking high-end red wine probably felt as easy as drinking water to him. Only Yu Wenkai sneered dismissively. Oh, really? Fong, by your tone, are you saying you've drunk even more expensive wine than this? Is this even considered high-end? Chen Fong smirked casually. At best, it's just average. Average. Damn it. Can you be any more pretentious? Hearing this, Yu Wenkai couldn't help but snap. So you're saying you've had wines better than this? Well then, I'd love to hear. What kinds of wine have you actually tasted? In Yu Wenkai's mind, Chen Fong was clearly just trying to show off in front of their classmates. Honestly, he didn't believe for a second that Chen Fong had ever drunk anything truly exceptional. Hehe. Chen Fong merely chuckled faintly, not bothering to answer Yu Wenkai's question. Right in front of everyone, he poured his glass of 82 Lafite straight into the trash can. Lu Rubing and the other girls followed suit without hesitation, mimicking his action immediately. Yu Wenkai was utterly enraged at the sight. Just as he opened his mouth to speak, Chen Fong calmly smiled and said, "Not worth drinking such garbage wine. Manua, bring out those 2 bottles of 45-year-old Romanicani I brought. Let's let everyone here have a taste. Want to show off in front of Chen Fong? Hehe, Yu Wenkai is simply overestimating himself." Chapter 125. The aroma of this wine is way too strong. Whoa, am I hallucinating? Holy crap, holy crap, holy crap. Is this real? My dear sweet sister in heaven, 1945 Romanicani? How much would that even cost? You guys are making such a fuss. Is it really more expensive than the 82 Lafite? 82 Lafite. Don't even compare it to the 45 Romanicani. They're not on the same planet. Dude, seriously? This impressive? Of course. I once looked it up. Just one bottle of the 45 Romanicani goes for at least 3 million. What? How much? Over 3 million per bottle? Holy crap. Is this divine nectar, or what? Needless to say, the moment Chen Fong spoke those words, it was like dropping a depth charge into still water. In just a few seconds, the entire room erupted. No one had expected Chen Fong to casually mention 2 bottles of 1945 Romanicani, each worth over 3 million. Next to Yu Wenkai's pair of 82 Lafite bottles, this comparison buried his offering 6 feet underground. Indeed, as the saying goes, no comparison, no humiliation. As for Yu Wenkai, he was initially stunned speechless. After all, even he had never tasted wine so incredibly high-end. But once he regained his senses, he decided Chen Fong must be bluffing. Honestly, he couldn't believe someone like Chen Fong would actually bring out such rare and precious wine just for a class reunion. And 2 bottles, no less. Cough, cough. Yu Wenkai cleared his throat twice and sneered at Chen Fong. Fong, aren't you laying it on a bit thick? 1945 Romanicani? Don't take me wrong, but do you even know how expensive that stuff is? With that, he shot Chen Fong a mocking glance. Expensive? You probably don't know I drink this stuff every day at home? Chen Fong inwardly scoffed, but ignored him. Instead, he subtly gestured toward Shen Mingyao. Understanding immediately, she reached into her handbag and pulled out 2 bottles of 1945 Romanicani. This can't be possible. The very second Shen Mingyao produced the bottles, Yu Wenkai's confidence shattered completely. He could not believe his eyes. Chen Fong had actually brought 2 genuine bottles of 1945 Romanicani. Staggering slightly, he nearly tumbled off his chair. Mr. Yu, these must be fakes. Su Rongrong quickly reached out and steadied him, whispering comfortingly. Exactly. Given Chen Feng's family background, there's no way he can afford such expensive wine. Tang Xinyi chimed in hastily from the side. Though they whispered, their words still reached everyone's ears. Everyone turned and stared at Tang Xinyi and Su Rongrong as if they were looking at utter fools. They all knew well enough. Chen Fong was now a trillionaire tycoon. A couple of bottles of 1945 Romanicani? There was no way he'd pull out fake wine to fool anyone. At that moment, Shen Mingyao already used a corkscrew to open both bottles. HSSSS. Good God, the aroma is overwhelming. Premium wine. That's definitely premium wine. Incredible. This is the first time I've smelled something so amazing. My dear sweet sister, I only took one whiff, and I'm already feeling dizzy. Holy crap, if this is fake, then real wine doesn't exist anymore. Compared to that 82 Lafite earlier, this makes it look pathetic. I can't wait. I just have to taste it right now. The instant the corks came out, an intense, rich aroma filled the air. Even a tiny sniff was enough to intoxicate them with delight. This can't be real. Yu Wenkai and the others caught the scent too and nearly bit their own tongues in shock. They weren't idiots. Such deep, authentic aroma couldn't possibly come from counterfeit wine. Realizing this, Tang Xinyi and Su Rongrong wished they could vanish into the floorboards right then and there. Meanwhile, Shen Mingyao started pouring wine for everyone. By now, everyone was already spellbound by the fragrance. How could they possibly hold back? As soon as the red liquid began to pour, they eagerly leaned forward to take a sip. Just a slight touch against their lips unleashed a deep, mellow flavor that exploded across their palates. Holy crap, this is unbelievably delicious. Instantly, everyone wore expressions of pure bliss. Even Yu Wenkai and his 2 companions couldn't resist taking a small sip. The next second, all 3 were completely stunned. This intense bouquet, this rich, sweet, layered taste. Fake wine. This can't be for real, right? After all, they had planned to mock it after taking a sip. The 82 Lafite they'd drunk earlier hadn't impressed them much. It was just average. Besides, these hicks wouldn't know the difference anyway. Even if they insisted it was fake, who could argue? But who could have imagined that this 1945 Romanicani, worth over 3 million, would actually taste this incredible? If they still dared call it fake now, everyone else would probably tear them apart on the spot. In that moment, Yu Wenkai and his 2 companions were overwhelmed with bitterness, their hearts churning with conflicting emotions. So, how's my wine treating you? Chen Fong asked with a smile, seeing the blissful expressions on everyone's faces. How is it treating them? How could it just be alright? It was beyond amazing, unbelievably good. Snapping out of their daze, the group immediately started showering Chen Fong with praise. President Chen, your wine is just too good. Yeah, seriously, this is definitely the best wine I've ever tasted in my entire life. Incredible. Absolutely incredible. Dear sweet sister, I'm not finishing mine. I'm taking the rest home so my husband can taste it too. Holy crap, great idea. I'm not drinking mine either then. TSK. Even this tiny little cup must cost over 100,000, right? As they spoke, they began looking around for waiters, hoping to get some containers. To them, such high-end wine would be a waste if they didn't take some back to show off. Just drink up. Chen Fong chuckled at the sight. If you want, I'll send each of you a full bottle someday. Holy crap, really? President Chen, you're not messing with us, are you? Come on. This is over 3 million per bottle we're talking about. At Chen Feng's words, the group nearly popped their eyeballs out of their sockets. They never expected him to be this unbelievably generous. Do I look like I'm joking? Chen Fong said nonchalantly, smirking slightly. It's just a few dozen bottles of 1945 Romanicani. Just pocket change. Not a big deal. For Chen Fong, giving each of them a bottle really wasn't anything significant. Moreover, he was a man with a cashback reward system. 100x return on every purchase was no joke. Of course, he wouldn't give bottles to just anyone. People like Yu Wenkai and his trio, or Li Hao and others who had conflicts with him. Forget about it. Chapter 126. Just a salary of over 10 million yuan or so. Only that much? Dear sister, are you serious? When everyone heard Chen Feng's words, they nearly stumbled and fell to the ground. You had to understand, one bottle of 45-year-old Romanicani was already worth more than 3 million. There were at least 20 people here. That meant Chen Fong would have to spend around 700 million just on gifting wine. Tell me, was there anyone in this world richer than Chen Fong? Just as everyone wore looks of pure delight, Liao Jiangwo couldn't help but speak up at this moment. Xiao Feng, I think you should forget about it. Earning money isn't easy. You don't need to go to such great expense. Teacher, it's fine. Chen Fong smiled lightly, speaking casually. Actually, making money is pretty easy for me. And he wasn't boasting, not at all. With the spending cashback system, perhaps no one in the world earned money more effortlessly than he did. Is that so? Liao Jiangwo said, taken aback. Suddenly remembering something, he asked Chen Fong curiously. By the way, what do you do for work now? Lately, Liao Jiangwo had been busy with his students' summer break and hadn't paid much attention to the news. Otherwise, how could he possibly not know how incredibly impressive Chen Fong had become? Me? Chen Fong thought for a moment before replying. Let's say I'm basically unemployed. Well, he wasn't exactly lying. Although he did own quite a few companies under his name, apart from visiting Eater Real Estate once, he hardly managed any of them. He was practically hands-off. Calling himself unemployed wasn't too far off. Unemployed? After hearing that, Liao Jiangwo didn't press further. In his mind, Chen Fong must simply not want to talk about it. But to Li Hao and the others, these words sparked instant internal grumbling. Unemployed? Is there even such a thing as an unemployed person who's this damn rich? Man, seriously, don't be such a jerk, came a voice from nearby. Yu Wenkai. He couldn't hold back anymore. We're all classmates here. Why hide things like this? The reason Yu Wenkai said this was because he wanted to find out exactly what kind of job Chen Fong was doing now. He refused to believe a mere unemployed man could have this kind of wealth. In his opinion, if Chen Fong was rich only by inheritance or luck, without a solid career, maybe he could still save a little face. After all, he was about to become the general manager of Vigo China. When it came to jobs, compared to everyone present, even Chen Fong, he was quite confident. But what he hadn't expected was that Chen Fong wouldn't even bother acknowledging him. Instead, Chen Fong calmly picked up his glass of red wine, clinked it gently with Shun Mingyao and the other girls, then sipped it leisurely with obvious enjoyment. Seeing this, Yu Wenkai's face instantly turned dark. He never imagined Chen Fong would snub him so openly today. As he opened his mouth to say something, Liao Jiangwo quickly stepped in to mediate. Wenkai, I heard you're returning to take up the general manager position at Vigo China. Is that right? Liao Jiangwo, after all, was Chen Feng's teacher, and he remembered some of what happened back in school. Given Chen Feng's attitude toward Yu Wenkai today, he understood completely. Back then, Chen Fong had already won Tang Xinyi's heart. But in the end, Tang Xinyi secretly left for America with Yu Wenkai. No matter who experienced such a betrayal, pretending nothing happened would be impossible. Yeah, that's correct. Yu Wenkai, still upset a moment ago, immediately wore a smug smile upon hearing Liao Jiangwo's words. This was exactly the chance to show off. The main reason he had urged Liao Jiangwo to organize this class reunion was precisely so he could flaunt his success in front of his old classmates. That's excellent, Liao Jiangwo replied. Now that you're returning to China, your salary should have gone up too, right? Hearing this, everyone leaned in eagerly. Frankly, they were extremely curious about the salary of someone at Yu Wenkai's elite level. Pretty good, Yu Wenkai said with mild pride, a small upward curve at the corner of his lips. Just over 10 million yuan a year, that's all. After saying this, he glanced expectantly at Li Hao and the others. And Li Hao's group certainly didn't disappoint his expectations. The next second, they all froze in shock. For a long while, until finally, like cold water poured into a hot wok, they erupted in instant excitement. My god, a 10 million yuan annual salary? That's freaking incredible. Holy crap. In my entire life, I've never even seen a million, let alone 10. Now it seems your decision to study abroad back then was really the right one. Wow, I envy you. When will I ever make 10 million a year? Incredible. Absolutely amazing. That's exactly it. This was precisely the feeling he wanted. Hearing everyone's flattery, Yu Wenkai couldn't help but feel lightheaded with pride. The frustration he'd felt earlier from Chen Fong completely vanished without a trace. After basking in self-satisfaction for a moment, he suddenly remembered something and turned to the group with a smile. Oh, by the way, my transfer back from the US was quite sudden. I don't even have a single trusted aide by my side. I was wondering, among all of you here, is there anyone willing to come work under me? Don't worry, whoever joins me will be treated extremely well. In Yu Wenkai's mind, if he could recruit a few of these classmates as his subordinates today, then his entire act would be perfectly complete. After all, having your former classmates working for you, wasn't that just the ultimate satisfaction? No way, seriously? Boss, you're not joking with us, are you? Yeah, come on. We're talking about Vigo Tech, a Fortune 500 company. Are we even qualified? As soon as they heard Yu Wenkai's words, everyone instantly perked up. Why had they come here today? Wasn't it exactly to find someone influential to lean on and secure a good job? Now that such an opportunity was right before them, how could they not be tempted? Of course it's real. Yu Wenkai slightly curled the corners of his mouth, speaking confidently. As long as you're willing to follow me, who dares say anything against it? Don't forget, I'm now the top leader of Vigo China. Though Yu Wenkai knew full well his classmates weren't particularly capable, he had already made his boast. How could he possibly take it back now? Holy crap, that's awesome. Boss Yu, count me in. I'll follow you from now on. Boss Yu, don't forget me either. Me too. Me too. Hearing this, none of them hesitated any longer and quickly scrambled to fawn over Yu Wenkai. In their minds, if they could land leadership positions at Vigo, wouldn't they shine brightly in front of relatives and friends from now on? As for whether they actually had the skills or not, well, that simply wasn't part of their consideration. Chapter 127. Using the fixed point additional reward option service again. Alright, no problem. Yu Wenkai waved his hand dramatically, saying in a bold tone, just register briefly with my secretary later. Hehe, that's really too kind of you. Thanks, President Yu. Haha, looks like I'm going to be an executive now. This is so cool. I'll have something to brag about when I get back. Hearing Yu Wenkai's words, everyone was nearly jumping with joy. In their eyes, today's trip had definitely been worth it. But just then, Yu Wenkai turned toward Chen Fong, a teasing smile on his face. Fengzi, do you want to come over too? Don't worry. Come work for me and I guarantee you a secure job for life. This was a golden opportunity to show off in front of Chen Fong. How could Yu Wenkai possibly pass it up? Yeah, Chen Fong, why don't you just join Wenkai? Tang Xinyi chimed in mockingly. Sure, you're rich now, but without a proper job, doesn't that seem a bit off? What the hell? Are you guys kidding me? As soon as those words left their mouths, everyone present, except Su Rongrong and Liao Jiangwo, exchanged speechless glances. Who exactly was Chen Fong? He was a powerhouse with trillions in assets. And now they wanted him to work for Yu Wenkai? How ridiculous can you get? Just as the others were thinking this, Chen Fong finally spoke. He didn't respond directly to Yu Wenkai and Tang Xinyi, instead turning to Yu Wenkai with a counter question. The company you work for, it's called Vigo Tech, right? Huh. Yu Wenkai paused slightly, taken aback. Honestly, he didn't quite understand what Chen Fong meant by asking this. After a moment's thought, he smiled and replied, that's right. What about it? Nothing much. Chen Fong smirked slightly, a playful look in his eye. Do you really think it's appropriate to casually appoint people into top management positions? What do you mean by that? Hearing Chen Feng's words, Yu Wenkai's expression instantly darkened. His eyes narrowed as he snapped back. What business is it of yours how I make appointments? Really? Chen Fong chuckled coldly, mocking. It'll be your problem soon enough. Immediately after speaking, Chen Fong issued a command to his system. System, open the screen. In the next second, the system interface instantly appeared before Chen Fong. Without delay, he mentally instructed, System, activate the fixed point additional reward option service. Beep. Fixed point additional reward option service successfully activated. Beep. Since your total bank balance exceeds 5 trillion, you currently have 50 opportunities to use the fixed point additional reward option service. Beep. Fixed point additional reward categories include technology companies, real estate companies, hotel companies, service industry companies, resource development companies, security companies, chemical companies, automotive retail companies, tourism service companies, retail and food companies. Please make your selection. Almost instantly after Chen Fong issued the command, the system prompt appeared on the screen. Ever since Chen Fong last achieved rebates exceeding 5 trillion, he hadn't used the fixed point additional reward option service again. The reason Chen Fong decided to use it now was precisely so he could let Yu Wenkai experience firsthand exactly how it felt to have everything ripped away from you. Back then, aside from his parents and younger sister, Tang Xinyi had been the most important person in Chen Feng's life. Yet in the end, she was snatched away by Yu Wenkai and taken to the United States. A nobleman waits 10 years to avenge a slight. Now, Chen Fong had his chance for revenge. How could he possibly let Yu Wenkai off easily? He repaid kindness with gratitude, and wrongs with retribution. That was Chen Feng's nature, unforgiving of even the smallest offense. What he intended to do now was take complete ownership of Vigo Tech, then reduce Yu Wenkai to nothing. Without hesitation, Chen Fong immediately selected option, technology companies. Beep. You have selected technology companies. The system is now allocating your fixed point additional reward. Beep. Due to your selection, the system will additionally boost your equity stake to 100%. Beep. Since your bank balance has exceeded 700 billion, the system grants an additional reward, 100% shares of Micron Group. The share certificate has been stored in the system warehouse, available for immediate retrieval. Shortly after Chen Fong made his choice, the system quickly granted him a tech company as a targeted reward. Micron Group. As a Chinese national, Chen Fong had a certain level of familiarity with this company. Although it couldn't compare to Alibaba or Huawei, as a tech company, it was undoubtedly among the top 10 in China. After all, this company's smartphones had been sold globally several years ago, and its global reputation was quite impressive. However, none of that mattered at all to Chen Fong now. Without wasting any time, Chen Fong continued speaking to the system. System, activate the fixed point additional reward option service again. Beep. Fixed point additional reward option service successfully activated. Beep. Since your total bank balance exceeds 5 trillion, you currently have 50 opportunities to use the fixed point additional reward option service. Beep. Fixed point additional reward categories include technology companies, real estate companies, hotel companies, service industry companies, resource development companies, security companies, chemical companies, automotive retail companies, tourism service companies, retail and food companies. Please make your selection. Without hesitation, Chen Fong once again selected option, technology companies. Beep. You have selected technology companies. The system is now allocating your fixed point additional reward. Beep. Due to your selection, the system will additionally boost your equity stake to 100%. Beep. Since your bank balance has exceeded 800 billion, The system grants an additional reward, 100% shares of Shuinka Group. The share certificate has been stored in the system warehouse, available for immediate retrieval. Yet what left Chen Fong speechless was that his second fixed-point reward was yet another Chinese enterprise. Sure, Shuinka Group was impressive within China, but it still wasn't what Chen Fong needed. This couldn't go on like this. Chen Fong couldn't help but ask the system, didn't you say I have over 50 fixed-point additional reward opportunities? I'm just wondering, can I use all 50 at once? Beep. The system can provide up to 10 fixed-point opportunities at most per use. Would you like to proceed? Use them. Chen Fong responded without a moment's thought. To him, there was no real difference between using one chance or 10. He refused to believe that even after 50 attempts, he still wouldn't draw Weigao Tech. Chapter 128. You're the former chairman of Weigao Tech, aren't you? Ding. The 10-time Yan additional reward option service has been successfully activated. Ding. Would you like to fix the options? Fix the options. Chen Fong had no time to waste with the system. He responded immediately in his mind. Ding. The fixed additional reward options include technology companies, real estate companies, hotel companies, service industry companies, resource development companies, security companies, chemical companies, automotive retail companies, tourism service companies, retail and food companies. Please make your fixed selection. I choose technology companies. Ding. You have successfully fixed your selection on technology companies. The system has now initiated Ding-Dan additional rewards. 9 attempts remaining. Ding. Due to your selection of a fixed option, the system will additionally upgrade your equity stake to 100%. Ding. As your bank account balance has successfully exceeded 900 billion, the system grants an additional reward, 100% shares of Honghai Group. The share certificate has been deposited into the system warehouse and can be withdrawn at any time. Ding. As your bank account balance has successfully exceeded 1 trillion, the system grants an additional reward, 100% shares of Tianjiang Group. The share certificate has been deposited into the system warehouse and can be withdrawn at any time. Ding. As your bank account balance has successfully exceeded 1100 billion, the system grants an additional reward, 100% shares of Silicon Valley Group. The share certificate has been deposited into the system warehouse and can be withdrawn at any time. Ding. As your bank account balance, the system grants an additional reward, 100% shares of Hanshin Group. Ding. The system grants an additional reward, 100% shares of Little Apple Group. To Chen Feng's frustration, after 9 consecutive Yan draws, he still hadn't obtained the result he wanted. Just as he was about to give up and command the system to perform another round of consecutive draws, the next second, he nearly jumped up in excitement. Ding. As your bank account balance has successfully exceeded 1800 billion, the system grants an additional reward, 100% shares of Weigao High-Tech. The share certificate has been deposited into the system warehouse and can be withdrawn at any time. Truth be told, Chen Feng's luck was indeed pretty good. He had managed to draw Weigao High-Tech within just 12 attempts. As for the remaining chances, he didn't plan to waste them anymore. After all, he already held over a dozen world-class tech companies. Continuing to draw would simply be redundant. Without delay, he commanded the system to retract the interface. When Chen Fong looked back at Yuan Kai, only a single second had passed. Indeed, the system's control over time and space was extremely powerful. Upon hearing this, Yuan Kai sneered. I said, lunatic, are you not afraid of straining your tongue while lying? What's it got to do with you? Unless you're a shareholder of Weigao? Ha ha. With that, he burst into laughter. Is that so? A wry smirk appeared on Chen Feng's lips, his face filled with mocking amusement. How about calling your CEO in the US and checking whether I have any connection with Weigao High-Tech? Is that really necessary? In Yuan Kai's opinion, Chen Fong was just being ridiculous. Though Chen Fong left an impression of immense wealth, he still couldn't believe Chen had any real ties with Weigao High-Tech. What was Weigao High-Tech? It ranked among the top 5 tech companies in the world. Even among the Fortune Global 500, it stood prominently at the very top. Its technological chips alone monopolized the entire industry. Now, Chen Fong was casually demanding that Yuan Kai call the chairman of Weigao. Was this some kind of joke? Not only did Yuan Kai think so, but Li Hao and the others also harbored doubts. After all, most of them had only learned about Chen Fong yesterday by reading news from Xiangbei and searching his name on Chengdu. Although Chen Fong owned numerous companies, all of which were either global or Chinese top 500 enterprises, they simply hadn't seen any mention of Weigao High-Tech among them. Damn, could it be that he had someone acquire Weigao right before coming here? Impossible. How could that be possible? At that moment, everyone immediately dismissed their own suspicions in their hearts. And the reason was simple. Such a thing was just too outrageous. Yet at this moment, Chen Fong spoke again, a playful glint in his eyes. Of course it's necessary. Could it be that you're actually scared? Scared? Hearing Chen Feng's words, Yuan Kai couldn't help but twitch his jija. After a long pause, he finally replied coldly, fine. If you're determined to embarrass yourself, I'll make this call. With that, he pulled out his phone and dialed the number, deliberately turning on speakerphone. Hello, what is it? As soon as the call connected, an impatient voice from a foreign middle-aged man came through immediately. Boss, the thing is. Yuan Kai was momentarily startled, then quickly replied in fluent English. There's a man here named Chen Fong who says he wants to speak with you. Do you mind taking the call? With that, Yuan Kai relayed everything Chen Fong had said earlier to the person on the line. Chen Fong? Who's that? Hearing Yuan Kai's words, the man instantly frowned, speaking irritably. Don't bother me with just anyone. Wait. Just as he was saying this, it seemed as if something suddenly clicked. He quickly asked Yuan Kai. You said his name is Chen Fong? That's right, Chen Fong. Is there any problem? Hearing this, Yuan Kai felt a sudden sinking feeling in his gut. And not just him. Everyone around who was listening to the phone call now wore expressions of confusion. What the hell? Could it be that Chen Fong actually has some connection with Weigao Tech? As everyone was lost in thought, a voice came through the phone again shortly after. Quickly hand the phone over to Mr. Chen. I need to speak with him. Huh. Hearing these words, Yuan Kai froze, completely stunned. The look he gave Chen Fong was filled with bewilderment. Honestly, he never expected the CEO of Weigao Tech would actually agree to talk to Chen Fong. What are you standing there for? Chen Fong smirked playfully. Hand over the phone. He reached out his hand. Coming back to his senses, Yu Wenkai's expression flickered uncertainly. After hesitating for a moment, he slowly pushed the phone toward Chen Fong. Chen Fong didn't waste any time. In front of everyone, he casually spoke into the phone. This is Chen Fong. You're the former chairman of Weigao Tech, aren't you? What the hell? Former chairman? Good lord. Does this guy? Could he have actually acquired Weigao High Tech? The instant those words left Chen Feng's mouth, Li Hao and the others nearly stumbled over in shock. As for Yu Wenkai and the other two, they were utterly baffled. They couldn't make sense of what Chen Fong meant at all. Chapter 129. Did I just show off in front of my own boss? Yes, I am. As soon as these words left his mouth, a reply in English quickly came from the other end. Although Chen Fong could understand it perfectly well, he couldn't help but frown slightly. With a subtle twist of his lips, he said into the phone, "Can you speak Chinese?" Given Chen Feng's personality, how could he possibly accommodate the other party? After all, he had already demanded during Blackwater Group's last meeting that everyone must speak only Chinese. So what if they were foreigners? Did being a foreigner make them special? Now that they were all employees under Chen Fong, they would simply have to obediently speak Chinese. This. The man on the other end hesitated for a moment before replying somewhat awkwardly. I can. His accent sounded a bit strange, but that was precisely the result Chen Fong wanted. Everyone around, seeing this unfold, silently raised their thumbs in admiration. In their eyes, being able to force a Fortune 500 CEO to speak Chinese, within China, at least, there was probably no one besides Chen Fong who could pull that off. Truthfully, they couldn't help but feel deeply impressed. Good. Chen Fong said with a faint smile, then continued. May I ask your name? My name is Stephen Owen. You may just call me Owen. Owen replied respectfully to Chen Fong. Mr. Chen, was it you just now who acquired our company through QF Venture Capital? That's right. Chen Fong didn't beat around the bush, casually nodding as he spoke. Holy shit, this is actually true. My god, President Chen is just too awesome. My dear lord, that's Weigao technology we're talking about. TSK. Now I see. President Chen buys companies like the rest of us go to the market and buy a cabbage. Incredible. Absolutely incredible. Hearing Chen Fong confirm it, everyone immediately burst into hushed, stunned chatter. Frankly, earlier they'd still harbored doubts. Was Chen Fong really the one who acquired Weigao? Yet in the end, they chose to believe him. And now, reality proved their guesses correct. But it wasn't just them. Yu Wenkai and the other two sitting nearby jumped straight up from their seats in shock. Good lord, what on earth did I just do? Did I seriously try to show off in front of my own boss? Looking at Chen Feng's calm and composed expression, Yu Wenkai felt as if lightning had struck his soul. He staggered, nearly collapsing to the floor. Meanwhile, Owen on the other end couldn't help feeling bitter inside either. He had been the CEO of Weigao Technology, but in an instant, he had become nothing more than an employee. Taking a deep breath, he respectfully asked Chen Fong, "Boss, do you have any instructions?" As an employee, Owen adapted surprisingly fast, a testament to his real capabilities as an entrepreneur. Instructions? Chen Fong repeated thoughtfully. After a pause, he said, "No special instructions. Just run the company as usual." Then, as an afterthought, he added, "Oh, but I do have one requirement. From now on, everyone in the company must speak Chinese to me." This. Hearing Chen Feng's words, Owen instantly looked troubled. Weigao Technology's headquarters was located in the United States. Apart from the branch in China, almost all of the employees were Americans. Now Chen Fong demanded that everyone speak Chinese. How could he not feel uneasy? What? Any problems? It's just, there might be some difficulties. Owen sighed bitterly. Boss, if it's regarding the Chinese branch, we can certainly enforce that. But back at the US headquarters, nearly everyone is American. So what if they're American? We're Chinese ourselves. But weren't we all required to learn English in school? Chen Fong sneered dismissively. Just pass down the order. Anyone who refuses, tell them to leave immediately. Now that Weigao belonged to Chen Fong, why should he care whether someone was American or not? Don't want to speak Chinese? Fine. Then kindly return to wherever you came from. Chen Fong despised people who believed English was superior above all. He hadn't forgotten those banana people, yellow on the outside, white on the inside, who sneered at the Chinese language. Alright then. Seeing how firm Chen Fong was, Owen had no choice but to reluctantly agree. Unbeknownst to him, this single decision by Chen Fong would eventually ignite a nationwide craze for learning Chinese across the entire United States. Who could blame it, when all the major corporations in the future United States would be acquired by Chen Fong? By the way, I almost forgot one thing. At this point, Chen Fong couldn't help but cast a teasing glance toward Yu Wenkai. Feeling the mockery in Chen Feng's gaze, Yu Wenkai instantly had a terrible premonition. Sure enough, the next second, he heard Chen Fong continue. Replace the general manager position here in China. Yu Wenkai isn't suitable. Chen Fong was no bleeding heart saint. He repaid kindness with kindness, and grievances with revenge. That had always been his principle. The moment Yu Wenkai heard these words, his legs gave out completely, and he collapsed straight onto the floor. He never expected that retribution would come so swiftly. Just thinking about his future life filled him with overwhelming despair. As for Tang Xinyi and Su Rongrong, who stood beside him, they didn't step forward to help him up. Instead, they remained where they were, frowning in deep thought. Boss, Yu Wenkai is actually a man of exceptional ability. Could there be some misunderstanding? After hearing this, Owen tried to plead on Yu Wenkai's behalf. After all, although Yu Wenkai might be despicable as a person, his professional skills were undeniably strong. Otherwise, why would Owen have appointed him as the regional general manager in China? Upon hearing Owen's words, Yu Wenkai instantly felt hope return. Power and women. These had always been his greatest pursuits. He absolutely did not want to lose them now. But after just 1 second of hesitation, he crawled forward toward Chen Fong without any regard for his dignity. As he crawled, he began begging desperately. Fong. No, President Chen, please give me one more chance. It was truly wrong of me back then. But that bitch Tang Xinyi was the one who seduced me first. If you'll just spare me this once, I can even return her to you. In Yu Wenkai's mind, the only reason Chen Fong was retaliating against him today must be because of Tang Xinyi. If that was the case, she was just one woman. What did it matter if he gave her back? As long as Chen Fong spared him this time. As the general manager of Weigao in China, he could find any woman he wanted in the future. Chapter 130. How could he be so ruthless? Upon hearing Yu Wenkai's words, Tang Xinyi, who had been frowning in deep thought, immediately flew into a rage. She pointed at Yu Wenkai kneeling on the ground and shouted furiously, "Yu Wenkai, you bastard!" Yet Yu Wenkai acted as if he hadn't heard her at all. His eyes remained fixed on Chen Fong, full of desperate hope, begging for forgiveness. "Return it to me." Chen Fong sneered with disdain. "Do you really think I need you to return it?" Without waiting to see Yu Wenkai's reaction, he turned back to the phone call. "I don't care how capable he is. My company, my rules. If you have any objections, just keep them to yourself." Weigao technology might be powerful in the United States, even across the globe. But in Chen Feng's eyes, it meant nothing. Even if this led to the company going bankrupt and collapsing, so what? Moreover, could firing just one mere Yu Wenkai truly bring Weigao technology to its knees? Fine then. Owen, hearing Chen Feng's words, felt extremely displeased but ultimately had no choice but to nod reluctantly. "I'll handle the arrangements as soon as possible." After exchanging a few more words with Owen, Chen Fong promptly hung up the phone. Silence. An overwhelming silence. The instant Chen Fong ended the call, the entire private room fell into utter stillness. Everyone could practically hear their own heartbeat. They never expected that Yu Wenkai, who moments ago had been full of confidence and pride, would be so casually dismissed by Chen Fong. The hopeful glimmer in Yu Wenkai's eyes, still kneeling on the floor, instantly dulled and faded. Regretful? Of course he was. But what good was regret now? Pooh. Unable to hold back, he suddenly spat out a mouthful of blood and immediately collapsed unconscious. "Hurry! Call 120 for emergency help." Liao Zhangwo, snapping back to his senses, quickly shouted to those around him. In an instant, chaos erupted in the room. By the time everyone had seen Yu Wenkai loaded onto the ambulance and returned, they noticed something surprising. Tang Xinyi and Su Rongrong had come back too. What the hell? How utterly heartless. Witnessing this, everyone couldn't help but silently grumble inwardly. At that moment, the dishes finally arrived. Since Chen Fong was now the only real power in the room, everyone naturally scrambled to flatter and curry favor. Some offered toasts, others showered him with praise. Even the two women, Tang Xinyi and Su Rongrong, couldn't resist standing up and walking over to Chen Fong. Lifting their wine glasses, they smiled gently at him. "President Chen, we'd like to propose a toast to you." With that, they extended their glasses toward him. Seeing this, Chen Fong couldn't help but frown slightly. He looked at them and asked, "You two are also employees of Weigao Technology, aren't you?" "Why yes." The two women replied weakly. "All right then, you're both fired too." Chen Fong said offhandedly, smirking. "Go pack your things and leave the company tomorrow." "No, please, President Chen, give us another chance." Yes, President Chen. I admit I was wrong before. Please forgive us." Hearing Chen Feng's words, the two women nearly burst into tears, pitifully begging for mercy. After all, they were both executive secretaries to the general manager of Weigao Technology China. This position already placed them within the white-collar ranks at Weigao. Their monthly salaries were far better than what most other companies offered. Otherwise, why would they have dared to approach Chen Fong so eagerly with a toast? All they wanted was to preserve their current positions. Never did they imagine that Chen Fong would give them absolutely no chance. Hearing their pleas, Chen Fong acted as if he hadn't heard a word, calmly continuing to eat his meal. Seeing this, Tang Xinyi and Su Rongrong dared not say more. Holding their untouched wine glasses, they walked back to their seats with crestfallen expressions. After a lavish dinner filled with food and drink, aside from Liao Zhangwo, Li Hao and the others all made excuses to head to the restroom. The reason was simple, they just didn't want to pay the bill. After all, the dishes Yu Wenkai had ordered earlier amounted to at least several $100,000. Xiao Feng this. Liao Zhangwo looked around the nearly empty private room and gave Chen Fong a helpless, bitter smile. His meaning was clear, he didn't have the money to cover the bill. "Don't worry, I'll pay." With a sweeping gesture, Chen Fong casually handed a black card to the waiter. The waiter froze for just a moment in shock, then quickly bowed respectfully. "Sir, please wait a moment. I'll process your payment right away." The man before her was clearly a black card elite. She didn't dare show even the slightest disrespect. In less than 3 minutes, she had already swiped the card and settled the bill for Chen Fong. "Teacher Liao, we'll be taking our leave then." After paying, Chen Fong cast a glance at the empty private room and said to Liao Zhangwo, All right." Liao Zhangwo's lips twitched slightly as he nodded awkwardly. Chen Fong didn't say anything more. He simply turned and walked out of the private room with Lu Rubing and the others. By the time Li Hao and the rest returned to the private room, it was already completely empty. What the hell? Where did Teacher Liao and the others go? They probably left. I wonder if Chen Fong paid the bill or not. He must have paid. It's not like they could have just left otherwise. Yeah, guess so. That's good then. Just as everyone quietly breathed a sigh of relief, one person suddenly remembered something. Holy shit, didn't Chen Fong say he was going to give us some wine? Yeah, damn, I nearly forgot about that too. What kind of thing is this? How could he just run off without saying a word? I think he's just trying to avoid giving us the wine. Does anyone have his WeChat? He promised us. We should demand an explanation. Exactly. Hurry up and send him a message. What the hell? I don't seem to have Chen Feng's WeChat. Does anyone else? Me neither. One after another, the group quickly fell silent. None of them had Chen Fong saved in their WeChat contacts. It wasn't that they hadn't added him before. Each had actually deleted him without Chen Fong ever knowing. Now, if they wanted to contact Chen Fong to claim their wine, how on earth could they reach him? Only Li Hao and Zhou Yin, secretly hiding nearby, were silently rejoicing inside. Having made an excuse to step outside, they pulled out their phones and prepared to send Chen Fong a message. What the hell? This. But to their utter shock, the moment they sent the message, a prompt immediately popped up on screen. The recipient is not your friend. No explanation needed. They both knew instantly that Chen Fong had deleted Li Hao from his contacts. Chapter 131. Could you please show some mercy? Of course, Chen Fong had no idea what was happening over there. And even if he did know, he would undoubtedly look down on it with contempt. To be honest, the fact that Chen Fong had treated them to such a lavish meal for free was already more than generous. People with their fawning, sycophantic personalities were simply nauseating to think about. Chen Fong and the others didn't plan to return tonight anyway. By now, it was already quite late. After leaving the private room, they checked into 3 presidential suites directly at the hotel. Chen Fong took one suite for himself, while the other 2 were given to Lu Rubing and the others. No sooner had he entered his room than he headed straight for the bathroom. He'd drunk quite a bit of alcohol during dinner, and the smell still clung heavily to him. Knock knock knock. Just as Chen Fong stepped out of the bathroom, someone suddenly knocked on his door. Who is it? Frowning, Chen Fong walked over and opened the door. But to his surprise, the person standing there was Tang Xinyi. What are you doing here? Chen Fong frowned again and asked her. See, can I come in and talk? Tang Xinyi glanced around nervously, then blushed as she spoke to Chen Fong. He didn't think much of it, nodded slightly, and led her inside. All right, speak. What do you want? Chen Fong settled comfortably onto the sofa and looked at her expectantly. Funga? Before Tang Xinyi could continue, Chen Fong cut her off sharply. Enough. Don't call me Funga. You're not qualified. If you have something to say it quickly. I have other things to attend to. Oh, okay then. Hearing this, Tang Xinyi felt extremely awkward. She took a deep breath and finally said, I know I was wrong back then. I shouldn't have lost my mind. But isn't there an old saying? One day as husband and wife, 100 days of kindness. After all, I gave you my first time. Oh, so what exactly are you implying? I'm not implying anything. I just mean, her eyes welled up with tears as she looked pitifully at Chen Fong. I really need my job at Weigao Tech. Could you please, show me some mercy? You really need that job? Hearing this, Chen Fong smirked amusedly. And what does that have to do with me? Can't you just let me off the hook, for the sake of our past connection? Stop right there. There's no connection between us. Go keep your Yu Wenkai company instead. With that, Chen Fong stood up abruptly and pushed Tang Xinyi toward the door, ushering her out. Knock knock knock. But shortly after sending Tang Xinyi away, someone knocked on Chen Feng's door once again. Damn it, who the hell is it now? Can't a man even sleep in peace? Annoyed, Chen Fong flung the door open again. The hell? You again? He had assumed it might be Shin Mingyao or the others, but never expected it to be Su Rongrong. Scram! Don't disturb my sleep. Without another word, Chen Fong shoved her back outside and slammed the door shut. He wasn't stupid. He knew perfectly well what these women wanted by showing up at his door so late at night. Nothing more than using their bodies to beg for his forgiveness. But Chen Fong, being an upright and righteous young man, would never allow these 2 women to succeed in their scheming tricks. So without hesitation, he had driven both of them away immediately. Chapter 132. Quickly let go of my God's hand. After breakfast, Chen Fong and the others boarded a plane and headed straight back to Chen family village. Thus, Chen Fong and his group stayed at home for another 2 or 3 days. During this time, Chen Fong also reached an agreement with the provincial leaders to purchase the entire Zhangjiajie National Forest Park. As for the follow-up investments and development in northern Hunan, Chen Fong had already assigned everything to Yida Group. Seeing that matters were progressing smoothly, Chen Fong first took Chen Yu and the other girls on a trip to tour Zhangjiajie National Forest Park. Then, after saying goodbye to their parents, he brought the girls back to Shenzhen. No sooner had Chen Fong returned than he received a call from Byte Tech. They invited him to attend a major event the company was hosting. Originally, Chen Fong wasn't particularly interested, but upon learning that Zhao Shui'er had also been invited, he agreed without hesitation. Given Zhao Shui'er's gentle nature, Chen Fong truly worried she might get bullied. The event was scheduled for the next morning. Early the next day, after briefly informing everyone, Chen Fong casually picked one Bugatti Veyron and left with Zhao Shui'er. When they arrived at the venue, it was already packed with people. Wow, look, is that Xiao? Xiao? Who's that? Never heard of her. Why hasn't my Yuluo Jie arrived yet? Dude, are you also a fan of Yuluo Jie? Of course. She's so beautiful. How could I not be a fan? Hee me too. Speaking of which, there sure are a lot of streamers here today. Well, naturally. This is a major event hosted by Byte Tech, TikTok's parent company. How could any streamer possibly miss such an opportunity? This is awesome. I just met my idol, Balian V. He's even more handsome in person. Balian V? But doesn't he always wear a mask? How did you recognize him? Hee. That's something I can't tell you. Today's attendees included not only some popular TikTok streamers, but mostly fans who had come just to enjoy the spectacle. Judging from the cheers and conversations around them, the streamers still enjoyed significant popularity. Of course, high popularity meant strong earning power. Although Chen Feng's Bugatti Veyron was incredibly expensive, there were no shortage of vehicles in the parking lot that matched its class. Just glancing around casually, Chen Feng realized that even the cheapest car here cost several million. Come on, let's go inside. After parking the car, Chen Feng led Zhao Shui'er up the red carpet toward the entrance of the event hall. Huh? Who are these 2? Why are they walking the red carpet? No idea. Probably some popular TikTok streamers? But seriously, their looks are way too good. Oh my gosh, that guy is so hot. I'm in love. I can't believe it. Suddenly, I don't feel anything for my Jechi anymore. Haha, same. I've decided. I'm officially a fan of this guy from now on. Does anyone know his TikTok ID? Me too. It's so weird though. Such a handsome streamer. How have I never noticed him before? The moment Chen Feng and Zhao Shui'er stepped onto the red carpet, all eyes immediately turned toward them. There was no avoiding it. Their appearances were simply too striking. What puzzled the spectators, however, was that no one recognized them. After all, anyone attending this event should have been a well-known, highly popular TikTok streamer. The second they appeared, fans should instantly identify them. Wait, I think I recognize her. That girl must be Zhao Shui'er. Zhao Shui'er, never heard of her. But wow, she's really pretty. Almost as stunning as my Yuluo Jie. Iron stumbled into her live stream once, but she hasn't gone live recently at all. No way, there are actually streamers this low-key? With her looks, she could easily become famous overnight. As good-looking as you say? I think she's just average. Exactly. I think she's plain. Definitely not worthy of standing next to my husband. Though someone recognized Zhao Shui'er, she had streamed far too infrequently. In fact, she practically had zero fan base. The main reason she was invited by Byte Tech this time was largely due to Chen Feng's massive donation during her last livestream. Most of the audience members present were young women. Seeing Zhao Shuer walking alongside such an unbelievably handsome man like Chen Fong naturally triggered feelings of jealousy. Their whispers weren't loud, but they still reached Chen Fong and Zhao Shuer's ears. Upon hearing this, Zhao Shuer couldn't help but feel a bit downcast. Chen Feng's senses were extremely sharp. He immediately noticed Zhao Shuer's change in mood. A faint smile tugged at the corner of his lips as he reached out and gently took her small hand into his. Funga, holding Chen Feng's hand, Zhao Shuer's previously disappointed expression instantly flushed with shyness. Ignore them. Very soon, I'll make you the most popular female streamer in all of China. Chen Fong said confidently with a slight smirk. I believe you. Zhao Shuer nodded, her heart now brimming with anticipation. Who was Chen Fong? He was none other than ByteTech's biggest shareholder. For him to boost her career would be as simple as having a meal. After all, Zhao Shuer's greatest dream in life was to become a top-tier super streamer. Holy crap, what's going on? How dare they hold hands like that? My god, are you trying to kill me? This is unbearable. I feel like I'll never love again. You're driving me crazy. Are you two treating this place like your wedding venue? Sis, quick, let go of my god's hand right now. God damn it, I can't take it anymore. Who does she think she is, holding my husband's hand? Yet what Chen Fong hadn't expected was that the moment he took Zhao Shuer's hand, the female crowd instantly went into berserk mode. The previously hushed whispers quickly escalated into open insults. Indeed, when female fans went crazy, it was truly terrifying. Chen Fong frowned slightly, originally intending to ignore them completely. You damn bitch. See if I don't smash you to death. But just then, a female voice shrieked out, and a shoe flew straight toward Zhao Shuer. Chapter 133. So what if they're fans? Fans get slapped too. By the time the on-site staff noticed, it was already too late. At this critical moment, Chen Fong instinctively reached out and stepped in front of Zhao Shuer. Smack! A crisp sound rang out. The shoe was caught cleanly in Chen Feng's hand. Frowning, without a second thought, Chen Fong hurled the shoe back toward where it had come from. Smack! Another sharp sound echoed. The girl who had thrown the shoe at Zhao Shuer didn't react in time. Her face was struck full-on by the flying footwear. The force Chen Fong used was so great that the impact knocked her off balance, sending her stumbling backward onto the ground. What the hell just happened? Good lord, this is insane. What's going on? Did he seriously just hit someone? What kind of lawlessness is this? I actually liked this guy before. Never expected him to be like this. He has to answer for this today. So what if she threw a shoe at that woman? Was that any reason to go that far? Yeah, I don't like him anymore either. The girls who moments ago had been shouting together now erupted into chaos like a boiling pot. In small groups, they turned their fury on Chen Fong, hurling accusations. Of course, aside from some lunatics, most people could still tell right from wrong. No sooner had those voices risen than others stepped forward. As if he needs your approval anyway. Bunch of morons. Exactly. For some reason, I think this big bro handled it perfectly. TSK. I was worried that girl would get hit. But I never expected this dude to be this awesome. So cool. Absolutely freaking cool. I hate crazy fangirls like that the most. Don't know why, but seeing that woman get knocked down just felt satisfying. The deranged fans who had been about to rush forward and confront Chen Fong couldn't hold back after hearing this. F***CKU, what did you say? Yeah, watch your damn mouth. Didn't you see him physically attack someone? Attack her? So what? She's just another idiot. This sister speaks the truth. If she hadn't thrown the shoe first, would this bro have tossed it back? She brought it on herself. King hell. You asking for death? Oh, what? You think we're afraid of you or something? You bunch of brain-dead freaks. Clearly, the rantings of these crazies meant nothing to everyone else. They weren't even worth acknowledging. In an instant, the entire scene exploded into utter pandemonium. Shuer, are you okay? Seeing this, Chen Fong couldn't be bothered to engage further. He turned to Zhao Shuer and asked, I'm fine. Zhao Shuer shook her head, then looked at Chen Fong with concern. Brother Fong, will you get into trouble for this? Trouble? From a pack of idiots? Please. Chen Fong snorted dismissively. Come on, let's go inside. He'd heard plenty about how many insane fans celebrities had, but today, he'd finally seen it firsthand. But given his personality, it didn't matter one bit whether someone was a fan or not. If you dared lay a hand on someone near him, you better be ready to face the consequences. So what if you're a fan? Fans get slapped too. Alright. Zhao Shuer gave a bitter smile, then nodded reluctantly. She knew exactly what kind of person Chen Fong was. If he hadn't retaliated after that girl's actions, that would have been shocking. Thus, amidst the cacophony of gawking bystanders, the two walked calmly toward the entrance as if nothing had happened. Excuse me, sirs, please show your invitation cards. As soon as they arrived at the entrance, the staff immediately blocked their path. Hearing this, Chen Fong hesitated slightly. After all, he was the general manager of ByteTech. He'd been personally invited by direct call. There was no formal invitation card. Meanwhile, Zhao Shuer pulled out an invitation from her purse and handed it to the staff member. Alright, ma'am, you may enter. The staff carefully checked the invite, then returned it to Zhao Shuer. Then, turning back to Chen Fong, he asked again, Sir, what about your invitation? This? Brother Fong, you don't have an invitation, do you? Zhao Shuer blinked in surprise, staring at Chen Fong. She knew very well. He was ByteTech's largest shareholder. Now, here he was, attending an event hosted by his own company, without an invitation? Who in their right mind would believe that? Cough cough. Chen Feng's deject twitched as he coughed twice, saying helplessly, That guy just told me to come attend the event. How was I supposed to know I'd need some damn invitation? With that, he turned to the staff member and said, Your general manager didn't send me one. Why don't you go fetch him so he can hand me one personally? What? The staff member nearly popped his eyes out in disbelief. What? Not possible. Of course not. The staff member sneered, utterly exasperated. Bro, you really think too highly of yourself, huh? Actually expecting our general manager to come out and hand you an invitation card? Why don't you just fly up to the sky while you're at it? Having said that, he couldn't resist shooting Chen Fong a contemptuous glance. The surrounding onlookers, who had just been in an uproar, naturally overheard the conversation between Chen Fong and the staff. Huh, I actually thought this dude was some big-time streamer, but turns out he doesn't even have an invitation. I knew it. Aside from being kinda good-looking, I've never seen him once on Douyin. Dares to show up on the red carpet. Wonder who gave him the guts. This is hilarious. Wants the general manager of Byte Tech himself to come out and give him an invite? Does he seriously think he's someone important? Exactly. The general manager of Byte Tech doesn't have time to deal with someone like him. Sigh, he's handsome alright, but seems a bit dumb in the head. In my opinion, he probably just wants to sneak in for free food. I heard they prepared a ton of buffet snacks at the venue. Haha, now that you mention it, that actually sounds plausible. In no time, a large group of rabid fans burst into laughter, stepping forward one after another. Their faces were filled with nothing but mockery, just like the staff member. But Chen Fong simply ignored them, looking at the staff member with an amused expression. Are you sure you won't call your general manager out? Don't say I didn't warn you. I'm actually Byte Tech's largest shareholder. Chapter 134. I gotta say, bro, you're really selling it. Majority shareholder? Hearing that, the staff member almost burst out laughing. He sneered contemptuously. If you're the biggest shareholder, then does that make me the father of all shareholders? Yeah, just go if you don't have an invitation. I don't have time to waste with you. Hey, what's your problem? Zhao Shuier couldn't hold back any longer upon hearing this. She could take insults herself, but she'd never allow anyone to look down on Chen Fong. Yet the staff member didn't bat an eye, shrugging dismissively. Listen, miss, if you want in, get going. Anyone without an invitation isn't getting past me. Period. You? Zhao Shuier was about to argue further when Chen Fong stopped her. Enough. No point arguing with him. I'll just give their general manager a call. With that, Chen Fong pulled out his phone and dialed. Mr. Chen, how may I assist you? Moments later, a very respectful voice answered. Ahem. Chen Fong cleared his throat slightly, awkwardly saying, I'm being blocked at the entrance by a staff member. Come out and get me. Huh. The voice on the other end froze in shock. After a long pause, they finally responded nervously. Mr. Chen, please wait a moment. I'm coming right away to pick you up. Without waiting for a reply, the line went dead. Ha ha. Seeing this, the staff member beside them couldn't help but burst into laughter. Bro, I gotta say, you're really selling it. Pretty convincing act. But hey, do you even know our general manager's number? In his mind, Chen Fong had clearly just made up some random call to put on a show. Hearing this, the rabid fans nearby immediately joined in with mockery. Haha, I'm dying here. Gotta admit, that phone acting was pretty solid. Oscars is missing an award for him. I want to see if someone actually comes out to greet him later. You're dreaming. Do you think just anyone can summon the general manager of Byte Tech? Heh, who knows? What if the general manager actually shows up? Wouldn't that slap us right across the face? Haha, true. I'm scared already. Ignoring the jeers around him, Chen Fong acted as though he hadn't heard a word. Smirking faintly, he glanced around casually, and noticed two empty seats near the staff area not far away. Without hesitation, he grabbed Zhao Shui's hand and walked straight over. Hey, what do you think you're doing? No invitation? Get lost. The staff member snapped impatiently. You'll see soon enough, Chen Fong said lazily, refusing to explain, as he sat down with Zhao Shui with an amused expression. Humph. We'll see how long you can keep up this charade, the staff member muttered, then turned away, ignoring them as he returned to his duties. A few minutes passed, and several popular streamers arrived via the red carpet. When they spotted Chen Fong and Zhao Shui sitting by the entrance, their initial surprise quickly turned to confusion. Why weren't these two going inside? What were they doing just sitting outside? Another 5 minutes crawled by. Finally, a middle-aged man in a suit came rushing out from the entrance, clearly in a hurry. Whoa, what's wrong with Director Zhao? He looks super stressed. Not sure. Maybe someone important showed up at the gate. Important? Who could possibly be so important that Director Zhao would come out personally? Exactly. You don't think it's the Ma Patriarch, do you? Ma Patriarch? Don't be ridiculous. This is Byte Tech's own event. And even if he did show up, does Director Zhao need to personally greet him? Forget it. Let's just find our seats. The event's about to start. Along the way, many streamers greeted Zhao Sihai, but he ignored them all as if they weren't even there. Within moments, he reached the entrance. He scanned the area and quickly spotted Chen Fong and Zhao Shui nearby. Holy shit. Director Zhao actually came out? Oh my god. Could that kid have actually been telling the truth? The instant Zhao Sihai appeared, the staff member froze on the spot, completely dumbstruck. He never would have imagined that their general manager actually came out in person. Zhao? Director Zhao. Just as he was about to step forward and say something, Zhao Sihai completely ignored him, instead rushing over in quick strides toward Chen Fong. Mr. Chen, I'm truly sorry. It's been such a hectic day. Please forgive me for keeping you waiting. The moment he arrived beside Chen Fong, he immediately bowed deeply in apology. The staff member standing nearby nearly stumbled and fell flat on the ground at the sight. When he finally snapped back to reality, he stammered in disbelief. Director Zhao, he's really our Byte Tech's majority shareholder? It wasn't just him. Everyone else nearby who had been watching the spectacle was utterly stunned as well. Who exactly was Zhao Sihai? He was none other than the founder of Byte Tech. As Chinese citizens, they'd naturally seen his face often enough in major newspapers and news reports. But who could possibly have expected someone of such high stature to come out personally, and then immediately bow and apologize to this young man named Chen Fong? How could anyone not be shocked? Silence. Deafening silence. Though the venue was packed with people, in that single moment, it became so quiet you could have heard a pin drop. Every single person perked up their ears, anxiously awaiting Zhao Sihai's response. Yes, that's right. At that moment, Zhao Sihai nodded firmly. Then, raising his hand, he gestured toward the staff member and announced, "This is our company's newly appointed chairman, Mr. Chen Fong." Newly appointed chairman? Upon hearing Zhao Sihai's words, the staff member lost his balance entirely and collapsed onto his backside, speechless. He couldn't believe it. Everything Chen Fong had said was actually true. Recalling all the mocking words he'd hurled at Chen Fong earlier, he now desperately wished he could slap himself hard across the face. As for the onlookers surrounding them, every single one stood there dazed and wide-eyed. Holy crap. Good gracious. So he really is the largest shareholder of Byte Tech? This is insane. Can the biggest shareholder of Byte Tech really be this good-looking and so young? Chapter 135, is that it? Did he just let me off the hook? President Chen, what's going on here? Zhao Sihai pointed at the trembling staff member on the ground and asked. Although he didn't know what had happened, judging from the man's terrified expression, something bad must have occurred. It's nothing, Chen Fong casually replied, a faint smile tugging at the corner of his lips. All right, let's go in. With that, he turned to the cowering employee. Bro, can I go in now? Why yes, of course. Wiping the cold sweat from his forehead, the employee stammered out his response. Good to hear. Chen Fong chuckled, then led Zhao Shuer toward the entrance. In Chen Feng's mind, this guy was merely rude with words, otherwise unimportant. He wasn't someone who held grudges unnecessarily. There was no point stooping to his level. Zhao Sihai shot a fierce glare at the employee before quickly hurrying after them. What the hell? Did he really just let me off the hook? This is actually great. As he watched Chen Fong and the others walk away, the employee trembled with relief while simultaneously feeling deep admiration for Chen Fong. He never expected that after revealing his identity, Chen Fong wouldn't hold any grudge at all. Not only him, but the surrounding onlookers also wore expressions of utter disbelief. Just then, one of the earlier rabid fans suddenly spoke up. So cool. So incredibly cool. Never thought he'd be such a magnanimous person. Yeah, I feel terrible for saying those things about him earlier. I'm such a horrible person. If only I'd known how awesome this young man is, I would have never spoken ill of him. Sorry, little brother. It was all because of that nasty woman before. I've made up my mind. I'm officially his diehard fan from now on. If he starts a live stream on Douyin, I'll definitely send him a fireworks show. Me too. This little brother is just too amazing. I'm head over heels in love. Uft, get real. He's the biggest shareholder of Byte Tech Technology. Why would he even bother doing live streams? Holy crap, you're right. He doesn't need money. Why would he do something so low class? That's such a shame. I really like him. Tell me about it. Perhaps even Chen Fong himself hadn't expected that this single act of his would instantly win him countless loyal fans. Then again, even if he knew, he probably wouldn't care at all. After all, he never intended to become a streamer. Playing around with streamers? Maybe, but becoming one? Not a chance. Meanwhile, as soon as Chen Fong and the others stepped into the event venue, numerous eyes immediately turned toward them. And why not? Everyone was curious. Curious about who exactly these people were. To deserve Zhao Sihai personally greeting them at the door. What a handsome young man. What a beautiful girl. The moment everyone caught sight of Chen Fong and Zhao Shuer, they couldn't help but gasp in awe. Does anyone know who they are? No idea. Could they be new streamers joining us? No way. Would Zhao CEO personally greet new streamers? Why not? Maybe they're just that good looking. So Zhao Zong took notice. Good looking? I think they're pretty average. Dude, give it a rest, someone retorted, standing next to them. You're literally a demon compared to angels. What the hell did you say? You think you're so damn handsome. Hee, doesn't matter if I'm handsome or not, as long as I've got more followers than you. Oh, screw you. Just because you've got 7 million followers, who do you think you are? Though their chatter wasn't loud, every word reached Chen Feng's ears. Zhao Sihai frowned slightly and quietly asked Chen Fong, President Chen, should I announce your identity to them? In Zhao Sihai's view, a young man like Chen Fong would surely value his dignity. Being mistaken for just another ordinary streamer by so many might make him uncomfortable. After all, there was a vast difference between a streamer and a capitalist. No need. Chen Fong waved his hand dismissively. Let them misunderstand if they want to. President Chen is truly magnanimous. Zhao Sihai chuckled, instinctively flattering him. President Chen, the other executives in the company have been hoping to meet you privately. What do you think? Fine. Chen Fong nodded, then turned to Zhao Shuer beside him. Shuer, do you want to come along? As the largest shareholder of the company, bringing Zhao Shuer wouldn't raise any objections from anyone. No, I'll wait for you here. Zhao Shuer shook her head and said to Chen Fong, all right then, you just go find a seat and wait for me. With that, Chen Fong walked toward the backstage with Zhao Sihai. Over here. After seeing Chen Fong and the others leave, Zhao Shuer glanced around. She noticed that except for a few empty seats in the front row, nearly all the other seats were taken. After hesitating for a moment, she began walking toward the front. Not far away, there were exactly 2 vacant seats. She decided to save one for Chen Fong. After approaching, she first wiped the seat with a tissue before sitting down. Holy crap, this beauty's bold. How dare she sit in Raindrop's and Xiao's spots? I think she's asking for trouble. Sure, maybe sitting in Raindrop's seat is fine, but Xiao? That's pushing it. Exactly. I can already tell there's going to be some drama soon. Xiao isn't someone with much patience. Yeah, remember last time? A rookie streamer merely mentioned that Xiao used a vocal effects card while singing, and she immediately brought her fans to flood his live room until he had to shut it down. The streamers who noticed Zhao Shuer instantly wore amused smirks. Many of them quietly started gossiping in small groups. Damn, is Xiao really that terrifying? When I watch her stream, she seems pretty gentle. Gentle my ass. That depends on who she's dealing with. True. You guys might not know, but Xiao is actually Vice President Yu's woman. She's got serious power behind the scenes at Douyin. No way. Really? What did you expect? With her looks and temper, do you really think she could stand shoulder to shoulder with Raindrop without connections? I'm telling you, better not cross her in the future. There'll be no good ending if you do. My poor sister. So according to you, this girl's totally screwed? Everyone watching Zhao Shuer now had expressions ranging from amusement and disdain to pity. In their eyes, by daring to sit in Xiao's seat, Zhao Shuer was practically saying goodbye to her future as a streamer. Chapter 136. Aren't you being a bit too overbearing? Hey Croc, why don't you go talk to that pretty girl? At that moment, a streamer with a somewhat sleazy look whispered to the broad-mouthed streamer beside him. Talk about what? The wide-mouthed streamer blinked in confusion, curiously asking. What else? The sleazy streamer sneered, exasperated. Obviously ask her to switch seats. It'd be such a waste if a cute girl like that doesn't become a streamer. Well, wouldn't that be kinda rude? The wide-mouthed streamer grinned awkwardly, a little embarrassed. What's rude about it? You're not married yet, are you? The sleazy streamer chuckled slyly, quickly persuading him. If you help her out this once, maybe she'll see how kind you are and end up giving herself to you? Doubtful. The wide-mouthed streamer snorted skeptically. Wasn't there a handsome guy with her earlier? Might have been her boyfriend. You said might have been, right? What if he wasn't? Well, don't well me. If you're not going, then I won't hold back. As the sleazy streamer spoke, he immediately stood up from his seat. No, I'll go alright. Seeing this, the wide-mouthed streamer panicked and quickly stopped him. Such a beautiful girl shouldn't fall victim to a creep like you. With that, he started getting up to approach Xiao Shuer. But just then, the sleazy streamer shoved him back down. Too late. What do you mean too late? Look at who's at the door. Following the direction of the sleazy streamer's finger, the wide-mouthed streamer turned his gaze toward the entrance. Holy crap, it's Xiao, he gasped, then immediately shot Xiao Shuer a pitying glance. He didn't dare rush over to warn her now. All he could do was mourn silently for her in his heart. And he wasn't alone. Everyone else wore the same expression. In their eyes, Xiao Shuer was in serious trouble now. Xiao Shuer, however, didn't notice their expressions, still lost in thought as she stared down at her lap. Su Xiao was dressed in a sky-blue body-hugging dress today. Though not exceptionally beautiful, she was certainly good-looking enough to qualify as a beauty. The moment she stepped into the event venue, numerous people rushed over to greet her. This wasn't surprising. After all, she was one of Douyin's top female streamers. Such treatment was only natural. While exchanging greetings with others, her eyes casually swept toward the front row. As one of Douyin's leading stars, there was no way she'd sit in the back. How else could she display her superior status? After carefully scanning the area, she saw it was mostly occupied by currently popular Douyin streamers. They weren't on her level, but they still had massive followings. Then suddenly, her gaze landed on Xiao Shuer, sitting alone but occupying 2 seats not far away. Frowning slightly, Su Xiao strode directly toward her. Hey, who are you? She towered over Xiao Shuer, looking down as she asked. Hearing Su Xiao's words, Xiao Shuer snapped back to reality and quickly raised her head. Oh, you're actually quite pretty. Su Xiao clicked her tongue dismissively. Do you know this seat belongs to me? A rookie like you. Where do you get the nerve to take my spot? Yours. Xiao Shuer frowned slightly. Does your name say written on it? Don't let her gentle appearance fool you. Spending time with Chen Fong lately had made her much bolder. Her words were sharp and cutting. Trying to argue with me? Su Xiao let out a cold chuckle, amused. Didn't you know? Only Douyin's top streamers can sit in this row. What right does an unknown little streamer like you have to sit here? You? Xiao Shuer was so angry she could barely speak. You what? Get out of my seat now. Su Xiao sneered sharply. You're just a nobody. Don't forget your place. Humph. Xiao Shuer snorted coldly, fuming. What if I refuse to move today? Refuse. Su Xiao smirked mockingly. Then I'll make sure you never stream again. You? Xiao Shuer was just about to say something when, at that moment, a melodious female voice rang out like a skylark song. Xiao, how about we sit in the second row? There are still seats available right here. Hearing this, Xiao Shuer and Su Xiao turned their heads toward the source of the voice. The newcomer wore a white form-fitting gown, with long, straight purple hair flowing down to her waist. Her eyes seemed to shimmer with starlight, and her gentle, graceful aura, combined with her breathtaking beauty, made her appear like an ethereal fairy. Especially when she smiled. It was as if her radiance reached straight into one's soul. So beautiful. When Xiao Shuer got a clear look at the woman before her, she couldn't help but silently exclaim in her heart. She wasn't someone who hadn't seen beautiful women. After all, Chen Fong had dozens of beauties around him. But in her eyes, among all those women, only number 1 and Lu Rubing could stand on equal footing with this lady. The rest, including herself, seemed slightly inferior by comparison. Yuluo, Su Xiao frowned slightly, replying with obvious irritation. If you want to sit in the back, that's your business. But I'm not going to lower myself like you. With that, she deliberately shot a disdainful glance toward the streamers seated in the second row. In her mind, none of these second-row streamers were worthy of sitting beside her. And on top of that, this suggestion came from her rival. Truth be told, she had always been deeply envious of Yuluo. With her looks alone, Yuluo firmly occupied the top spot among Douyin's female streamers, and no one dared covet her. But what about herself? She had to give up her body and please certain older men just to barely remain on equal standing. How could she possibly accept such injustice? Though the streamers in the second row were irritated by Su Xiao's scornful look, not a single one dared to speak up. You know what, miss? Xiao Shuer snapped back to reality and couldn't help but retort. Someone kindly invited you, and yet you're being so overbearing. For some reason, the moment Xiao Shuer first laid eyes on Yuluo, she felt an immediate fondness for her. Chapter 137. Who knows who's willing to take the stage and give it a try? Fuck off, what's it got to do with you? After hearing this, Su Xiao coldly retorted. Who the hell do you think you are? Do you even have the right to speak here? You? Xiao Shuer was utterly enraged by these words, ready to snap back, when Yuluo suddenly spoke up. Xiao, don't you think that's a bit too rude? Yuluo said, then walked over to Xiao Shuer. She took her hand and added, come on, let's go sit at the back. Don't bother with people like that. Yuluo, what the fuck is your problem? Su Xiao immediately flared up, blocking Yuluo's path and sneering. No problem at all. You love sitting in the front row, right? Then just stay there. Without waiting for Su Xiao's reaction, she pulled Xiao Shuer along and sat down in a seat further back. Just then, music suddenly blared through the venue. All the streamers who had attended previous events knew. This was the signal that the event was about to begin. Su Xiao, who had been preparing to press the issue, simply let out a disdainful snort and reluctantly took her seat. Are the cameras ready? At that moment, a man holding a walkie-talkie called out to the crew around him. All set. Good. Check the lights and internet connection. We're live streaming today. No mistakes allowed. Understood. Get the guests ready. They'll be on stage soon. All departments, stand by. Starting countdown now. 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, action. Ladies and gentlemen, good afternoon. As the director finished speaking, a male and female host dressed in formal presenting attire stepped confidently onto the stage. Male host, we're delighted you could join us for this agricultural support event hosted by Bitech Technology. Female host, before we begin, please join us in giving a warm welcome to our special guest farmers today. As she spoke, more than 10 local farmers, dressed simply, walked onto the stage together. Each carried a small bamboo basket filled with the produce they hoped to sell during the live stream. Male host. Now, let's invite our guests to introduce their products to everyone. One by one, the farmers began presenting their goods: radishes, cabbage, fruits, rice. The variety seemed endless. The farmers described their products thoroughly and passionately. Female host. I'm sure the streamers down here have gotten a good look by now. So does anyone feel like coming up and giving it a try? The moment the hosts finished speaking, the spotlight and cameras instantly turned toward the audience. I'll go. At that very instant, Su Xiao stood up from her seat with a bright smile. This was the opening act of the entire event. There was no way she'd let someone else steal the spotlight. As she stood, she glanced back, shooting Yu Luo a deliberately taunting look. In Su Xiao's mind, if she could outsell Yu Luo today, securing the top spot among TikTok streamers would be hers for the taking. Male host. Excellent. Let's welcome Miss Xiao to the stage. As soon as he spoke, soothing background music began to play. Following the rhythm, Su Xiao walked onto the stage with full confidence. Female host. Miss Xiao, which agricultural products would you like to promote today? The moment Su Xiao stepped on stage, the host moved to her side and asked. Something challenging. Su Xiao replied casually with a confident grin. Female host. Haha. Looks like Miss Xiao is quite confident in herself. Male host. Naturally. Miss Xiao is one of TikTok's top streamers. In that case, how about radishes and cabbage? These are considered rather difficult items to sell. No problem. Radishes and cabbage it is. For Su Xiao, being the first to take the stage was all about overshadowing Yu Luo. To prove her superiority, the tougher the challenge, the better. Male host. Great. Let's get started then. Sure. With that, Su Xiao walked over and sat down at a table nearby. On it were neatly arranged the radishes and cabbages she had chosen. Hello my dear viewers. I'm Xiao, your live stream host for today's farm support session. As you can see right in front of me. No sooner had she sat down than she smoothly slipped into her live stream mode. There was no denying it. This woman truly knew what she was doing. In just under 3 minutes on stage, all 100 tons of radishes and cabbage were completely sold out. Whoa, she's freaking amazing. Incredible. A top-tier streamer really is a top-tier streamer. Me? I'd probably have to live stream nonstop for a month to achieve that. Sure, Xiao has a terrible temper, but her skills are absolutely solid. Respect. Just pure respect. Seeing this, many of the streamers sitting below couldn't help but wear looks of awe and admiration. Su Xiao, noticing their reactions, felt a surge of pride swell within her. She turned to the hosts and said, bring me 3 more products. I haven't even warmed up yet. Host, wow, impressive. So we're doing another 3. No problem at all. Not just 3, even 30 would be fine. At this moment, Su Xiao's confidence had inflated to its peak. The instant she finished speaking, the host quickly brought her 3 more agricultural products to promote. And once again, the result was astonishing. In less than 5 minutes, all 3 additional products were completely sold out through her live stream. The hosts and the farmers standing nearby were utterly dumbfounded. They never could have imagined that Su Xiao's sales power could reach such an extraordinary level. Even some of the major streamers in the audience who had previously been skeptical now couldn't help but silently give her credit in their hearts. My god, she's just too damn good. She sold at least 50 million yuan worth of products in 8 minutes. Who the hell can compete with that? Well, maybe Yu Luo could do it too. Don't make me laugh. Sure, Yu Luo is a super streamer as well, but there's no guarantee she could match Xiao's speed. I agree, Xiao is downright terrifying. At this rate, Xiao will surpass Yu Luo and become the #1 female streamer on TikTok. I'm done. Seriously, I'm completely impressed. As Su Xiao stepped down from the stage, hearing the hushed murmurs of the crowd, she couldn't suppress her joy. In her mind, she had already successfully stolen the spotlight from Yu Luo today. There was no way she believed Yu Luo could possibly overtake her. Chapter 138. I'll take all 5 of these products. No need for live streaming anymore. Male host. I gotta say, our Xiao is truly amazing. Female host. Of course. Selling around 54 million yuan worth of agricultural products in just 8 minutes. Who wouldn't be impressed? Male host. Alright then. Does anyone else here want to come on stage and give it a try? After the host finished speaking, the lights and cameras once again turned toward the audience. Hey, Crocodile, are you gonna go up? Hell no. Going up now would just be asking for a slap in the face. You're right. Xiao really crushed it. Whiteface V, how about you? You're a major streamer. Surely you wouldn't do worse than Xiao, right? Give me a break. I'm decent with tech, but I'll pass on selling products. What about Xiaohui? Your fanbase might not be as big as Xiao's, but at least you're prettier. Maybe you've got a shot. Nah, I'd rather not. I can't possibly compare to her. Surprisingly, after Su Xiao stepped down from the stage, not a single streamer dared to go up. And it wasn't without reason. They simply didn't want to embarrass themselves. Even among the top-tier streamers seated in the front row, nobody made a move. Seeing this, the 2 hosts on site immediately began to panic. If no one was willing to come on stage, wouldn't the entire event collapse? Realizing this, the male host quickly forced a laugh and said, haha, looks like everyone's being modest today. How about I just pick someone out from the crowd? Female host, great idea. And if we're picking, let's choose a big-name streamer. Maybe we'll get another miracle performance. Male host, exactly. Let's take our time and pick carefully. With that, both hosts swept their gaze across the audience. Following them were the cameras and spotlights. Damn it, are these 2 guys out of their minds? Seriously, talking about miracles. What kind of miracle are they even talking about? Just don't pick me, please don't pick me. I absolutely don't want to go head-to-head with Xiao. Contrary to what the hosts expected, nearly everyone instinctively lowered their heads the moment the spotlight approached. It was completely understandable. After Xiao's incredible performance, few would willingly step up just to humiliate themselves. Seeing the situation unfold, the hosts couldn't help but frown. To be honest, under these circumstances, calling anyone up could easily end up offending them. Just as they stood there torn between choices, a voice as clear and sweet as a skylark suddenly broke through the awkward silence. I'll go. Upon hearing those words, Everyone involuntarily sighed in relief. They didn't even need to look to know who had spoken. That voice, so melodious and captivating, wasn't something just anyone could have. Male host. Ha ha ha, perfect. Then let's welcome our superstar streamer, Yu Luo. The instant Yu Luo finished speaking, the host rushed to announce her name, as if afraid she might change her mind. Big sis Yu Luo, you've got this. Zhao Shuer gave Yu Luo an encouraging thumbs up. Yu Luo smiled gently, followed the music, and gracefully walked onto the stage. Female host. Yu Luo, how many products would you like to promote for the farmers today? The moment Yu Luo stepped on stage, both hosts hurried over to her side. Me? Let's start with 2. Male host. Sure thing. Which 2 would you like? Whatever you've got. After saying that, Yu Luo calmly sat down in the livestream chair. Without wasting any time, the host quickly selected 2 items from the guests' bamboo baskets. A watermelon and a pineapple. To all my lovely viewers in the livestream, thank you so much for joining our company's farmer support event today. The products I'm going to introduce. Much like Su Xiao had done earlier, Yu Luo first greeted her online audience before launching into her product introduction. Fellow viewers, this is our... But before she could finish her sentence, the director's team abruptly called out, hold on. Whoa, what the hell? Why stop? Not sure. Did someone cut the internet cable? Haha, do you think we're Huashan? Who'd cut the cable here? Can't rule it out. This world has all kinds of people. Whatever, let's just wait and see what's going on. The very second the director called cut, the streamers in the audience exchanged shocked glances. In their minds, such an abrupt halt from the director could only mean bad news. Up front, Su Xiao noticed this, and a subtle smile instantly appeared on her face. But reality often defied expectations. Just as everyone was speculating wildly, the director's team finally spoke up again. Sorry, Miss Yu Luo, but would you mind selecting a few more products? Select a few more products? The crowd below instantly wore looks of confusion upon hearing this. No one could figure out what the director's team meant by that. What do you mean? Yu Luo frowned slightly, and asked toward the production crew. Everyone else perked up their ears instinctively. Well, the executive director chuckled, explaining to Yu Luo, those 2 items you just introduced were completely sold out within 5 seconds of going live. So, how about adding a few more products? What? Sold out in 5 seconds? This couldn't be possible. The streamers below were so shocked they nearly bit their own tongues. They never imagined the real reason the director had called cut was something like this. At that moment, when they looked back at Yu Luo on stage, it was as if they were gazing upon a deity. To them, only a divine being could accomplish such a feat. Su Xiao, who had been secretly pleased just moments ago, nearly stumbled off her seat in shock. All right then, bring me another 5 products. Yu Luo nodded calmly, addressing the hosts. The calm expression on her face made it seem as if she had already anticipated this outcome. The 2 hosts didn't dare waste any time, and quickly picked out 5 more items from the bamboo baskets. Just as Yu Luo was about to resume her live stream, a middle-aged man's voice suddenly rang out. No need to live stream these 5 items. I'll take them all. Though not particularly loud, the voice carried undeniable authority. Upon hearing it, everyone immediately turned toward the direction it came from. After all, these 5 products amounted to at least 1,000 tons, including precious goods like pine nuts and walnuts. Even at wholesale prices, the total would run into several tens of millions. They were all dying to see who could possibly make such an extravagant purchase. Chapter 139. Wow, his hands are so good-looking. Mr. Zhao? Why is it him? Everyone followed the voice and quickly spotted the newcomers. There were over a dozen people arriving together, both men and women. Leading them was a strikingly handsome young man. What puzzled everyone, however, was that Zhao Sihai, the general manager of Byte Tech, who had just spoken earlier, looked like nothing more than an attendant. He walked respectfully behind the young man. And not just him, everyone else seemed to be acting the same way. Who's that young guy? I don't know, but he seems pretty impressive. He must be someone really important. Wasn't he personally escorted in by Director Zhao from the entrance? My god, seriously? No way. Of course it's real. At first we thought he might be some rookie streamer, but now it clearly isn't the case. Obviously not. Didn't you see who's following him? Hearing this, the crowd finally began to look closely at the people trailing behind Chen Fong. Holy crap, isn't that woman